It was a sweltering summer day. Su-Yun tugged at his tie as he squeezed into the packed subway car. He scrolled through short videos on his phone, letting out sighs one after another. Why did everyone in those videos look so happy and rich? Meanwhile, he was nothing but an overworked, exploited corporate slave. Su-Yun's parents were still healthy, and he had joined a brick-and-mortar company right after graduation. 4,000 yuan a month without any social insurance or housing fund. Su-Yun had grown used to it. In this city, if he didn't work, he would have no money. Without money, he would starve. He didn't even dare to fall ill. Perhaps in this lifetime, he would never be able to turn his fate around. Ding. System booting. Boot complete. The host may freely explore all system functions. Just at that moment, Su-Yun's mind exploded. Holy shit. Is this a system? I've waited for you for over 20 years. You damn thing. Finally arrived. With over 10 years of web novel reading experience, how could Su-Yun not know what a system was? In the very next second, a system panel materialized in his mind. In the upper left corner was a sign-in function. In the center was a large prize draw wheel. However, every single segment on the wheel displayed, he had no idea what rewards lay hidden inside. Su-Yun suppressed the excitement in his heart. He tapped the big wheel, but nothing happened at all. A line of explanation floated up in the center of the panel. Insufficient magnanimity value detected. Lottery draw failed. Magnanimity value. What kind of thing was that? The system quickly provided an answer. Every expenditure you make generates magnanimity value. You can draw the lottery once for every 100 million magnanimity value gained. That much needed. Su-Yun was somewhat surprised. Then he tapped the sign-in function in the upper left corner. And this time, he succeeded. Sign-in successful. Currency 1000000. First time sign-in detected. Novice gift pack 1. Consecutive sign-ins have a certain chance of critical hits. The longer the streak, the greater the critical hit. Just before Su-Yun could even process what had happened, his phone received a text message. Your account ending in 8888 CCB. Savings card has received a transfer of 100 yuan. Balance 1000000. 24 yuan. Holy shit. The stunned Su-Yun actually shouted it out loud right there in the subway car. He drew the annoyed sideways glances of many passengers. Su-Yun's old face flushed red, and he gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry about that. He quietly pinched himself, confirming this was no illusion. What followed was an overwhelming surge of joy and excitement. 10 million. Oh my god. Something he wouldn't dare dream of had actually come true. However, system suddenly giving me so much money, will I be investigated? Su-Yun asked in his mind. Host, please rest assured. Every sum of money you obtain is legitimate. It will not cause any impact on this world's financial system or on you personally. So that's how it is. Now I can rest easy. Su-Yun's mind stirred. Didn't he just get a novice gift pack? Let me open it and see. Gift pack opened successfully. Obtained 51 equity stake in Zhongjin Group. Hiss. Su-Yun sucked in a sharp cold breath. Holy fucking shit. Zhongjin Group. Wasn't that his own company? Zhongjin Group was a real industry enterprise with many business lines and its own channels for self-production and self-sales. Annual profits exceeded 1 billion. It was considered one of the larger companies in Zhongqing. Now Su-Yun felt as if he were in a dream, slightly unreal. Soaring to the heavens in a single step. This time Su-Yun would never again kneel beneath anyone. The subway arrived at his station. Su-Yun quickened his pace, heading straight toward the area near the company. In order to test the system, Su-Yun deliberately bought a 5 yuan jianbing pancake from the roadside stall. Magnanimity value 1. This. Su-Yun was stunned. System, are you messing with me? That little bit is barely enough to fill a tooth gap. With my 10+ million, I can't even do a single lottery draw. After hesitating for a long while, Su-Yun figured it out. Magnanimity value. It seemed that to earn these points, each expenditure would have to be extraordinarily extravagant. He had to test it thoroughly today. Su-Yun's eyes lit up. He pulled out his phone and opened the Quyin live streaming app. The system did not deceive me. After Su-Yun ran a series of tests, everything was functioning perfectly. At this moment, any ordinary person would have immediately chosen to resign. Then they would go happily enjoy the life of the rich. But Su-Yun refused. Why stop working just because he had money? Is he out of his mind? How can I show off my wealth without going to work? Besides, I still hold 51% of the company's shares. He smiled slightly, eating his jianbing pancake, and strolled leisurely toward the office. Just then a tall man in a fitted business suit, one hand in his pocket, chest puffed out, and chin raised, strode up to catch up with him. Su-Yun, what are you doing? Still not at work. Lin Bian. Su-Yun's direct supervisor, a graduate with a master's degree from the Imperial Capital University. Rumor has it he has excellent connections with the chairman. With his outstanding academic background, he navigated the company with ease, currying favor on all sides. Recently, there were rumors he might soon be promoted to the executive level and participate in corporate decision-making. Let me finish this breakfast first, then I'll head up, Su-Yun said calmly. Lin Bian laughed heartily, patted his shoulder. Jianbing. Still eating that kind of junk food? Watch out for malnutrition. You're the backbone of our company, you know. Su Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Backbone my foot. Making me work overtime every day without any pay and always finding excuses to dock my wages. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Seeing Su Yun give him a cold look, Lin Bian froze for a moment. The smile on his face gradually faded. Su Yun being late means docked pay. You better manage your own time. If your pay gets docked, don't blame me. Hearing this, Su Yun just snorted coldly and turned to walk upstairs. As for this black-hearted fellow, Su Yun was no longer afraid and didn't want to deal with him at all. Lin Bian gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, did he take gunpowder? How dare he give me attitude? Just you wait. Su Yun took the elevator upstairs and quietly sat down at his desk, slowly savoring the big jianbing in his hand. It tasted pretty good. Just then someone slid over in a chair from the side holding a document and smiled. Brother Su, can you do me a favor? I can't quite figure this part out. Ling Yuan, Su Yun's deskmate. This girl, relying on her youth and beauty, always found Su Yun to act cute and make him do her work for her. If Su Yun dared to refuse, Lin Bian would immediately find out and come over to interrogate him. But today, Su Yun was going to stand tall and be a real man. Sorry, I'm a bit busy. You can ask someone else to do it. Su Yun refused. Hearing this, Ling Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. What's going on? Didn't he usually agree right away? It's just a report, please help me out, I'm begging you. I'm just leaving this here with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed the document onto Su Yun's desk. Then, thinking herself clever, she stuck out her tongue playfully and turned to head to the restroom. Su Yun narrowed his eyes. Did she take him for a pushover? He grabbed the document and threw it straight into the paper shredder. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The document was shredded to pieces. Only then did Su Yun peacefully lean back in his chair and eat his jianbing. When Ling Yuan came back, she found Su Yun hadn't started working yet. Her face immediately showed impatience. Why haven't you started yet? Brother Bian is waiting for it. Su Yun glanced at her sideways. I threw it in the shredder. Look for it yourself if you want it back. This. Ling Yuan flew into a rage on the spot. What do you mean? You won't even help me with such a small favor. You even threw it into the shredder? How irresponsible can you be? For a moment, Ling Yuan's shrill, angry voice echoed throughout the entire office. Everyone looked up in this direction. Su Yun's brows furrowed slightly. Irresponsible. You can't even do a simple report. Then what are you doing in this company? To pick up men. Get lost. I don't have time to serve you. The moment those words left his mouth, Ling Yuan was stunned, speechless. And so was everyone else in the office. Holy crap. What's gotten into Su Yun today? Did he drink too much? He even dares to mess with Ling Yuan. Doesn't he know she's Brother Bian's girl? Ling Yuan's face went pale with rage. You. Do you believe I'll go straight to Brother Bian? Su Yun sneered. Go ahead. Fine, you said it. Just you wait. Ling Yuan stormed upstairs with full momentum to complain to Lin Bian. For a moment, the co-workers in the office all looked at Su Yun, each face full of disbelief. Su Yun, what are you looking at? Get back to work. Damn, Su Yun, are you crazy? Don't want to work anymore. That Ling Yuan is Brother Bian's girlfriend. You dare to mess with her? You don't want your job. Ling Yuan and Lin Bian's relationship was very ambiguous. Everyone in the company knew this. In their eyes, Su Yun was clearly tugging at a tiger's whiskers, courting death. But unexpectedly, Su Yun just shrugged, completely indifferent. Fire me if you want. I'd like to see what tricks he has to actually dismiss me. A group of co-workers sighed and shook their heads. It's over. Su Yun must still not be awake. He's talking in his sleep. For a while, no one tried to persuade him anymore. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Bian came downstairs with full momentum, Ling Yuan following behind him. Su Yun, come to my office, he said with a dark face. Ling Yuan sat back at her seat with a triumphant and preening air. Su Yun slowly rose, hands in his pockets, and followed Lin Bian upstairs. A group of co-workers clicked their tongues and sighed. He's done for. Su Yun is done for. This might be the last time we ever see him. Waiting for Su Yun to get fired. Meanwhile, Su Yun followed Lin Bian to his office. What's going on with you? Why are you bullying Ling Yuan? Su Yun yawned, acting as if he hadn't heard a thing. Su Yun, I'm asking you a question. Lin Bian roared furiously. Su Yun picked at his ear. She asked me to help with her report. I didn't help. Lin Bian, why didn't you help her? She's your junior. Is this how you look after your juniors? Su Yun glanced at him, frowning. She can't even do a report. What did she come to this company for? Am I supposed to serve someone this incompetent? Why doesn't she just go learn it herself? How hard is it to put together a report? Lin Bian was so angry his shoulders were shaking, forcibly suppressing his rage. Ling Yuan just started. It's natural that she can't do things yet. I put her at your desk so you as a senior could teach her some things. With your current attitude, I can transfer you immediately. Do you believe me? As a result, Su Yun yawned again, face full of impatience. Fine, do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. Lin Bian was completely dumbfounded. He had originally planned to use the transfer threat to scare Su Yun, who knew this guy wasn't afraid at all. and just slammed the door and left. Good. You forced my hand. Thus, Su Yun was transferred. He became a warehouse keeper. From a high-level clerk demoted to a low-level warehouse duty. In everyone's eyes, Su Yun was finished. Yet he himself was remarkably calm. Taking his things, he went to the warehouse duty office. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was an unfamiliar number. Su Yun simply answered hello. A cautious voice came through the phone. Excuse me. Is this Mr. Su? Yes, this is he. Who is this? Hello, I am Qin Li, chairman of Zhongjin Group. Su Yun, oh hello. Mr. Su, this morning you acquired 51 of our group's shares for 1 billion. May I ask, when will you come? The board members need to meet you. Although Su Yun was an employee of Zhongjin Group. But after all, he was an unknown nobody. How could the lofty board of directors possibly know him? It was impossible to investigate his identity. During the process of acquiring the group, the system concealed Su Yun's true identity. Therefore, Chairman Qin Li only knew Su Yun's name and a phone number. Su Yun pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll have my secretary come over. Secretary. Su Yun. Don't worry, I won't participate in the company's decisions. Acquiring your group is to observe the operational model of Zhongjin Group. I think highly of you. Upon hearing this, Qin Li breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Su Yun spent a fortune to acquire the group in order to seize power. All right, then I will wait in the company for your secretary's call. After hanging up, Su Yun fell into thought. He was too lazy to show up in person. Now that he had the system, he could earn money lying down. Why bother to exhaust himself personally? It seemed he needed to hire a secretary. Su Yun posted a recruitment notice online. 2,000 yuan per month. Requirements: reliable with a rich resume. Graduated from a 985 university. Must be proficient in the secretarial specialty. Must also be well-versed in management and economics. With these two skills, that should be enough, right? Lin Lang sat in the duty room, chair crossing his legs. The warehouse job was simple. In fact, it was just watching the surveillance monitors. Su Yun feeling very bored. At that moment, his WeChat rang. Brother, do you usually play games? Xiao Yuan wants to play games with you. Just then Su Yun also felt bored, so he replied, okay, I play Honor of Kings. Xiao Yuan plays it too. Then let's play together. The two logged in. Of course they played on the WeChat server. They added each other as friends and opened a room. Su Yun's skill was mediocre. Even now he was only diamond. But Xiao Yuan had immersed herself in this game for years and was already a king. Brother, what hero do you plan to play? Su Yun, I'll play Luban. Their conversation, however, was heard by the other three players matched together. Yo, there's a girl in this game. Her voice is really nice. Are you two a couple account? Su Yun smiled, just ordinary friends. On the other end, Xiao Yuan originally wanted to admit that she and Su Yun were a CP. But after hearing Su Yun say that, she shut her mouth. I see. Girl, can you be my CP? I'm a jungle king. Look at his record. He plays marksman. Girl, pair with me. I'm an extremely gentle support. Xiao Yuan chuckled. Know this game, I'll play support and follow Luban. Let's start. Su Yun controlled Luban and went to the bottom lane. Xiao Yuan obediently chose Zhang Fei and followed behind Su Yun. During the landing phase, the enemy Marco was playing aggressively. Su Yun moved Luban around continuously, dodging multiple attacks. Marco got angry and called his brothers. A Han Xin pushed down from the jungle, attempting to dive the tower for a kill. Luban was in imminent danger. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan quickly maneuvered Zhang Fei to block in front of Luban. She protected Luban as if he were her own father. In the end, she died in the enemy's encirclement. Luban returned to base with sliver health. Seeing this, the three teammates exploded. Bro, your skill is pretty average. You bring a girl into ranked games and still get beaten so miserably, and let the girl risk her life to save you. Damn, what kind of treatment is this? Girl, come with me, I'll help you get revenge. Su Yun was somewhat annoyed. In this patch, Marco was strong by nature. On top of that, he had a jungler helping. It was perfectly normal for Luban to lose in the early game. But before he could say anything, Xiao Yuan directly said, in this matchup against Marco, Luban naturally needs protection. I'm a support, dying a few times doesn't matter. Go Luban. These words left the teammates dumbfounded. Huh, this brother must have saved the galaxy in his previous life, right? He can actually make a girl willingly die for him. Su Yun smiled. Alright, wait for me to farm. After 10 minutes, Su Yun had already built 4 core items. He had basic damage output. Moreover, he was kept very comfortable by Xiao Yuan's Zhang Fei. Several attempts to gank Luban failed to cut him down. Luban formally joined the team fights. Luban, stay back, I'll protect you. Xiao Yuan yelled in a soft, childish voice, controlling Zhang Fei as she rushed forward. Her ultimate directly roared at 3 people. Among them was Marco. Su Yun saw the golden opportunity. He controlled Luban to unleash frantic damage. Like a turret. With the support of 4 core items, he instantly killed those 3. Haha, it's a team wipe. Luban is so amazing. Xiao Yuan's Zhang Fei had died because she charged into the enemy formation and absorbed a lot of damage. But this was a 1-for-3 trade. Su Yun smiled slightly, and with the other teammates pushed straight to the enemy's high ground. The teammates were dumbfounded again. What is going on here? Who exactly is carrying whom? Why does it feel like Lin Lang is the one being carried? Soon Xiao Yuan's Zhang Fei revived again. When the enemies were taking the dragon, she directly flashed in and roared at Marco and the support. They were reaped by Su Yun one by one. In the late stage, once Marco died, the enemies were no longer a threat. The 5 of them pushed forward directly and destroyed the base in one wave. In the post-match stats, Zhang Fei had died 6 times. Luban had 12 kills, 0 deaths, 10 assists, and was the MVP. Seeing this scene, the 3 teammates each started trembling with rage. Generosity 2012. Generosity 2009. Generosity 2010. Su Yun discovered he had no skins, and the game felt unfulfilling. So he directly spent 3,000 yuan. Some skins, such as limited editions, legendary star ranked, and beta test exclusives, were quite difficult to obtain. And so Su Yun bought every skin available at the current level. He used the remaining money to purchase many skins for Xiao Yuan as well. Xiao Yuan was overjoyed. Although she did have some skins, there were many she couldn't bring herself to buy. Seeing this, she quickly said, "Thank you for the skins, brother." After all, she was a streamer with a pleasant voice. This gesture made Su Yun's heart flutter. "I'm done playing. I'm tired." Xiao Yuan responded, "Okay, brother, go rest." During these matches, Xiao Yuan led Su Yun to consecutive victories, allowing him to advance directly from Diamond to Star Glory rank. At this moment, Su Yun felt a bit hungry. Normally during work, he ate at the cafeteria. Though the food tasted mediocre, the prices were quite reasonable. But now that he had money, why would he bother with the cafeteria? He picked up his phone and searched online for the phone number of a Michelin restaurant in Zhang City. "Hello, this is the Michelin restaurant at Yuchi Road number 3. Su Yun said, "Hello, I'd like to order takeout." This Michelin phone line was typically used by customers to make reservations. No one had ever called to order takeout before. So the person on the other end of the phone was completely stunned. He replied with a bitter smile, "Sir, Michelin doesn't offer takeout service." Su Yun insisted, "But I want to eat. If you wish to dine, you can make a table reservation in advance." Su Yun stated, "No, I'm at work and don't have time. I want you to deliver it to me personally." On the other end of the phone, the manager frowned slightly. Is this person out of his mind? This is a Michelin restaurant. Who orders takeout from a Michelin? "Sir, I'm truly sorry, but we don't provide takeout service." Then Su Yun directly said, "Will 1,000 yuan be enough? Just deliver it to me." This. You. What did you say?" Su Yun declared, "I said 1,000 yuan for takeout delivery." The manager was completely stunned. 1,000 yuan. My goodness. Their Michelin restaurant wasn't even a top-tier 3-star establishment. A full meal cost at most around 1,000 yuan. Delivering once was equivalent to serving 10 customers. "Sir. Could you please wait a moment? I need to discuss this with the store manager." Su Yun was impatient. "Hurry up." Soon the manager returned. "Sir, where are you located? We can make an exception for you and send 2 chefs to cook for you on site." Su Yun nodded and told them the address. The manager smiled warmly and said, "Sir, please wait. Our chefs will arrive within 20 minutes. After hanging up, Su Yun felt satisfied. After waiting 15 minutes, a sleek recreational vehicle slowly drove up and stopped at the warehouse entrance. The Michelin restaurant's logo was very prominent. The manager had come personally. When he met Su Yun, he was completely dumbfounded because Su Yun was actually working at the warehouse. What? Do wealthy people nowadays play like this? Spending 1,000 yuan for Michelin takeout, yet the person was just a warehouse night shift worker. The manager was absolutely stunned. "Sir, the Michelin restaurant is at your service. Please get in the vehicle." Su Yun nodded and boarded the recreational vehicle. The 2 chefs, one foreign and one Asian, stood aside and respectfully bowed to Su Yun. The manager smilingly held a bottle of red wine and wine glasses. "Sir, please enjoy the aperitif. The set meal is coming right away." The manager waved his hand. The chefs hurried off to cook. Su Yun remained very composed, watching the pedestrians outside the window. In his heart, he sighed. Rich people really can do whatever they want. Many pedestrians were passing by and spotted this Michelin recreational vehicle. It looked extremely upscale. Wow, a Michelin recreational vehicle. Does Michelin even make recreational vehicles? Aren't they a restaurant? You don't understand. This is Michelin's customized service for those ultra-wealthy clients. What's customized service? They send chefs to your location to cook on-site. You don't even need to go to their restaurant. Wow. Is it really that amazing? A crowd of passers-by was completely stunned. Such a Michelin recreational vehicle parked at the warehouse entrance was truly eye-catching. Many people even took out their phones to take photos and post them on social media. Spotted a wealthy person enjoying Michelin's customized service. So extravagant. This meal costs at least 1,000 yuan. Who on earth is the person in that vehicle able to have Michelin send chefs to cook for them in person? Generosity 12000. After comfortably finishing such a meal, when Su Yun went to pay, he was somewhat surprised. This time the premium was so high. It seemed his spending behavior had been recognized by the system. Su Yun was in a great mood. The manager respectfully took out a card. Mr. Su, this is our Michelin Restaurants membership card. From now on, no matter where you are in Zhang City, you can enjoy our customized service. Su Yun took it, glanced at it, and nodded, thanks. Before leaving, he gave each person a 500 yuan tip, then hopped off the vehicle with a toothpick in his mouth. The manager and the two chefs were completely stunned. After getting off the vehicle, he immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. Wow, he's getting off. He's getting off. It's a young person. Quick, take photos. This is a rare opportunity. Is this the wealthy person? I really want to ask for his WeChat. It turned out that this Michelin recreational vehicle was so eye-catching that it drew countless passers-by's attention. Some even waited right there on the spot, hoping to see what kind of person could enjoy Michelin's customized service. And they saw Su Yun pull up the warehouse's rolling shutter door and walk inside. Wow, he's a warehouse worker. No way, no way. Isn't he supposed to be a wealthy person? I really can't understand the lives of rich people nowadays. Originally, this incident didn't cause much of a stir, but after some time of fermentation, it was gradually captured by people with ulterior motives. An ordinary warehouse night shift worker had Michelin for lunch. A wealthy person who can enjoy Michelin's customized service actually works at a warehouse. Unbelievable. Is this what rich people are like? Watching a warehouse on the side while eating Michelin. Suddenly, this news was hyped to the top of trending topics by some self-media accounts, ranking directly in the top 10 of the trending list. But Su Yun knew nothing about these matters. Elsewhere inside the office of the Zhongjin Group. Wow, isn't this our company's warehouse? You all need to look at this news. It's on the trending list. A group of people rushed over to look. What? Michelin customized service. Where did this wealthy person come from? Huh, this really is our company's warehouse. At first everyone was quite excited. Then Lin Bian suddenly appeared. He glared angrily at everyone. Is your work finished? All day long you just try to slack off. All of you get back to work. The group dared not discuss any further, and the office fell into sudden silence. At this moment, He Ling Yuan was holding her phone, her elegant brows furrowed tightly. Bianji, look at this. Lin Bian lowered his head to take a look. It was precisely that news trending on social media. A billionaire. A Michelin food truck. That can't be real. Lin Bian dismissed it with disdain. He Ling Yuan said, but there are photos here. Lin Bian looked down at them. Wait, this really was the company's warehouse. The person in the photo was precisely Su Yun's back as he was opening the warehouse door. And the Michelin food truck was parked right beside him. Few actually believe this kind of news. How could Su Yun possibly be a billionaire? If he could afford Michelin food, would he still be working here? It's probably just someone passing by. He Ling Yuan smiled. BNG makes a good point. Those marketing accounts probably just make things up anyway. In the afternoon, the night shift workers came to replace Su Yun. Su Yun packed up his things and prepared to head home. He didn't want to take the subway. It would be better to buy a car for transportation, which would also make commuting to work much more convenient. So Su Yun hailed a taxi and headed to a 4S store. Extravagance value 1. Su Yun was dumbfounded. It seemed that purchases under 100 yuan would be directly counted as one by the system. Upon entering the 4S store, a salesperson walked right up. Sir, would you like to look at some cars? My name is Xiao Shui, at your service. Su Yun nodded. What good cars do you have here? Xiao Shui led Su Yun into the store and pointed to the premium car section. Over here we have Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. Over there are the Japanese luxury brands like Lexus and Infiniti, and the American brands like Cadillac and Lincoln. Do you have any preferences, sir? Su Yun glanced around casually, looking rather bored. My budget here is 8 million. Can you recommend one for me? It was already afternoon anyway. He could still sign in and receive money from the system tomorrow. So he planned to spend most of the money in his account, keeping just about 2 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui was completely stunned. 8 million? Sir, are you serious? He looked at Su Yun's clothing, which was quite ordinary. How could he possibly afford so much money? Su Yun smiled. Do you think I'm joking? Xiao Shui, no. Of course not. Then please follow me, sir. Su Yun followed Xiao Shui to the very end. A Lamborghini placed on a high platform. Sir, this is the Lamborghini Aventador. The starting price is 15 million. If you want the full package, it's 5 million, which fits perfectly within your budget. As Xiao Shui used a calculator to compute the price, she explained to Su Yun. Su Yun took a look. The silver black body scissor doors and premium air intakes covering both sides of the car. This model is equipped with a 6.5 LV12 engine with a maximum output of 770 horsepower. Sir, if you need it, you can take it directly. Xiao Shui maintained her smile. Su Yun nodded. He felt this car was extremely suited to his temperament. Besides, this was a Lamborghini. How much face would it give him when driving it outside? Just as he was about to confirm the purchase, suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Du Shui, what are you doing? An obese manager walked over, his face full of disdain. Du Shui, Manager Song, I'm showing this customer around the cars. Song Ming glanced at Su Yun. Can he even afford it? This Lamborghini costs at least 7.5 million. He looks like a poor person. You've worked in the store for so long, can't you even judge people, eh? Upon hearing this, Su Yun frowned. Song Ming reached out his hand. Dear customer, please don't waste our sales staff's time. The cars you can afford are all in front. They're affordable vehicles more suited to someone ordinary like you. Du Shui, take him over there. Du Shui looked up at Su Yun. In truth, she also thought Su Yun couldn't afford such a car. How long had this car been sitting in their 4S store? Many wealthy customers had come to look at it, but in the end none bought it. Moreover, Su Yun truly didn't look like a wealthy person. But since Du Shui worked here, she had never judged people by their appearance. Sir, you. Du Shui wanted to say something, but Su Yun directly pulled out a card and handed it to her. Swipe this. I'll take the car. With these words, Song Ming immediately frowned. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to spite me? Can you even afford this car? Su Yun couldn't be bothered with him. Your name is Xiao Shui, right? Let me ask you, if you sell this car, how much commission can you get? Du Shui was stunned and said cautiously, for full payment roughly about 10%. Popular cars wouldn't have this kind of percentage commission. If she sold a popular car, she could only earn a commission ranging from 100 to 1000 yuan. Only this kind of luxury car would have a percentage commission. Alright, I'll buy it with full payment. Go ahead and swipe. Song Ming laughed. Du Shui, swipe it for him. I want to see how he can possibly have 8 million. Honestly, you get all kinds of customers in this business. I've seen plenty of people like you who brag and show off. If there's no money in your account, get out of here immediately. Su Yun had no good feelings toward this manager Song, but he really liked Du Shui. From the moment she entered the store, she had been patiently serving him. This commission would be a tip for Du Shui. Soon, Du Shui brought the machine. She held Su Yun's card, looking hesitant. Sir, are you really going to swipe it? Su Yun smiled. Swipe it. Du Shui gritted her teeth. Swipe the card. She thought Su Yun wouldn't have much money in his account, but unexpectedly, the payment was successful. The balance showed Su Yun had a total of 9710913 yuan. After spending 7.5 million, he still had over 2.21 million left. Extravagance value 8 million. You're really rich. Song Ming's face turned pale. He stared at Su Yun, completely incredulous. Su Yun couldn't be bothered to respond to him. He felt that even speaking a single word to such a person was a waste of breath. Du Shui's eyes were filled with stars. She never imagined that such an ordinary-looking young man could be so wealthy. Payment successful, you can take the car now, Du Shui said excitedly. Su Yun nodded. Then can you take it for a test drive for me? Du Shui stared blankly, pointing at herself. Me? Yes, just you. Du Shui turned her head to look at Song Ming. At this very moment, Song Ming wished he could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. His face shifted between green and white. Finally, he forced an awkward smile. Du Shui, take this distinguished customer out for a test drive. Then he fled as if his life depended on it. He couldn't bear to stand in front of Su Yun any longer. All right. Du Shui invited Su Yun into the car. The exhibition platform slowly lowered. Du Shui carefully drove this Lamborghini out of the 4S store. Xiao Yuan was online again. She had played games with Su Yun today, and she was absolutely delighted. After all, she had gotten so many hero skins from him for free. She had already been streaming for a full hour, yet Su Yun still had not shown up in her channel. Perhaps he was just busy today. But at that very instant, a gorgeous carnival swept through the stream. Carnival from Net Addict 1. Carnival from Net Addict 5. Carnival from Net Addict 10. 10 carnivals right off the bat. What an absolute whale. Xiao Yuan was so excited that she shrieked, "Welcome, handsome guy, to my stream." Moi? Handsome guy, handsome guy. Xiao Yuan missed you so much. Have you eaten? What do you want? Xiao Yuan will order takeout for you. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap. Our great addiction god has finally shown up. Addiction god. You're here at last. Addiction god, you have no idea. Xiao Yuan kept talking about you the moment she went live. We're going crazy. Net Addict, really? Xiao Yuan's pretty face reddened. No way. It's just that I played games with a handsome guy today, and he sent me tons of hero skins. The chat turned green with envy. Oh my god, when will I ever get to duo Q with Xiao Yuan? Xiao Yuan, look at us. Show some love to your poor humble fans. Su Yun smiled slightly. In the blink of an eye, he sent 10 more carnivals. At the sight, Xiao Yuan suddenly felt dizzy. From being showered with money. Wow. Thank you for the 10 carnivals, handsome guy. MWA. Xiao Yuan is so happy. Yage. Net Addict, come on, dance. The chat also joined the uproar. Ha ha ha, addiction god has spoken. Xiao Yuan, time to work. Time to work. At that, the chat immediately burst into loud wailing. Damn it, addiction god is hogging her all to himself. Boycott. Addiction god, how can you be so selfish? Nevertheless, at Su Yun's insistence, Xiao Yuan danced only an ordinary dance. It was still quite good, and her moves clearly revealed formal dance training. So Su Yun sent 10 more carnivals. Damn, that was obscenely extravagant. He casually threw out 10 carnivals like it was nothing. How was anyone supposed to compete? In an instant, thanks to Su Yun's support, Xiao Yuan's stream skyrocketed to first place on Guiyin's overall leaderboard. It also attracted many onlookers eager for a show. 30 carnivals, nearly 8,000 yuan. Add the 16,000 yuan from last time. Su Yun had now spent 24,000 yuan on Xiao Yuan. For a top streamer with 10 million followers, that was nothing. Su Yun was not planning to meet her in person just yet. There was still a long road ahead. First, he would use money to cultivate some feelings. The next day, Su Yun received a call from the applicant. Mr. Su. Speaking. Is the job posting you put online still valid? A sweet voice came through the phone. Su Yun, of course it is. Then may I ask where the interview will be held? Su Yun gave her the warehouse address and told her to come over in a while. He truly had not expected the applicant to arrive so quickly. After all, a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan was so high that most people would not dare to apply, suspecting it was a scam. But Su Yun's requirements were also extremely demanding. He required a degree from a 985 university or above plus mastery of both secretarial studies and business management. That alone eliminated a huge number of applicants. Su Yun was prepared to take his time. But now that he had received a call, it was clear things were moving along smoothly. He packed up and went downstairs ready to drive over. The parking lot downstairs was open air. Thus, Su Yun's Lamborghini was extremely conspicuous, and every passerby gave it a second look. Some automobile aficionados even took out their phones to snap photos. At this very moment, for example, a girl was sitting right on the hood of his car, holding a selfie stick. Chat, take a look. A Lamborghini. Wow, a luxury car like this in our neighborhood. What luck. Jojo. She was an outdoor streamer on the Douyu platform. Although she had only a few million followers, she was lively and cute, and her streaming style was quite endearing. After spotting this Lamborghini at her doorstep, she was utterly awestruck. So she immediately started streaming, and even climbed onto the hood, all for the sake of capturing attention. Su Yun was annoyed and walked over. Hey, what are you doing? Jojo glanced at him. What's it to you? This is my car. Please get off. Su Yun was perfectly serious. Jojo burst into laughter. Uft, a guy like you. Can you really afford this car? Do you know how much it costs? You're insane. Su Yun knitted his brows. This really is my car. Don't say I didn't warn you. Jojo looked at him with contempt. Is something wrong with your head, eh? Fine, if you say it's your car, then drive it away. Who are you trying to fool? People like you are the worst. Stay away from me. Don't interfere with my stream. Su Yun simply produced his car key. The Lamborghini's headlights blinked. He got into the car, started the engine, and drove off, while Jojo stared in sheer disbelief. A gust of exhaust blew past. Jojo stood there completely dumbfounded. In her live stream, the viewers had burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. Jojo, you silly goof. Are rich people really this low-key these days? A Lamborghini owner dressed so shabbily. Show-off streamer. Followed. A contracted streamer, huh? Dumbass Jojo. I'm dying laughing. Su Yun did not have time to waste on a female streamer. He was already going to be late for work. Besides, the girl coming for the interview had probably arrived at the warehouse by now. Today's check-in hasn't been completed yet. Su Yun, while driving, opened the system panel and checked in. Check-in successful, money 10000. You have checked in for 2 consecutive days. Soon his phone also received a text message from the bank. Your savings card ending in 8888 Construction Bank has received a transfer of 100 yuan. Balance 1213470 yuan. Su Yun was overjoyed. Generally speaking, checking in consecutively for 7 days would certainly yield some reward. But what kind of gift packet would be remained unknown. 20 minutes later, Su Yun found a place to park, bought 2 portions of breakfast, and walked to the warehouse entrance. Sure enough, he saw a young woman standing there. Her face was filled with hesitation and nervousness. She wore a tailored women's blazer with her hair pulled back into a neat ponytail. Stepping in high heels and donning glasses that gave her an intellectual appearance. She seemed quite young, probably not yet 25. Hello, are you here for the interview? Hello. I'm the one who just contacted you. My name is Qin Ruhua. Are you Mr. Su? Seeing her nervousness, Su Yun smiled and said, Yes, don't be nervous, follow me inside. Qin Ruhua, carrying a single shoulder bag, rubbed her hands together, her heart aflutter, as she followed Su Yun into the warehouse. Xiao Su, you're here. The night shift worker at the warehouse yesterday was an uncle. Seeing Su Yun come to take over, he walked over. Uncle Wang here, I bought you breakfast, you've worked hard. Su Yun handed 1 portion of breakfast to the uncle. The uncle gladly accepted. Thank you, Xiao Su. Am I such a sensible young person? How did you get demoted to this place? Su Yun laughed. Hey, it's nothing serious, Uncle Wang, go home and rest. The uncle nodded, feeling sorry for Su Yun. Suddenly, he noticed a beautiful woman following behind Su Yun. Yi, Xiao Su, could this be your girlfriend? At these words, Qin Ruhua hastily waved her hands. No, I. Su Yun laughed heartily. No, she's just an ordinary friend. The uncle patted Su Yun's shoulder. Alright, uncle understands, but be careful not to get caught by your superior. Su-yun. Qin Ruhua. The uncle left. Su-yun punched in for work. He sat in the monitoring room. He didn't forget to bring a small stool for Qin Ruhua. Please sit. Su-yun sat with one leg crossed over the other, eating his breakfast. Introduce yourself. Qin Ruhua sat up straight. Hello, this is my resume. Could you please take a look? Su-yun casually took it and glanced at it. Miss Qin, your basic qualifications do meet my requirements. But for me to hire you, you must agree to one condition. Qin Ruhua was stunned. What condition? Su-yun, I have some assets that need someone to manage. However, at the same time, I don't want to expose my identity. Working for me means you'll essentially act as my spokesperson. Normally, you just need to follow my instructions. If you can do this, the base salary is 2,000 per month, and I won't deduct your wages even during New Year holidays. Moreover, at the end of each year, you'll receive double bonuses. But I may occupy all of your time. Your personal life may be disrupted by work at any moment. Because if I have something, I'll call you anytime to have you handle it. What do you think? Qin Ruhua was completely dumbfounded. Although she wouldn't have freedom and would be at the boss's beck and call, the offer was simply too generous. It would be foolish not to accept. Besides, with 2,000 a month, the burden of her mother's medical expenses would be greatly eased. Qin Ruhua nodded. If Mr. Su decides to hire me, I will certainly work diligently for you. Su-yun nodded and handed the resume back to Qin Ruhua. He also handed her the equity confirmation contract for the Heavy Gold Group. This contract was something that had come from the beginner gift pack. When Su-yun drove over, he had taken it out from the system. Qin Ruhua looked down and was immediately startled. Mr. Su, I never imagined you would actually be the chairman of the Heavy Gold Group. Holding 51 of the shares meant the company practically belonged to Su-yun. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Su-yun raised his hand to signal calm. Previously, people from Heavy Gold Group contacted me, but I wasn't prepared to show myself. Now you'll go on my behalf. I won't interfere with Heavy Gold Group's operations. You just need to convey my intentions to them. Qin Ruhua nodded. Mr. Su, I understand, please rest assured. Good, then go. Remember my phone number, so we can stay in touch anytime. However, though that was said, Qin Ruhua still hadn't left. She sat shyly on the stool, head bowed, as if wanting to speak, but hesitating. What's wrong? Su-yun was puzzled, then looked at her. If you have difficulties, just say it. Qin Ruhua. Mr. Su, could I get my next month's salary in advance? Off. Qin Ruhua's pretty face flushed red. To be honest, my mother is seriously ill, and I still owe the hospital some money. Su-yun pondered for a moment. I see. After you sign the labor contract tomorrow, I will advance the payment for you. Qin Ruhua was overjoyed and quickly stood up, bowing deeply to Su-yun. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will certainly serve Mr. Su with unwavering loyalty. Su-yun looked at her and smiled. From now on, you are my personal secretary. Your phone must be on 24 hours a day, understood? Qin Ruhua's gaze was firm. Understood. You can count on me, Mr. Su. Walking out of the warehouse, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. On one hand, she had found a job. On the other hand, the hospital could now properly treat her mother. Only, since Mr. Su was such an important figure, why would he be overseeing a warehouse? Was it simply because Mr. Su was being discreet? In the conference room of Heavy Gold Group, the founder Qin Li called a meeting with the shareholders. I just received a call from the new boss's secretary. She will be coming over soon to meet with us. I hope everyone won't show a dejected attitude. The new boss acquiring the group is actually a good thing, because it shows that the group's prospects are even more promising. Understood. The shareholders nodded in agreement. At this moment, Qin Li's personal secretary pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Qin, the person has arrived. Should I invite her in now? Qin Li stood up directly and straightened his tie. Please invite her in. Subsequently, Qin Ruhua was led into the conference room. Everyone was completely stunned. The new boss's secretary was unexpectedly so young and beautiful. Was she really just a secretary? Mr. Qin, hello, I am here on behalf of Mr. Su. Time is limited, let's begin quickly. Qin Li was also stunned, then nodded. Oh, okay. In the afternoon, Qin Ruhua finalized the talks with Zhongjin Group and laid out Su-yun's intentions. When the shareholders learned that Su-yun would not interfere in the company's decisions, they all breathed a sigh of relief. President Qin, from today onward, I will represent President Su. If the group has any issues, you may contact me directly. After that, I will contact President Su and relay his instructions to the group. Qin Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Why, yes. Thank you for the trouble, Secretary Qin. There is no need to stand on ceremony, President Qin. As it happens, we share the same surname. We all hope the group will only flourish from here. Qin Ruhua was every inch the professional. She handled the entire negotiation with practiced, flawless command. Qin Li understood with absolute clarity that from this day forward, Su-yun had become the true owner behind Zhongjin Group. But it was obvious that the new boss had no intention of revealing himself before them. Truly great figures are always low-key. Yet the news that the group had changed owners eventually leaked out. The company buzzed with discussion. Have you heard? The board has already met with the new boss's envoy. Is the group about to change hands? That new boss is really low-key. He didn't even show up himself, just sent his secretary. Speaking of which, that female secretary is absolutely gorgeous. In the sales department office, Lin Bian was also consumed by worry. The new boss had arrived and bought 51 of the company's shares. Wouldn't his promotion to the board be delayed yet again? Unwilling to accept this, Lin Bian decided to go upstairs and have a word with President Qin. He made his way to Qin Li's office, knocked, and walked in. President Qin, are you busy? Seeing Lin Bian, Qin Li gave an expressionless nod. What is it? Director Lin. Lin Bian said fawningly, you see, didn't you previously inform me that I would be entering the decision-making layer? I just want to ask, has there been any progress on that matter? Qin Li knitted his brows. You also know what has been happening in the group lately. The new boss has acquired more than half of our shares. The group's ownership structure changed a long time ago. There is no room to move you onto the board for now. Hearing that, Lin Bian's face turned ashen. Qin Li glanced at him. However, I will report this to the new boss and let him make the decision for you. Lin Bian had never met the new boss, but he knew this was also an opportunity. He nodded effusively. Thank you for your support, President Qin. I will work hard. You may go now. When Qin Ruhua came back, she brought a large stack of documents. President Su, these all need your review and signature. Su Yun took them, glanced through them, and signed one by one. Then he raised his head and asked, everything is settled. Standing at the door, Qin Ruhua nodded respectfully. Yes, none of the shareholders have any objection to your takeover. That's good. Su Yun stretched. In the next few days, find me a full-time driver. The salary is 10,000 per month, no days off, and he must also be available to me around the clock. If anyone is interested, bring him here to me. Qin Ruhua nodded. All right, President Su, rest assured. Then, nervously, she took out a contract. President Su, the employment contract. I've already printed it. Would you like us to sign it now? Su Yun teased her, what's so eager to sign a contract with me? Afraid someone else will take this job away. Qin Ruhua's pretty face flushed. And no, it's not that. It was just that the hospital had been pressing her. Qin Ruhua could no longer delay. Su Yun took the contract, gave it a look, and signed his name. He also paid her 1,000 yuan in advance. The remaining 1,000 would be paid next month. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qin Ruhua bowed again and again. Thank you, President Su. Thank you, President Su. I don't wish to pry into your personal affairs. As long as you can complete your work, I won't treat you badly. Qin Ruhua nodded firmly and thanked him once more. Although the beautiful secretary was stunning, Su Yun wasn't foolish enough to become intimate with her right away. Feelings are cultivated over time. It was still too early. Besides, with money, would he ever lack women? After work, Su Yun drove home alone, his Lamborghini drawing stairs all the way. Just as he pulled into the residential compound, a young woman rushed straight over and pressed herself against the car window. Boom, a heavy crash. Su Yun thought she was trying to stage a fake accident. He slammed on the brakes. When he looked carefully, it was the female streamer he had met that morning, Jojo. She still hadn't left. What on earth was going on? Jojo's face was squashed against the car window like a pig's head, and she pouted, handsome, I've been waiting all day for you. You're finally back. Su Yun was baffled. What the hell, are you crazy? Jojo giggled and clumsily climbed down from the hood of the car. Handsome, I came to apologize to you. I waited for you seriously all day long. The moment she said that, Jojo suddenly threw herself at Su Yun. Startled, Su Yun quickly dodged to the side. As a result, Jojo crashed to the ground and landed face first in a sprawl. She was covered in dust. Handsome. Boo-hoo. I hurt myself. Su Yun was utterly speechless. After a bit of this commotion, only then did Jojo calm down and stand prettily before Su Yun. She looked just like a little doll, incredibly adorable, her head barely reaching Su Yun's chest. You're so short, Su Yun said with utter indifference. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash through the air. Jojo's entire figure turned gray as though she had suffered a tremendous blow. I'm not short at all, okay? It's just that you're too tall. Su Yun dug at his ear. Do you need something? Jojo twisted her fingers together and said shyly, I waited for you at the entrance to the neighborhood all day. Hearing this, Su Yun shuddered. Hey, don't tell me you're a stalker. At that, Jojo was so angry that steam nearly rose from her head, just like a steam-powered girl. I'm not. Oh, then please don't disturb my rest. Goodbye. Su Yun left as soon as he said that. Jojo quickly chased after him. Handsome, do you live here too? Su Yun walked ahead. Sort of. How can someone as wealthy as you live in such an ordinary neighborhood? What does that have to do with you? Hee, I just want to get to know you. Oh right, handsome, what's your name? Su Yun. Can I add you on WeChat? A phone number works too. Su Yun stopped, turned to look at her, and said, I'm not interested in you. Jojo looked regretful. Huh. Don't be like that. But I'm interested in you. Ugh. You're disgusting. Tears were welling up in Jojo's eyes. How can you say that about me? Meanwhile, Du Shui lay in her room, scrolling through her phone. Seeing Su Yun's reply, a hint of nervousness crept into her heart. What should she do? dine out right away. But she hadn't made any preparations at all. Besides, she had already eaten. Never mind, never mind. Since the boss was finally available, she would simply have to go along with his wishes. Without delay, Du Shui quickly searched online for a buffet restaurant and booked 2 seats. What should I wear to go out? So nervous. Soon, Du Shui picked out a pretty dress, slung a shoulder bag over her arm, and prepared to head out at once. Dear, where are you going? It's already dark. Mom, I'm going out for bubble tea with my best friend. Oh, then hurry back soon and stay safe. Got it. 10 minutes later, Du Shui hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Noticing Su Yun still hadn't shown up, she took out her phone and sent a message. Hey, have you arrived? Su Yun, I'm almost there. Du Shui. Oh, then I'll wait for you at the entrance. Su Yun, no need to wait. Go ahead and find a seat upstairs. Du Shui hesitated for a moment. Yet she still did not go upstairs and remained waiting at the entrance. Just then, a burst of noise echoed from above. It turned out some guests had been drinking and were making their way down together. Du Shui quickly stepped aside to let them pass. That was when a young man in the crowd spotted her. Xiao Shui. Du Shui looked up and her brows immediately furrowed. Who would have thought? She would actually run into her ex-boyfriend here. Fan Ziyun. Xiao Shui, why aren't you replying to my messages? Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? Fan Ziyun reeked of alcohol and staggered toward her. His companions, witnessing the scene, all wore mocking smiles. Ziyun, is this your ex-girlfriend? She's quite pretty. Come on, let's take her along for karaoke. Du Shui felt a flicker of fear and hurriedly dodged Fan Ziyun's grasping hand. Fan Ziyun, we broke up. We have no relation now. Stay away from me. Fan Ziyun's expression darkened as he tried to seize her hand. Xiao Shui, I think you've surely misunderstood. Du Shui pushed him away. I haven't misunderstood anything. Don't touch me. Previously, she had dated Fan Ziyun. In the beginning, the guy had seemed quite decent, humorous, confident, and ambitious. But as time went on, his true nature gradually surfaced. One day, Du Shui saw with her own eyes him escorting another woman into a hotel room. And then he texted her lies, claiming he was working overtime. From that moment on, Du Shui broke things off with Fan Ziyun and blocked all his contact information. She never expected they would bump into each other here today. So Du Shui felt extremely awkward. Xiao Shui, you must have seen things wrong. That woman that day, she's my colleague. We went there to discuss business. Du Shui ground her teeth, fury welling within her. Discuss business. Does discussing business require checking into a hotel room? Did you perhaps conduct your business talk in bed? Fan Ziyun's face flushed crimson. During the period after their breakup, he hadn't actually felt any sense of loss whatsoever. Women were everywhere. With his looks and charm, he could find one with his eyes closed. But recently that female colleague had also broken up with him. So Fan Ziyun felt terribly lonely and had planned to go karaoke with his friends that evening, hoping to pick up a few girls and bring them home. Now that he happened to encounter Du Shui, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Xiao Shui, I actually deeply regret it, and I want to apologize to you. To be honest, I never deceived you. That day she was the one who made the first move on me. Xiao Shui, weren't we getting along perfectly before? Let's get back together. Blinded by alcohol and lacking any sense of restraint, Fan Ziyun grabbed Du Shui's wrist in a firm grip. Du Shui winced in pain, for his grasp was quite forceful. Fan Ziyun, I saw through you long ago. You're nothing but a scumbag. Let go of me. Otherwise, don't force me to call the police. To his surprise, Fan Ziyun glared and retorted. Xiao Shui, I've already admitted my mistakes. What more do you want from me? Come on, hang out with me. I even have friends I can introduce to you. As he spoke, he reached out to drape his arm around Du Shui's shoulder. Though Du Shui was a delicate girl, she would certainly not sit idly by and let herself be molested. She summoned all her strength and delivered a sharp kick right into Fan Ziyun's groin. Excruciating pain. Fan Ziyun's eyes bulged wide and his waist bent forward. You dare kick me? Du Shui plucked up her courage. I already have a new boyfriend. If you keep harassing me, beware, my boyfriend will make trouble for you. Fan Ziyun flew into a rage, humiliated beyond measure. Moreover, his friends were all watching from the sidelines. Du Shui had embarrassed him profoundly. Damn it, you bitch, I'll make you pay first. Just as he was about to make a move, a sudden screech of braking tires echoed from the street. A sleek silver Lamborghini pulled up right at the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Su Yun stepped out of the car with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, radiant, handsome, and brimming with confidence. Instantly, he captured everyone's attention. Su Yun also spotted Du Shui and waved to her. As if she had found her savior, Du Shui briskly trotted over and nestled into Su Yun's embrace. This. Su Yun was completely baffled. Why had she suddenly thrown herself into his arms? Fan Ziyun, however, was stunned. His friends were dumbfounded too. A Lamborghini Aventador. What the? Damn. Just who was this wealthy man? Fan Ziyun did not dare say a word. He stood rooted to the spot, completely petrified. Su Yun hesitated, reached out, and patted Du Shui's head. What's wrong? Du Shui's eyes glimmered with tears. It's nothing. Let's go. We should go upstairs. Su Yun frowned and looked up only, then noticing the looks on Fan Ziyun and his friends' faces, together with Du Shui's pitiable expression. His brow furrowed at once. Did someone bully Yue? His expression darkened. Fan Ziyun's legs went weak at the knees, and he nearly lost his balance. His fair-weather friends crowded around, slinging their arms over Fan Ziyun's shoulders. Let's go, Ziyun. These are people we can't afford to offend. Fan Ziyun clenched his fists tightly. So that was it. The new boyfriend Du Shui mentioned must be this rich guy. He wasn't willing to accept it, but the man had arrived in a Lamborghini. Who would dare to provoke him? For a moment Fan Ziyun was about to leave, but Su Yun called him to a halt. Stop. Though anger burned in Fan Ziyun's heart, he didn't dare show it on his face. Brother, is there a problem? Su Yun said, apologize to her. Fan Ziyun gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. But his friends around him all urged, Ziyun, apologize, then let's go. Yeah, we can't afford to offend someone like him. Ziyun, stay calm. You have to stay calm. Fan Ziyun took a deep breath. It was true. He was just an ordinary office worker. He would never in his life be able to drive a car like a Lamborghini. Xiao Shui, I'm sorry. I was drunk, please forgive me. Du Shui let out a cold snort. Inwardly, though, she was especially pleased. The feeling of someone having her back gave Du Shui a strong sense of security. Fan Ziyun, from now on, don't pester me anymore. Du Shui linked her arm with Su Yun's and went upstairs with him. Watching the two disappear from sight, Fan Ziyun spat on the ground. Damn it. What's so great about him? Forget it, Ziyun. Let's go. Today we'll make sure you drink your fill. In the end, Fan Ziyun still didn't dare to make a move. Wincing, he touched his crotch. The pain was still there. He had no choice but to follow his fair-weather friends away. Vroom. The engine roared as the Lamborghini became a black and silver shooting star and sped away. Du Shui sat in the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling. She felt herself captivated by Su Yun's coolness as he drove the Lamborghini with one hand. He was so handsome. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Zhongqing's busiest pedestrian street. Su Yun parked by the roadside, opened the door, and got out. Du Shui, looking puzzled, hurried after him and took the initiative to loop her arm around his. Brother, are you here to go shopping? And I'll pick up a few things while I'm at it. The pedestrian street was packed with luxury brand boutiques. Su Yun led Du Shui into a Gucci store. A sales associate immediately came over. Sir, what would you like to see? A bag. For her. Su Yun pointed at Du Shui. Du Shui, utterly stunned, stood frozen in place. Buy me a bag. This. Du Shui's face instantly flushed red. Brother, Su Yun gently patted her head. Wasn't your bag scratched? Du Shui was deeply moved. So that was it. He couldn't bear to see her carrying a worn-out bag. Oh my God. Du Shui suddenly felt both flattered and overwhelmed. The sales associate was perceptive. Please follow me. Du Shui followed her and picked out a few bags. She didn't hold back. Knowing Su Yun was rich, she didn't give the price a second thought. The sales associate was only too happy to oblige. I think this one suits you best. This is from our GG Marmot series, a small adorable quilted bag. It comes in both black and white, but black suits your temperament better. Du Shui loved it, but when she saw the price, 15500, she was taken aback. Wow, that's way too expensive. She stole a nervous glance at Su Yun, who was waiting by the counter. Madam, rest assured. Since he's buying you a bag, he won't be stingy about it. Du Shui nodded. Then I'll take this one. Su Yun walked over and asked, all set? Du Shui put on the bag and twirled around in front of him. Well, does it look good? Su Yun nodded. It looks good. Du Shui felt his reply was a bit perfunctory, but just getting that one word of approval was enough for Du Shui. Whether it was sincere or not, she really didn't care. After all, carrying a bag like that outside would be such a point of pride. Du Shui had never once carried such a nice bag in her life. Swagger points 15611. After the card was swiped, the system notification appeared. Su Yun had Du Shui carry the new bag right away, and the old one was set aside. Thanks, brother. I love it. Su Yun smiled slightly, and his hand wasted no time slipping directly around Du Shui's slender waist. Du Shui's body trembled and her cheeks went crimson. Don't call me that. It feels weird. Just call me by my name. Du Shui knew his name, so she said, then I'll call you Brother Su. That works too. After purchasing the bag, Du Shui was elated. Yet Su Yun did not leave. Instead, he headed to a Rolex store, feeling that checking the time had become too troublesome. Every time he had to fish his phone out of his pocket to check the time. Why not simply buy a watch? A quick lift of the wrist would tell him the time. Much more convenient. Of course, he had deliberately come to the Rolex store to flaunt his wealth in front of Du Shui. It was also laying the groundwork for his next plan. There were some other customers in the store. Seeing Su Yun walk in with Du Shui, a sales clerk warmly approached. Sir, are you looking for a watch? Su Yun nodded. Just browsing. The clerk then introduced him to several best-selling models, but none of them appealed to Su Yun. Sir, please take a look at this one. This is our Yacht Master Series model M22665900002. It is crafted from 18K white gold featuring a bidirectional, rotating 60-minute bezel, a matte black Cerachrom ceramic bezel ring, and polished three-dimensional numerals and markers. The price is only about 25000 yuan. Soo-Yun liked this one a great deal. In truth, he had little knowledge of Rolex series or designs. He simply felt an affinity for it at first sight and wanted to buy it. It had nothing to do with the price. Just as Soo-Yun was about to make the purchase, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Soo-Yun, what are you doing here? Turning around, he saw a familiar face, Zhao Feng, Soo-Yun's college classmate. Zhao Feng's family ran a company, so he was quite well off. A very young girl accompanied him. He looked utterly astonished to see Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun said, "It's you." Zhao Feng chuckled, "Oh, I never thought I'd run into you in a place like this. How bizarre." Soo-Yun had been very low-key during college, leaving Zhao Feng with the impression that he was poor. There was no way he belonged in such an upscale place. But the moment Zhao Feng laid eyes on Du Shui beside Soo-Yun, he was dumbstruck. This guy had done quite well for himself. He'd actually picked up a girl of that caliber. On reflection, Zhao Feng reached a conclusion. So that was it. He had scored a girl and brought her to a luxury store just to show off. As for whether Soo-Yun could buy a watch here, Zhao Feng was convinced he had no money. Soo-Yun sneered, "What's so strange? Aren't you here too?" Zhao Feng answered, "I'm actually here to buy a watch unlike you." The girl beside him wore a cold, haughty expression. "By the way, this is my girlfriend Chi-Chi. She's a freshman at Zhangqing University." After introducing her, Zhao Feng turned to Du Shui. "Soo-Yun, aren't you going to introduce me?" "Who is this?" "Du Shui." Zhao Feng nodded and wanted to shake Du Shui's hand, but Du Shui did not respond. She simply clung to Soo-Yun's arm. After seeing Chi-Chi, Du Shui had also put on airs. The two girls were actually equals in looks. But since the other one looked so arrogant, why should she take the initiative? Zhao Feng was a little angry that Du Shui ignored him. However, having long been in the real world, he had enough social savvy to defuse the awkwardness. He promptly turned and shook Soo-Yun's hand. "Soo-Yun, you probably can't afford a watch here." Zhao Feng felt immense contempt for Du Shui, hanging out with a poor bum and still putting on airs in front of me. Today I'll expose his shabby poverty right in front of you. Zhao Feng then asked, "See, anything you like. There is one, I was just about to buy it." Soo-Yun said composedly, "Oh, then I'd like to see which one you intend to buy." Zhao Feng sidled up. The sales clerk picked up the Yachtmaster and handed it to Zhao Feng. "Whoa, this one is over 200,000. Can you afford that?" Zhao Feng said deliberately loudly, trying to make sure everyone else in the store heard. The sales clerk, a little embarrassed, looked at Soo-Yun. Seeing the man completely calm, the clerk felt reassured. Not to be harsh, but luxury watches have a high threshold. I know you want to wear one to look impressive, but for you a Rolex is unaffordable. Zhao Feng clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I suggest you go to the budget shop across the street and get an ordinary watch. Just pick up any quartz watch and wear that." At that, the customers in the store all snickered behind their hands. Indeed, Soo-Yun's clothes did not look like those of someone who could spend money there. Far too plain. To put it bluntly, he was dressed in worn-out rags. Only Du Shui knew that Soo-Yun's Lamborghini was still parked at the street corner and that he had just bought her a 150 yuan Gucci bag without batting an eye. How could he be unable to afford a Rolex? Seeing Soo-Yun silent, just examining the watch, Zhao Feng thought he had everything figured out. He glanced at Du Shui and taunted, "Girl, your boyfriend only brought you here for a look. He doesn't really intend to buy. You'd better drop that thought now." Du Shui snorted coldly and couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Zhao Feng turned to the sales clerk. "Has the green submariner I ordered a while ago arrived?" "My name is Zhao Feng." The clerk was startled and hastily checked the order records. "Oh, Mr. Zhao, the green submariner has been in short supply recently, but yours has arrived." A staff member then went to the back to fetch it. "Mr. Zhao, the total comes to 97800 yuan. Will that be by card, or?" Zhao Feng, putting on airs, pulled out a bank card. "By card." He then looked at Soo-Yun with contempt, as if announcing himself the winner. Being able to wear a green submariner had fully demonstrated his financial power. After Zhao Feng paid, the sales clerk came back and awkwardly asked Soo-Yun, "Sir, have you decided?" Everyone believed Soo-Yun couldn't afford it. He had only brought his girlfriend to feast her eyes and try the watches on. A Rolex of over 2,000 yuan was not something even the chairman of a small or medium enterprise could necessarily wear. To say nothing of Soo-Yun, who was dressed like a pauper in bargain merchandise. Soo-Yun nodded. "Besides this one, recommend another for her." As he spoke, he pointed at Du Shui. Du Shui was startled. He was going to buy one for her too. Stunned, she said, "Brother Soo, it's fine. I have a watch." Soo-Yun smiled. "Since we're here anyway, let's get one as well. Consider it a gift from me." Even the sales clerk was taken aback by those words. Still, he led Soo-Yun and Du Shui over. "This is a mechanical watch from our Datejust series, model 27917100001. I think it should suit this lady nicely. The price is around 75000 yuan." Soo-Yun looked down at it. The light pink one would look youthful when worn. He picked one. No need to wrap either watch. Swipe the card directly. With that, Soo-Yun drew out his bank card. Zhao Feng was flabbergasted. Su-Yun, have you lost your mind? That's 325000 altogether. Can you cough up that much? Su-Yun glanced at him. I like it, so I'm buying it. Do you have a problem? Zhao Feng laughed. Fine, fine. I'd love to see whether your card can really produce that much money. The customers in the store were all stunned. The salesperson swiped the card through the machine. Payment successful. Sir, here are your 2 wristwatches, please take them. This time your total comes to 325000. Our store has prepared some complimentary gifts for you. Please accept them. Su-Yun nodded and took them, glancing at the items. A genuine Rolex leather wallet, a watch case, and a card holder. Zhao Feng was dumbfounded. The customers were dumbfounded. You must have spent your entire fortune just to buy that watch, right? Su-Yun, don't spend like that just to save face. This is your hard-earned money. Zhao Feng offered a few words of consolation. In his view, Su-Yun had definitely drained all his savings since graduation just to avoid losing face. But Su-Yun looked at him as if he were an idiot and said, "Are you crazy?" Just then the salesperson in the store also let out a chuckle. "Mr. Zhao, please don't worry. To him this amount is nothing more than a little pocket money." When she swiped the card, she had seen the balance in Su-Yun's account with her own eyes. It was over 10 million. Pocket money. Zhao Feng was completely stunned. He even wanted to ask the salesperson exactly how much money Su-Yun had in his account. But no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Since there was still a way to save face, he might as well back down gracefully. Even Zhao Feng's girlfriend Chi-Chi couldn't help but take a few extra glances at Su-Yun. Her seductive eyes seemed to be sparkling with stars. The customers in the store no longer dared to mock Su-Yun. This guy was a real freaking tycoon. Can't afford to provoke him. Zhao Feng slunk away in disgrace. Du Shui gently fastened the wristwatch onto Su-Yun's wrist, took his hand in hers, and looked at it. It looks really good. Afterwards, Su-Yun took Du Shui for another stroll along the street and bought her a set of clothes. But he himself still remained plainly dressed. "Brother Su, why don't you buy something?" Du Shui asked in confusion. Su-Yun replied, "These clothes of mine are quite comfortable, there's no need to buy new ones." "Well, okay then." Du Shui looped her arm through Su-Yun's, carrying bags of all sizes as they left the pedestrian street. At that very moment, Zhao Feng was feeling utterly dejected. He had bought the submariner hoping to show off in front of everyone and display his wealth before Chi-Chi. Perhaps he could even score a home run with her tonight. But now it looked like that was off the table. Chi-Chi glared at him and said, "Can you be a little more low-key from now on? Look at him. He has money but doesn't want anyone to know. And look at you. You get a little money and you're so full of yourself you don't even know your own name. You've dragged me into losing face with you." Zhao Feng smiled bitterly. "Chi-Chi, I'm sorry, okay?" Chi-Chi gave a cold snort and turned her head away. "Go home by yourself today? I don't need you to drive me." Zhao Feng hurriedly forced a smile and said, "Chi-Chi, don't be angry. Let me drive you home. It's getting late, and I'd be worried if you went back alone." Chi-Chi thought it over. Having someone drive her was more convenient than hailing a taxi by herself. So she nodded in the end. Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he didn't score a home run today, at least his conditions were clearly on display. Sooner or later he would conquer her. At the thought of this, Zhao Feng was elated and took out his Mercedes car keys, ready to take Chi-Chi home. But as soon as they walked out of the street, they saw a silver-black divine car parked at the intersection. A Lamborghini. This car was far too dazzling. Many people at the intersection turned to stare. "Holy crap! Whose car is this?" Zhao Feng glanced at it and nearly jumped out of his skin. Chi-Chi's eyes were sparkling too. Compared to the Lamborghini at the intersection, Zhao Feng's black Mercedes seemed several tiers lower. Zhao Feng absolutely adored this car. It was practically his dream, but he simply couldn't afford it. "Chi-Chi, wait a moment. Let me take a photo, and then we'll go." Chi-Chi said impatiently, "Then hurry up." Zhao Feng quickly took out his phone, walked closer, and snapped photos of the Lamborghini. Click, click, click. Posting these photos on Moments would be good for showing off too. But just then the Lamborghini's lights flashed. From behind him came a familiar voice, "Excuse me." Zhao Feng was startled and quickly stepped aside. "Sorry bro. I just really like your car." He looked up. Damn, it was Su-Yun. At that moment, Zhao Feng desperately wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Su-Yun, this is your car." Su-Yun replied, "If it's not mine, is it yours?" Zhao Feng's face turned as pale as if he had just eaten something foul. He simply couldn't figure out how Su-Yun had so much money. It was like a dream. Not far away, Chi-Chi was also dumbfounded. She never expected that Zhao Feng's college classmate would be so wealthy. In comparison, Zhao Feng seemed like a fool. What bad judgment, she had to actually agree to Zhao Feng's pursuit. Ugh, so infuriating. Chi-Chi felt that with her looks, she deserved someone far better. Su-Yun didn't exchange pleasantries with Zhao Feng. He got into the car and sped off, leaving behind a trail of exhaust and a bewildered Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, you idiot, go home by yourself." "Hey Chi-Chi, don't go. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Back in the car. I'm dying of laughter. Brother Su, that Zhao Feng definitely didn't expect this to be your car. His face turned white. Su-Yun smiled faintly. He was already like that back in college. He He raised his wrist to check the time. It was 9 p.m. Brother Su, where are we going next? Su-yun, don't you have to go to class? Chi-Chi, no class today. I'm so bored that I wanted to come over and hang out with you. Su-yun, I'm busy. Let's talk another time. Chi-Chi didn't reply after that. Too damn real. But Su-yun didn't care. He washed up, got dressed, and prepared to go to work. Du Shui woke up as well and stretched languidly in bed. Her graceful curves were draped in the thin sheet and bathed in the morning sunlight. The sight was nothing short of seductive. Her legs still felt a little weak. Du Shui's cheeks flushed, but instead of getting up she lay on her stomach and played with her phone. I'm going to work now. Stay here as long as you like. Oh, just leave the key at the front desk when you check out. If you'd like to order a meal you can call too. Du Shui nodded, and in an adorable manner reached out both hands. Got it, darling. I want a hug. After last night she had changed how she called him. Su-yun was delighted. He went over, gave her a hug, and then kissed her. Only then did he go downstairs, drive to the warehouse, and start work. Qin Ruhua was already waiting there holding a portion of breakfast in her hand. President Su, here is your pancake. Su-yun nodded. Before arriving he had deliberately asked Qin Ruhua to buy 2 portions. As usual, he brought one for old Wang who had been on the night shift. Then he walked into the duty office with Qin Ruhua. Go ahead. What is it? Qin Ruhua stood respectfully at the door. President Su, Qin Li asked me whether Lin Bian from the sales department could be promoted to the board of directors. Lin Bian. Su-yun narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, that fellow had gone to see Qin Li. Su-yun had already anticipated this. The company's ownership structure had changed, and this touched Lin Bian's vital interests. He was bound to ask. Lin Bian is not yet qualified to sit on the board. Tell him that if he wants to enter the board, he should first go to the front line and hone himself. He has occupied the sales manager's chair for far too long. Qin Ruhua understood immediately. Understood. I'll call Qin Li right now. After Qin Ruhua left, Su-yun sat with his legs crossed and ate his pancake. By now he had long stopped paying Lin Bian any mind. Lin Bian was extremely tense. Just now Qin Li had told him to go to the office. Apparently Secretary Qin wanted to see him. Lin Bian thought that his earlier request had finally been answered. Secretary Qin must have come to assess him. If he performed well, there was a chance he would enter the board. Once that happened, he would hold great power in the company and rise to the upper class in a single bound. He knocked at the door. Lin Bian walked in nervous and uneasy. Qin Li was drinking tea with Qin Ruhua. You're here. Qin Li hastily stood up. Secretary Qin, let me introduce him. This is Lin Bian. Qin Ruhua nodded and began to appraise Lin Bian. Standing at the door, Lin Bian was extremely ill at ease. Good day, Secretary Qin. Lin Bian, I hear you want to join the decision-making tier. Yes, I believe I have that ability. Qin Ruhua smiled faintly. Whether or not you have ability cannot be established by words alone. Lin Bian was taken aback, then nodded ingratiatingly. Exactly. I will demonstrate my ability with real actions. Please set your minds at ease, Secretary Qin and President Qin. I will definitely not let you down. Qin Ruhua put on the airs appropriate to the new boss's secretary. Flattering us will not help. The new boss regards you highly. What you should say is that you must not disappoint the boss. Lin Bian nodded and repeated parrot fashion. Yes, I must not disappoint the boss. Qin Ruhua knitted her brows. She felt Lin Bian's words were somewhat perfunctory. This man indeed was inadequate. Qin Ruhua could see his desire to join the board. One must learn to conceal one's brilliance and know humility. Lin Bian was clearly far too eager to perform. This is how it is. Qin Ruhua rose to her feet and said, the boss has decided to carry out some assessments on you. This is to determine whether you are fit for a director's duties. The company plans to assign you to the front line for some training. Lin Bian had been very pleased just now, but upon hearing this he was stunned. Front line. Qin Ruhua said, the front line is the best place to temper one's abilities. Didn't President Qin also start from nothing to build the Zhongjing group? Qin Li nodded with a smile in agreement. Yes, recalling those days I am filled with emotion. What? Lin Bian was dumbfounded. But Secretary Qin, this. I'm the sales manager. Qin Ruhua frowned. That is precisely why we're transferring you to the front line. Lin Bian was utterly confused, but why? The sales department is the greatest test of a person's ability. Our company is a brick-and-mortar enterprise. Sending you to the front line to work with the staff and set new sales records. Manager Lin doesn't disagree, does he? You're the manager after all. When it comes to client acquisition, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Lin Bian was utterly dumbfounded. After mulling it over for a few seconds, he said, so if I perform reliably, the boss will promote me. Qin Ruhua nodded. Qin Li now understood as well. Damn, the new boss wasn't training him at all. This was clearly a demotion disguised as a promotion. Obviously, this was nothing more than a pie in the sky being dangled before Lin Bian. Combined with Qin Ruhua's gift for rhetoric, Lin Bian failed to see through the trick in time. What a seasoned capitalist. Qin Li looked embarrassed, but he still decided to play along with Secretary Qin's little act. Lin Bian straightened up and declared, Secretary Qin, President Qin, rest assured. I will give it my all. And with that he was demoted from sales director to an ordinary sales staff member. When the news got out, the entire sales department was dumbfounded. All they saw was Lin Bian carrying his belongings and sitting down at Su Yun's former seat, yet an inexplicable fire of determination burned in his eyes. Hey, what's gotten into Brother Bian? He was demoted to a staff member, so why is he so happy? I heard it's some sort of test from the new boss. If he performs well he might be promoted to the board of directors. I see. Damn, so Brother Bian got strung along with a pipe dream too. This is clearly a demotion disguised as a promotion. Chill. Don't let Brother Bian hear it. Admittedly, there were still plenty of sharp-minded people in the company. As Lin Bian's lover, Ling Yuan was also stunned. Brother Bian, how did you get demoted? Lin Bian glanced at her and said, this is the company's way of testing me, and it will also be the leverage that gets me onto the board in the future. Ling Yuan's eyes went wide. Wasn't she with Lin Bian because of his bright future? But, you've already been demoted. How is that leverage? Lin Bian shook his head, perfectly composed. You wouldn't understand. Ling Yuan flushed with anger. Lin Bian, did you offend someone on the board? Lin Bian frowned slightly. Ling Yuan, can you just trust me? I haven't offended anyone. This is the company's assessment of me. Ling Yuan was so furious that her pretty face turned crimson. Assessment, my ass. Why do you think I chose you in the first place? Do you honestly expect me to buy this story when you've just been demoted? I'm breaking up with you. Lin Bian grew angry too. Breaking up? Fine. Then don't come crying later. When I finally take a seat on that board, don't you dare come crawling back. And so Ling Yuan and Lin Bian broke up. At lunchtime Ling Yuan was still seething with anger, so she ate alone at a restaurant near the company. Lin Bian had been demoted. What now? Should she find another rich sucker? With her looks, it wouldn't be hard to reel in some wealthy man from outside. Idiotic Lin Bian. He's been handed a pie in the sky and doesn't even realize it. I have no idea how he ever became the sales director. He must have been desperate for a promotion. The spectator sees the game while the player is blind. Who would have thought Lin Bian would end up like this? But to Ling Yuan, it was just a breakup. Men. It was easy enough to simply find another rich one. While she was eating, she suddenly spotted Su Yun through the window walking out of the company's warehouse. Compared to Lin Bian, this guy is even more useless. Assigned to watch the warehouse, and he still takes it so seriously. His brain must have been thoroughly brainwashed. Ling Yuan sneered with utter contempt. But just as the words left her mouth, Su Yun pulled out his car keys and climbed into a Lamborghini. Ling Yuan was speechless. Wait a second. Was she seeing things? Something was wrong. How could Su Yun possibly afford a car like that? Ling Yuan was frozen in shock, the food on the table growing cold, without her even noticing. She didn't snap out of it until Su Yun drove away. At that moment her heart was flooded with shock. Could it be that I've been misjudging him all along? Could that guy actually be some hidden tycoon? Impossible. Maybe he rented the car. Yes, that had to be it. The reason Su Yun had skipped work this time was to look at houses. He currently had more than 12 million yuan on him, enough to buy a spacious 100-square-meter home in an excellent location in Zhangqing. Forget one apartment. He could afford even 10. Once he bought the house, he would bring his parents over from the county to live with him. After researching online, Su Yun had his eye on an apartment in the city center priced at 2,000 yuan per square meter with excellent transportation and amenities nearby. His parents were getting old, it was time they enjoyed a little comfort. On the drive over, Su Yun completed his daily check-in. Check-in successful. Money 1,000,000 yuan. You have checked in for 3 consecutive days. Soon the text message arrived. Your savings account ending in 8888 CCB has received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Balance 22119,270 yuan. Looking at the message, a smile spread across Su Yun's lips. Half an hour later, he drove to Jinglong Bay, found the sales center, and walked inside. Wang Dongwu worked as a watchman at Zhongjing Group's warehouse. He was the same Uncle Wang who worked the night shift, the one Su Yun brought breakfast for every day. Wanting to buy a house for his daughter, Wang Dongwu and his wife had decided to use the savings of a lifetime. So before his shift began, Wang Dongwu decided to come check out the property market. His first choice was naturally the finest development in the city center, Jinglong Bay. Even the cheapest units there cost 1,500 yuan per square meter. Wang Dongwu counted the family's savings and couldn't help but sigh. When it came to his daughter's upbringing, Wang Dongwu had never favored his son over a daughter. He simply believed that after graduating from university, his daughter would definitely need a home of her own. A house she owned herself would bring far more security than relying on getting one from a husband. Wang Dongwu had only that one daughter, the pearl in his palm. Buying an apartment for her was hardly remarkable, plenty of families did the same. It was just that the houses at Jinglong Bay were simply too expensive. With all their savings, he and his wife could barely scrape together the bare minimum 2/10 down payment. Should he make his daughter pay off the mortgage herself? Wang Dongwu couldn't bear the thought. He was afraid she would be put out. As he agonized over the problem, he decided to look at other developments instead. At the very least, a 3/10 down payment elsewhere would be far more affordable than Jinglong Bay. Then before his eyes, he saw a familiar face walk into the Jinglong Bay sales center. It was Su Yun. Wang Dongwu was shocked. Wasn't this kid supposed to be at work? Had he skipped work to come here? Su Yun didn't notice Wang Dongwu. The sales center was crowded. Since the units were ready to move in and the project had just launched, everyone was scrambling to grab a property. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at the apartments? A sales representative walked up and asked politely. Of course. Show me the ready units at Jinglong Bay. I'll take one immediately. The sales rep's eyes lit up. Certainly. Right this way, sir. He led Su Yun over to the scale model. After introducing it, he said these layouts are the best-facing units among our ready inventory at Jinglong Bay. They all face south and only floors 18 through 21 have openings left. Would you like to take a look at the layouts? Su Yun nodded. Yes, let's see. The sales rep brought out the floor plans. Since the place was for his parents, Su Yun took it seriously and carefully selected an excellent layout. This is the one. Charge it. At those words, all the customers and salespeople nearby turned their attention to Su Yun. What the hell? Did I hear that wrong? You didn't even ask how much it costs and you're already reaching for your card. Good heavens. This is a major client. Wang Dongwu stood a short distance away and heard everything. Immediately his face was etched with astonishment. Is that kid that rich? But why is he still working in the warehouse? Wang Dongwu couldn't quite figure it out. Just then a man who looked like a manager stepped forward. Good day, sir. I'm the sales manager at Jinglong Wan. You've taken a fancy to the 142 square meter unit, correct? Su Yun nodded. This layout costs 2100 per square meter, bringing the total to 982 million yuan. Let's round it down and it'll be 298 million. Su Yun directly handed over his bank card. I'll take it. The sales manager was completely dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a decisive buyer before. He said swipe the card, and swipe it was. Even if he truly had money, a typical wealthy person wouldn't be so quick about it. Nevertheless, the sales manager's face beamed with delight. He had a salesman accompany Su Yun to sign the purchase contract. Everyone around was thoroughly bewildered. Holy shit, he just swiped his card. Did he pay in full? The man's loaded. And this guy's so young. Is he some rich second generation? Comparing people only leads to self-torment. Wang Dongwu was also stunned, his head ringing. He couldn't believe it. The young man who worked alongside him in the warehouse was such a hidden dragon. A house bought on the spot. How could he be so confident? Thinking back during this period when Su Yun was demoted to work in the warehouse, he had been remarkably diplomatic in his interactions. He even brought breakfast for him every day. Moreover, he was quite humble, always greeting him whenever they met. Wang Dongwu had grown quite fond of the young man. He had only ever felt sorry for him. Who would have guessed he was actually so wealthy? Wasn't that a waste of emotion? Wang Dongwu suddenly realized that such a fine young man must not be let slip away. Besides, every day, he came to work accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. Although Su Yun had only claimed she was an ordinary friend, Wang Dongwu still felt a sense of crisis. His daughter was already a college freshman and old enough to start dating. Why not introduce Xiao Su to his daughter as a potential boyfriend? Then his daughter's future would be secured. Although Su Yun was a bit older, mature men tended to be more considerate. Think it through and act immediately. Wang Dongwu immediately walked over and patted Su Yun on the shoulder. Su Yun turned around. Oh, Uncle Wang, what are you doing here? Wang Dongwu. You rascal, you're so rich, and you kept it from me. Su Yun paused. Hee, you caught me. Wang Dongwu, this house of yours is. Su Yun. Oh, I'm buying it for my parents. Wang Dongwu was taken aback once again. Buying a house as a gift for his parents. Fuck. This was a golden son-in-law. So sensible. And not bad looking either, with a proper demeanor. He had to introduce him to his daughter. Wang Dongwu sat down directly. Xiao Su, I have high hopes for you. Here's the thing. I have a daughter who just started her freshman year. She's always been a handful. I want to introduce her to you as my daughter-in-law. What do you think? Su Yun froze, completely bewildered. The salesgirl across from him, who was preparing the purchase contract, was also stunned. Su Yun, Uncle, this isn't appropriate, is it? Look, I'm approaching 30 and your daughter is just starting college. That would make me quite a bit older than her. Never mind, never mind. Wang Dongwu wrinkled his nose. Xiao Su, you can't say that. Even if you're approaching 40, you're still in your prime. Age is never an issue for a man. What I value is your character. Su Yun. The salesgirl. Sir, please sign the contract. Su Yun nodded and quickly signed and fingerprinted the documents. Then he swiped his card to pay. Magnanimity points 3. 1 million. What the hell? The premium for magnanimity points this time was quite substantial. Sir, congratulations. You can move into this apartment right away. Here are the property management's contact number and WeChat. Here are mine and our sales manager's WeChat IDs. If you need anything in the future, you can contact us directly. The property certificate may take about a month to process, so remember to pick it up when it's ready. Su Yun nodded and took the keys. Wang Dongwu was dumbstruck. He had never seen someone buy a house so swiftly. It was like buying groceries. Xiao Su, were you even listening to me? Wang Donghua hurriedly said. Uncle, I was listening. I think. It's still not suitable. I'm too old. I'm not worthy of your daughter. Wang Donghua, how can you say that? That brat girl is the one who's unworthy of you. The salesgirl was beside herself. What the hell? Was there a father who actually gave away his daughter like this? Su Yun really wanted to go check out the apartment. But with Wang Donghua pestering him, he couldn't leave on his own. How about this, uncle? Give me your daughter's WeChat. Let's meet first and get to know each other. If it doesn't work out, we can at least be friends. Wang Donghua was overjoyed. It'll work. Of course it'll work. I think it's a great idea. Su Yun. And so he got Wang Donghua's daughter's WeChat. That girl's name is Wang Jieyue. Here's her photo, take a look first. Su Yun received the phone and saw Wang Jieyue's picture. A college freshman radiating youthful energy all over. She was also very pretty. In any university, she would be considered a campus beauty. Who would have thought Wang Donghua had such a good-looking daughter? A tremendous gain. No. Su Yun still didn't want to date such a young girl. If word got out, it would be too troublesome. Su Yun didn't want to waste her time. But he couldn't guarantee anything when it came to matters of the heart. Uncle, I can only say let nature take its course. Wang Donghua patted his shoulder. I'm 100% confident in you. Later, Su Yun went to check out the apartment. The decoration was nice and everything was brand new. Located on the 21st floor, it offered a panoramic view of the city center. As night fell, the entire night scenery of Zhongqing unfolded before his eyes. Su Yun called his parents. Son, what's up? Mom, can I call you just to chat? Saw you, kid, whenever you call it's never good news. Su Yun was at a loss for words. Here's the thing, Mom. I bought a house in Zhongqing for you and Dad. Want me to come pick you up and move into the city? Upon hearing this, there was silence on the phone for several seconds. Su's mother was stunned for a long time. A house? Are you kidding me, son? Old man, come here. Your son says he bought a house in Zhongqing and wants us to move in. Soon Su's father picked up the phone. Son, you bought a house. Yes, Dad, I bought it specially for you and Mom, Su Yun said. This? On the phone, Father Su was also somewhat bewildered. The housing prices in the city were very expensive. His son was just an ordinary employee. How could he possibly afford a house? Well, I was recently promoted to vice president of the company and received some shares, so that's how I have the money. Su Yun casually made up an excuse. It was normal for his parents to find sudden wealth hard to accept. But if he said he was the president outright, that would be too fake. They definitely wouldn't believe it. So he said vice president. Vice president. Really, son? Mother Su snatched the phone back and asked in surprise. It's true. I would never lie to you no matter what. You and Dad should move to the city. You can quit your jobs. I'll take care of you from now on. Hearing Su Yun's words, his parents finally believed him. Mother Su was moved. Dear son, we appreciate your kindness. But you also need to find a wife and start a family. Keep that house for your future wife. Your father and I have lived in the county town for decades. We're already used to it. Su Yun was speechless. Of course he had expected Mother Su's response. So he chuckled. I have a place to live, Mom. Did you really think I only bought one house? This. Mother Su was dumbfounded. Son, you bought another one, right? Didn't I tell you? This house was bought specially for you and Dad. Don't be polite. When you come to the city, I'll pick you up. Now it was his parents' turn to be dumbfounded. Buying a house was shocking enough. He had actually bought two. How rich was their son now? Mom, don't worry. I'm a vice president now. After all these years, you and Dad should let me fulfill my filial duty. On the other end of the phone, Mother Su was teary-eyed. Good. Son, hearing you say that makes me happy. Su Yun asked, so when are you coming over? So I can arrange my schedule to pick you up. How about next week? There are still a lot of things at home to take care of. Okay, call me then. After hanging up, Mother Su leaned on Father Su's shoulder. Old Su, our son has grown up and become sensible. Father Su smiled warmly as well. Yes, he has a career now. We don't need to worry about him anymore. Zhongqing University. Wang Jieyue lay in the dormitory, sighing nonstop. What's wrong, Jieyue? Who made you angry again? A roommate asked. Ugh, my dad wants me to go on a blind date. Wang Jieyue buried her head in the pillow and said in a muffled voice. Hearing that, her roommates burst out laughing. No way. Jieyue, you're the goddess of our freshman class. With your looks, you still need a blind date. And Jieyue is only a freshman. Why rush into blind dates at such a young age? Wang Jieyue's pretty face flushed. It's all my dad. He's afraid I won't get married. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Uncle really underestimates our Jieyue. How about you skip it? What good could a blind date guy be? Tonight we girls will take you to a bar. You can party to your heart's content. Wang Jieyue rolled her eyes. Jieyue, does he have a photo? Show us. Wang Jieyue paused. Oh, my dad does have a photo. Here, look. She handed over her phone and everyone saw it. The person in the photo was none other than Su Yun. Is this an ID photo? Holy crap. What a handsome guy. He looks that good even in an ID photo. This guy has good bone structure. After all, Wang Donghua worked in a warehouse, so it wasn't surprising that he could get Su Yun's ID photo. Jieyue, why not go check him out? I can accompany you. At that moment a girl crawled over from the neighboring bed, wearing only a nightgown with nothing underneath. But in the dorm they were all sisters, so no one paid it any mind. Chi-Chi, don't you have class this afternoon? Wang Jiayue asked in surprise. Chi-Chi chuckled. So what if I have class? This is about Jiayue's lifelong important matter. I definitely have to go and help you check him out. Then we'll go too. Me too. The roommates volunteered one after another. Wang Jiayue blushed. Come on you guys. If so many people go, what if we scare him? Chi-Chi also nodded repeatedly. Yeah, don't worry. Jiayue, just take me with you. I'll be the one to check him out. Wang Jiayue thought for a long time. The handsome guy in the photo was also quite attractive. Besides, it was her father's order. If she didn't go, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then Chi-Chi and I will go together. This Chi-Chi was none other than Zhao Feng's girlfriend. After seeing Su Yun's photo, she was also a bit stunned. She never expected him to be Wang Jiayue's blind date. She absolutely had to go. In the whole dormitory, only she knew Su Yun's wealth. Driving a Lamborghini Aventador. Could he be an ordinary person? Fortunately, she was the only one who knew this information. If things didn't work out between Wang Jiayue and him, wouldn't she be able to step in and take the opportunity? Chi-Chi was a very realistic girl. Because her family had always been poor, she had craved the lifestyle of the rich since childhood. But she wasn't stupid either. Over the years, she had never let any guy succeed. But Su Yun was different. This guy had to be hers. Chi-Chi secretly glanced at Wang Jiayue. Sorry, Jiayue, but this time let me have this guy. Before the meeting, Su Yun was shopping. If it were any other girl, he wouldn't have bothered. But since she was Wang Donghua's daughter, Su Yun had to put in some effort. At the very least, even if they couldn't end up together, they could still be friends. A freshman? What kind of gift should I buy for a first meeting? Something too expensive definitely wouldn't do. She might not even accept it. He could only buy something cheap. Moreover, it had to show his sincerity and not be too common. After walking around for a while, Su Yun found an accessory shop. How about buying her some hairpins as a gift? Su Yun thought for a moment and walked into the accessory shop. Most of the customers in this kind of store were girls, so a handsome guy suddenly walking in attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, Su Yun's gaze kept resting on those cute hairpins. Handsome guy, are you here to buy a gift for your girlfriend? A shop assistant came up and asked. Su Yun scratched his head. No, just an ordinary friend. The assistant was taken aback. She quickly recovered and smiled. I see. I noticed you've been hesitating. How about I help you choose? Su Yun nodded. This shop assistant was also a girl, so naturally she knew better than Su Yun how to pick such gifts. Hey look, that guy is so handsome. Wow, I'm so envious. Is he buying a hair clip for his girlfriend? He looks so adorable when he's fumbling like that. The girls around Su Yun started whispering fervently among themselves upon seeing him. Indeed, Su Yun was quite clumsy. After all, this was his first time in such a store. As he was browsing, a traffic policeman suddenly walked in through the entrance and began recording Su Yun's license plate number. Whose car is this? Come out and move it. Don't you know parking isn't allowed here? Generally, vehicles aren't permitted inside pedestrian streets. But Su Yun didn't know that this old established pedestrian street had no parking lot at all. So he could only park near the entrance. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. What kind of car is this? It looks so expensive. No kidding. It's a Lamborghini Aventador costing over 7 million. Of course it's expensive. Wait, what? No way. That much money. Wow. That's incredible. What kind of person can drive a car like this? Inside the accessory store, the girls also gathered at the doorway to watch the commotion. Many passers-by turned their attention to the traffic policeman and that Lamborghini. Everyone was filled with awe. So this is what a rich person's ride looks like. It was simply unbelievable. Even in Zhongqing, such a car was a rare sight. Just then, as Su Yun was picking out hair clips with the shop assistant, he hurried outside and waved at the traffic policeman. Sorry, that's my car. The instant those words left his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. The girls inside the accessory store were all completely stunned. The traffic policeman frowned. Parking isn't allowed here. Move it outside if you need to park. Su Yun nodded. Alright, sorry for the trouble. With that, he pulled out his car key. The headlights flashed twice, and he drove the car out toward the street. Holy crap. What am I looking at? This is his car. I'm in love. I'm going to ask for his WeChat. Me too. The female shop assistant's pretty face flushed, and even her breathing became a little strained. A man this wealthy was actually thoughtful enough to carefully pick out affordable hair clips for his girlfriend. Don't rich people usually give expensive gifts like necklaces or rings? Soon Su Yun walked back. Under the fervent gazes of the girls in the accessory store, Su Yun smiled and said, Sorry, that took a moment. Have you found something you like? The shop assistant was stunned for quite a while before she snapped back to reality. Found it. Would you like to see if it's suitable? Su Yun glanced at it and then nodded. They were all adorable hair clips, the kind that suited female college students. He asked the shop assistant to wrap them in a small bag, paid, and was about to leave. Suddenly, several girls hurriedly jogged up to him, holding their phones in both hands, too shy to lift their heads. Handsome, see, could I add your WeChat? Hey handsome, can we be friends? If you don't use WeChat, QQ is fine too. Your phone number works. Even email is okay. Soo-Yun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. Sorry, no. Rich people even look handsome when they're rejecting others. Watching Soo-Yun walk out holding the small bag, the girls all felt a pang of regret. I'm so envious of his girlfriend. Yeah, that rich handsome guy is so thoughtful, coming to an affordable store to pick a gift for his girlfriend. Oh, I've fallen for him. I'll never forget this, even in my dreams. Soo-Yun drove away. It wasn't that he refused to give out his WeChat. It was simply that none of the girls present met his standards. Though they were all fairly attractive, none of them quite made the cut for Soo-Yun. After all, every girl in Soo-Yun's WeChat contacts was rated around 90 or above. Even the worst of them, the female streamer, Zhou, was around 85. Below that score, how could they possibly be qualified to add his WeChat? Women. You can judge a man by his wealth. Of course, a man can judge you by your looks and figure. It's a fair exchange. What's wrong with that? Now Soo-Yun could drive to the meeting spot. It wasn't far, just the Michelin restaurant on Yuchi Road, the same place where he had ordered takeout last time. While driving, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Wang Jiayue. Can I bring a friend along? Soo-Yun, what friend? Wang Jiayue, she's my roommate. She insisted on coming, and I couldn't really turn her down. Soo-Yun, no problem. Have you arrived yet? Wang Jiayue, will be there soon. Soo-Yun sped up. Before long, he arrived at the Michelin restaurant. He casually found a seat by the window and waited quietly for Wang Jiayue and her bestie to arrive. As for this blind date, Soo-Yun hadn't prepared himself for success. The girl was simply too young, only a freshman in college. Even if she were a stunning campus belle, Soo-Yun would tread carefully. Still, she seemed like a great person to be friends with. At that moment, a group of people walked in through the entrance. Damn, did you see that? The Lamborghini Aventador parked out front. Yeah, that thing's seriously impressive. A car worth over 7 million. I wonder which young master it belongs to. So envious. Even my dad couldn't afford a car like that. Yeah, but young Master Leon could consider getting one. Among the crowd, a young man with curly bangs smiled faintly, waving his hand. My Bentley Mulsanne is quite comfortable to drive, so there's no need. That's right, Boss Liang's Bentley is worth at least 5 million anyway. You're too modest, Boss Liang. If you wanted to buy one, forget that Lamborghini out front. Even a Maybach 62S wouldn't be out of the question. This flattery made Liang to feel extremely pleased with himself. But actually buying a Maybach 62S, that was impossible. That was an ultra-luxury car worth over 10 million. There were truly few people in Zhangcheng who could casually pull out that kind of money. As for the Bentley Mulsanne he drove, it was actually a hand-me-down from a relative. It had just been maintained so well that it looked as good as new. That was why Liang drove it. To be precise, it wasn't even really his. This group happened to sit right next to Soo-Yun. Listening to them endlessly flattering Liang made Soo-Yun want to throw up. He was just wondering whether he should change seats. But right at that moment, Wang Jiayue walked into the restaurant with Chi-Chi. Jiayue, where is he? How would I know? But he texted me saying he's already here. Huh, I see him. Over there. It was Chi-Chi who had sharp eyes. She spotted Soo-Yun's seat at a single glance. Wang Jiayue was taken aback and glanced at Chi-Chi with suspicion. You only looked at his photo once. How could you spot him so quickly? Still, Wang Jiayue didn't say anything and walked over with Chi-Chi. Hello, Mr. Soo-Yun. I'm Wang Jiayue, and this is my bestie Chi-Chi. Soo-Yun looked up and immediately recognized Chi-Chi. Wasn't this Zhao Feng's girlfriend? But today his blind date was Wang Jiayue, so he didn't say much, just nodded and said, Nice to meet you. Please have a seat. Seeing this, Chi-Chi felt disheartened. Could he have forgotten who I was? That made sense. I was so unremarkable, and last time I had been with that bastard Zhao Feng. He must have misunderstood. However, with Wang Jiayue present, Chi-Chi found it awkward to reveal her identity and acknowledge Lu Rong. So both sides acted as if they were meeting for the first time. Mr. Soo-Yun, the reason I came this time. Wang Jiayue blushed, slightly hesitating as she spoke. But Soo-Yun interrupted her. Let's eat first. Try the flavors of this place. I've been here before, it's really quite good. He raised his hand and called over a waiter, ordering a set meal for 3. Michelin restaurants usually serve set menus, but Soo-Yun had a membership card here, so ordering a la carte was also possible. However, he wasn't skilled at pairing food and wine, so it was easier to just go with the set menu. Wang Jiayue didn't say anything. She had felt somewhat repulsed by Lu Rong's earlier words. Many guys had tried to show off in front of her like that. But only when Lu Rong took out the membership card did Wang Jiayue realize that he might truly be a regular. Coming to a place like this was just a routine matter for him. As a result, much of her aversion faded away. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, seeing Soo-Yun behave with such magnanimity, had already been deeply impressed. That bastard Zhao Feng rarely brought her to such upscale restaurants. After all, a single meal here cost over 10,000 yuan. How could an ordinary person afford that? But look at Soo-Yun. Why was there such a huge difference? Meanwhile, on the other side, the waiter informed the manager of Soo-Yun's arrival. Is it Mr. Soo who has arrived? Yes. Then we must treat him well. In my name, send a bottle of Romani Conti to him. Yes, manager. The waiter nodded and was about to leave, but the manager changed his mind and hastily called him back. Never mind, I'll go personally. Su Yun was one of the store's most valued patrons. The manager still vividly remembered how Su Yun had spent 100 yuan there last time. A customer like this had to be well looked after. So he decided to take charge himself, selecting the finest wine for Su Yun, arranging the best menu, and having the top chef cook for him. Mr. Su Yun. At that moment, Wang Jiyue grew nervous, hesitating as she tried to say what was on her mind. This time she wasn't here for a blind date. She was only following Wang Dongwu's orders to complete a task. But whenever the words reached her lips, she just couldn't say them clearly. Su Yun smiled. It's okay, I understand what you mean. Actually, I feel the same way. Uncle Wang is very enthusiastic, wanting to introduce a boyfriend to his daughter. That's only natural. But after all, you're only a freshman with the best years of your life ahead of you. Today I came simply with the intention of making friends, nothing more. Seeing this, Wang Jiyue sighed in relief. Alright, with those words I can at least explain things to my dad when I get back. Su Yun chuckled. No need to be so polite. I'm slightly older than you, so from now on you can be my little sister. Wang Jiyue giggled. Once relaxed, she no longer had so many reservations. That's great. How about I call you Brother Su from now on? Su Yun nodded. At that moment the group at the neighboring table suddenly fell silent. Liangda turned his head to look at their table, his face full of surprise, and said, Is that J? Wang Jiyue froze, only then noticing that Liangda and his bunch of shady friends were sitting at the next table. It's you. At that moment her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Previously Liangda had been pursuing her persistently. Although Wang Jiyue had clearly rejected him, he refused to let go. Lately he had finally calmed down a bit. Unexpectedly, she ran into him again. Ha ha, Jiyue, what a coincidence. Liangda walked straight over. Seeing this, Chi-Chi reluctantly withdrew her foot and put her shoes back on. Isn't this our big sister-in-law? Haha, sister-in-law, you're here for dinner too. What a coincidence. You and Master Liang really are destined to meet. Liangda's friends all chimed in, knowingly egging him on. Wang Jiyue was furious and gritted her teeth. Please don't say such nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Liangda shrugged. Jiyue, don't be so cold-hearted. By the way, who are these two? He looked at Su Yun and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's looks were rated at least 85 out of 100. Though slightly inferior to Wang Jiyue, she was still a beauty. Su Yun, on the other hand, was completely ignored by Liangda. In his eyes, only pretty girls could attract his interest. Wang Jiyue shot Su Yun an apologetic look. They're all my friends. Liangda, you mind your business, and I'll mind mine. Go do whatever you need to do. Liangda grinned slyly. Don't be like that. Since we've run into each other, why don't we share a table? Today it's my treat, order whatever you want. Tonight I'll take you all to karaoke. Since we're all friends, it won't hurt to get to know each other. Wang Jiyue was extremely disgusted. She was about to refuse when Su Yun suddenly spoke. Can you even share tables at a Michelin restaurant? Do you think this is a hot pot place? Liangda frowned, only now noticing Su Yun. Brother, do I know you? Su Yun stood up, straightened his collar, and said, I'm Jiyue's friend Su Yun. Upon hearing this, Liangda sized up Su Yun, noting his cheap clothing, and immediately broke into laughter. With someone like you daring to bring two beautiful ladies to a Michelin restaurant. Do you even know what the spending here is like? Don't puff yourself up beyond your means. My advice is to keep some money on you, or you'll be eating nothing but steamed buns by the end of the month. Upon hearing these words, his friends burst into laughter as well. Young Master Liang, you're too direct. We all knew it, but we didn't have to say it out loud. Haha, that's killing me. Young Master Liang, stop making me laugh. How does this kind of riffraff dare show up at a Michelin restaurant nowadays? If you can't afford it, go buy some fried noodles at the stall across the street. Why come here to show off? How ridiculous. Derision, mockery, contempt. Various taunts rose and fell. Yet Su Yun's expression remained calm, offering no response. Hey, is this how you talk to people, eh? What rudeness. Su Yun could buy this entire Michelin restaurant with any one of his cars. Don't judge people by their appearances. The one speaking was Chi-Chi. She truly couldn't bear Liangda's mockery any longer. Besides, Su Yun wasn't short on money. Moreover, if she could stand up for Su Yun here, he would remember her kindness. Making a good impression was very important to her. As a result, Liangda burst out laughing. Hey little lady, do you know what kind of car young Master Liang drives? A Bentley Mulsanne. Go take a look at the entrance, and you'll see. Any car? Is it a BYD or a Corolla? Dare to compare cars with young Master Liang. Little lady, have you never seen the world? You. Chi-Chi flew into a rage. But the most shocked person was Wang Jiyue. Wait. Does Chi-Chi know Su Yun? How does she know Su Yun drove here? Moreover, after Su Yun was mocked, Chi-Chi seemed so furious. Liangda then patted Su Yun on the shoulder. Brother, if you don't have the means, don't go around chasing women. Look at you, a poor man trying to date two girls at once. That's not right. Jiyue is my friend, so I won't say much. Do take care of yourself. I'll treat your table tonight. Come out and sing karaoke later, and I'll take Jiyue with me. Having said this, he turned to Chi-Chi. Sister, if you're interested, you're welcome to come along too. Yes, sister, what's the point of hanging around a poor fool? Come out with young Master Liang tonight, and we'll show you his financial power. Later we can even let you experience young Master Liang's Bentley. Chi-Chi's fair face flushed red with anger. Had Wang Jiyuan not been present, she would have rushed forward to cling to Su Yun's arm. I'm not going anywhere with you. What about you, Jiyue? Wang Jiyue froze for a moment, then composed herself. Of course I'm not going either. She had no fondness whatsoever for arrogant playboys like Liangda. By comparison, after being mocked so much, Su Yun remained so composed and self-possessed. Enough to show his temperament was something Liangde could never match. Even if Su Yun were just an ordinary person, Wang Jiyue would still prefer to spend time with him. Su Yun hadn't said a word from beginning to end, because he felt there was no need to argue with someone like Liangda. What was there to argue about? In other words, Liangda wasn't even worth Su Yun's attention. At this moment, the manager arrived with several servers pushing an exquisite dining cart. They stood respectfully before Su Yun, bowing to him one after another. Such a grand display immediately caught the attention of the surrounding guests. Mr. Su, welcome. This is the dinner we have prepared for you. Su Yun glanced at him. Oh, it's you. Yes, Mr. Su. You really should have told us in advance. You rarely visit. Su Yun smiled. I forgot your number. Upon hearing this, the manager froze. Yet he showed no anger. Instead, he gestured respectfully and extended an invitation. Mr. Su, it may be a bit noisy here. I have prepared a private room for you. Perhaps you would honor us by moving there. I have prepared some modest wine as a token of our respect. Upon hearing this, silence fell over the entire place. Liangda and his friends were completely stunned. Even Chi-Chi and Wang Jiyue stared at Su Yun in shock. Su Yun nodded. All right, it is indeed a bit annoying here. The manager glanced at Liangda. With his keen eye, he could naturally sense what had been happening here. Su Yun turned his head. Exactly, let's eat in the private room. Wang Jiyue was dumbfounded. Before she could respond, Chi-Chi happily nodded repeatedly, sure. And so, Su Yun led Wang Jiyue and Chi-Chi into the private room with the manager. Holy shit. The manager personally received him. Who is this guy? Must be some big shot. So impressive. What kind of wealth gets you this kind of treatment? I saw those people mocking him just now. How ridiculous. The surrounding guests whispered among themselves, leaving Liangda and his friends standing there like fools. Young Master Liang. This. Get lost. Get out. Liangda flew into a rage, slapping his friend across the face, then flushed crimson and slumped back into his seat. Just moments ago, they had been full of themselves, looking down on everyone. The next second, Su Yun was personally escorted to a private room. This. Let alone Liangda. Even his father couldn't possibly receive such treatment. Feeling the jeering gazes of the surrounding guests, Liangda wished he could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. This time he had truly lost a tremendous amount of face. The manager toasted Su Yun a few times in the private room. Throughout it all, Wang Jiyue and Chi-Chi were completely bewildered. No matter what, they never could have imagined that Su Yun's status was this high. For the manager of this Michelin restaurant to treat him with such reverence spoke volumes about Su Yun's power. Liangda before Su Yun was like a clown. Jiyue, Chi-Chi, eat. Don't be polite. After the meal, the bill came to over 3,000. But to Su Yun, this was merely spare change. When it came time to pay, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled. Wang Jiyue was also deeply shaken. Never would she have thought that someone who dressed so simply could be so wealthy. But this also showed that Su Yun was extremely low-key. It caused Wang Jiyue to develop a hint of fondness for him in her heart. It seemed this Su Yun, his cultivation was truly unlike other wealthy people. When they stepped outside, a cool breeze blew past. Su Yun led them to his Lamborghini. My apologies, this is a two-seater. I'm afraid I can't drive you too. Chi-Chi swallowed hard. How she wished she could climb into this car right now. Wang Jiyue smiled and waved her hand. That's fine. Chi-Chi, and I can take a taxi back. Of course, seeing this luxury car, it was impossible not to be astonished. At this moment, Su Yun took out a small bag from the passenger seat and handed it to Wang Jiyue. We just met. This is a gift for you both. Please accept it. Looking at the gifts Su Yun had brought, Wang Jiyue and Chi-Chi were both taken aback. A greeting gift. Wang Jiyue didn't even glance at it, quickly waving her hand. No need, Suji, you're too kind. Su Yun smiled. Just take it, it's nothing valuable. Before he could finish speaking, Chi-Chi had already taken the bag. Jiyue, their hair clips. She took out those adorable little hair clips from the bag and handed them to Wang Jiyue. Su Yun smiled. I didn't know what you liked, so I just picked them out casually. Wang Jiyue's heart was pounding wildly. Looking at these affordable hair clips, all combined they were worth only a few hundred yuan. Though not precious, they were enough to demonstrate Su Yun's sincerity. Unexpectedly, he was so thoughtful, selecting these cute hair clips to give to her. Glancing up again, Su Yun truly was handsome and dignified with such delicate sensibilities too. Wang Jiyue's pretty face couldn't help but flush red. Well, then thank you. Any more declined would be too pretentious. Chi-Chi was extremely excited. Suji, can you give me a few too? These hair clips are so adorable. Of course. Su Yun shrugged his shoulders. After all, if he gave gifts only to Wang Jieyue and neglected Chi-Chi, that wouldn't be his way of handling the world. Since she brought her best friend along, he'd just give the gifts together. What's the big deal about that? So, Chi-Chi picked out a few she liked, not too many. The rest all went to Wang Jieyue, just as Su Yun was giving the gifts. Liangda also walked out of the restaurant with his group. This meal had made him thoroughly miserable. He felt both annoyed and indignant inside, constantly wondering who on earth Su Yun was. At that moment, Du Shui had just gotten off work, still on her way home. Suddenly, she received a call from an unknown number. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Xiaoxue. As soon as Du Shui heard the voice, she knew who it was. Her expression immediately darkened. Fan Ziyun, aren't you finished yet? I've blocked you, yet you keep harassing me. Do you want me to tell my boyfriend? Fan Ziyun chuckled. Xiaoxue, don't be impatient. I'm calling specifically about your boyfriend this time. Listen to what I have to say first, alright? Du Shui frowned. But since it involved Su Yun, she had no choice but to pay attention. You have 1 minute. Talk. Fan Ziyun. Xiaoxue, you definitely won't believe what I just saw. I've added you on WeChat. Look at the photos I sent you. Once you see them, you'll understand. Du Shui frowned. She hung up the phone, opened WeChat, and accepted Fan Ziyun's friend request. Soon, he sent over several photos. The photos were extremely clear. Du Shui said coldly, so what? What are you trying to say? Fan Ziyun. Xiaoxue, come back to me. That man can't give you happiness. Only I can. If you agree to get back together with me, I'll definitely treat you well. I promise. I won't go out playing around anymore. I've deleted all the women from my WeChat. Please. Du Shui snorted coldly. Just a few photos and you think I'll get back together with you? Are you living in a fantasy? Besides, what's between me and Su Yun is none of your business. No matter what he does, I believe in him. Hearing this, Fan Ziyun was completely stunned. Xiaoxue, have you gone mad? With that, Du Shui hung up the phone, leaving Fan Ziyun standing there utterly bewildered, listening to the beeping tone in the cold wind. Su Yun drove home. On the way, both Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi sent him WeChat messages saying they had returned to school. Su Yun replied to Wang Jieyue, but did not reply to Chi-Chi. In his view, Chi-Chi was a girl who was extremely pragmatic. Around girls like her, one was better off maintaining a cold demeanor. Otherwise, she might misunderstand. Opening the door, changing into house slippers, and lying on the sofa, Su Yun took a deep breath and opened his phone. Xiao Yuan was indeed live streaming. Speaking of which, Su Yun had already spent 200 yuan on her, becoming the most distinguished guest in Xiao Yuan's live stream room. Welcome, Gaming God. Gaming God has arrived. We missed you so much. Xiao Yuan quickly danced to welcome Gaming God's presence. Gaming Youth, I'm just here to browse around. Xiao Yuan was also overjoyed. Xiao Yuan will dance for Gaming God. Gaming God, feel free to request anything. I'll dance to whatever you want. At this moment, Gaming Youth directly threw 20 carnival gifts in Xiao Yuan's live stream room. Then let's do some calisthenics. The moment these words were spoken, the bullet comment section was utterly stunned. Ha ha ha, calisthenics. Gaming God, you're incredible. I want to see it. Xiao Yuan has never done this before. This is killing me. Making Xiao Yuan do calisthenics, truly only Gaming God could think of this. Xiao Yuan's face flushed red. She had only done calisthenics back in her school days, though she still remembered some of the movements. Alright, since Gaming God wants to see it, I'll embarrass myself then. And so Xiao Yuan began performing calisthenics, causing wave after wave of teasing and complaints in the comment section. Carnival from Gaming Youth 30. Carnival from Gaming Youth 50. Carnival from Gaming Youth 70. Frantic donations poured in. During the brief interlude while Xiao Yuan was doing calisthenics, Su Yun had already spent nearly 230 yuan. The comment section went wild. Xiao Yuan went wild. She was once again elevated to the top of the overall rankings by Su Yun. Thank you, Gaming God. Gaming God is most generous. After finishing her dance, Xiao Yuan did not sit down, bowing continuously and earnestly toward the camera. Su Yun calculated. He had now spent a total of 47,000 yuan on Xiao Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, shouldn't he be able to meet her in person now? And so Su Yun directly private messaged Xiao Yuan, shall we meet? At this moment, Xiao Yuan had just sat down when she received Su Yun's private message. Suddenly her face flushed slightly. Xiao Yuan was no fool. Such a generous patron had spent so much money on her. It would be too inconsiderate not to meet him. It's just that Xiao Yuan worried. What if upon meeting this benefactor simply devoured her whole? What if he turned out to be a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a receding hairline? Even if he wasn't like that, Xiao Yuan simply could not summon the courage for such a decision. After much deliberation, Xiao Yuan finally typed a reply, "Little brother, where are you?" Upon seeing this, Su Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seemed promising. I'm in Zhang City. Xiao Yuan, I'm in Yang City. It looks like it's just one high-speed train right away. Su Yun, let's set a time then. Xiao Yuan typed with her cheeks flushed crimson. Then. I'll come find you tomorrow. But will you pick me up at the train station? Su Yun watched, his heart stirring with anticipation. Sure. The comment section was also in confusion. Why isn't Xiao Yuan talking? Why is the streamer's face so red? What's going on? Being harassed. No way. Gaming God isn't saying anything either. Xiao Yuan must be private messaging with Gaming God. The comment section was full of amateur detectives. They quickly sensed something amiss. Xiao Yuan saw this and hastily explained, "Don't talk nonsense. It's the platform staff." When Su Yun saw Xiao Yuan's blushing face while making excuses, he smiled faintly and exited the live stream room. Tomorrow he would finally meet this prominent streamer. This did give Su Yun a slight thrill of excitement. Of course, he wasn't sure just how far things with Xiao Yuan would progress tomorrow. Not expecting a home run, but at least getting to second base. Holding hands or stealing a kiss, those could be attempted. At this moment, Su Yun's WeChat had already begun buzzing. The one messaging him was another female streamer, Jojo. Little brother, I'm so bored. Can I come find you at your place?" Su Yun felt a headache coming on. No. Edge. Why not? Su Yun, I don't know you. Jojo, won't we get to know each other if we hang out? Besides, we live pretty close to each other. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid you'll devour me whole. Su Yun typed, I've already gone to sleep. Jojo sigh, I know. Little brother hates me sad. Su Yun, hate is too strong a word, but your pickup line is way too clumsy. Jojo, then can you teach me how to flirt with you? Su Yun, teach you to flirt with me. Basically meaning I'd be flirting with myself. Are you kidding? I won't teach you. Figure it out yourself. Jojo, shy, can I take you out to dinner tomorrow? Su Yun, I already have plans. Jojo, what? Do you already have a girlfriend? Su Yun, not yet. Jojo, then take me along. No way. Why, oi? Su Yun pondered for a moment. My car can't fit 3 people. Jojo, indeed his Lamborghini Aventador truly could not accommodate a third person. The conversation with Jojo soon came to an end. Near bedtime, Xiao Yuan quietly sent a WeChat message to Su Yun. It was a photo of herself in a light blue JK outfit, a selfie, along with a heart gesture emoji. The next day arrived. Xiao Yuan donned her most beautiful JK outfit, boarded the high-speed train, and nervously traveled to Zhang City to meet her dear little brother Su Yun. Regarding Su Yun, Xiao Yuan knew absolutely nothing about him. Other than knowing he was wealthy. How old was Su Yun? What did he look like? What was his personality like? Xiao Yuan had no idea. Therefore, on the train, Xiao Yuan was worried the entire way. Little brother, I'm on my way. Little brother, I'm on the train. Little brother, the train has departed. Little brother, I'm almost there. 4 WeChat messages in succession, yet Su Yun did not reply to a single one. Xiao Yuan felt dejected, and even somewhat furious. With her looks and status, how many admirers surrounded her. They could all become sycophants at her feet. Yet before Su Yun, the roles were completely reversed. Xiao Yuan felt that at this moment she too had become a sycophant. At this moment, a young man walked over slowly and sat down beside Xiao Yuan. Miss, you're very lovely. May I add your WeChat? He said with a smile, trying to strike up a conversation. However, Xiao Yuan's heart was entirely set on Su Yun, and she hadn't heard a word he said. Miss, are you listening? Huh, sorry, who are you? Ji Tianxiang was at a loss, forcefully suppressing the displeasure in his heart while maintaining a smile. My surname is Ji. I was just lost and couldn't find my seat, but seeing you I immediately knew where I should sit. Right next to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan shuddered with disgust. This man's flirting technique was truly too cringeworthy. She forced an awkward smile and unconsciously shifted away, maintaining some distance from Ji Tianxiang. Seeing that she remained utterly indifferent, Ji Tianxiang frowned slightly. At the same time, he shifted his weight, moving even closer to Xiao Yuan. Miss, why not add me on WeChat? When we get to Zhangqing, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's be friends. Xiao Yuan responded with a sheepish smile, her embarrassment fully visible on her face. Yet Ji Tianxiang still acted as though he had seen nothing. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. So Xiao Yuan played her trump card. Be boyfriend. Ji Tianxiang smiled faintly. I really envy him, finding a beauty like you. But how could he let you take the high-speed rail by yourself? Xiao Yuan pouted. He'll pick me up at the train station. I see. Ji Tianxiang smiled faintly. It was presumptuous of me. But later we can invite your boyfriend to join us for a meal. Xiao Yuan frowned, her face filled with disgust. How could this guy have no emotional intelligence at all? Hadn't she already rejected him clearly? Why was he still persisting? So disgusting. My boyfriend probably won't be willing, Xiao Yuan said, waving a hand. Don't say that. My family does run a hotel in Zhangqing. It's not famous, but it makes at least a few million in profit every month. Ji Tianxiang was extremely smug, leaning back in his seat and crossing his legs to show off. He wanted to display the noble bearing of a rich heir. Xiao Yuan, however, remained calm, her face devoid of expression. If you're willing to go, I'll call my family and have them give you free hospitality. What do you think, miss? Xiao Yuan waved her hand. I think. Let's forget it. That wouldn't be right. Why wouldn't it be right? It's my family's hotel. Ji Tianxiang smiled faintly. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to have the driver pick me up at the train station. Let me make a call first. Xiao Yuan was speechless. What was he trying to show off in front of her for? It wasn't as if she had never seen the world. After all, a hotel that made a few million a month might be impressive in Zhongqing. But that was only in Zhongqing. Outside it was small potatoes. After stripping away operating expenses and other costs, a net profit of 500 yuan would already be decent. Compared with Yin Shun, who had dropped nearly 500 into her live stream without batting an eye, this Ji Tianxiang looked utterly pathetic. The most fatal part was that he himself had no idea. Before long, Ji Tianxiang came back from his call. "Oh miss, what does your boyfriend do for work?" he asked. Xiao Yuan was taken aback. Her first thought went to Su Yun, but she had never asked, so how could she know? Him. I don't know. He never tells me. Ji Tianxiang was stunned. That's too fake. Could your boyfriend be doing menial work outside and be too embarrassed to tell you? Xiao Yuan said nothing, still keeping her distance and turning her head to look out the window. Ji Tianxiang went on, "How about I find a job for your boyfriend? Our hotel still has openings for security guards and doormen. With my connections I can get him a captain position. He'd earn 5,000 yuan a month, and it wouldn't be too embarrassing for him to be seen in public." Xiao Yuan gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Ji Tianxiang amazingly still failed to notice her gaze. "No need to thank me. It's just a simple favor. When we get off the train, I'll go with you to meet him. As it happens, the hotel is interviewing new staff today. Your boyfriend can come along." Xiao Yuan's tone had already turned icy. "No need thanks. What kind of fool was this guy? God." She wished the train would arrive soon so she could stay far away from him. Xiao Yuan was about to lose her mind. She'd been pestered by Ji Tianxiang with endless questions the whole way. She couldn't help using the excuse to go to the restroom several times. Every time she came back, Ji Tianxiang was sitting there waiting. So Xiao Yuan simply stopped, returning to her seat. She stood by the carriage door, lowered her head, and took out her phone to send a WeChat message. "Hey handsome, I'm almost in Zhongqing, about 10 minutes away from the station." At that moment, Su Yun replied, "Come straight out when you get there. Right now I'm at the train station entrance." Seeing Su Yun's message, Xiao Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, her heart was filled with joy and excitement. She couldn't wait for those 10 minutes to pass. When the train pulled into the station, Ji Tianxiang grew impatient and came looking for her. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Yuan standing at the carriage door. "Miss, why are you standing here? I had such a hard time finding you." "Xiao Yuan, don't come near me. This creep." Ji Tianxiang chuckled. "My driver is already waiting in front of the station. Do you want to come with me, miss? I can give you a ride." Xiao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. "Didn't I just say my boyfriend is picking me up?" Ji Tianxiang was taken aback. "Then let your boyfriend come too." Xiao Yuan, "Look, it's not easy for you to come all the way to Zhongqing. Are you going to walk home? Giving you a ride is no trouble at all. Just one tap of the accelerator. Miss, don't refuse. I mean, well, nothing else." Ji Tianxiang looked at Xiao Yuan, his heart itching with desire. He absolutely couldn't let a beauty like this slip away. Her indifference to his earlier advances was probably because she didn't have a direct sense of his wealth. He had already called his father's driver to pick him up. When the time came, he would have her so-called boyfriend get in the car as well. Who was strong and who was weak would be obvious at a single glance. In the past, when Ji Tianxiang pursued women, he often used this method. The moment they saw he had a driver and ran a hotel, they all came fawning over him like sycophantic dogs. This trick had never failed him. Stay aloof for now. Once you see my real strength, the tables will turn." Soon enough, they entered the station. Xiao Yuan, with her shoulder bag, walked quickly toward the exit. Ji Tianxiang followed close behind her, taking out his phone and pretending to make a call. "Hello. Uncle, are you there yet? I just got off the train and am heading out. Wait for me. Yes, there might be 2 friends with me. I'm treating them to a meal. What car are you driving today?" "What? A Porsche Cayenne." "Oh, I see." Xiao Yuan didn't even bother to reply. There might be something wrong with this guy's brain. He kept talking to himself. Ji Tianxiang smiled. "My family's driver has arrived and is waiting for me at the exit. Miss, do you know what a Porsche Cayenne is?" "It's my dad's car. It cost maybe over $1 million when he got it." Before he could finish, Xiao Yuan's WeChat call rang. "Handsome, where are you?" she asked impatiently. At that very moment, Su Yun was at the station entrance. "I see you. Walk to the right." "Yes." Following his directions, Xiao Yuan walked to the right. Sure enough, she saw a young and handsome guy leaning against a Lamborghini, waving at her. At this moment, Xiao Yuan and Ji Tianxiang were both dumbfounded. This was the train station with many passers-by around. No matter who passed by Su Yun's car, they couldn't help but take a few extra looks. Even more, quite a few people were secretly taking photos. Su Yun had been waiting for Xiao Yuan here for 10 minutes, and already more than a dozen young women had come up to ask for his WeChat. "Little brother, are you? Are you the Yin Shun?" Xiao Yuan asked quickly, her eyes sparkling. Su Yun nodded. "What, don't I look like it?" "You do look like it." Xiao Yuan chuckled and immediately pounced over, hooking her arm around Su Yun's. The softness that pressed against him was thoroughly enjoyable. Ji Tianxiang stood by the side, utterly bewildered. This is your boyfriend?" "Yeah." Xiao Yuan nodded. Now she had become lively and playful, utterly adorable. A striking contrast to her aloof demeanor on the high-speed train earlier. Ji Tianxiang took quite a blow. A Lamborghini Aventador. a top-tier luxury car worth nearly 8 million yuan. Holy crap. Just moments ago, he had been shamelessly bragging in front of them about himself. At this moment, Ji Tianxiang just wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Young master, why are you here? I've been waiting for you for ages. Get in the car. At that moment, his driver came running over. He pointed to the Porsche Cayenne parked by the roadside. It was decent after all, but compared with Su Yun's Lamborghini Aventador, it was utterly outclassed. Ahem, well. Sorry to bother you, miss, I'll take my leave now. Ji Tianxiang dared not pester Xiao Yuan any longer. The contrast between him and Su Yun was too stark. So he slunk away with the driver, not even looking back. Who is he? Su Yun asked. Xiao Yuan chuckled. What's the matter? Could it be that you're jealous? Su Yun shrugged, not answering the question. He pulled out his keys, turned around, and got into the car. Come on, you must be hungry. Let's get you something to eat. Xiao Yuan obediently climbed into the passenger seat. Su Yun quickly drove away from the train station. Bro, I never imagined you could drive a car like this. That's so amazing. Xiao Yuan touched everything inside the car, speaking with admiration. Su Yun smiled slightly. It's just an everyday ride. When he had bought the car, he had indeed simply thought that having a car would make it convenient to go anywhere. Just a daily driver. But Xiao Yuan was completely stunned. A Lamborghini worth 7 or 8 million in your eyes is just a daily driver. Oh my god. Today I've seen it all. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Su Yun. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan was suddenly startled. What's wrong? Xiao Yuan lowered her head shyly, saying, No, nothing. It's just that I'm also surnamed Su. So your name should be Su Yuan. My name is Su Yuan. We're actually from the same clan. As she said this, Su Yuan's face blushed, the corners of her eyes brimming with a smile. It was only then that Su Yun finally got a clear look at her features. After all, there was a difference between her appearance in the live stream and in photos. What would you like to eat? It took Su Yun a long time to snap back to his senses. Su Yuan, since I've just arrived, don't bother spending money on me. Let me treat you instead. This is your first time in Zhongqing, and you haven't been anywhere. How are you going to treat me? Su Yuan, then you pick the restaurant, and I'll pay. Brother Su, can I start a live stream? Su Yun, of course it's your call, but just don't film me. Su Yuan, okay. As soon as the live stream started, many fans gathered. Hey brothers, today I'm going to show you some long-lost outdoor streaming. I'm in Zhongqing right now. Su Yuan greeted her viewers. The bullet comment section immediately filled with messages. Holy crap. So you really went to meet Inshun? Where is this? That goes without saying. It must be in Inshun's car. Su Yuan was speechless. These blasted devoted fans. How could they be so sharp? She hadn't even said anything, and they'd already figured out she was meeting Inshun in person. And so, Su Yuan coughed once. Well, I am indeed with Inshun. Wow, I knew it. The comment section is full of Sherlock Holmes. I'm convinced. What kind of car is Inshun driving? It looks so luxurious. Su Yuan turned her phone screen toward the steering wheel. Su Yun showed only one hand while driving, but the Lamborghini emblem on the steering wheel was unmistakable. Holy crap, it's a Lamborghini. That hand is so beautiful. Is it Inshun? Inshun driving a Lamborghini with one hand. So captivating. Su Yuan, Inshun, won't you say something to everyone? Su Yun glanced at her screen and saw that he wasn't being filmed. So he smiled and said, Hello everyone. I'm just about to take Xiao Yuan out for a meal. Today's plan is simple, we eat, you watch. Yeah, that's right. Su Yuan burst out laughing. Inshun, are you trying to make them drool? The comment section was also protesting. Inshun is eating alone. Protest. You eat while we watch. Whom do you think I'll listen obediently? I'm ordering takeout right now. Inshun is awesome. He did what many couldn't. Actually meeting Xiao Yuan in person. Soon, Su Yun drove to a hot pot restaurant. Since Su Yuan had offered to treat him, Su Yun naturally chose a place that was both inexpensive and delicious. This hot pot place was perfect. After parking, Su Yun led Su Yuan inside. Sir, how many? 2. Su Yun turned around and noticed that Su Yuan was very nervous. It's fine, this place won't cost much. Su Yuan gave him a charming roll of her eyes and spat playfully. It's not like I care about the money. The two found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. Su Yun casually picked up the menu and was about to order. You? Take it. Easy. Su Yuan stammered. Although Su Yun had spent a lot of money on her, that money had not yet been transferred to her account. So Su Yuan was still very poor at the moment. Su Yun smiled slightly, giving her some leeway, and deliberately ordered some very affordable dishes. Meanwhile, in another corner of the hot pot restaurant, another female streamer was broadcasting live. It was Jojo. And coincidentally, she was also wearing a JK uniform today. Moreover, it was the exact same style as Su Yuan's. So as soon as Su Yuan entered the shop, she caught Jojo's attention. After all, they were wearing the same outfit. At first glance, it was no big deal, but then she realized that Su Yuan had actually come with Su Yun. Is that his girlfriend? Jojo's face was full of surprise. She hurriedly shifted her phone camera. Everyone, I see the guy who drives a Lamborghini downstairs from my place. Look, he actually has a girlfriend. The bullet comment section in Jojo's live stream also found it extremely dramatic. What the hell? What a coincidence. Jojo, that girl is wearing the same outfit as you. It's the same JK uniform, but her figure is way better than yours. Jojo's pretty face flushed red. When it came to figure, she was indeed a bit flatter. Nonsense. I don't think she's much better either. Jojo grumbled, brothers, I'm going in. Huh. Jojo, forget it, he has a girlfriend. Yeah, if you go up like that you'll turn them off. The thing men dislike most is a girl who disturbs their peace and doesn't know her place. Jojo gnashed her teeth and asked the audience in the bullet comment section. Then tell me, what should I do? Yesterday I texted him on WeChat to come out and hang, but he refused. So he was accompanying his girlfriend. The bullet comment section. See, he already rejected you, so don't go up and hit on him. I have an idea. Jojo, you can go to the restroom and then come out pretending to run into them by chance. Right. Don't act too eager. You've got to put on that aloof attitude. Jojo thought that did make sense. Alright brothers, I'm going. I'm really going. For the sake of my happiness, can't you guys send me some gifts? Jojo had quite a strong appeal. Her fans were also very loyal. Upon hearing that, more than a dozen gifts immediately appeared in the bullet comment section. Among them were plenty of airplanes worth 100 yuan and rockets worth 500 yuan. The bullet comment section was filled with, "Go silly Jo. Go Jojo. For happiness. Once you find a boyfriend, we'll be relieved." Jojo's fans were all fatherly fans and bro fans. Very few would be jealous because Jojo found a boyfriend. Moreover, the target was that guy with the Lamborghini. Alright brothers, thanks. I've got courage now. Jojo playfully clenched her little fist, picked up her phone, and went to the restroom. It was actually quite pitiful. Jojo didn't have any close girlfriends in Zhongqing. Many times she came to eat by herself, eating hot pot alone. That was too tragic. Fortunately, Jojo's single-serving hot pot hadn't been brought to the table yet. If she wanted to join Su Yun's table, this was the perfect opportunity. She tidied herself up in the restroom, then walked over to Su Yun's table pretending nothing was wrong. Su Yuan was originally chatting enthusiastically with Su Yun when she suddenly saw a streamer wearing the same outfit as her walking toward them. Su Yuan suddenly became mortified. Su Yun, with his back to Jojo, saw Su Yuan's expression and turned around for a look. "It's you." Jojo pretended to be taken aback, then beamed. "Oh, you're here too, bro." Seeing this, her bullet comment section exploded. "Silly Jo, act aloof." Aloof? Don't forget. What do you mean by being so enthusiastic? Don't be a simp. How can silly Jo not hide her feelings? Seeing this, Jojo hastily coughed. Only then did her aloof demeanor rise. "Oh, it's you." Su Yun was speechless. What? Did she have to greet him twice with two different attitudes? Are you a split personality? Su Yuan was also sizing up Jojo. Even though they were wearing the same outfit, since Jojo was so composed, she couldn't stay embarrassed. She immediately sat up straight, revealing a trace of the calm composure of her rightful partner. "Brother Su, who is this?" "Su Yun. She's just an acquaintance, but like you, she's also a streamer." Su Yuan smiled slightly. Sister were matching outfits. Jojo's pretty face flushed red. Facing the calm and composed Su Yuan, her aura immediately weakened. The bullet comment section was also flashing nonstop. "Wow, this girl is so pretty. Alas, the moment I saw her, I knew Jojo had lost. Our Jojo is so pitiful. Not only is her figure inferior, but even her temperament falls a bit short. Poor Jojo." Thus another wave of people started sending her consolation gifts. Jojo was fuming with anger. She simply plopped down next to Su Yun and smiled through gritted teeth. "What a coincidence. Since we're all acquainted, why don't we share a table? Waiter." Jojo couldn't wait to move her seat over here. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately became wary. This girl is not simple. She so naturally sat right next to Brother Su. Sigh, why was I so stupid? Because she had to live stream, she had chosen to sit across from Brother Su. Regret. So much regret. She had actually let this little girl steal the first move. However, Su Yuan remained very calm, as if she hadn't seen anything. Instead, she looked at Su Yun with a half-smile. "Brother Su, is she really your acquaintance?" And so, Su Yun awkwardly began to dine with Su Yuan and Jojo. The hot pot was served, but Su Yun felt not the slightest warmth. On the contrary, the atmosphere at the table dropped to freezing point. After Jojo took her seat, she did not exchange another word with Su Yuan. Both of them were streaming live on their own channels, chatting with their respective fans. Only Su Yun was left burying his head in his meal miserably. This meal was truly agonizing, but the surrounding guests did not see it that way. "Did you see that? 2 JK girls are eating with that guy. They're wearing what looks like the same style of clothes. Holy crap, I'm so jealous. Look at him bringing twin sisters out for a meal, and they're streamers too." Facing the stares of those people, Su Yun sighed helplessly. "It's really not as great as you imagine. I've become the butt of the joke too." Sure enough, Su Yuan was the sensible one. She put some dishes into Su-yun's bowl. Though she said nothing, her gentle smile set Su-yun's heart at ease. Jojo narrowed her eyes. Seeing the two exchanging such flirtatious glances, her jealousy flared up again. Brother Su, have some beef. She grabbed a large handful of beef and tossed it into Su-yun's bowl. Then with smug satisfaction she held her head high and looked at Su Yuan. This was a declaration of war. How could Su Yuan back down? Brother Su, try this too, it's delicious. Unwilling to be outdone, she grabbed a big handful of beef tripe and gave it to Su-yun. Su-yun's face darkened with helplessness. Jojo gave a cold snort, retaliating in kind by grabbing a big handful of beef offal for Su-yun. Brother Su, eat more offal. It's good for your kidneys. Su-yun, nourish my foot. Then in an instant his bowl was filled to the brim, like a small mountain. There's so much. I can't finish it all. Su-yun said miserably. You have to eat it even if you can't finish it. In the end, Su Yuan and Jojo actually scolded him in unison. Su-yun sighed. Why the hell am I here to suffer this? From the surrounding guests came envy and jealousy. Damn, that guy's living too well, isn't he? Yet two beautiful women are specially picking food for him. Why do I even sense a hint of them competing for his favor? I'm so envious. But in the end it was still Jojo who held the upper hand. After all, she was sitting next to Su-yun, enjoying the geographical advantage. No matter how tenderly and charmingly Su Yuan made eyes at him, Jojo remained unmoved, steady as Mount Tai. Under the table, her little hand occasionally scratched Su-yun. She even drew little circles on Su-yun's thigh. Su-yun was suffering, miserable beyond words. 2 hours later the meal was finally over. But a new round of battle had begun. Brother Su, let's go home. Jojo, bag on her arm, said as she walked towards Su-yun's Lamborghini. Su Yuan stood at the door looking pathetic, maintaining an awkward smile. Seeing this, Su-yun knew that if things continued like this, today's in-person meeting with Su Yuan would end in failure. So he hurriedly said, Silly Jo, what are you doing? Jojo, going home. Su-yun glanced at Su Yuan. Seeing this, Su Yuan smiled softly, gentle and charming. Brother Su, it's fine. I'll just find a hotel to stay in. Jojo put her hands on her hips, wearing a victor's expression. She lived close to Su-yun in the same residential complex. Of course she was going home with him. Besides, Jojo had dreamed of sitting in the passenger seat of this car. How could she miss such a golden opportunity? And Su Yuan was no simple opponent either. This was a tactic of retreating in order to advance. By feigning pitifulness, she was actually trying to get Su-yun to take her home on his own initiative. After all, she had traveled all the way from Yancheng by high-speed rail just to see him. After just one meal, was he supposed to abandon her? Was that what a real man would do? As expected, although Su-yun had been watching from the sidelines, he could still read the situation clearly. Silly Jo, I can lend you the car. You drive it back yourself and park it for me. Yuan and I will walk together. Su Yuan was overjoyed, her pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head. Jojo's expression changed. Why, oi? She came all the way to see me. Abandoning her now wouldn't be right. Besides, you were the one who insisted on squeezing into our table, weren't you? Jojo pouted. Since Su-yun had spoken, what more could she say? But I'm afraid I might crash your car. My driving isn't great. Su-yun, it's fine. If you crash it, I'll just buy another one. Jojo. Su Yuan. The winner was still Su Yuan. After handing the car to Jojo to drive back, Su-yun took a taxi home with Su Yuan. Jinglong Bay, 21st floor. Su Yuan followed Su-yun into the apartment curiously. This is a new place. Su-yun was startled. How do you know? New places have a certain smell, it's not hard to tell. Su-yun nodded. I bought it not long ago. It's more spacious here. Obviously, a 142 square meter apartment, how could it not be spacious? But it wasn't exactly a luxury mansion either. So Su Yuan smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so low-key. I thought you'd at least live in a big villa. Su-yun smiled and said, the villa is too large. Living here all alone, it feels so desolate and cold. A smaller place would be better, more cozy and warm. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. I agree. The two changed into indoor slippers and entered the house, settling onto the sofa. What would you like to drink? Anything is fine. Su-yun brewed her a cup of tea, then sat down on the sofa as well. At this moment the two fell into an awkward silence. Caught off guard by the question, Su-yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Is there a place to take a shower here? I smell like hot pot. It's terrible. Su Yuan stood up and asked. Yes, of course. Turn left down that corridor, and it's right there. When Su Yuan saw Su-yun walking in with his eyes closed, she burst out laughing. What are you doing? Here. Su-yun stood at the door, awkwardly holding out the bath towel. Are you playing hide and seek? Su Yuan was satisfied. She had finally witnessed Su-yun's adorable side. Brother Su, where shall we go play tomorrow? What do you think? Su Yuan stretched out her hand with a smile. I want to go to the amusement park. Sure. While Su-yun casually chatted with Su Yuan, part of him was contemplating whether he should buy a few more units at Jinglong Bay. After all, this place was meant for his parents. What if a situation like this arose again in the future? He couldn't very well bring a girl back to his rental apartment, could he? Besides, that rental place should be returned anyway. Meanwhile, on WeChat, Jojo also sent him a message saying she had arrived home safely. She even took a photo showing his Lamborghini parked so neatly and properly. But upon closer inspection, the message was sent at past 10 at night. Soo-yeon scratched his head. This silly Jojo must have been showing off driving his car everywhere. Oh well. The amusement park was quite far from Jinglong Bay, and that area was always heavily congested. Even taxis refused to go there. Should he just buy another car? It was still early. He could just call the 4S store and have them deliver it directly. So Soo-yeon dialed Du-sea's number. Meanwhile, on the other side, Du-se was at work when she received Soo-yeon's call, overjoyed beyond measure. Ever since they parted at the hotel that last time, Du-se hadn't dared to reach out to Soo-yeon first. Moreover, after seeing the photos, Fan Zi-yoon had sent, a sense of loss had lingered in Du-se's heart. But she was very clear about one thing: Soo-yeon couldn't possibly have only her as a woman. Additionally, Du-se wasn't very confident about her own looks. Though she was quite pretty, she could never compare to those truly stunning beauties. Such thoughts had brought Du-se considerable inferiority. Hubby, Xiao Shui helped me order a car. After Soo-yeon bought that Lamborghini at the 4S store last time, Du-se's standing at the dealership had skyrocketed. Even manager Song Ming had become much more courteous toward Du-se, especially after learning that Du-se had gone out to dinner with that wealthy customer afterward. Not just the manager himself, but other sales staff had also grown friendlier toward her. Of course, had Du-se not spoken of this matter, the people at the 4S store would have had no way of knowing. This girl was a smart woman who knew how to manage herself. She understood how to seize opportunities. After attaching herself to someone as wealthy as Soo-yeon, being asked to keep it secret was something she simply could not do. Therefore, the news spread like wildfire, and everyone at the 4S store came to know. Some were jealous of her, others envious. Du-se accepted it all. At the very least, she was no longer afraid of being scolded by the manager. These were tangible benefits and advantages that Soo-yeon had brought her. Upon hearing that Soo-yeon was calling her to help purchase a car, Du-se felt a pang of disappointment. But she didn't let it show. The store just received a Rolls-Royce Phantom today. Do you want to buy it? With Soo-yeon's financial resources, the slightly inferior cars were immediately dismissed without a second glance. There was truly no need to even mention them. Sure enough, Soo-yeon asked, how much to get them all? Du-se quickly took out a calculator and tapped away at it for a moment. Honey, the total including all fees comes to 10.2 million yuan. Since it's the extended version, we'll need to register it with a commercial vehicle yellow plate. Then have someone deliver it to me. I'll send you the address. Alright. Du-se agreed obediently. I've been quite busy lately. I'll make it up to you next time. Let me know if you need money. Take care of yourself, dear. Sure. And so Soo-yeon demonstrated a decidedly pragmatic attitude. Although Soo-yeon couldn't hear Du-se's voice, witnessing Soo-yeon casually purchase a car with a phone call made her heart race with excitement. Soo-gij, did you buy a car? Yeah, the amusement park is too far. I'm getting a car to drive there for fun. Soo-yeon. Why not just take a taxi? Why bother buying one at all? Soo-yeon stroked her head. I was always planning to get another car anyway. The timing is just right. Didn't that idiot take my other car? Soo-yeon let out a soft, oh, but didn't say much else. However, she assumed the car Soo-yeon bought wouldn't be too expensive. After all, it was just for getting around. His main vehicle was still that Lamborghini. On another note, Soo-yeon completed his daily check-in. Check-in successful. Money 10 million. You have checked in consecutively for 5 days. Your bank account ending in 8888 Jinxing Bank has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. Balance 29109,000 yuan. With that much money, buying a Phantom was more than enough. Just as he finished checking in, his phone rang again. It was Qin Ruhua. Mr. Soo, I found a driver for you, as you requested. Where should I have him go to meet you? Soo-yeon was stunned. He'd almost forgotten. He had indeed asked Qin Ruhua to find a driver. Could have him come to Jinglong Bay for an interview. Wait for me at the residential complex's entrance. Understood. Soo-yeon then asked, is everything fine at the company? By the way, how's Lin Bien? Qin Ruhua replied. He's doing well, very diligent, every day. Good. Keep him dangling properly, don't let him suspect anything. Have him work hard and focus on his tasks. Do a good job with this, and I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month. Yes, Mr. Soo. At the mention of a bonus, Qin Ruhua couldn't hide her excitement. After hanging up, Soo-yeon finally got out of bed. The dedicated driver arrived promptly and called Soo-yeon, saying he was at the residential complex's entrance. Meanwhile, on another front, Du-se drove personally to deliver the car to Soo-yeon. The extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Cruising along the road, it became the center of everyone's attention. After half an hour, Soo-yeon finally came downstairs with Soo-yeon. Matching the photo Qin Ruhua had sent, Soo-yeon quickly spotted the dedicated driver waiting at the residential complex's entrance. He was a tall, sturdy man with a deep scar across his face. Mr. Soo, I'm the driver's secretary Qin, assigned to work for you. My name is Zhu Shizhong. Su Yuan clung to Su Yun's arm looking at him with curiosity. Su Yun studied him carefully. Were you in the military? Yes. Zhu Shizhong nodded. How are your skills? Not bad. Zhu Shizhong replied modestly. I'm sure Secretary Qin has told you about my situation. After working for me, you'll need to be on call 24 hours a day with no days off throughout the year. The monthly salary of 1000 yuan is just the base pay. If you prove reliable, I'll consider raises for you. Zhu Shizhong was more than satisfied. Mr. Su 10000 is already more than enough. Su Yun waved his hand. Don't say it like that. Taking care of your subordinates is necessary. If you have any difficulties, just tell me directly. Though I didn't expect Secretary Qin to find me a retired serviceman. Zhu Shizhong wasn't very talkative. Other than the scar on his face, everything else about him gave off a very honest and dependable impression. You haven't signed a labor contract yet, have you? Zhu Shizhong nodded. Su Yun took out his phone and immediately transferred 5000 yuan to him. This is an advance on your salary. After you finish today's work, go find Secretary Qin to sign the contract. Zhu Shizhong was dumbfounded. Most places pay salaries in the middle or at the end of the month. He'd been preparing himself to hold out until payday. Who would have thought that on their first meeting, before even properly interviewing, they'd hand over 5000 yuan? Ever since Zhu Shizhong left the military, he'd been doing low-level jobs. He also had a younger sister currently in high school, so his life had always been quite tight. Without question, Su Yun won Zhu Shizhong's goodwill and loyalty with that 5000 yuan. 10 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove up to the residential complex's entrance. Du Shui got out of the car with an expectant expression, looking forward to seeing Su Yun. But the moment she opened the door, she saw a girl more beautiful and younger than herself clinging to Su Yun's arm. The two looked at each other with tenderness. Du Shui froze instantly. When Su Yun noticed her, he waved her over. Xiao Shui, over here. Du Shui smiled, awkwardly feeling a hint of disappointment in her heart. But she didn't say anything. However, as she walked over, she said with obvious jealousy, Mr. Su, your car has arrived. Su Yun remained calm as he paid and signed the paperwork. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was completely stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a practical car? Why did a Rolls-Royce pull up? This was way too extravagant. Casually making a phone call to buy a practical car, and this is the level. Then what was the Lamborghini? Su Yuan knew a thing or two. That Lamborghini definitely wasn't as expensive as this Rolls-Royce. Actually, if there hadn't been a Rolls-Royce at the dealership, Su Yun would have bought another brand. The main reason was that his parents were coming to Zhangqing soon, and he wanted to pick them up in this car. The extended Rolls-Royce could seat 7 people inside. The capacity was definitely sufficient. Moreover, there was a soundproof partition between the driver's seat and the back. Once pulled down, nothing could be heard. Shizhong, get in and try it out. Zhu Shizhong hesitated nervously. This car was too valuable. However, his driving skills were excellent. As long as he got familiar with it, handling this car would be quite easy. Before leaving, Su Yun glanced at Du Shui. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Just as Su Yuan turned her back to get into the car, Su Yun pinched Du Shui's cheek gently. I'll send you an address later. Take my Lamborghini and drive it back. With those words, Su Yun handed Du Shui the key to his Lamborghini. He'd given a spare to that idiot yesterday. Of course, he still had a backup key. Watching them drive away, Du Shui clutched the Lamborghini key in her hand, completely dazed. After breaking up with Lin Bian, Ling Yuan spent every day either going to work or hanging out with friends. Since she had the day off today, she invited a few close girlfriends to the amusement park in Zhangqing. Standing at the entrance to the amusement park, Ling Yuan's best friend Yang Luoluo kept sighing. Ling Yuan, tell me, why on earth did you break up with Lin Bian? What a terrible pity. He was such a great boyfriend, handsome and promising. Don't you think you were just shooting yourself in the foot? Gosh, Lala, will you stop going on about me? This had gone on for days. Every time they met, she would bring it up, and it was really getting on Ling Yuan's nerves. Besides, haven't I already said it? He was removed from his position and is no longer the sales director. Now he's just an ordinary employee like the rest of us. Yang Luoluo was puzzled. Right, that's really strange. He didn't make any mistakes, did he? Could he have offended his boss? What did he say about it at the time? Ling Yuan thought for a moment. He said it was a test from his superiors for him to prove his ability and then enter the company's decision-making level. Luoluo, tell me, isn't that just an empty promise? And he actually believed it. Yang Luoluo waved her hand. Don't be so quick to judge. I think this might actually be real. Ling Yuan was stunned. Really? Of course. Lin Bian does have ability. However stupid your company is, it wouldn't fire someone that capable, would it? Maybe just as he said, the company really is testing his ability, and if he meets the standard, they'll let him into the decision-making level. Ling Yuan's mind was in turmoil. All right, stop talking. I'm annoyed to death. Yang Luoluo chuckled. What are you so annoyed about? Look, after news of your breakup got out, haven't all the men around you been lining up to chase you? So look at me. I'm still single. I want a relationship so badly. At that moment, several cars slowly pulled up at the entrance of the amusement park. They were all fine cars in the several hundred thousand yuan range, and among them was an especially conspicuous Porsche Cayenne worth about 1 million. Some men and women got out of the cars. When they saw Yang Luoluo and He Ling Yuan, they waved. Yang Luoluo excitedly grabbed He Ling Yuan's arm. Ling Yuan, you'd better seize the opportunity today. Do you know who was in that Cayenne? It's the young master of Dongzhou Grand Hotel, Ji Tianxiang. He Ling Yuan blinked. Is he important? Haven't you seen the car he drives? He even has a white glove driver. Young Master Ji only came back to Zhangqing yesterday. The moment he heard you broke up, he came specially to see you today. Hearing this, He Ling Yuan's lips curled up slightly. She was quite proud of her reputation in their social circle. After all, she was the most beautiful girl among her friends. It was only later that she got together with Lin Bian, which made many of her pursuers give up. Unexpectedly, this young master had actually heard of her. And today he had come all this way just to see her. He Ling Yuan felt her confidence surge back. Luoluo, Ling Yuan, long time no see. You must have arrived early, right? Have you been waiting long? When the girls saw Yang Luoluo and He Ling Yuan, they gleefully rushed over to hug them. That was how girls greeted one another. The guys stood off to the side, hands in their pockets, passing out cigarettes and shooting the breeze. Had this time young Master Ji came back after that He Ling Yuan, didn't he? Ji Tianxiang said nothing, but a smile couldn't help creeping onto his lips. Earlier he had tried to chat up Su Yuan at the train station and ended up being humiliated by a kid driving a Lamborghini. That had upset Ji Tianxiang greatly. So today he had deliberately borrowed his father's car and driver again to show off and regain his confidence. Sure enough, in this circle he was still the most distinguished. Everyone revolved around him and called him Young Master Ji, which was immensely gratifying to Ji Tianxiang. Oh, I almost forgot. Luoluo knows him, but Ling Yuan definitely doesn't. Let me introduce him. A girl pulled Ji Tianxiang over. Ling Yuan, this is Ji Tianxiang, Young Master Ji, the young boss of Dongzhou Hotel. Ji Tianxiang nodded. Hello. He Ling Yuan's cheeks flushed. Hello. The two shook hands, and Ji Tianxiang's heart pounded. What a soft little hand. He longed to touch it a few more times. But since he was the center of attention, he still had to behave like a gentleman. One of the reasons he had returned to Zhangcheng was He Ling Yuan. He had heard she was very beautiful and had recently become single. He often saw group photos with her in them posted by other girls on WeChat Moments. He Ling Yuan was right there in those photos. To be honest, Ji Tianxiang was extremely interested in He Ling Yuan. Today's outing was the perfect chance. Seeing this, Yang Luoluo said jealously, Young Master Ji has found someone new and won't even pay attention to me anymore. Ji Tianxiang had known Yang Luoluo for a long time. The two of them were friends. He immediately scratched his head and laughed. I was just greeting her just now. Yang Luoluo huffed. Well, you didn't greet me. Sorry, I haven't seen Luoluo in a long time either. Today everyone should have fun together. I'll cover all the expenses. The moment he said that, the whole group erupted in excitement. Whoa, Young Master Ji is so generous. Oh my god, Young Master Ji is incredible. Brother Ji is awesome. Ji Tianxiang smiled and turned back to He Ling Yuan. Since this is our first meeting, how about we add each other on WeChat? That way we can keep in touch and hang out later. Yang Luoluo asked, aren't you going back to Yangqing, Young Master Ji? There's not much to do lately, and the branch over there has stabilized, so I don't need to go back for now. Ji Tianxiang's family's Dongzhou Hotel had a branch in Yangqing, which had just opened recently. Because of his father's arrangement, Ji Tianxiang had been sent to Yangqing as training so that he could smoothly inherit the family business in the future. Really? Your family also has business in Yangqing? Ji Tianxiang nodded. It's a newly opened hotel. If you ever go to Yangqing for fun, you can stay there. Just give me a call then, and I'll tell them to give you a discount. Everyone grew excited and impressed once more. He Ling Yuan was also itching with desire. She found it hardest to resist rich young masters of this level. Her previous relationship with Lin Bian had also been for this reason. Lin Bian had been the sales director with a very high monthly salary. And the car he drove was also respectable. He was handsome too, which was why she had chosen him. But now in comparison, Lin Bian was nothing. Look at Ji Tianxiang. Only then did she understand what true wealth was. He Ling Yuan realized that her horizons had been far too narrow before. It was only after meeting Ji Tianxiang today that she understood how big the world really was. Ji Tianxiang took out his phone. Ling Yuan, let me scan you. He Ling Yuan blushed and nodded shyly, and the two added each other on WeChat. Then Ji Tianxiang bought tickets for everyone. Ling Yuan, what do you want to play? His attention was fixed entirely on He Ling Yuan. He Ling Yuan gradually relaxed and said with a smile, then let's go ride the roller coaster. Sure. Yang Luoluo was getting jealous again. Ling Yuan, Young Master Ji, I want to go too. Take me along. Ji Tianxiang smiled slightly. Let's all go. He enjoyed being the center of attention. However, just then a car suddenly turned in from the street. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. An iconic legendary car. It immediately attracted a lot of attention. Holy crap. A Phantom. It's the extended wheelbase version. Look, it has a yellow plate. Amazing. The person in the car must be the chairman of some company, right? So envious. I'd love to take a ride in it too. The girls all pulled out their phones to take pictures. Yang Luoluo and He Lingyuan noticed the phantom as well. The car stopped in front of the amusement park. Then the door opened. Under everyone's gaze, Su Yun got out together with Su Yuan. Zhu Shizhong also got out, stood by the car door, and bowed deferentially to Su Yun. Mr. Su, I'll wait for you at the coffee shop across the street. Su Yun nodded. Su Yuan affectionately took his arm and walked beside him. They truly made a stunning pair. Holy crap. Such a young master. If he can ride in a phantom, his family must own a mine, right? Damn, his status is through the roof. Look at that driver. He's probably ex-military. There's even a scar on his face. At that moment, Ji Tianxiang's mouth twitched. He Lingyuan also froze on the spot. Su Yun. How could he be here? And he had just stepped out of that Rolls Royce. He Lingyuan's mind buzzed and burst like a thunderclap, leaving her rooted to the spot. Su Yuan also noticed the crowd at the entrance. With a hint of annoyance, she said to Su Yun, brother Su, it's him again. Su Yun was taken aback and looked over sharply. Sure enough, Ji Tianxiang was among the crowd. On top of that, He Lingyuan was there too. He hadn't expected them to know each other. Su Yun didn't dwell on it, and took Su Yuan to buy 2 tickets. Then he headed into the amusement park. As he entered, Su Yun gave He Lingyuan an extra glance. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but never actually greeted him. But in her heart, she was utterly shocked. She suddenly remembered that last time while eating near the company, she had seen Su Yun get into a Lamborghini. Did that mean he hadn't rented that car? He had bought it. Oh my god. The sight before her completely overturned He Lingyuan's worldview. It was hard to imagine that just days earlier this same Su Yun had been a low-level employee at the company, bullied by Lin Bian every day. Could it be that he had been faking it all along? Ji Tianxiang meanwhile was sweating profusely. What the hell? That guy who drove a Lamborghini had shown up in a phantom today, and he had an absolutely stunning beauty by his side. Compared with her, all the girls around him paled into insignificance. He had originally come there to show off. Who could have guessed that before he could do anything, Su Yun would steal the spotlight? That being the case, no matter how impressive Ji Tianxiang tried to be, he was no match for Su Yun rolling up in a phantom. Hell well. Let's go into. Yang Luoluo was also stunned for a moment before she snapped out of it. But the group's enthusiasm had already dampened. Just moments ago, they had all been fawning over Ji Tianxiang, but now the atmosphere had cooled. All that was left was awkwardness. On the other side, Su Yuan followed Su Yun's gaze and also glanced at He Lingyuan. What is it? You know her? Su Yun nodded. A colleague from the same company. It's nothing. Su Yuan giggled. I didn't even ask, and you're already rushing to distance yourself. Su Yun shrugged. There was never anything between us, so there's no need to distance myself. Perhaps it was because the gap was too great. The girls on Ji Tianxiang's side all felt that Su Yun was an unattainable big shot, someone their looks could never deserve. So they could only watch from afar with admiration as Su Yun and Su Yuan's figures gradually disappeared. Then each of them heaved a sigh on her own. That's just how reality works. When you see a handsome guy driving a Porsche Cayenne, you'll go up and strike up a conversation. But when you see a handsome guy driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, you don't quite dare to. And so Su Yun took Su Yuan on some thrilling rides. They rode the roller coaster and the drop tower and walked through the haunted house. Su Yuan had an absolute blast. Whenever it got exciting, she clutched Su Yun's arm. Whenever she was scared, she hid behind him. In the afternoon, when both had played to exhaustion, they sat on a bench in the amusement park. Su Yun bought her milk tea and then sat down to rest as well. Su Yuan took a sip, her eyes lighting up. So tasty, you try it too. She held the straw out to him, and Su Yun took a sip. How is it? I'm not bad. Su Yuan giggled. She had already given her whole self to Su Yun, so of course, she didn't mind an indirect kiss. They were just like an affectionate couple on a date at the amusement park. Brother Su, I want to ride that one. Su Yuan then pointed toward a giant Ferris wheel not far away and said expectantly. Sure. But after that ride, let's get going. I'm a little hungry, Su Yun said. So the two went to ride the Ferris wheel. But who would have thought they'd run into Ji Tianxiang, He Lingyuan, and the others again? While waiting in line, the girls across the way kept stealing sour, jealous glances at Su Yun's side. Lol, it's them. That handsome guy who drives the Phantom. Wow, so sweet. They're actually sharing 1 cup of milk tea. Oh, I want that too. Ji Tianxiang was mortified. He didn't even dare turn his head back, acting as if he hadn't seen anything. Yang Luoluo hooked her arm through He Lingyuan's and said, Lingyuan, did you see? That guy is so handsome. He Lingyuan nodded just as awkwardly. Yes. He is. Back when she and Su Yun had been colleagues, she hadn't felt that way. But now learning that Su Yun drove a Lamborghini and a Phantom, she suddenly thought he was pretty impressive after all. Ji Tianxiang appeared even more dull in He Lingyuan's eyes. But at the company back then, Su Yun had been far too low-key. How could someone like him have been willing to work under Lin Bian? This didn't add up. Just then it was their turn. Ji Tianxiang hurriedly said, Lingyuan, let's get on. He couldn't wait to get farther away from Su Yun. Fortunately, Su Yun hadn't paid any attention to him at all, let alone come over to do anything. Seeing this, Yang Luoluo hastily said, you two go up first. I'm going to go chat up that guy back there. Lala, are you crazy? Can't you see his girlfriend is right there too? You're charging straight into a wall. Young Luoluo giggled. What's the harm in just making a friend? However, just as young Luoluo was about to make her move, she saw that Su Yun and Su Yuan had already boarded the Ferris wheel. To save time and avoid the queue, Su Yun had purchased VIP tickets. Young Luoluo watched dazedly as the two were politely ushered in by the staff. Sure enough, she was already too late. Lala, forget it. They've already gone up. Yeah, there are plenty of handsome guys around. Later I'll take you to pick up some men. He's really a tycoon. Too lazy to queue, bought a VIP ticket for over 100 yuan. In the cabin, Su Yuan pressed curiously against the glass, watching the ground grow farther and farther away. She had gradually ascended. Brother Su, it's so high. Su Yun sat on the other side and laughed. It'll be even higher when we reach the top. This Ferris wheel was a landmark amusement structure of Zhongqing, visible from office buildings kilometers away. Very soon, they were overlooking half of Zhongqing's scenery. Su Yun smiled faintly. After boarding, the sensation of ascending high and gazing into the distance was indeed pleasant. But suddenly Su Yuan obediently sat back down. A faint blush tinged her pretty face as she no longer turned to look out the window, instead lowering her head to stare at the floor. What's wrong? Su Yun was taken aback. Brother Su, I think I'm a bit acrophobic. She had never ridden such a large Ferris wheel before. As the height increased, Su Yuan suddenly felt a hint of fear. At that moment, she scooted over to Su Yun's side and pressed closely against him. She wrapped both arms around Su Yun's arm and naturally leaned her head on his shoulder. Su Yun was speechless, suddenly sensing that something was off with Su Yuan. Brother Su, I'm going back tomorrow. Su Yun, don't you want to stay and play a few more days? No, I have to go back to work. Su Yun asked, somewhat surprised. Aren't you a streamer? You can broadcast anywhere, right? Su Yuan said, streaming is just my side job. Actually, I've always wanted to be a professional dancer. Su Yun shrugged. Su Yuan's dancing skills were quite good, looking quite professional. I can tell from your dancing that you must have had systematic training, right? Su Yuan said playfully, I graduated from a dance academy, you know. I see. Being a professional dancer is my dream. I'll keep working hard when I get back. Su Yuan clenched her little fist, yet her expression turned somewhat reluctant. But once I leave, you'll be all alone here. Last night, Su Yuan had given herself entirely to Su Yun. In her eyes, Su Yun should only have her. Good grief. How am I supposed to go back? However, that mark wouldn't last long anyway. Probably in a few days it would be gone. Only then did Su Yuan feel relieved, and she even took out her phone, snapped a few photos, and showed them to Su Yun. You little rascal. Su Yun laughed and scolded her. A guy like you is so sought after. I can't leave you for someone else. Su Yuan grabbed Su Yun's big hand. If you feel lonely, come find me in Yangqing. At this very moment, their cabin had reached the very top of the Ferris wheel. The two embraced and kissed, parting only after a long while. When they came down, Su Yuan clung to Su Yun's arm. The two left the amusement park chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, on another Ferris wheel, Ji Tianxiang was also confessing his feelings to Ling Yuan. Although Ji Tianxiang was quite ordinary compared to Su Yun, his financial resources were more than sufficient for Ling Yuan's spending. Thus, Ling Yuan behaved extremely sweetly and accepted his confession. Just as Ji Tianxiang wanted to take things further, Ling Yuan casually found an excuse to refuse. That woman was by no means simple. When she had been with Lin Bian, she had always remained pure and self-respecting. Even Lin Bian had barely touched Ling Yuan. At most, they had held hands and pecked on the lips. Since Ji Tianxiang had only just confessed, Ling Yuan would not easily let him get what he wanted that night. Yet she ultimately left anyway. The phantom was conspicuous parked here. Su Yun quickly had Zhu Shizhong drive away, then his expression returned to calm, showing none of the deep affection he had displayed when parting from Su Yuan. Zhu Shizhong glanced at him in the rearview mirror. President Su is President Su. He had played the girl like a pawn, all without changing his expression. President Su, where are we going now? Let's go back to Jinglong Bay to the sales office. Su Yun remembered that the sales launch there had not yet concluded. He planned to buy several more apartments in Jinglong Bay. That way, when his parents moved in, he would have a place to stay as well. A clever rabbit has multiple burrows, as they say. But Su Yun was even more high-handed. He couldn't be bothered to buy separately at other developments and intended to buy everything in Jinglong Bay. When it came to a potential fight among the women, Su Yun was utterly unafraid. Before long, Su Yun arrived at the Jinglong Bay sales office. The manager here still remembered Su Yun as such an important client. The moment he saw Su Yun come in, he welcomed him with as much enthusiasm as if he were his own son. Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? What brings you here? The manager glanced at Zhu Shizhong standing respectfully behind Su Yun and couldn't help but think even more highly of Su Yun. Su Yun said calmly, I'm here to buy a house. The manager was taken aback, then ecstatic. Very well, Mr. Su, please follow me. Facing such a major client, the manager directly prepared a private room. He also brought out the details of several properties still on sale. These are the remaining units with the best layouts and orientations in Jinglong Bay. Take a look first to see if you're satisfied. Su Yun lowered his head and glanced at them, then frowned. The ones I bought before. What happened to these floors just below? The manager scratched his head, rather embarrassed. Mr. Su, I'm truly sorry, but these units have already been reserved. Oh, is that so? The manager nodded. The other party is just as generous as Mr. Su. They reserved several units at once. So we are rather in a difficult position. Su Yun pondered for a moment. He only reserved them, didn't he? He hasn't paid yet. I want to buy these units right now in full with cash. If possible, just sell them to me directly. The manager looked troubled. If it were anyone else, it would be one thing. But these units were coveted by that young Master Liang. Last time he came to view the properties, he was reportedly accompanied by a shareholder from the head office. How could a mere manager like him afford to offend someone with such connections? Yet Su Yun was truly overbearing, paying the full amount up front in cash with no mortgage required. After considering for a moment, the manager said, Mr. Su, how about this? Let me make a call to the company and ask. After all, I really can't decide on this matter on my own. Su Yun leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs. All right, go ahead. Make it quick. Yes, Mr. Su. Please wait a moment. After the manager left, he immediately dispatched several beautiful saleswomen to serve Su Yun fruit and tea. About 5 minutes later, the manager returned looking somewhat crestfallen. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Su. The higher-ups say those units still can't be sold. Su Yun furrowed his brows. The manager broke into a nervous sweat. Perhaps Mr. Su could take a look at other available properties. These ones are also excellent. And besides, Su Yun cut him off directly. I only want those units. They're close together upstairs and downstairs, convenient for me. The manager was at a loss. But at that very moment, the door to the room was pushed open. Young Master Liang, right this way. A salesperson was respectfully escorting Liang Da into the room. At that instant, both Su Yun and the manager were taken aback. Su Yun exchanged a glance with Liang Da, and his face darkened. Wasn't this the fellow who had come up to chat with Wang Jieyue at the Michelin restaurant last time? He was also her classmate. What do you think you're doing? There's a guest here. The young salesperson was also stunned. Seeing that the manager himself was personally attending to the guest, his face turned pale with fright. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Young Master Liang, let's switch to another room. Who would have thought? Liang Da let out a cold laugh. No need. I'll stay right here. Then he sat down directly on the sofa. Brother Su, long time no see. Su Yun glanced at him, suppressing the urge to have Zhu Shizhong throw him out, and said calmly, Who are you? Liang Da's face darkened. Brother Su, have you forgotten? We met at the Michelin restaurant last time. Su Yun leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Forgotten? You? Liang Da flushed with anger. But he quickly calmed himself down. The manager, seeing that it was Liang Da, was also somewhat taken aback. Young Master Liang, are you here to buy a house? He naturally recognized Liang Da. The units Su Yun had his eye on were the very ones Liang Da had reserved. Liang Da smiled. Yes, but the company's a bit tight on cash lately, so my father told me to write you an IOU first. The manager was stunned. An IOU? He had never heard of such a thing. Young Master Liang, when you reserved the units before, there was no mention of an IOU. The manager looked troubled. Seeing this, Liang Da's face sank. If you're unwilling, how about I have my father call you personally? The manager was bewildered. What could a small fry like him do to sway such a matter? But an IOU was indeed an unexpected complication. So the manager hurried out to call the head office. Meanwhile, Liang Da looked at Su Yun with a triumphant expression. Brother Su is here to buy a house. These properties are quite nice. My family is planning to acquire 4 or 5 units. Unfortunately, building one on the 21st floor, the one with the best orientation, has already been taken by someone. Otherwise, I'd snap that one up too. My father said he wants to give it as a gift. What a hassle. Su Yun watched his posturing calmly. But the mention of building 121st floor immediately made everything clear. So the units he had his eye on had actually been reserved by this brat all along. Buying a house with an IOU. Now that's a method I've never heard of. Isn't your family supposed to be quite wealthy? Su Yun asked in a casual tone. Liang Da shrugged. The company's tight on cash. Business has been rough lately. But my father happens to be acquainted with a shareholder at the head office. With that connection, writing an IOU shouldn't be a problem. Su Yun sneered. If you're so short on money, yet still buying houses to give away, I'd say your family will be bankrupt before long. To Su Yun's surprise, Liang Da didn't get angry. He merely assumed Su Yun was jealous of him. He smiled and said, Brother Su needn't worry about my family. Just then the manager walked back. However, the fawning expression on his face had faded considerably. Young Master Liang this. Liang Da smiled. Don't worry. I'll sign and fingerprint the IOU. You've already called my father, haven't you? The manager shook his head. No, it's not that. Well, Liang Da said impatiently, what are you babbling about? If you have something to say, just say it. The head office doesn't allow IOUs. The moment those words were spoken, Liang Da was stunned. That's impossible. My father already arranged everything with them. Otherwise, why would I even come? Wait right there. Liang Da then made a call to his father. Dad, I'm at the sales office. They won't let me write an IOU. There was some murmuring on the phone. Liang Da's face grew paler and paler. Soon he hung up and glanced at the manager with slight embarrassment. It turned out that the shareholder of Jinglong Bay Group had just been investigated for embezzlement. He often did such things, giving away the group's properties to curry favor with this or that person, covering it up with IOUs and falsified accounts. Lately, the hole in the accounts could no longer be patched, so he had been arrested. Liang Da's family hadn't been affected much, but without that shareholder, what connection did he have to write an IOU at all? Liang Da coughed awkwardly. Well, my father said we're not buying these units after all. The moment those words were spoken, Su Yun was briefly taken aback, and the manager no longer bothered to put on a pleasant face. He said coldly, then young Master Liang, please, right this way. Indeed, the leaders at the head office had said over the phone that a shareholder was being investigated, and anyone who came to write IOUs to get houses was to be refused outright. They had previously assumed Liang Da was coming with cash to buy the property. That was why the head office had told the manager not to sell the units to Su Yun, who knew he was going to write an IOU. Su Yun laughed heartily. Liang Da, your family sure has some powerful connections. Liang Da gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was bright red with humiliation. Damn it. Why didn't they say sooner that the shareholder was being investigated? Making me lose face like this. Just then Su Yun had already taken out his bank card. Manager, I'll take those 5 units below the 21st floor. Each unit was 2.98 million, so 5 units came to 14.9 million. With over 18.9 million in his card, Su Yun had more than enough. The manager beamed and nodded, taking the card. Certainly. I'll go prepare the purchase contract right away. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Once the manager left, only Liang Da remained in the room, standing there like a fool. As the saying goes, it isn't the failed attempt at showing off that one dreads. It's when someone else steals the show. With a grand wave of his hand, Su Yun secured 5 apartments, each worth nearly 3 million yuan. Liang Da felt a chill sink deep into his heart. Where did Su Yun get so much money? That was 15 million yuan. Even the chairman of a listed company couldn't have come up with it so casually, could he? There was only one possibility. That kid's family had to have group assets worth hundreds of billions. Damn. This was simply the aristocracy of aristocracies, the cream of the cream among the rich. Last time at the Michelin-starred restaurant, Su Yun had also stolen the limelight. Liang Da hated it, but he was powerless. Gritting his teeth, he could no longer bear to stay in the room, so he turned and left. Before long, the manager returned, signed the property purchase contract with Su Yun, and the full payment was made. Heroic Aura 160000. Only then did Su Yun realize that he hadn't done his daily check-in today. Daily check-in successful. Money 10000000. You have checked in for 6 consecutive days. Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 8888 has received a transfer of 100 yuan. Balance 1400900 yuan. Mr. Su, here are the keys. Please keep them safe. The property ownership certificates will be ready in about a month. Su Yun nodded. When the time comes, just give me the ownership certificates for these 6 units together. Sure thing, Mr. Su. Take care. The manager bowed and scraped. Once this deal was closed, he alone could earn a commission of over 100,000 yuan. To the manager, that was an enormous fortune. The rich really were the rich. Why was the gap so huge? 100,000 plus yuan probably meant no more to someone like them than a dozen or so yuan. After leaving the sales office, Su Yun called Qin Ruhua. Mr. Su, what are your instructions? Ruhua, I'll have Shizhong drive over and deliver some documents to you in a bit. They're for the 3 properties I just bought. Help me rent them out at market rates. I'll send you the account details. Qin Ruhua didn't ask any further questions and immediately agreed. Yes, Mr. Su. Don't worry. Su Yun decided to give one of the 6 units to his parents to live and keep 2 for himself and rent out the remaining 3. The rent would be deposited into his parents' account. That way the old couple wouldn't have to work and would never lack money. They could simply be landlords and landladies. Pretty good. At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly sent him a WeChat message. Brother Su, I'm home. Su Yun, get some rest. You have to miss me. I will. Chatting on WeChat, Su Yun didn't need to control his expressions. He could just chat as he pleased. What should I do? I can't help but miss you already. Really? And you? Su Yun typed to actually I miss you too. Hee silly brother, as soon as I get some time, I'll come see you again. You can also come to Yangqing to hang out with me. Su Yun, work hard. I believe you'll definitely become a professional dancer. When that day comes, I'll give you a huge reward. Su Yuan, really? What reward? Su Yun, don't ask. You'll find out when the time comes. Su Yuan, fine, then I'll look forward to it. Su Yun, don't flirt with guys behind my back, got it? Su Yuan, humph. And don't you go flirting with girls behind my back either. Meanwhile, Du Shui, holding the Lamborghini key Su Yun had given her yesterday, found the residential complex where Su Yun's rental apartment was located by following the address he sent. At the thought that she would be able to drive a Lamborghini from now on, Du Shui felt a surge of excitement. Soon she found Su Yun's Lamborghini parked in the parking lot. Many residents passing through the neighborhood couldn't help clicking their tongues in admiration. This car really gets more pleasing the more you look at it. I want one so badly. You'd better stop dreaming. You couldn't afford it even in your next life. Hearing that, Du Shui felt even better. If they could see her getting into this car, how impressive would that be? However, just then a girl about her age came jogging over. The Lamborghini's headlights flashed once. The door opened. The girl simply got in. Du Shui. What was going on here? How could someone else have the key to this car? Something was wrong. Du Shui hurried over and blocked the Lamborghini's window. You get out now. Zhou was taken aback. Turning to look at Du Shui, Zhou said, Who are you? Du Shui said, This is my car. How do you have the key? She pulled out her phone. But Zhou snatched the phone away. You? Don't call. She looked nervous and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Du Shui narrowed her eyes and eyed Zhou with suspicion. You're not his girlfriend, are you? Zhou stammered, glancing around, and no. That's not. I'm his real girlfriend. Du Shui sneered. Then why don't you dare let me call? I think you're the fake one. The passers-by around them were dumbfounded. Holy crap. A love rival battlefield. The owner of this Lamborghini is way too badass, isn't he? He actually gave the car to both women at once. Well, damn. The world of the rich really is impossible to understand. Fight. 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 Come on, fight. Zhou coughed, looked around, and realized that all eyes were on them. Her pretty face flushed. Sister, why don't you get in the car first? Du Shui noticed it too. Being gawked at by passers-by was very uncomfortable. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded, opened the door, and got in. The onlookers burst into exclamations. Holy crap. They made up a amazing. For the sake of life, they've shaken hands and made peace. That's insane. Now I've seen everything. Two love rivals actually reconciled over a car. Zhou quickly drove the Lamborghini out of the residential complex. Du Shui crossed her arms in front of her chest. Tell me honestly, who exactly are you? Zhou, looking aggrieved, recounted what had happened at the hot pot restaurant the last time. Du Shui felt a moment of relief. At least this woman wasn't Su Yun's girlfriend. The one she had encountered at the hot pot restaurant must be his official girlfriend. That woman. Does she have long flowing hair and a tear-shaped mole beneath her right eye? Yes. Do you know her too, sister? Du Shui nodded with an awkward expression. Yeah, I met her just yesterday. Zhou harumphed. Seems like you're in the same boat as me. Du Shui flew into a rage. Who's the same as you? Su Yun personally promised to give me that car, while you only drove his car home for him and even took it out for a joyride without his permission. If I tell Su Yun about this, Zhou immediately panicked, begging frantically, Sister, please don't say anything. I'm begging you. If Su Yun finds out, he'll never talk to me again. Her cooing and wheedling tactics proved quite effective. 20 minutes of persuasion and pleading. Only then did Du Shui's expression soften. Fine, I won't tell him, and I'll let you drive it around today. But after today, that car belongs to me, understood? Du Shui was choked by these words. But she didn't deny it. Zhou sighed. Sister, you really have bad luck. Du Shui's face went pale. Indeed, terrible luck. Don't talk nonsense, little girl. You wouldn't understand the adult world. Zhou harumphed. I'm already an adult, you know. Shui sighed. Just how popular was Su Yun anyway? And so the two girls chatted and became familiar with each other, exchanging WeChat contacts and phone numbers. They became friends. Evening. Zhongqing University female dormitory. The roommates lay on their beds, some studying, some reading, some wearing earphones, listening to music. Qiqi was on the top bunk. She was feeling restless and anxious. She was chatting with Xiaofeng. However, the more they talked, the more dull and tedious it became. Xiaofeng exuded boredom and poverty in every way, which Qiqi found intolerable. Chat in her face. Xiaofeng, Qiqi, I miss you. Qiqi, oh. Xiaofeng, can we hang out together tomorrow? Qiqi, no time. Xiaofeng, I have 2 movie tickets here. The DreamWorks animated film you said you were really looking forward to. Qiqi, never mind, I've been busy with classes lately. Xiaofeng, what about the afternoon? I'll treat you to dinner. The Michelin restaurant on Yuchi Road. You know what, my dad's business has been pretty good lately. He gave me a few 10,000 as pocket money. I can finally take you to that Michele restaurant. You must be looking forward to it, right? Qiqi wore an expression of pure contempt. I'd already been to that place, okay? Just then Su Yun's face suddenly flashed through her mind. The more she compared, the more Su Yun seemed dashing and wealthy, with high emotional intelligence and chivalry. Xiaofeng was just a sleazy guy and a simp. Qiqi couldn't bear to look at him any longer. That's it, I'm tired, going to sleep first. Xiaofeng. Oh, okay, make sure you bundle up well at night. Don't catch a cold. Qiqi threw her phone aside, burying her face in her pillow. Occasionally she lifted her head to glance at Wang Jiyue on the bottom bunk. She saw that she was chatting too, but they were too far apart to tell who she was talking to. Could it be Su Yun? After meeting Su Yun last time, he had gifted Wang Jiyue a bag of hair clips, winning her favor. Chi-Chi clenched her fists. Then Chi-Chi also picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and nervously pondered how to strike up a conversation. Meanwhile on Wang Jiayue's side, she was actually chatting with her dad. Wang Donghua, honey, how's that guy? Wang Jiayue, not bad. Wang Donghua, have you two made it official yet? Wang Jiayue, dad. We just met for the first time, why are you in such a hurry? Wang Donghua, sigh, I can't help but worry. When I see you walk down the aisle with my own eyes, I'll finally be at ease. Wang Jiayue's cheeks flushed pink. Su Yun's figure also drifted into her thoughts. He was wealthy but very low-key and handsome too. Especially when the manager of the Michelin restaurant personally ushered him into a private room, crushing Liang's arrogance. This had also allowed Wang Jiayue to vent her pent-up resentment. Not to mention Su Yun had also given her some quite sincere little gifts. Right now Wang Jiayue was wearing a cute hair clip that Su Yun had given her on her head. Wang Donghua, honey, go find him right now, ask him out tomorrow. Wang Jiayue was too embarrassed, burying her face in her pillow. After a while she finally replied, I understand. Then she found Su Yun's WeChat, wondering how to ask him out. Meanwhile Su Yun was at home watching TV. Zhu Shizhong had just returned after delivering the property rental documents to Qin Ruhua. He believed it wouldn't be long before they could rent it to suitable tenants. Just then his WeChat suddenly chimed several times in quick succession. He opened it. It was from Wang Jiayue and Chi-Chi. Su Yun was dumbfounded. You two really are on the same wavelength. Chi-Chi sent, Su Gu, I want to come find you tomorrow to hang out, is that okay? Wang Jiayue wrote, Su Gu, I don't have classes tomorrow. I'd like to invite you to play an escape room together to thank you for the gift you gave me. Su Yun. This? How awkward. What should I do? He thought about it, then quickly typed a reply to Wang Jiayue. Sure, just send me a location and I'll come. Okay. Wang Jiayue was overjoyed, quickly finding a 5-star rated escape room online and booking tickets. As it turned out, Wang Jiayue's conversation with Su Yun was noticed by her neighboring roommate. Wow, Jiayue, who are you chatting with? Wang Jiayue let out a shriek and hastily hid her phone under her pillow. Don't hide it, I saw everything. Girls, Jiayue is going on a date with a guy tomorrow. Instantly, the other 4 girls in the dormitory turned their heads. Is it that blind date guy from last time? What are you two going to do tomorrow? Take us along. Yeah. I don't have class tomorrow, I've got all the time in the world. Wang Jiayue looked aggrieved. Oh, don't refuse now. We sisters will go together and help you check him out. Is it that blind date guy from last time? Wang Jiayue nodded shyly. Ooh la la, Jiayue's smitten. Chi-Chi, are you going too? Chi-Chi was taken aback. She never expected the entire dormitory to go. She hastily nodded. I guess I'll go too. Wang Jiayue looked aggrieved. Can you guys just not make things harder for me? Jiayue, it's not making things harder. If we go, we'll be your strategists, get it? Yeah, with the 5 of us as your wingwomen, we'll provide support on the battlefield, silly. In the end, Wang Jiayue couldn't refuse. She hastily sent Su Yun a WeChat message. Brother Su, tomorrow. Tomorrow the 5 girls from my dorm are going to tag along. If it's not convenient for you, then forget it. We can schedule another time. Unexpectedly, Su Yun replied. No worries, it'll be livelier with everyone together. Wang Jiayue was about to cry. She only wanted a private date with Su Yun tomorrow. With so many people tagging along, what kind of date would that be? The next day, Su Yun waited at home for Wang Jiayue's message. It wasn't until noon that she sent him a location pin. So Su Yun had Zhu Shizhong drive over. In Zhangqing, there was a Haitong road. Around it were many board game cafes, internet cafes, escape rooms, milk tea shops, and restaurants. It was also a favorite entertainment spot for many students and young people. Wang Jiayue and her sisters had already been waiting there. Jiayue, why isn't he here yet? He kept you waiting for 10 minutes. That's not right, not gentlemanly at all. Wang Jiayue awkwardly spoke up for Su Yun. I only just sent him the message, didn't I? So you should have texted him half an hour earlier. Making us sisters wait here for him is really inappropriate. Yeah. However, before long, a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove over. Then it stopped right in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing Su Yun calmly sitting in the back. Jiayue, get in. Let's find a place to park first. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Jiayue was completely dumbfounded, and it took her a long while to snap out of it. Last time she saw Su Yun's ride was a Lamborghini. This time it was a Phantom again. Just how rich was this guy? Chi-Chi at the end of the line had sparkling eyes. Her heart raced with excitement. Her desire to win Su Yun over grew even stronger. Everyone got into the car together. Sitting on the comfortable rear seats of the Rolls-Royce, the group of girls dared not speak. All their previous complaints and grumbles vanished into thin air. Wang Jiayue stammered an introduction. Brother Su, you know Chi-Chi. Su Yun nodded at Chi-Chi, who responded with a faint blush on her pretty face. These are my roommates. This is Duan Xiaoyu, Huihui, Wang Saishi, and Shi Wei. Su Yun nodded. Hello. The 4 girls blushed and nodded back at him. Jiayue's roommates are all beauties too. The 4 girls' faces turned even redder, utterly shy. Damn. So handsome. So rich. Not only does he drive a Phantom, but he even has a personal chauffeur. Brother Su Yun, do you run a company? Wang Saisher asked shyly. Su-Yun scratched his head. Sort of. Shouldn't a company president be very busy? Duan Xiaoyu probed. Su-Yun smiled. I don't handle company matters. Someone manages them for me. Never mind playing Wang Jiayue's strategist. They damn well wanted to go for it themselves. A young master from a Tycoon family, the kind you'd only see on TV. Who would have thought such a person existed in real life? Wang Jiayue looked embarrassed. Brother Su, I'm really sorry. They insisted on coming, and I couldn't stop them. Su-Yun waved his hand. It's fine. At this moment, a phone mounted on the interior wall of the rear seat rang. Su-Yun pressed the answer button. It was Zhu Shizhong, the driver up front. President Su, I found the parking lot. Please go ahead and enter first, or I'll be on standby nearby. Okay, got it. As the Phantom came to a stop, Su-Yun got out of the car together with Wang Jiayue and the others. The four girls, upon hearing the title President Su, could barely contain their excitement. They followed behind Su-Yun, sneaking peeks at him from time to time. Wang Jiayue wasn't stupid as she sensed something was off and felt uneasy. Weren't you all supposed to be my wing women? How come you've all gone quiet? She simply walked beside Su-Yun, the two of them leading the way side by side. This was staking her claim in front of her roommates. Chi-Chi was feeling awful too. If it had just been her and Wang Jiayue going out, she could have been more proactive. But with so many people today, what could she do? She could only follow the crowd. On the other side, Zhao Feng was in a bad mood today. Yesterday, he had asked Chi-Chi out several times, but she said she had no time. Of course, Zhao Feng trusted Chi-Chi, completely thinking she really did have classes today. So last night, he changed his plans and invited a few buddies to surf the internet at Haidong Road. They had just finished an overnight session and were coming out when one of the buddies said he was hungry. So they all went to find a restaurant to eat. As it turned out, they saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the parking lot. A tall, burly driver was standing by the roadside smoking. Holy shit, am I seeing things? Isn't that a Phantom? For real, that's pretty badass. This is the first time I've seen this car in the flesh. Zhao Feng also fixed his eyes on it, a little envious. He too wanted to be rich, but his family's assets didn't permit him to be reckless. Besides, his father was strict and gave him only tens of thousands of yuan each month as living expenses. This time though, because the company had made money and his father was in a good mood, he gave him several tens of thousands extra. Let's go, let's take pictures. Yeah, a few photos to post on Moments and show off would be great. So Zhao Feng and his buddies walked up together, intending to take out their phones and snap photos. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhong blocked their way. No photos allowed here. Please leave. Though he was an honest man, when he turned serious, he was terrifying. Coupled with the scar on his face, it was enough to scare someone to death. Zhao Feng and the others dared not get close, so they just stood at a distance and took a few shots. After handing over their tickets, Su-Yun entered together with Wang Jiayue and the others. A staff member explained the rules of the game, and the group began playing the escape room. This game was played in complete darkness. Players were not allowed to bring phones or any lighting devices and had to grope in the dark for the keys to 4 rooms front, back, left, and right. Only one room led to the correct exit. If they entered the wrong room, its door would automatically shut and lock again. The players would then have to keep searching for an exit. In addition, at regular intervals, staff members disguised as monsters would chase the players. If caught, a player would be judged as dead and escorted out of the room. It was extremely thrilling. Once the game started, the staff turned off the lights. Apart from the dim lighting in some rooms, nothing else could be seen clearly. Some corners were so pitch black that one could not see one's own hand in front of one's face. The room was also very large, so Su-Yun and the 6 girls fell into a brief silence. Brother Su, where are you? Wang Jiayue asked urgently the moment she stepped inside. I'm right here, but I can't see you, Su-Yun responded. At that moment, he suddenly felt a soft little hand slip into his palm. Su-Yun was taken aback for a moment, then realized that the hand probably belonged to Wang Jiayue. Let's go, hold on to me, he said. Behind him came a faint, slightly shy sound of a scent. A peculiar faint fragrance drifted into Su-Yun's nostrils. Huh, that's not right. Was this the perfume Wang Jiayue used? But Su-Yun couldn't tell. Earlier in the car, the girls had all been sitting together, their scents mingling chaotically, perfume, shampoo, and even the natural fragrance of their skin. Su-Yun led the girl behind him to a corner. It was pitch dark there, so he reached out and felt around, trying to find the key to the door. Ladies, don't open the door as soon as you find a key. There are 4 rooms in total. Wait until we've collected all 4 keys, then try them one by one. A chorus of female voices sounded around him. Got it. Su-Yun felt relieved. Staying in the starting room meant the monsters would not begin chasing them. Only after they left the room would the monsters appear. Soon the girls found all 4 keys. Duan Xiaoyu shouted excitedly, Brother Su-Yun, we found all 4 keys. Where are you? Come over here. Su-Yun, who had been delighted, was startled by the shout. After walking over, he released Wang Jiayue's little hand. There was some light here, though dim, so he had to be careful. In front of him, 5 figures gradually gathered, and he couldn't tell who was who. Let's open the doors one by one, Su-Yun said. So they picked up the 4 keys and finally found the exit behind the last door. It was a corridor with flickering energy-saving lamps, slightly eerie. Su Yun took the initiative to act as the man of the group, stepping in front of the girls. He looked back and saw that everyone was there. Wang Jieyue, however, remained perfectly calm, and Su Yun couldn't help but admire her. With acting skills like those, it was a shame she hadn't become an actress. The group quickened their pace and walked toward the end of the corridor. Don't forget to search the boxes around. Speed it up. The monster is coming. And sure enough, a thunderous roar rang out, and the ground began to tremble. Su Yun was astonished. The vibration simulation was quite realistic. Behind them, a furry monster charged forward. Su Yun panicked and instinctively grabbed Wang Jieyue's hand. Let's go. The girls all saw it, but tactfully said nothing, following Su Yun as they ran out. Wang Jieyue, on the other hand, was deeply embarrassed, her face flushing crimson. Afterward, they conquered several more rooms before finally escaping. Unfortunately, Hui Hui and Wang Saisher were touched by a monster, so they were judged dead and had to leave early. When they came out, they were greeted by bright light. Su Yun smiled and said, "We're finally out." During the rest of the game, Wang Jieyue didn't interact with him again, which left Su Yun slightly disappointed. Of course, the lighting in the later rooms was much brighter, so she probably didn't dare to act that way anymore. "Brother Su, I'm hungry," Wang Jieyue said shyly. "Then let's find somewhere to eat." The girls had really enjoyed themselves. After all that running around, they were all hungry. On the way, Chi-Chi said she needed to visit the restroom, so everyone waited for her for a moment. When she came out, Su Yun led them to a fairly bustling buffet restaurant. He took the initiative to treat everyone, buying seats for all 7. Wang Jieyue felt embarrassed. "Brother Su, you're spending so much on us again." "Hey, no problem, don't mention it." Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. This buffet restaurant had quite high ratings. The girls chattered as they flocked together to grab plenty of food, some grilling it while others boiled it. Su Yun merely ate a little, spending most of his time watching them eat. Right in the middle of their meal, Chi-Chi suddenly rubbed her belly and said, "Su-ji, my stomach hurts. I want to go downstairs to rest for a bit." Wang Jieyue looked at Chi-Chi in astonishment. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong with you?" Everyone else turned to look at her as well. "Maybe I got a cramp from running earlier. I don't feel well now." Chi-Chi managed a weak smile, then said to Su Yun, "Su-ji, can I sleep in your car for a while?" Su Yun considered it. It wasn't a big deal anyway, and nodded. "Go ahead. The driver should be over there." Wang Jieyue also showed concern. "Chi-Chi, go rest first. Once we're done eating, we'll bring you some porridge outside to warm your stomach." Everyone also assumed Chi-Chi might not have a cramp, but could have gotten her period instead. They all expressed some concern. Chi-Chi nodded, said goodbye to Su Yun and the others, and went downstairs first. Arriving at the parking lot, she found that Rolls-Royce. Zhu Shizhong had been sitting by the window at a cafe drinking coffee. Seeing Chi-Chi walk toward the car, he quickly settled his bill and rushed out. "What's wrong with you?" Zhu Shizhong asked. "Driver Ji, I'm really sorry. My stomach hurts and Su-ji told me to sleep in the car for a bit." Zhu Shizhong nodded and opened the car door for her. Chi-Chi got inside the car. However, this scene was witnessed by Zhao Feng and his group, who had just finished eating with their brothers. "Huh, Fengji, isn't that your girlfriend?" "Yeah, why would she get into that Rolls-Royce?" Zhao Feng was completely confused, though he had indeed seen it was Chi-Chi. Zhao Feng frowned. Didn't she have class today? Why would she appear at a place like this? Haida Road was quite far from Zhangqing University. Coming out for a meal wouldn't bring her all the way here, would it? Zhao Feng quickly took out his phone and sent Chi-Chi a few WeChat messages, but received no reply. So he called her instead. This time Chi-Chi answered. "Hello. Chi-Chi, where are you?" "I'm in the classroom." "Can't talk now, class is about to start." Beep, beep, beep. Chi-Chi hung up quickly. Zhao Feng was so embarrassed. "Fengji, she hung up on you." "What did she say, eh?" Zhao Feng was sweating, stammering. "She said she's in the classroom." "Classroom? Isn't she just lying to you? She's right there in that car." Zhao Feng was very suspicious too, but he didn't want to believe that was really Chi-Chi. "Maybe we saw wrong." Zhao Feng found an excuse for himself and his brothers, brushing it off casually. He truly regarded Chi-Chi as his fiancée. He was even planning to bring her into the family company after she graduated, then start preparing for marriage. But ever since Chi-Chi met Su Yun, her college classmate, that day, she had been cold and distant toward him. When he asked what was wrong, she wouldn't say. And recently Chi-Chi had been responding to his messages inconsistently. Even when she did reply, it was just things like "Oh, okay. Fengji, what should we do? Should we go check it out?" That wouldn't be good. That driver looks fierce and intimidating." Zhao Feng quickly turned his friends around and pushed them back. It's fine. Chi-Chi is in class. I even heard the sounds of her classroom when I called just now. That girl definitely isn't Chi-Chi. We must have seen wrong." The group was half believing, half doubting. As they were leaving, Zhao Feng glanced back once more toward the Rolls-Royce. The windows were black, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. However, just as Zhao Feng was about to leave, he suddenly saw Su Yun walking over from the distance. With the tall driver bowing respectfully, Su Yun got into the car. "Huh, what? Wasn't that Su Yun?" Zhao Feng thought he must have misseen. How could Su Yun possibly afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom? This was a car worth over 10 million. However, Zhao Feng remembered that the guy already had a Lamborghini. Buying a Phantom as well would be quite reasonable. It's just that why would he appear here? While pretending everything was fine, Zhao Feng sent Chi-Chi another WeChat message. Wang Jiayue saw Su Yun and Chi-Chi returning together and felt a bit surprised. Brother Su, how come you're here with Chi-Chi? Su Yun replied, I just came out of the washroom and saw Chi-Chi coming back as well, so we walked over together. Oh, Wang Jiayue didn't doubt him at all. The meal left Su Yun with a tangle of mixed emotions. How exhausting. After stepping outside, he let out a long, murky breath. Jiayue, let me drive you all back to school, Su Yun said. Great. Thank you, Brother Su. For Wang Jiayue today had brought her one step closer to Su Yun. Because during the escape room game, Su Yun had taken her hand of his own accord. During the meal, he also sat beside Wang Jiayue. She had even picked out dishes for Su Yun with her chopsticks. That made Wang Jiayue's heart flutter for a long time. Even so, she was quite delighted. Su Yun had made an excellent impression in front of her roommates. It also filled Wang Jiayue with a touch of pride. In her heart, she especially thanked her father for actually finding her such a wonderful young man. In the car, Wang Jiayue took the initiative to sit on Su Yun's side. While everyone was chatting, she secretly held his big hand. She still felt her heart racing. Su Yun responded in kind, gently squeezing her palm. As for whether Chi-Chi was watching from nearby, Su Yun couldn't care less. She wouldn't dare say anything anyway. Zhao Feng stood alone at the gate of Zhangcheng University. He had already parted ways with his sworn brothers and close friends. He had come there to find Chi-Chi. To his astonishment, Chi-Chi had blocked him on all channels right after she broke up with him. It caught Zhao Feng completely off guard. All he could do was wait at the university gate because outsiders weren't allowed to casually enter the campus. At that moment, however, an extended Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly rolled up to the school gate. It immediately drew everyone's attention. Is that a Rolls-Royce? Damn, it's so long. When did our school get such a legendary ride? Could the person inside be someone's parent? The people around were mostly college students. When they saw the Phantom, they gasped in amazement and pulled out their phones to snap photos. Zhao Feng's complexion, however, grew paler and paler. It has to be Chi-Chi. The one who got in before had to be Chi-Chi. Otherwise, how could this car possibly show up here? Zhao Feng trembled with rage, but he didn't dare step forward to confront her. Because the person sitting in the car was Su Yun. Zhao Feng had seen it with his own eyes. Could the other person Chi-Chi said she liked actually be Su Yun? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Didn't Su Yun already have a girlfriend? With Chi-Chi's pride, how could she be willing to become someone's mistress? Every bit of this was shattering Zhao Feng's worldview. He felt his legs trembling and almost couldn't stay on his feet. Sure enough, 6 girls got out of the car, and Chi-Chi was clearly among them. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and stepped forward. If he retreated now, he would not be a man. Chi-Chi, stop right there. In the crowd, Chi-Chi also noticed Zhao Feng, but she was extremely calm. Zhao Feng, it's you. Zhao Feng looked at her coldly and asked Chi-Chi, what is going on with you? Didn't you say you were in class? Wang Jiayue and the others looked at Zhao Feng in surprise. Duan Xiaoyu asked Chi-Chi, who is he? Chi-Chi said calmly, my ex. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. I'm not your ex yet. I don't accept you breaking up with me unilaterally. Duan Xiaoyu, Hui, Wang Saishi, Shiwei, including Wang Jiayue, were all astonished. Chi-Chi, are you all right? Chi-Chi shook her head. I'm fine. You go on ahead, I'll handle this. Wang Jiayue and the others nodded. They had all known that Chi-Chi had a boyfriend. They simply never imagined that he would turn out to be so much older. Besides, Chi-Chi was a very independent girl, so after getting her assurance, Wang Jiayue and the others left first. The Phantom's door had already shut. Su Yun crossed his legs, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and calmly watched the standoff between Chi-Chi and Zhao Feng through the window. What more do you want me to say? Chi-Chi said calmly. Are you with the man in this car? Chi-Chi showed not the slightest intention of denying it. She nodded. Exactly. Su Yun, get down here, you bastard. Zhao Feng had lost his mind in anger. However, the car door wouldn't budge an inch. Su Yun took a sip of fine wine and said casually, Shizhong, go help Chi-Chi handle this matter. Yes, President Su. Zhu Shizhong nodded, closed the door, and stepped out. Standing before Zhao Feng, the 186-meter-tall man made his legs tremble uncontrollably. President Su isn't someone you can see just because you want to. Zhu Shizhong understood the situation well. He stood alone in the cold wind for what seemed like an eternity before departing dejectedly. That day, Zhao Feng finally grew from a boy into a man. Of course, referring to his mindset. Inside the car, Zhu Shizhong asked respectfully, President Su, where to now? Let's go home. Might as well buy a gym and work out. Today marked the 7th day since Su Yun awakened his system. He had woken up early, eager to see if he could receive any sign-in reward. So Su Yun performed the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Money 10 million. You have signed in for 7 consecutive days. Host has signed in for 7 consecutive days, triggering a critical bonus. 7-day continuous package 1. Lucky draw opportunity 1. Money 8. 61 million. A transfer of 18. 61 million yuan has been received to your CCB savings card ending in 8888. Balance 37519,000 yuan. Su Yun was extremely surprised. Who would have thought his first 7-day consecutive sign-in would yield such a massive critical bonus? There were 3 rewards in total, including a lucky draw opportunity. He couldn't wait to open the consecutive package. Package opened successfully. You have received 100 shares of Taiyang Sports Group. Su Yun was taken aback. Taiyang Sports. Wasn't that the company that operated gyms and sold sports equipment? So the moment he had the thought of working out, they sent him a sports empire. This was too awesome. Su Yun restrained his excitement and quickly activated the spinning wheel lottery, consuming 1 draw opportunity. The next moment the pointer spun rapidly and soon came to rest on a lucky draw successful. You have received a 100-fold fitness card. 100-fold fitness card for every day the host engages in effective exercise. The physical constitution bonus will be amplified by 100 times. The duration after activation is 10 days. Su Yun was dumbfounded. Holy shit. Doesn't this mean he could gain muscles by just working out for a few days casually? A 10-day duration. If he trained continuously throughout those 10 days, that would be equivalent to training for 1,000 days. What kind of results could a fitness beginner achieve after training non-stop for 1,000 days? Su Yun wanted to try it out right now. He opened the system panel. At present his Valor points had accumulated to nearly 40 million. Only another 60 million, and he could draw once more. Still his spending habits were far too crude. After 7 full days had passed, he had spent himself raw and only accumulated 40 million Valor points. His vision was still lacking. He needed to broaden his horizons. After all, Su Yun had previously been nothing more than a corporate drudge. What vision could he possibly have? Now that he had wealth, his perspective would naturally expand over time. He was confident that before long Su Yun would grasp the true essence of spending money. Nevertheless, given his current assets, he only had nearly 30 million in his account. Even if he wanted to make big moves, there wasn't much he could do. The money would likely vanish before he even got started. Spending required immediate feedback. Investments where money disappeared without a trace weren't something Su Yun would consider yet. Once his assets grew substantially, he could experiment with such ventures. Beyond the cash in his account, Zhongjin Group's monthly dividends were substantial. Even so, most of those funds were tied up in fixed assets. They couldn't be liquidated for spending. Each month the maximum he could expect was around 10 to 20 million in fixed dividends, and that was the ceiling. If the group's business faltered, paying out only a few million in salaries was entirely possible. Su Yun wasn't relying on the group for hope. The system remained his primary income stream. A guaranteed 10 million daily was more than enough for his current needs. So Su Yun said, "Let's go get ready and accompany me to work out." Chi-Chi paused, then replied with a soft, "Oh," slowly rising from bed. She changed into workout clothes directly, and they headed out together. "Brother, I'm hungry. Just grab some bananas or something. If you eat too much now, your stomach will hurt during exercise." Soon Su Yun and Chi-Chi arrived at a nearby Taiyang Sports Gym. Su Yun glanced up at the sign. The logo featured a cartoon son wearing sunglasses. At first glance it seemed rather cheesy, but after a while the design actually grew on him. Upon entering, warm air conditioning blew directly towards Su Yun and Chi-Chi. "Welcome 3 guests. Here to work out." Since Su Yun genuinely intended to exercise rather than socialize, he decided to bring Zhu Shizhong along as well. He could ask him about anything he didn't understand. Su Yun nodded. The receptionist, also wearing workout clothes and with a well-proportioned figure, smiled and said, "Do the 3 of you have membership cards?" Su Yun spoke directly, "Just call your manager over." The receptionist was momentarily stunned. But, however, sensing the imposing presence of Su Yun and Zhu Shizhong behind him, she couldn't quite gauge the situation. She immediately made a phone call to notify the manager to come over. Nia Rong had just finished his work. Earlier that morning, headquarters had informed all their branches that the company had been sold as a package. As a low-level manager like Nia Rong, he was unaware of the higher-ups' decisions, even though the group had already been sold to outsiders. Yet everything within the company remained unchanged. It was said that someone had offered an incredibly exorbitant sum to acquire their Sun Sports Group. Nia Rong had been quite shocked at the time. After all, Sun Sports was a large group with operations nationwide. Opening a gym wasn't easy in these days. Generally speaking, gyms in small cities would open and then flee. First, they'd attract a batch of members to buy cards, then once the capital was recovered, making a profit of 1 or 2 million, they'd disappear without a trace. Then they'd open another identical gym in a different city. The scheme was highly profitable, leaving a large number of fitness instructors and gym staff unable to receive their wages. Such incidents were everywhere. Yet Sun Sports Group had stood firm for nearly 5 years without collapsing. This was because of its large scale and substantial capital. Moreover, the group's management was highly standardized, so there had never been any case of running away. Nia Rong was quite fortunate, because the group was being sold as a package. If he was a manager, even the cleaning auntie in the gym could stay and continue working. Her salary would still be paid and her benefits unchanged. However, this had little to do with Nie Rong. He could continue working and receive his monthly salary. Stretching lazily, Nie Rong decided to catch up on some sleep. Manager Nie. Headquarters has sent over the new boss's information. Would you like to take a look? Nie Rong said irritably. Let them change if they want to. Do you really think the higher-ups will come inspect our gym? Come on, don't disturb my sleep. Deputy Manager Xie, you looked aggrieved. Isn't it just showing you a photo? Is it necessary to scold me like this? However, this new boss did look quite young. At this moment, the office phone rang. Nie Rong, who had just fallen asleep, impatiently got up again. Picking up the phone, he cursed, "What is it now? Can you let me sleep in peace? Are you all useless? Can't you solve problems on your own?" The receptionist was extremely wronged. Manager Nie, there's a customer outside who says they want to see you. I don't dare make that decision. Nie Rong was stunned. Looking for me? Who is it? I don't know either. All right, wait a moment, I'll come take a look. Nie Rong's face darkened. Now these customers, every minor issue, they need to find a manager. Damn it, if they're all like this, then why did I hire so many fitness coaches? It's ridiculous. Nie Rong often encountered such situations. When the equipment breaks, they come straight to the manager. Do you take me for a repairman? He walked to the front desk muttering curses and saw Su Yun and the others. Who's looking for me? Manager Nie, it's them. Nie Rong glanced at Su Yun. Customer, if there's something, can't you just ask the fitness coach? Do you think this manager is omnipotent? Big or small matters, they all come to me truly speechless. Facing Nie Rong's attitude, Su Yun frowned. You're the manager. Nonsense, if not me, who else would it be? What exactly do you want? If it's about getting a card, just go to the front desk, isn't that enough? Su Yun, I'm not here to get a card. Then what are you here for? I'm here to work out. Nie Rong was so amused he laughed. I say this customer, don't tell me you want to work out here for free. However, Su Yun said matter-of-factly, what's wrong? Can it be free? Nie Rong slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. Damn it, there are all kinds of fools. If you think this is free, I wouldn't let you in anyway. Get the hell out, get lost. Free, keep dreaming. Going out to buy a cabbage costs a few yuan. Idiot. After cursing, Nie Rong turned to leave. However, Su Yun's expression had already grown dark. Chi and Zhu Shizhong were both completely baffled. But just then, Deputy Manager Xie Yu heard the commotion outside and came over. As soon as he saw Su Yun, he was instantly stunned. President Su. After seeing Su Yun's identity information, Xie Yu recognized him and had a deep impression. After all, a chairman as young as Su Yun would make anyone sigh with admiration. Su Yun then looked at Xie Yu. And who are you? President Su, I am the deputy manager here. My name is Xie Yu. Su Yun nodded and asked, why do I need to get a membership card worth thousands when I come to my own gym? Actually, he wasn't angry about this. If they didn't allow free entry, he'd just get a card. It wouldn't cost much. If they did allow it, that would be even better. What made him angry was Manager Nie's attitude as a manager. A gym manager who earns over 10,000 a month treating customers like this. Xie Yu was stunned and turned to look at Nie Rong. At this moment, Nie Rong had already stopped in his tracks. His face filled with shock as he looked at Xie Yu and Su Yun. Xie Yu, what are you doing? Xie Yu paused for a moment and said, Manager Nie, he's the new boss, President Su. You must have misunderstood, right? Nie Rong's head buzzed. Su. President Su. Xie Yu nodded and handed what headquarters had sent earlier to Nie Rong. Nie Rong looked down. Behind the title of new chairman of Sun Sports Group were clearly the two characters Su Yun. And the photo in the frame on the right looked exactly like Su Yun. This. Nie Rong's hand slipped and the document fell to the ground, his face changing dramatically. Su. President Su. Oh, it's truly a misunderstanding. It was my fault. Just now I forgot to check the headquarters document and didn't recognize you. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Su Yun didn't even look at Nie Rong. Instead, he turned to Xie Yu. Tell headquarters in a moment, just say, I ordered it, you come take over as manager here. Xie Yu looked completely confused. He pointed at himself, then pointed at Nie Rong then. What about him? He has already been dismissed. After saying this, Su Yun walked into the gym with Chi and Zhu Shizhong both wearing expressions of shock. Xie Yu was overjoyed. He had long been unhappy with Nie Rong, and now he could rise to power. It was wonderful. So he quickly made a phone call to headquarters. Nie Rong was completely dumbfounded. Emotionally, he wanted to be angry, but rationally he could not find a single reason to raise his ire. Before long, headquarters was informed of the incident. Kuligwa, the group's general manager, immediately placed a call to Su Yun. Mr. Su, I haven't yet formally completed the handover with you, and look, this has already happened. I am truly sorry. On behalf of our entire group, I extend my sincerest apologies. Su Yun replied, it's nothing. I'm not angry. Just remember, when hiring managers in the future, seek out individuals of higher caliber. He was cursing at me moments ago. People like him cannot be tolerated. Kuligwa broke into a cold sweat. In his heart, he had already sentenced Nie Rong to death. The group had just been sold, and Kuligwa hadn't even had time to complete the formal handover. The former chairman had taken the money and fled abroad to retire, leaving Caligula with no explanation whatsoever. Caligula found himself in a difficult position. Eager to curry favor with the new chairman, he immediately called Nier after hanging up. Nier was merely the manager of a branch store in Zhongqing. He didn't know this person at all. Firing him would be no problem whatsoever. Nier, have you lost your mind? You dare provoke the new chairman? Ko, President Ko. I had no idea he was the new chairman. Nier was on the verge of tears, standing at the entrance of the store and repeatedly whispering apologies. The girl at the front desk watched the scene with evident schadenfreude. Caligula snorted coldly. I don't care about your affairs. Pack your things and leave. If the new chairman wants to fire you, there's nothing I can do. The company will settle your wages accordingly when the time comes. With that, he hung up. With that declaration, Nier was completely finished. Meanwhile, inside the gym, Su Yun had finished his warm-up. At that moment, several female trainers with impressive figures seized the opportunity to approach him. Su, President Su, manager Xie sent us to assist you with your workout. Su Yun glanced at them. This Xie you really knows how to play the game. These female trainers were all quite attractive. However, no need to worry about me. Go about your own business. I brought my own trainer. He gestured towards Zhu Shizhong, who was standing nearby, also warming up. The female trainers nodded and hesitantly drifted away. Witnessing this, Chi approached and asked, Brother, is this gym really yours? Su Yun looked at her and replied, Not only is this gym mine, the entire Taiyang Sports Group is. When dealing with a girl like Chi, one couldn't remain low-key. It was time to show off, and she would definitely fall for it. Chi-Chi's eyes were sparkling. Wow, that's amazing. Su Yun smiled. I just purchased this group and haven't completed the handover yet, but I can make an immediate decision. This gym is now yours as a gift. Gifting Chi-Chi a gym was actually Su Yun's way of repaying her. After all, she had given so much for him yesterday and today. She had even surrendered her purity to him. A small reward for her meant nothing to Su Yun. After all, the entire Taiyang Sports Group had been given to him freely by the system. This was also to ensure Chi-Chi would serve him wholeheartedly in the future. In the end, Su Yun would be the one benefiting most. So this was hardly an unfair deal. Chi-Chi looked utterly bewildered. Give it to me, eh? She still couldn't believe it. What don't you want it? I do. Chi-Chi's pretty face flushed red as she lowered her head. Su Yun pinched her rosy cheek and said, Work hard. I recall you and Wang Jieyue are both from the Economics and Management Department, right? Yes, that's right. Then you'll serve as the store manager here for now. If you perform well, I can promote you to headquarters. Chi-Chi's heart began to race with excitement. She was only a freshman. Finding a job was the last thing on her mind. In fact, she had no idea what she wanted to do in the future. But now with Su Yun arranging everything for her, Chi-Chi suddenly felt motivated. But I don't really understand this kind of work. Su Yun thought for a moment and called over Xie. Manager Xie, starting today, she is the store manager of this location. You will assist her properly, understood? Xie was taken aback. He looked closely at Chi-Chi, so young, barely 18 or 19. What the hell? Was she President Su's girlfriend? Quick-witted, as ever, Xie nodded repeatedly with a smile. Rest assured, President Su. I will do my utmost to support this young lady. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed red once more. From Xieyu's expression, it was clear he had taken her for Su Yun's official girlfriend. And to be honest, being held in such high regard felt quite satisfying. Su Yun paid no mind to this. Instead, he nodded and began his workout under Zhu Shizhong's guidance. Zhu Shizhong was a veteran. His training methods were far more intense. By the end of the morning, Su Yun had been pushed to the brink, multiple times nearly vomiting. President Su, can your body still handle this? Su Yun waved his hand. I'm fine. Let me rest for a moment, and we'll continue. The fitness card was only valid for 10 days. He needed to make the most of every single one of those days. Although Chi-Chi had come to work out as well, she stayed by Su Yun's side the entire time, wiping his sweat, handing him water, or else snapping selfies with her phone and posting them to her social media as proof of her gym visit. She hadn't returned to the dormitory the previous night, so Wang Jieyue and the others had been worried sick. The girls assumed she had reconciled with Xiao Feng. During the workout, Xie approached several times with documents for Su Yun to review. After all, the boss was right there, and he still needed to handle the handover with Nier. Having the boss sign off directly would speed things up considerably. Su Yun also found it troublesome, so he called Qin Ruhua. What are your orders, President Su? Qin Ruhua was always rational, and upon answering the call, she immediately adopted a professional demeanor. Ruhua, I just purchased a group. I'll send you an address shortly. Come find me directly, and I'll give you some instructions. Understood, President Su. After hanging up, Su Yun sent Qin Ruhua his current location. Half an hour later, Qin Ruhua stepped into the gym wearing a stylish black suit. She looked around somewhat surprised. Was this really the gym? Taiyang Sports. Qin Ruhua seemed to have heard of it before. It was a sports group established merely 5 years ago. President Su had purchased it outright. That was incredibly decisive. Miss, are you here to work out? Qin Ruhua shook her head. I'm here to meet someone. With that, she walked into the gym. As Qin Ruhua walked in, every muscle-bound man in the gymnasium gaped in stunned admiration. Her beauty was simply extraordinary. The kind of rare perfection rarely encountered in real life. In Su Yun's eyes, Qin Ruhua had always been a girl with a beauty score of 97. Wow, look at that gorgeous woman. Just look at that face, that figure. I'm in love. I'm going to ask for her WeChat. Brother, don't compete with me. I spotted her first. An uproar broke out in the gymnasium, filled mostly with men. But even the women couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, a hint of jealousy stirring in their hearts. Wasn't working out supposed to help them become such stunning beauties? Yet just then everyone watched as Qin Ruhua walked straight up to Su Yun and respectfully bowed before him. Who is that guy? I saw it just now. The manager here seemed quite respectful toward him. He can't possibly be the gym's owner, can he? Huh. Would the owner get this kind of treatment? He's probably someone from headquarters. Su Yun was bare-chested, drenched in sweat from his workout. Zhu Shizhong was helping him steady the barbell as he lifted it rep after rep. Chi-Chi stood gently to the side, holding a towel and water ready to attend to him at a moment's notice. The instant she saw Qin Ruhua approach, Su Yun signaled, and only then did Zhu Shizhong lift the barbell off. Mr. Su, you're here. Su Yun took the towel from Chi-Chi and wiped away his sweat, then pulled out a document from beside him. This is the equity transfer agreement and other documents pertaining to the Sun Sports Group. Take a look at them first. Qin Ruhua nodded. But first she glanced at Chi-Chi. She hadn't been able to meet with Su Yun for quite some time now, so she didn't know much about the women around him. Thus Qin Ruhua assumed Chi-Chi was Su Yun's girlfriend. Pretty young too, probably still in college. She took a deep breath and focused on reading through the contracts and documents. Yet her expression grew increasingly astonished. 100% equity. A bundled sale. The documents bore the signatures of both the former chairman and Su Yun himself. Qin Ruhua was bewildered. Mr. Su, this. May I ask why you set your sights on this group? Is it because of its market advantages? Or perhaps the company's future prospects? Could it be that you're very optimistic about the future of the sports industry? Faced with Qin Ruhua's barrage of questions, Su Yun simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I just wanted to work out, so I bought the group on a whim. Hearing this, Qin Ruhua was completely stunned. Bought the group on a whim? Be a normal person, why don't you? She felt a headache coming on, nearly choking on her own saliva. Mr. Su, you're really too impulsive. Why didn't you discuss it with me first? Currently, she was Su Yun's personal secretary and assistant. Moreover, she had been working for Su Yun for some time now. A sense of responsibility had already taken root. Regarding Su Yun's assets, Qin Ruhua felt it was her duty to manage them diligently. Aren't I discussing it with you right now? Ruhua, I'm entrusting this group to you. Su Yun patted Qin Ruhua on the shoulder. The latter simply sighed. However, since he had already bought it, there was nothing she could do to stop him. She could only do her utmost to help manage it for Su Yun. Mr. Su, I'm just an assistant secretary after all. Whether the group can turn a profit is beyond my control. All I can do is manage it faithfully on your behalf. Su Yun nodded. I understand. But none of that really matters. Ruhua, have you eaten? Seeing Su Yun so indifferent toward his own group, Qin Ruhua couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Not yet, she said defiantly. Su Yun smiled. You've been working hard lately. Once we finish our workout, let's go grab something to eat together. Qin Ruhua complained. Mr. Su, I'm still very busy. Busy with what? Busy with your affairs, of course. Su Yun, I don't object to you working diligently, but remember to balance work and rest. I remember there's a pretty good Japanese restaurant nearby. We'll go together in the afternoon. Consider the rest of today your day off. Qin Ruhua opened her mouth wanting to say more, but Su Yun stopped her. Let me handle the arrangements. I'll talk to manager Qin. Qin Ruhua let out another heavy sigh and plopped down. Fine, I'll follow your lead, Mr. Su. Su Yun nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi curiously observed Qin Ruhua. Her heart was filled with no small amount of jealousy. She never expected Su Yun to have such a stunning beauty serving as his secretary. What was Su Yun's relationship with her? After all, that girl was so beautiful. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed red. After an entire day of rigorous workout, Su Yun was completely exhausted. Near the end, Su Yun went to the restroom and vomited several times, mostly dry heaves. He came to a profound realization of just how poor his physical condition truly was. The ailments accumulated during his former life as a corporate drone would need to be eliminated through exercise from now on. However, thanks to the gym membership, a full day of dedicated workout brought Su Yun absolutely monstrous gains, because his single day was equivalent to 100 days for others. Now Su Yun's body had shed all its fat, becoming lean and defined with faint muscle lines and contours beginning to emerge. His back stood straight, his complexion had improved considerably. Though he still lacked visible muscles, if he continued like this, they would accumulate more and more. After showering with Zhu Shizhong at the gym, they came out together. They saw Qin Ruhua chatting with Chi-Chi. Neither of them had worked out, so there was no need for them to shower. Chi-Chi was very shy. Qin Ruhua's expression was perfectly natural. Of course, they didn't have much in common, merely exchanging some small talk. But knowing that Su Yun had such a girlfriend, Qin Ruhua decided in her heart to maintain some distance from Su Yun from now on. After all, this little girl before her might someday become the president's wife. But in truth, she had no idea that Chi-Chi was merely one of Su Yun's many female companions. No, she wasn't even that. Let's go. I've already made a reservation. We can head straight there. Qin Ruhua nodded and elegantly rose, picking up her briefcase. Chi-Chi stepped forward and linked her arm through Su Yun's. Together they departed the gymnasium under Xie Yu's respectful send-off. Since Du Shui ran into Zhou when she went to pick up the car last time, the two of them gradually grew closer. They shared a car and often chatted together on WeChat. They became decent sisters. In Du Shui's eyes, this Lamborghini seemed to have become her only connection to Su Yun. Added to this, Du Shui felt deeply inferior about herself. She believed that even her looks couldn't compare to Zhou sitting in front of her, and at best, she only had a slightly better figure. This made Du Shui feel rather lost for a while. She had no appetite for food or drink. One day Zhou called to say she had made a reservation at a Japanese restaurant and wanted to go together with Du Shui. Du Shui didn't refuse, so she came along. The two of them walked into the restaurant arm in arm, like close friends, found a seat, and ordered their food. Zhou, is this place really that good? Du Shui asked. Really. I came here once before, don't worry, I won't let you down. Zhou picked up her phone and was about to start live streaming. These past few days her followers on the Douyu platform had been surging. The reason was none other than that Zhou had been seen driving a Lamborghini, which was extremely eye-catching during her live streams. Zhou's old fans all knew that this car belonged to that young man. As soon as she went online, the comment section started scrolling. Looks like Zhou is getting along well with that young man. Yeah, he even lets you drive his Lamborghini. Is becoming his girlfriend far behind. Zhou was never bad to begin with. Anyone who couldn't see that would be blind. In the comments, a group of fatherly fans felt deeply satisfied. Because Zhou had become friends with Du Shui, all the fans in her live stream room also got to know Du Shui. However, no one knew that their relationship was actually that they were both Su Yun's girlfriends. Zhou herself didn't care about this. On the contrary, she felt that it was better if Su Yun had more women. More lively. This silly girl. But Du Shui didn't see it that way. She was almost falling into depression. After meeting Su Yuan last time, Du Shui suddenly realized that her temperament was simply not worthy of being Su Yun's woman. She was too petty. She didn't want Su Yun's love to be shared with other women besides herself. But what could Du Shui do? She couldn't change anything. Su Yun had given her many benefits. Even though they hadn't seen each other for these past days, Su Yun still chatted with her on WeChat every night. Whenever Du Shui was short on money, Su Yun would generously transfer money to her. Usually it was tens of thousands, and sometimes when he was happy, even hundreds of thousands. Du Shui wanted to cry too. But Su Yun simply gave too much. Sister Xiao Shui, I wonder what Su Ji is doing right now. Zhou took the initiative to start a topic. They didn't have much in common to talk about anyway. One was a 4S car dealership salesperson and the other was a female streamer. Where could they find common ground? She slapped the table and looked toward the door. Why is the food taking so long? I'm starving. Just then, a waiter led Su Yun and his group past their door. Japanese restaurants have private rooms separated by partitions. The decoration was Japanese style. Zhou thought she was seeing things and quickly crawled out to take a look. Sure enough, it was Su Yun. The waiter was leading them to the adjacent private room. Suji. Zhou was overjoyed and couldn't help but call out. Su Yun was startled. Oh, it's you. Zhou giggled. Suji, come eat with us. Don't go to the next room. The waiter smiled. Sir, the partitions between rooms can be opened and combined together. Su Yun thought about it, since they all knew each other anyway, and agreed. Opening the door, Su Yun suddenly froze. Besides Zhou, Du Shui was actually there too. Xiao Shui, you're here too. Su Yun gave her and Zhou a suspicious look. Wait, how do you two know each other? Du Shui glanced at Chi-Chi and Qin Ruhua beside Su Yun, especially Qin Ruhua's beauty, which struck her as breathtaking. After hemming and hawing for a long time, she finally said, We met when getting the car. Getting the car? Su Yun suddenly remembered. Zhou still had a key to the car. He had actually forgotten to take it back. I see. Su Yun led everyone to sit down and introduced them calmly. This is Chi-Chi, this is Qin Ruhua, this is Zhu Shizhong. He only mentioned their names, deliberately downplaying the identities of the three people. Du Shui nodded to each of them. Although Qin Ruhua was the most beautiful girl in the room, she chose to sit across from Su Yun together with Zhu Shizhong. Because Qin Ruhua was after all Su Yun's subordinate, and Zhu Shizhong was too. So rationally they kept some distance from Su Yun. But if there had been one more person like her, Du Shui might really have fainted. Du Shui's family education was actually quite traditional. What a coincidence. Allow me to treat you today. Order whatever you'd like. Su Yun said with a smile. Zhou was overjoyed and leapt to her feet. Yay. Brother Su, then I won't hold back. Du Shui felt a bit uneasy. She forced an awkward smile and said, "I'll go to the restroom." She had wanted to escape the situation, but as soon as she stood up, Su-yun also rose. "Perfect timing, I'll go with you." Zhou was confused. "Sister Shui, why is your face so red?" Du Shui nervously glanced around. The others looked at her suspiciously. Unable to bear the scrutiny, Du Shui said, "Just now in the restroom a man walked through the wrong door and entered the women's restroom." "Ha ha ha, what? He must have done that on purpose." Zhou burst into laughter. Qin Ruhua also asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." He realized his mistake and went out. Du Shui lowered her head, fabricating a random excuse. Soon, all the dishes were served. Japanese cuisine is an exercise in minimalism relying on few seasonings. Unlike Chinese cuisine, which emphasizes seasoning and the mastery of heat. The food was quite delicious. Chi-Chi joyfully took photos, fed Su-yun, and placed dishes on his plate, leaving Zhou burning with jealousy. "Brother Su, who is she?" Zhou had always been blunt and outspoken, never afraid of awkward silences, and always saying whatever came to mind. When Chi-Chi had been introduced earlier, Zhou hadn't thought much of her. But now seeing how close the two were, Zhou immediately took a disliking to her. Of course she could understand why. Su-yun was after all the president of a conglomerate, young and handsome. With such qualities, it would have been strange if he weren't popular with women. Su-yun glanced at Zhou and said, "I never agreed to be your boyfriend, so don't flatter yourself." When he first met a girl like Zhou, she had left a very poor impression on him. But after knowing her for a while, Su-yun didn't actually hate her. She just annoyed him. The girl was simply too noisy. If he were with her, he'd be tormented all day long. Qin Ruhua, with a clear sense of her role as a subordinate, tactfully tried to smooth things over with a smile. "President Su, don't embarrass the young lady like that." Su-yun gave a wry smile and said to Zhou, "Then let go of me first." Zhou pouted, "I won't." With that, she picked up some food and brought it to his mouth. "Not unless you eat this." Su-yun simply couldn't break free from her, so he pinched his nose and ate it, and only then did Zhou let go satisfied. Surprisingly, Chi-Chi didn't get angry either. She remained composed and sat beside Su-yun, dining quietly. Qin Ruhua felt a flicker of admiration in her heart. Chi-Chi's composure wasn't feigned. Just then another group of people walked in through the entrance. "President Wang, have you finalized the contract with the Heavy Gold Group?" "Almost done. It's already in its final stage. If this deal goes through, President Wang, your contribution will be indispensable." The leader of the group was a man in a suit with the top button of his white dress shirt deliberately undone to appear suave. He was rather handsome, exuding the charm of a mature CEO. And Wang Jin himself was indeed a CEO. His family ran a well-known industrial enterprise in Zhang City, with assets comparable to those of the Heavy Gold Group. After inheriting the family business several years ago, he had performed remarkably well. In just a few short years, he had expanded the family's assets by nearly 10%. Moreover, the market value of his company's shares continued to climb year after year. People throughout the business circles of Zhang City held him in high regard. Speaking of which, that Secretary Qin from the other side is really beautiful. Has President Wang ever thought about inviting her out for a meal or something? Wang Jin was taken aback. Involuntarily, the image of Qin Ruhua surfaced in his mind. Indeed, Qin Ruhua was the most beautiful woman he had encountered in recent years. He was interested in getting closer to her, but unfortunately, she had always kept her distance. Yet this only made Wang Jin more fond of her instead of giving up. Today's dinner was supposed to be a family gathering to celebrate the successful partnership with the Heavy Gold Group. But without Qin Ruhua present, Wang Jin felt it was truly dull. However, at that moment, a waiter opened the door to Su-yun's private booth to serve the dishes. In one glance, Wang Jin spotted Qin Ruhua, seated inside the booth, her back facing the entrance. Wang Jin was briefly stunned. Then instead of going over to greet her, he left with the others, as if nothing had happened, choosing to sit in the booth directly across from theirs. From there, he could clearly observe the situation in Su-yun's booth. Wang Jin was quite calculating. Even if he went over to greet Qin Ruhua, now what would it accomplish? She was surrounded by strangers. A casual chat would yield nothing substantial. In Wang Jin's plan, the ideal scenario would be to encounter Qin Ruhua alone. That way he could perform at his best. Besides, as a CEO, he had no need to appear so eager in front of outsiders. Sometimes he had to maintain the bearing of a president. Walk over and strike up a conversation, then sit down to eat with Qin Ruhua. What a joke. Apart from Qin Ruhua, there wasn't a single person in that booth he knew. Probably her colleagues. So as a CEO, he definitely shouldn't be the one to start a conversation. They were simply not on the same level. In the end, the meal was quite enjoyable. Su-yun even had someone bring a bottle of sake, toasting with everyone. Qin Ruhua didn't drink much by nature, but she would still have a little during business dinners, especially since Su-yun was her direct superior. "President Su, I can't hold my liquor well, so I can only have a tiny sip with you," Qin Ruhua said with a blush. "That's fine, we're celebrating today. I'll have Shizhong drive you home later." Qin Ruhua nodded. "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony." With that, she tilted her head back and drained the sake in one go. Zhu Shizhong watched from the side, his mouth watering. He had to drive, so he couldn't touch a single drop today. As for Zhou, after a few cups, she was already being obnoxiously loud and unruly. She was dancing and rolling around in the booth, throwing a drunken tantrum. Su Yun was also at his wit's end. Chi and Du Shui, on the other hand, were much more composed, as both had a high tolerance for alcohol. They could go a few rounds with Su Yun, but even they couldn't help their faces turning red and heads spinning. Especially Du Shui, who, thinking about going home with Su Yun tonight, couldn't resist drinking a few more cups to muster her courage. At that moment, Qin Ruhua stood up, her face flushed. President Sui, I'm going to the restroom. Su Yun nodded. Qin Ruhua pushed the door open and left. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, seated in the booth across the way, witnessed all of this. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself that his chance had come. He quickly rose and walked out of his booth. He followed Qin Ruhua to the restroom entrance. Miss Qin. Then, feigning a chance encounter, he finally walked up to greet her. Qin Ruhua turned and was taken aback. President Wang, what are you doing here? Haha, what a coincidence. Our company is having a celebration dinner today. I never expected to run into you here as well. Qin Ruhua smiled and nodded, maintaining some distance from Wang Jian. Are you here with your colleagues too, Miss Qin? Having drunk a bit too much, she didn't overthink things. After they emerged from the restroom, they washed their hands together. Wang Jian smiled again. Judging by the look of you, are you drunk? Qin Ruhua replied. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a bit. If you can't drink anymore, then don't push yourself, Wang Jian said with concern. Thank you, but I'm alright. Some social obligations are unavoidable. Haha, Miss Qin truly is dedicated to her work. If it weren't for your mediation this time, our business with your company would never have been finalized. You're the chief contributor. Our booth is just up ahead. Why don't you come over with me and say hello to everyone? Don't worry, they're all people you know, from my company. Qin Ruhua remembered that Su Yun was still in the booth. She wondered whether she should have Su Yun come over to meet Wang Jian. But she knew Su Yun wouldn't be interested. She had told Su Yun about her business dealings with Wang Jian before, but Su Yun simply didn't care, leaving the whole matter for her and Qin Li to handle. Even if she asked him to meet Wang Jian, he probably wouldn't. Maybe next time. We're almost done here, and I still have things to attend to shortly. Qin Ruhua declined gracefully. Wang Jian was stunned for a moment, then his demeanor gradually cooled. Very well, next time then. As a man of status, he refrained from making a pathetic scene by trying to force her to drink with them. He knew exactly how to handle himself. Besides, Wang Jian was hardly lacking in female company. He could make a few phone calls and have several women show up at any time. But when it came to actually being in a serious relationship or marriage, Qin Ruhua had already made it onto his short list of candidates. Then suddenly, a few men came staggering down the corridor from the other end. They were drunk, reeking of alcohol. The moment they laid eyes on Qin Ruhua, their eyes lit up. A sinister smile curled at the corners of their lips, and their staggering movements grew more exaggerated. They lurched directly toward Qin Ruhua. Instinctively, she tried to step back toward the wall, but the men only grew bolder. One of them slammed his hands against the wall, caging her in a forced cabinet. The other two leaned against the wall, on either side, completely surrounding her. Oops, so sorry, pretty lady. We've had a bit too much to drink. Hope we didn't scare you. Qin Ruhua frowned deeply, a thick, foul stench of alcohol blasting into her face. Please move aside. Don't be so uptight, beauty. Didn't we just apologize? And at that moment, Wang Jian's expression shifted. He stepped forward, intending to pull the drunkards away, but one of them violently shoved him. Wang Jian, skinny as he was, stumbled backwards several steps, nearly losing his footing. Move aside, she's a friend of mine. Wang Jian shouted, his face dark and grim. The men said nothing. Instead, one of them walked straight up to Wang Jian. He draped his arm around Wang Jian's shoulder. Brother, don't be so uptight. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Wang Jian couldn't break free and was forcefully dragged away by the man. The man was incredibly strong, and Wang Jian was practically being hauled along. Seeing Qin Ruhua being cornered and harassed, he gritted his teeth in fury. Qin Ruhua didn't even notice Wang Jian because the man in front of her was already reaching out to touch her face. She slapped his hand away. Get your hands off me. Stay away from me. I came here with friends. Move aside. She was deadly serious, her voice carrying a clear note of warning. Beauty, you're absolutely gorgeous. Just my type. Forget about going back tonight. Spend the night with me. I'll buy you whatever you want. How about it? Qin Ruhua was deeply disgusted. She tried to push them away and flee, but the men were too strong. One blocked her from behind, while the other firmly grabbed her arm, attempting to drag her back into the booth. Only then did Qin Ruhua think of Wang Jian. But when she turned around, he was nowhere to be seen. She felt wronged and furious with Wang Jian. Moments ago, he had been so smooth when inviting her for a drink. Yet at the critical moment, he fled without a trace, showing not an ounce of manliness. Just when she was about to be taken away, a sinister voice suddenly sounded from behind. Shizhong, hold him tight. Yes, President Su. A towering giant strode forward and clamped his hands onto the man's shoulders. The other skinny man was pressed against the wall by the giant's massive back, barely able to breathe. Qin Ruhua took a closer look and saw that it was Su Yun and Zhu Shizhong. Delighted, she hurried over and hid behind Su Yun. President Su, it's fine, I'm here. Su Yun watched the man struggling in Zhu Shizhong's grip and said coldly, daring to touch my secretary. Quite bold of you. You? What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go. But he could never break free from Zhu Shizhong. The next second, Su Yun delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. Smack. Smack, 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 followed by a dozen more slaps in rapid succession until Su Yun's own hand turned red. The man's cheeks swelled up on both sides. Su Yun rolled his neck and then slammed his fist into the man's stomach and face, leaving him battered and bruised. Though Su Yun rarely fought, with Zhu Shizhong locking the man from behind, he was nothing more than a punching bag. You dare hit me. Call the police. Call the police. Assault. The man flew into a rage, but panic had already crept into his eyes. People from the surrounding booths poked their heads out to watch. Several waiters hurried over to intervene. Sir, please stop. No fighting allowed in the restaurant. Or we'll call the police. Su Yun said nothing, but he did stop. Shizhong, keep going. Zhu Shizhong nodded, grabbed the man by the collar, then seized his neck and lifted the entire man off the ground. The other skinny man tried to flee in terror, but Zhu Shizhong kicked him flying, sending him crashing face first onto the floor, his front teeth shattered. Thud. A punch slammed in. Thud. Another punch. Zhu Shizhong himself stepped in and knocked the man out with 2 blows, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Many guests were startled. A waiter immediately called the police. Su Yun watched the scene coldly while gently taking Qin Ruhua's hand. Are you alright? Qin Ruhua had seen the whole ordeal, and though her heart felt warm, she was still worried. President Su, I'm the one involved. Let me handle it. Su Yun said firmly. You don't need to worry about it. I'll talk to the police when they arrive. Soon 2 officers from the Public Security Bureau came to investigate. They then asked the beaten man whether he wanted to settle publicly or privately. The man, whose face was bruised and bleeding, was already furious beyond reason. He sat on the floor panting heavily. Compensation. Pay my medical bills. Damn you. Su Yun immediately kicked him hard in the face. He was pulled back by the 2 officers. You better behave. How dare you hit someone right in front of us? Stop. Su Yun was pulled away. The officer sighed, knowing full well that the beaten man had started the trouble. In that case, we'll all go to the hospital together and we'll escort you. This was done out of fear that Su Yun might lose control again, so they had to accompany them. Su Yun nodded silently. He beckoned Zhu Shizhong over. Go get the car. Yes. After a moment, Zhu Shizhong drove the Phantom up to the entrance and parked. The 2 officers exchanged glances. Old Yang, what should we do? One of the younger officers asked. Old Yang held his forehead speechless. One look at the car told him Su Yun was no ordinary man. He sighed and said, as long as he pays compensation, the matter should end. After all, the fault lies with the other party. Let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. If this ends up in a lawsuit, we'll have our hands full. He knew very well that if it came to a court battle, Su Yun would not be afraid in the least. A man of such wealth usually had private lawyers at his beck and call. He could simply do nothing and leave everything to his attorneys. Meanwhile, the beaten man shuffled out hunched over. When he saw Su Yun get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was so terrified that his drunkenness instantly cleared. He had originally planned to extort extra money for mental distress, but now he hesitated. If the other party decided to sue instead of paying, he simply didn't have the means to fight back. He still had a job to go to. Getting dragged into a lawsuit would be a real nightmare. In an instant, the beaten man calmed down considerably, and half his anger dissipated. Then he was led into the police car following Su Yun's Rolls-Royce Phantom to the hospital. Along the way, neither officer gave him a friendly look. After all, he was the one who had started the trouble. In the car, everyone was concerned about Qin Ruhua, but she was perfectly fine. Still, she felt guilty for dragging her boss into this mess. President Su Yun glanced at her, smiled slightly, and knew exactly what she wanted to say. What is it? Don't want me to get involved. Can you handle this on your own? Qin Ruhua's pretty face flushed. After all, she was a woman and not well suited to deal with such matters alone. Moreover, Su Yun had already gotten into a fight for her sake, so there was no turning back now. Thank you, President Su, she whispered, lowering her head. Su Yun smiled and said nothing more. Chi-Chi, how about you head back to school first? Chi-Chi replied, it's fine, I can go back a bit later. That's not the issue. If it gets late, won't your dorm have a curfew? Chi-Chi paused, having completely forgotten about that. She had classes tomorrow, so she had to return to school tonight. She nodded. Alright, I'll take a taxi back then. Text me when you're done. Okay. Jojo had already drunk herself into a stupor and was lying asleep in the car. The silly girl had no idea what had just happened in the restaurant. Do you know where she lives? Su Yun held his forehead and asked Du Shui. I only know the name of her residential compound, not the exact address. Wake her up. You'll take her home first in a bit. Du Shui nodded obediently. Oh, okay. When they arrived at the hospital, Su Yun got out first, letting Qin Ruhua and Zhu Shizhong take the 2 beaten men for treatment. He also hailed a taxi for Chi-Chi. Du Shui fed the drowsy Jojo some water, gradually waking her up. but she was still dazed. Can you talk now? Jojo, where do you live? Jojo mumbled an address incoherently. Du Shui helped her up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You go inside with the officers first. I'll call you after I take her home. Su Yun didn't ask further. I'll send you the address later. Here's the key. He handed Du Shui the key to his new house. Then he entered the hospital with the two officers. The two men who had been beaten grew considerably more docile. Seated in the hospital room, one endured wincing in pain as the doctor applied alcohol and iodine to his wounds. Once everything had been sorted out, the man crept out hesitantly and bowed deeply to Su Yun. Brother, I'm truly sorry. I drank too much. That was my fault just now. I shouldn't have given this girl trouble. Qin Ruhua coldly harumphed and turned her head away. Her anger had not yet subsided. Su Yun cast an icy glance at him as well. All right, stop your damn act with me. I'll let you off this time. You should understand. If I took this to court, you wouldn't get a single cent for medical expenses. Instead, you'd be doing time behind bars. The man went pale with fear. He nodded frantically, bowing and scraping yes. Yes, we were wrong. Seeing that their attitude toward apologizing was fairly acceptable, the police officer turned and warned Su Yun, don't go around hitting people either. If someone dies, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Su Yun smiled. Rest assured, officers. I won't strike first, but I will strike back. And so the matter was finally settled. Including their medical treatment, dental work, medication, and anti-inflammatory costs, it had only come to a few hundred yuan. Glancing at the time, it was nearly midnight. Mr. Su, thank you. Qin Ruhua bowed, and thanked Su Yun once more. Don't mention it. You're my person. If someone bullies you, how could your boss just stand by and do nothing? Qin Ruhua's delicate face flushed red. She'd truly never encountered a boss like Su Yun. Could it be that Mr. Su also has feelings for her? No, how could that possibly be? He already has a girlfriend. After everything was over, Su Yun first drove Qin Ruhua home. Her residential community was quite upscale. Now working under Su Yun, earning over $1 million annually, she could afford to rent such a high-end community. Su Yun insisted on walking her all the way to her doorstep. Only then did he leave. Chi-Chi had also sent him a WeChat message saying she'd arrived at school. Su Yun glanced at it and typed a reply. Everything's wrapped up here, nothing major. Get some good rest. Okay, big brother. Good night. Good night. Su Yun put away his phone and said to Zhu Shizhong, let's go home. Half an hour later, Su Yun returned to Jinglong Bay. You've worked hard today too. Go get some rest early. I won't need the car tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Su. Take care. He needed to maintain his exercise routine over the coming days. The gym wasn't far either. Running there each day served as a good warm-up. Today's workout session, with Zhu Shizhong's guidance, meant he now knew the proper form. For the next 9 days, he just needed to follow the routine step by step. When he reached for his keys, his hand throbbed with a dull pain. Raising it to look, he found it had become somewhat swollen and red. It seemed he'd hit someone too hard when slapping them earlier. Damn it all. He'd thought perhaps a day of proper exercise would have shown some results. But turns out the places that would hurt still hurt. He unlocked the door and entered. The living room light was on. Du Shui had already returned, but she wasn't in the living room. She was in the shower. Su Yun flopped backward onto the sofa. The next day, time to get up. Come exercise with me. Du Shui groaned and mumbled a few times. She had drunk quite a lot yesterday after all. It was only because her alcohol tolerance was better than Jojo's that she hadn't collapsed. But once she relaxed at home, exhaustion came rushing over her. Suddenly being told to go exercise. How could Du Shui possibly be in the mood for that? Knew I want to sleep some more. As Du Shui cooed sleepily, she drifted off again. Su Yun sighed. Then sleep well at home. I'll go alone. He got up, washed up, and changed into athletic wear. Pushing open the door, he jogged along the sidewalk toward the gym. By the time he arrived, his body had already warmed up. The receptionist at the front desk naturally recognized this chairman and hurried out to bow and greet him. Good morning, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, please come in. Su Yun nodded. No need to be nervous, and don't tell Xiaoyu. Let him attend to his own business. I'll finish my workout and leave. Yes, Mr. Su. Xiaomei's delicate face flushed red. For some reason, she felt that Mr. Su's physique seemed different compared to yesterday. But she couldn't quite pinpoint exactly what was different. Su Yun began his workout. Every movement he performed was textbook perfect, even military standard. But in the gym, everyone was focused on their own routines, so not many people noticed Su Yun. Su Yun preferred it this way. With the gym memberships, boost a morning of exercise had made his body considerably more sturdy. Just as he was about to leave for a casual meal and rest, he spotted a familiar figure walking into the gym. He Ling Yuan. At that moment, she was wearing a dark gray athletic top, her figure exceedingly slender. Her friend Yang Luoluo was with her, dressed in a light gray athletic top. The two were laughing and chatting as they walked out of the changing room. But they also spotted Su Yun. Huh, Ling Yuan, isn't that the guy we met at the amusement park last time? Ling Yuan froze in surprise. She never expected to run into Su Yun here. Su Yun scratched his head, not intending to go up and greet them. Instead, he turned to leave and find a restaurant for some noodles. Before he could get away, Ling Yuan was forcibly pulled over by Yang Luoluo. Hey there. Hello, handsome. In Yang Luoluo's eyes, they weren't acquaintances. She thought this was their first introduction. Moreover, last time at the amusement park, Yang Luoluo had been all set to make a move, but missed her chance. Now that she'd stumbled upon this handsome guy again, she wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away easily. Thus, she displayed considerable enthusiasm. Ling Yuan was being dragged along by the hand, her pretty face somewhat flushed. Luoluo, what are you doing? Yang Luoluo shot her a glare and secretly pinched her hand beneath her. Ling Yuan was speechless. Are you really that desperate? They'd come here to work out, so how did she end up getting chatted up by a guy so quickly? If it were anyone else, fine. But it just had to be her former colleague Su Yun. The mere thought of how she'd often bullied Su Yun in the past made Ling Yuan too embarrassed to even lift her head. And thinking about how Su Yun was actually wealthy, driving Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces, it made things even more awkward. Su Yun glanced at Ling Yuan, then looked at Yang Luoluo. So he gave a slight nod hello. Yang Luoluo was overjoyed to receive a response, and quickly said, Hey, there's a piece of equipment over there I don't know how to use. Could you teach me? Su Yun glanced at where she was pointing, and his expression immediately went dark. Damn it. Wasn't that just a stability ball? How do you not know how to use that? After leaving the gym, Su Yun stepped into a noodle shop. Boss, one small bowl. After all that exercise, he was famished. But Zhu Shizhong had told him that no matter how tired he was, he must not overeat, or his weight would rebound. Although with the 100-fold fitness card backing him, Su Yun was not afraid of that. Still, he followed Zhu Shizhong's advice. In the afternoon, after resting for an hour, Su Yun returned to continue training. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan and Yang Luoluo were still running on the treadmills. Seeing Su Yun come back to work out, Yang Luoluo was delighted. She turned to Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan, what exactly is your grudge against him? Ling Yuan sighed and told her about Su Yun working at the company. Yang Luoluo was dumbfounded. What? A man that rich went to your company to be an employee, and he was bullied by you? Ling Yuan said, Yes, I didn't know at first, and the others in the company know nothing about it either. Yang Luoluo shot a surprised glance at Su Yun in the distance. Then this guy is quite interesting. But Ling Yuan, don't overthink it. I've heard that many rich young heirs nowadays infiltrate a company as ordinary employees in order to pursue a girl. Once they succeed, they resign and take the girl away with them. Ling Yuan looked utterly baffled. There are really people like that? Yang Luoluo nodded. There are quite a few. Our company had one before too. His family was filthy rich, yet he fell for a girl in our company and came to work there just for her. He did nothing serious all day, just hovered around that girl. Now they're together, the girl quit her job, and the two of them have gone off to travel the world. Sigh, how enviable. Ling Yuan swallowed hard and turned to look at Su Yun. Then, who did he come into the company for? Yang Luoluo said that I wouldn't know. Rich young masters like that have very strange tastes. They can't handle well-matched heiresses, so they take a liking to obedient, easy-to-control white-collar girls like us. Ling Yuan, if I went up and made the first move, do you think he would agree? Ling Yuan gave an awkward smile. Maybe not. Yang Luoluo snorted. If I could be with him, I'd even be willing to be his mistress. Ling Yuan said, wouldn't that be selling your soul? Yang Luoluo shot her a look. What the hell do you know? That's not selling out. That's abandoning the dark for the light. After a moment of silence, she asked again, Ling Yuan, how are things between you and that young Master Ji? Ling Yuan said flatly, not much. Same as ever. Yang Luoluo laughed. I'd say you're doing pretty well. You've even started carrying a Hermes bag. You're even driving a little BMW now. Ling Yuan smiled wryly. That's nothing much, it's only worth a few $100,000 in total. You should learn to be content. Young Master Ji is a decent guy, and he really knows how to take care of his girlfriend. Having landed a guy like that, your life is blessed. Sigh, unlike me. Yang Luoluo began feeling sorry for herself again. Ling Yuan meanwhile wore an ingratiating smile, but her attention was actually on Su Yun. At that moment she saw the gym manager walk over to Su Yun with utmost deference. He even bowed to him. Hey Luoluo, look. Isn't that the manager of this place? Holy crap. Why is he so respectful toward that handsome guy? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had already learned from the front desk girl that Su Yun had arrived, so he hurried over to pay his respects. President Su, why didn't you tell me you were coming? You've put me in an awkward position. Xiaoyu said with a bitter expression. What's so awkward? I just came to exercise, not to inspect your work. Xiaoyu stole a glance at Su Yun. President Su, General Manager Ku's handover is almost complete. Would you like to meet with him when the time comes? Su Yun nodded. Sun Sports Group was now his, but he had not even met its general manager. That was not right. No need to wait until then. Do it now. Call him and have him come over. Xiaoyu nodded. Very well. Please continue, President Su. Be careful not to strain yourself. Afterwards, he sent several beautiful female coaches over to amiably hand Su Yun water and towels. Su Yun did not refuse, but he carried himself with the air of a boss. The female coaches all looked at Su Yun with adoration, not leaving his side for a single step. Soon after, a middle-aged man resembling a corporate executive arrived. He treated Su Yun with the utmost respect, leading him into the office together. Yang Luoluo stared in utter bewilderment. Inside the office, Su Yun was ushered to sit on a sofa. Caligua was a man in his mid-40s, not yet bald, with an impressively neat hairstyle. As the general manager of a sports conglomerate, he maintained an excellent physique. Mr. Su, these are the projects our company is currently pursuing, and the handover documents we haven't yet completed, as well as the company's departmental structure. Caligua presented a stack of documents for Su Yun's review. Su Yun glanced at them briefly before setting them aside. I'll have someone deliver these to my secretary. From now on, she'll be participating in the company's management and development. Caligua paused in surprise. Then, Mr. Su, regarding yourself, I've grown accustomed to a leisurely life. I don't really involve myself in the company's affairs. At these words, Caligua and Xiaoyu exchanged glances. Furthermore, I intend to give this gem to someone else. Xiaoyu has already met her. Xiaoyu nodded with a smile. Your wife, Mr. Su. Yes. Su Yun offered no further explanation. Bestowing this title upon Chi-Chi was merely to facilitate her management of the company. Caligua raised no objections. Very well, I'll make an announcement to the entire company. Will that lady be joining us at headquarters eventually? That afternoon, Su Yun finished his workout and took a shower at the gym. As he emerged after changing clothes, he encountered Yang Luoluo waiting at the entrance. Su Yun, you waited 4 hours just to add me on WeChat. Yep. I wonder if that's okay. Yang Luoluo said shyly. Not a trace of boredom or fatigue showed on her face. Su Yun reflected in silence for a long while. He gave a thumbs up to this girl's indomitable willpower, and so he added her on WeChat. Let's hang out sometime. Yang Luoluo waved goodbye to Su Yun and departed first. Su Yun sighed. Hanging out was out of the question. Pushing open the door to return home, a wave of cooking aroma greeted him. Startled, Su Yun made his way to the kitchen. Du Shui stood there wearing an apron cooking for him. Upon seeing Su Yun return, she smiled gently. Go rest on the sofa for a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Su Yun was taken aback. What made you decide to cook? I was bored sitting at home anyway. I might as well make you a meal so you can come home and relax. Du Shui said, her cheeks flushing pink. Su Yun said nothing, settling onto the sofa and turning on the television. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Hey Mom, are you coming over? Su Yun asked directly. Son, your father and I are taking the train tomorrow. Su Yun nodded. Alright, I'll pick you both up tomorrow. His parents lived in a distant county town, and the journey to the provincial capital would take at least 6 hours. Moreover, knowing his parents' habits, they would surely bring along bags and bundles of luggage. Su Yun was genuinely worried the Rolls-Royce wouldn't have enough space. Perhaps he should just buy another car. Oh, why bother? If there was too much luggage, they could just discard some things and buy new ones later. What's wrong? Who was that call? Du Shui emerged carrying a plate of food. My parents. They're coming to Zhang City to see me tomorrow. This. Du Shui rubbed her hands nervously on her apron, clearly quite flustered. Su Yun glanced at her. Do you think my parents came to see you? Why are you so nervous? Du Shui's cheeks flushed red. Should I leave tonight then? Su Yun sighed. No need. My parents live upstairs anyway. You won't even cross paths with them. Du Shui appeared somewhat dejected, but nodded. Okay. Don't misunderstand. My parents have quite a lot on their minds, and they've been urging me to get married for quite some time now. I'm not ready for marriage yet. So keeping you away from them is only reasonable. Indeed, if Du Shui met his parents, wouldn't they immediately start pressuring him to marry? Then Su Yun's peaceful days would be over. Du Shui offered a tender smile. I understand. But deep down she felt extremely conflicted. In Du Shui's eyes, Su Yun's family was undoubtedly a prestigious one. How could a car salesperson like herself possibly be worthy of such a family? Yet Du Shui did not let these feelings show, afraid of upsetting Su Yun. During dinner she displayed every ounce of her gentleness, serving Su Yun dishes and rice, even warming him a pot of corn wine. Su Yun was speechless. Did she really treat him like the man of the house? However, the warmed wine was indeed quite delicious, and it brought a special sense of relaxation. The next day, Su Yun woke up quite early. He had specifically invited Zhu Shizhong to go to the gym together. His parents would depart in the morning, but wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. Su Yun didn't want to waste the effects of his 100 times fitness card. Du Shui came along as well. She owned a black athletic shirt, but was a complete fitness novice. Su Yun personally guided her through his methods step by step. Du Shui learned quickly and soon started exercising independently with proficiency. Xiaoyu observed from afar, marveling silently. Bringing people to exercise consecutively was perfectly normal to him. There were only 2 of them. With Mr. Su's status, even having 2, 3, or 4 people by his side was entirely acceptable. Then I'll head home first. In the afternoon, Du Shui tactfully left for home. She hadn't been to work for days, not because she was on leave. Rather, accompanying Su Yun was her top priority, more important than her job. Today, Su Yun's parents were arriving in Zhangqing, so Du Shui had to be at full readiness on standby at all times. Though she wasn't sure what she was standing by for. In any case, staying close was the right call. Su Yun would inevitably need her. Meanwhile, Su Yun headed to the train station with Zhu Shizhong to pick up his parents. The Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly drew every eye on the road, especially here at the bustling mixed crowd of the train station. Soo-Yun called his mother. "Mom, have you arrived yet? I'm waiting at the station. You'll see me as soon as you step out." "Got it, son. We've just entered the station." Her tone on the phone sounded strangely awkward. Meanwhile, on the other side of the train car, sitting across from Soo-Yun's parents was a gaudily dressed plump woman. She crossed one thick leg, peeled glossy lychees, and popped them into her mouth one after another. "Is that your son?" Sue's mother nodded, then, after hanging up, gave an embarrassed smile. "He says he's waiting for us at the station entrance." This woman had struck up a conversation after boarding since they happened to sit face to face. They'd chatted easily soon enough. "My son said he'd come pick me up too. He's been working in the city and making money lately. Bought himself a nice car. A Mercedes worth over 600,000 paid in full." Sue's mother was speechless. "Oh, your son is quite capable then." The plump woman said, "Oh, it's nothing. Not long ago my son even said he'd buy me an apartment in the city so I'd be more comfortable living there." Sue's mother nodded. She wasn't the type to compare. All her life, she'd been frugal and low-key. Sue's father was even more reticent. Thus, the couple barely managed to cope with the chatty plump woman. Young people these days, if they don't work hard, how can they ever make money, right? Especially my son. He's a company manager highly regarded by their chairman. His future is incredibly bright. What about your son, sis? Sue's mother broke into a sweat. "My son works at a company too." "Oh, which company is he at? Let's see if it's the same as my son's." Sue's mother shook her head. "We don't actually know that." The plump woman gave her a suspicious glance, but inwardly, she had a sudden realization. This sister's son was probably not an office white-collar worker. More likely a manual laborer. He was just too ashamed to say it out loud. Combined with her awkward expressions and manner, that had to be the answer. The plump woman chuckled. "Still, my son is at least a manager at his company. He sends me tens of thousands every month as living expenses. Say, sis, why not add me on WeChat? Once you're in Zhongqing, we can hang out together. I'll have my son find a job for your boy at his company. Better than drifting outside, wouldn't you say?" Sue's mother was not one to refuse others, so she reluctantly added the plump woman on WeChat. At worst, she'd simply never chat with her. This old sister talked far too much, making Sue's mother deeply uncomfortable. "I won't guarantee other positions, but I can at least make your son a security captain or cleaning captain or something. That way he'd have a stable income every month, right, sis?" Sue's mother couldn't be bothered to respond anymore. She turned to look out the window. Beneath the seat, however, she pinched Sue's father's thigh, signaling him to take over. Because she truly couldn't keep the conversation going. Her own son was a vice president, owned 2 apartments in Zhongqing, and earned millions a month. And this woman wanted him to be a security captain. How insulting. Sue's mother was furious. But Sue's father had a placid temperament. He gave a zen-like smile. "I don't think that's necessary. My son's job is quite stable already. Why don't you save that position for someone else?" The plump woman caught the implication and said awkwardly, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean it that way. Look, sitting together and chatting like this is fate. I truly consider you a friend, sis. Forget the job, then forget it." The plump woman smiled, but her tone was completely nonchalant. In fact, she was rather smug. "Sigh, now my son's only missing a girlfriend. And with his qualifications, he could find one anywhere. This time I came to Zhongqing precisely to worry over his marriage prospects. If it works out, I'll invite you both to his wedding feast." Sue's father smiled. "Thanks, but no need." The plump woman shrugged and went back to peeling lychees. Why couldn't this couple appreciate good intentions? Well, it was her own kindness that caused this. Yet thinking that the son of the couple opposite was merely a laborer filled her with immense pride. Her own son was a deputy manager of a company, a position countless people envied. He drove a Mercedes. He lived in a big house. Her son had truly made something of himself. Unlike some families who raised nothing but good-for-nothings destined to work as cheap laborers. The train pulled into the station. Sue's father held Sue's mother's hand, dragging large and small bags of luggage, heading out to find their son. He said he's waiting at the station entrance. We'll see him as soon as we step out. Then let's hurry. The crowd surged. Sue's father carried a huge bundle on his shoulder, pulled 2 suitcases, and held Sue's mother's hand with the other. A true patriarch of the household. Sue's mother also carried a backpack and lugged several big sacks. This country cousin's entering the city look made the plump woman behind them chuckle. After all, her handbag was a Chanel, a birthday gift from her son. Unlike this couple, were they planning to move house? Tisk, the poor will always be poor, unwilling to part with such worldly possessions. She caught up and said with a laugh, "Sis, so much luggage." Sue's mother glanced back and nodded. "You really don't need so much luggage. The city has everything. You can just buy whatever you lack. Oh, of course city prices are a bit higher." The plump woman seemed to be muttering to herself, but in fact, she was taunting Sue's father and mother. Sue's father frowned slightly, but as a grown man, he wouldn't lower himself to get angry at her. He squeezed Sue's mother's hand, and the old couple quickened their pace. Seeing them stay silent, the plump woman smiled faintly, contempt flickering in her heart. Then she called her son. On the other side, Yuan Jie stared in awe at a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the station entrance, lost in a daze. Yuan Jie's life had been quite smooth sailing. After graduating from university, he joined a company, and thanks to his people skills and competence, he rose rapidly through the ranks. A few years later, he had secured the position of deputy general manager. After all, Yuan Jie was only 28 years old. Still under 30, yet he had already achieved career success. Moreover, a few years ago, he had bought an apartment in Zhangqing, and now that the building was completed, it was ready to be handed over. Yuan Jie then withdrew his long-saved savings and paid for a car in full. From then on, he had a car and a home, a stable career, and youth, making him the most desirable marriage prospect in the eyes of countless young women. Yuan Jie had always believed that such a life was sufficient, but he eventually witnessed with his own eyes that phantom, and a younger man stepping out of it. The man was handsome and well-proportioned, and that was a phantom worth over 10 million yuan. Yuan Jie would never have dreamed of it, even in his wildest dreams. At that moment, Yuan Jie realized that his years of hard work could not match the starting line some people are born with. What did it mean to be a second-generation rich kid? This was it. Within just a few minutes after Su Yun got out of the car, several audacious young women had already gone up to proactively start conversations with him. But Su Yun remained cool and aloof, politely declining those girls. What was charisma? This was it. Yuan Jie's years of hard work were no more than a joke in front of this rich heir. His self-esteem suffered a heavy blow. It suddenly made Yuan Jie realize that he wasn't a real success. The rich heir opposite him was truly successful. His annual salary might well be no more than pocket change to that man. Yuan Jie felt a surge of emotions. Yet he still kept his distance from Su Yun. At that moment, Yuan Jie's phone rang. It was his mother calling. "Mom, have you arrived?" "Yeah, I'm here by the station exit." "That's right, I drove here." "Oh, don't worry about me. I'll just buy whatever's missing later." "Okay, then hurry out." Meanwhile, on the other side, Aunt Plump hung up the phone and said with a beaming smile, "My son is right at the station gate. Sister, why not ride with us? He drove here, so it'll be much more convenient for you to ride in our car." Sue's mother shook her head. "No need, thanks." Aunt Plump said, "Don't be polite, sister. I genuinely want to take you home. My son's car is wide and spacious. It can seat plenty of people with no problem. Don't refuse now." Sue's mother waved her hand again, smiling. "Really, no need. My son drove as well." Aunt Plump was stunned. "Your son drove too?" She glanced at the bags and packages the couple carried, and she jumped to the conclusion that their son had probably come in a small three-wheeler or a van. So she smiled slightly. "I see, then I won't push it. But sister, if you change your mind, just send me a WeChat message. I can have my son keep an eye out for job opportunities for your son." Sue's mother's expression darkened, and she felt no desire to respond. Just then, they made their way through the crowd and finally arrived at the station exit. Sue's father had sharp eyes and immediately spotted their son. "Dear, I see him, he's over there." After all, they were his biological parents. They caught sight of Su Yun before he noticed them. "Son," Sue's mother called out joyfully. The couple dragged their large and small bags over to him. There stood a stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom, the most dazzling car in the crowd. Hearing his parents' call, Su Yun looked up at once and broke into a smile. Zhu Shizhong hastily got out of the car. "Mister, Su, stay put. Let me take care of it." He took the luggage from his parents' hands and loaded it into the car, one piece after another. How could a 7-seat Phantom possibly fail to fit this luggage? Su Yun laughed heartily. "Mom, Dad, you two look exhausted." His mother was overjoyed. The moment she saw the car, she knew her son had made it big, and she stepped forward to embrace Su Yun. "You little brat, I've missed you like crazy." Su's father stood by with a gentle smile. Su Yun laughed. "Mom, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my driver, Zhu Shizhong." The old couple was stunned. Their son even had a driver. That was truly something. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aunt Plump found Yuan Jie. "Son, what are you looking at?" She was a little surprised, turned to follow Yuan Jie's gaze, and also saw the Phantom. And the old couple who were just then speaking with Su Yun. It's that couple. Mom, you know them." We met on the train." "Not really." Aunt Plump was quite shaken because the more she looked, the more she felt that the other car was even more impressive than her son's. So she asked, "Son, what's so special about that car?" Yuan Jie smiled. "Mom, don't even think about it. Your son can't afford that car." "Why not?" "That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It costs over 10 million yuan. Hearing that, Aunt Plump was completely dumbfounded. A car worth over 10 million. This. Just now she had been mocking that couple on the train. So that was their son. That rich. Able to afford a car worth over 10 million. Then hadn't her performance on the train made her look like an idiot to that couple? She had even been presumptuous enough to offer to find their son a job. She had bragged in front of them about how extraordinary her own son was. In front of them, hadn't it all become a joke? Looking back, Su's mother and Su's father had indeed been smiling the whole time. Weren't they mocking her? Aunt Plump's face flushed red, and she desperately wished she could slither into a crack in the ground. She took out her phone and deleted the WeChat contact of Su's mother she had just added. "Son, stop looking. Let's go. Quick, let's go." "Mom, why the hurry?" "Oh, Mom has something to do." "Just drive." Yuan sighed, took one more reluctant look at the Rolls-Royce, and finally drove away with his mother. In the car, Su Yun told Zhu Shizhong to head back to Jinglong Bay. Then he asked Mom, Dad, did you quit your jobs? We did. This time your father and I really took the plunge. Don't you dare lie to us, boy, Su's mother said cheerfully. Su Yun nodded. It's good that you quit. From now on you can enjoy life. Su's mother asked anxiously, Son, did you really buy 2 apartments downtown? She still couldn't fully believe it. She had to see it with her own eyes. Su Yun smiled, taking out 2 keys to the 21st floor and handing them to his parents. From now on you 2 live here. The city center is convenient and lively. There's also a plaza and a pedestrian street. You can buy whatever you want. Su's mother took the keys and chuckled. Buy whatever. My foot. Zhangcheng is too pricey, we'd better save. What is there to save for? Su Yun was at a loss for words. Let me put it this way, I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, I have 6 apartments. 3 of them are already rented out using both of your accounts. Starting this month, rent will be deposited into your bank cards on time. You don't have to do anything at all, just live as you please. Upon hearing this, his parents were utterly stunned. What 6 properties? Son, are you serious? Su Yun shot his mother a glance. Of course I'm serious. You can go ask Shizhong. Zhu Shizhong, driving the car, chuckled. Yes, President Su has purchased several properties. I'm not entirely sure of the exact number myself. His mother was bewildered. His father was equally dumbfounded. This. Son, didn't you say you were merely a vice president? Exactly. Then how could you possibly afford so many houses? His mother asked, utterly confused. Su Yun smiled and replied, I'm not just a vice president anymore. I also hold shares in the company. Keeping that much money on hand isn't safe. It's more prudent to invest in properties. They're far more stable. So I simply ended up buying a few extra units. An uncomfortable silence fell within the car. Even Zhu Shizhong behind the wheel was somewhat taken aback. He had always assumed President Su's parents came from a wealthy family and that he was a second-generation rich heir. But now it was clear otherwise. President Su's parents were plainly ordinary working-class people. If that was the case, did that mean President Su had built his fortune from scratch? Good heavens, he was so young. Yet his achievements were so remarkable. President Su was truly impressive. They entered Jinglong. Su's parents were equally amazed by what they saw. These were the finest residences in the city center. All amenities were available. The area was bustling and lively, ideal for elderly residents. Moreover, the community's landscaping was excellent, with lush vegetation tended monthly by the property management. Su Yun led his parents up to the 21st floor of Building 1. Opening the door, bright natural light flooded the home. Everything was pristine and brand new. The living room and bedrooms were spacious and generous. All furniture was in place, electricity and gas connected. Everything one could need. Parents, you'll be living here from now on. His mother asked, and where will you live, son? Me. I'll live here too, of course. I have several units downstairs, so I'll stay down there. That way we're close by, and we can look out for one another. His mother was astonished. She hurriedly grabbed Su Yun's arm and said, Come, take Mom and show me those other properties you've bought. Su Yun scratched his head. This really isn't necessary. The layouts are all identical. The real reason wasn't that he didn't want to show her. It was that Du Shui was still at home, right there on the 19th floor. Mom, can't you just let me show you? You're being stingy. His mother playfully pouted. That said, the main reason Su Yun was so handsome was undoubtedly thanks to his mother. She had been stunningly beautiful in her youth. His father was also a handsome man. So when the two of them combined their genes, they produced a son as dashing as Su Yun. All right, I'll take you down for just one look, that's all. His father said with his hands clasped behind his back. I won't be going. I'll stay behind and sort through our luggage. Master Zhu, come give me a hand. Zhu Shizhong nodded heartily. Sure thing, no problem. And so Su Yun took his mother downstairs. They checked the 20th floor first. Same layout, same furniture. This unit was kept by Su Yun as a backup should any emergency arise. His mother glanced around and nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. Any others? Su Yun sighed inwardly. There are more downstairs, but they're already rented out. Shall we skip them? But his mother spoke firmly. Son, here's what I'm thinking. Since the units downstairs also belong to us, I ought to get to know the tenants down there. That way we'll get along better in the future. What do you think? Su Yun thought long and hard, but couldn't find a valid rebuttal. He finally said resignedly, Fine. Just don't disturb them. We'll observe from the outside. That goes without saying. His mother tapped him on the head. Su Yun quickly pulled out his phone and secretly messaged Du Shui on WeChat. My mom is coming. Just pretend to be my tenant, okay? Almost immediately Du Shui replied with an okay emoji. The 19th floor. Su Yun took out his key to unlock the door. His mother frowned upon seeing this. If it's rented out, it's improper to just open someone's door casually. Stop it. Su Yun paused. He had nearly forgotten about putting on a performance for Du Shui. He quickly stowed the key and grinned sheepishly. Almost forgot. His mother rolled her eyes at him. He then knocked on the door. Very quickly, Du Shui, dressed prettily, came running to open the door. Oh, Suji, what are you doing here? Du Shue's pretty cheeks flushed slightly. Her casual outfit, a ponytail, slippers, an apron, and a spatula in hand, gave her the wholesome air of a girl next door. Ahem, well, I brought my mom to see the apartment. From now on, she'll be collecting the rent. Du Shue glanced at Sue's mother and bowed naturally. Hello, Auntie. Sue's mother instantly took a great liking to Du Shue. Such a quiet and lovely young woman was perfectly matched with her son. And on top of that, she was already his tenant. Wasn't that a ready-made daughter-in-law? Sue's mother smiled. What a pretty girl. What's your name? I'm Du Shue. Auntie, please come in and have a seat. Du Shue fetched 2 pairs of slippers for Sue's mother and Su Yun. Su Yun followed silently behind his mother as they stepped inside. Fortunately, the living room had been tidied up spotlessly, giving nothing away. Sue's mother sat down properly. Du Shue even brewed 2 cups of tea and served them. Sue's mother said with a warm smile, May I call you Xiao Shue, dear? Of course, Auntie. Call me whatever you like. Good, good, good. Xiao Shue, do you have a boyfriend? Du Shue's pretty face flushed again. Not yet. Sue's mother's smile broadened even further, and she secretly pinched Su Yun's arm. Su Yun. He bit back any cry of pain. Furthermore, he never expected Du Shue to seize the initiative so swiftly. Su Yun felt rather exasperated. Xiao Shue, just live here worry-free. If your finances ever run tight, Auntie can grant you an extra month or 2. Du Shue feigned surprise then said delightedly, Then thank you so much, Auntie. She leaned in and took Sue's mother's arm affectionately. Sue's mother grew happier and happier with each passing moment. The two chatted about everyday matters. Mama Su, a wily old hand, stealthily pried out every detail of Du Shue's age, job, Chinese zodiac sign, and family background. Well, that's enough for now. We won't disturb you. We just came to see you. Next time, Auntie will invite you upstairs for a meal. Du Shue nodded. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Auntie, take care. After the door closed, Mama Su pinched Su Yun. See that? Su Yun was thoroughly exasperated. See what? A girl that fine, and you didn't see her. Su Yun. Son, you're not getting any younger. Mom thinks that Du Shue girl is quite nice. Talk to her more, and win yourself a wife soon. Then Mom can rest easy. Su Yun scratched his head. Mom, it's not something you can find by just talking. That's why Mom wants you to put in more effort and win Du Shue over. You're in great shape now, and she was pretty warm toward you. You have to seize this opportunity. Su Yun looked exasperated. I know, Mom. Stop pushing me. Mama Su glared at him. Fix your attitude. If you still won't take the initiative, Mom will find someone to arrange blind dates and drag you there herself. Su Yun. After settling his parents in, when he came back, Du Shue was giggling. What are you laughing at? Su Yun rolled his eyes at her. Annie seems to really like me. What did Annie say to you when she left? Su Yun sighed. She told me to win you over soon and bring you home as her daughter-in-law. Du Shue's pretty face flushed. Then, what do you think? My mom is impatient, so of course I have to keep her calm. It's just that I don't have any thoughts about getting married right now. Du Shue said softly, then lowered her head and twisted her fingers. Seeing this, Su Yun pulled her head to rest against his shoulder. Isn't it good as it is now? You seem pretty eager to get married. Du Shue pouted. My mom is pushing me too. Su Yun said, then why don't you find her a son-in-law? Hearing that, Du Shue glared at him angrily, then bit him hard on the arm. Ow! Why did you bite me? Du Shue gave a cold snort. I'm just marking you. Su Yun broke out in a cold sweat. Zhongqing University. In the girls' dormitory, Duan Xiaoyu and Hui Hui grabbed Wang Jieyue and wouldn't let her leave. Jieyue, please. Take pity on us poor single girls. Just agree to them. Wang Jieyue's face flushed. Agree to what? I'm not going. Chi-Chi sat on the bed looking helpless. Wang Saisher and Shi-Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out they had contacted someone from the student union earlier about going out tonight for a mixer to get to know one another. A university mixer is essentially about finding romance. But the other side had named their condition they would only go if Wang Jieyue was present. The girls in the dorm were desperate for boyfriends. But when they went back and asked Wang Jieyue, she refused. Hence this scene in the dorm. Jieyue, please. Just go once and don't worry about anything. If someone comes to hit on you, just ignore him. Yeah. We're all dying for a relationship. Won't you help us out? Wang Jieyue's cheeks flushed. What does you wanting to date have to do with me? But they'll only go if you're there. Just go. When we get back, we and I will treat you to a huge meal. Wang Jieyue was speechless. I don't object to you finding boyfriends. But this way is too. She just felt that Xiaoyu and Hui were being too forward. As girls, shouldn't they be more reserved? Just for a mixer, they were acting as if they were ready to risk everything. Duan Xiaoyu was almost crying. Jieyue, are we sisters or not? So because you found a boyfriend, you're going to ignore us? Wang Jieyue's face reddened even more. She hadn't actually confirmed her relationship with Su Yun yet. But her reason for not going to the mixer was mainly Su Yun. To be honest, Wang Jieyue was afraid he'd get angry and jealous. After all, she was already taken. If Su Yun found out she went to a mixer, what would he think? How about this? Bring your Su Gij along too. Then you'd be able to go, right? Yes. Jieyue, call him right now. Wang Jieyue sighed. Do you think he's as free as you guys? Duan Xiaoyu hugged Wang Jieyue's leg and wailed, "Hurry up. Jieyue, please." We also called out, "Make our wish come true. Sister Jieyue." Wang Jieyue. In the end, she reluctantly dialed Su Yun's number. "Jieyue missing me." Su Yun answered right away, his opening line already well practiced. Mm. Not daring to say no, Wang Jieyue nodded lightly. "Then shall I come find you now?" "Sugage, I still have something to ask you." "What is it?" Wang Jieyue said, "Our dorm is having a mixer. Can you come with me?" Su Yun asked, "What's a mixer for?" Afraid Su Yun would misunderstand, Wang Jieyue hurriedly explained the situation in a halting voice. There was a long silence on the other end. So they named you specifically. You have no choice but to go." Wang Jieyue's face flushed. "I didn't want to go anyway. Oh, I was afraid you'd misunderstand. But Xiaoyu and Hui have been making a fuss for ages. I had no choice." Duan Xiaoyu shouted, "Yeah. Sugage, just come along this once." Hui shouted too, "All you need to do is keep an eye on Jieyue. Leave everything else to us." Su Yun was speechless as well. "Your friends are trying way too hard just to find love." Wang Jieyue gave an awkward smile. "That's what I said." Actually, she was rather embarrassed. A mixer, after all, should be a natural way to make new friends. But the other side had specifically demanded her presence. It was obvious they were after her. Duan Xiaoyu and Hui were only there as sidekicks. The other side might not even take an interest in them. But those two silly girls genuinely believed they could find true love at the mixer, which was why they begged her to help them. They wouldn't listen to persuasion, and Wang Jieyue couldn't very well turn down her good sister's request again and again. Su Yun wasn't dumb. He sensed that Wang Jieyue was in a difficult position. So he smiled and said, "Fine, I'll come over tonight." After hanging up at 7 p.m., Su Yun asked Zhu Shizhong to drive, and they headed to the meeting point together. There were many entertainment venues near their university. For this mixer, they had chosen a college student bar. The bar was fairly wholesome. No seedy services, just a regular spot where college students would meet up. Prices were also reasonable, not too expensive. Wang Jieyue sighed as she stood on the street near the bar. Her close friends were all there too. Duan Xiaoyu had just hung up and then said, "They've already arrived. When is your brother Su coming?" Wang Jieyue's face flushed. It's already inappropriate to trouble him to come all this way. What's a little wait? Duan Xiaoyu snorted. "You're not even an official couple yet, and you're already being possessive." Wang Jieyue said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll hit you." She was so embarrassed that she chased Duan Xiaoyu and swatted at her. Of course, she wasn't actually angry. Everyone was still grateful that Su Yun had come to keep them company. Except for Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi, the others still saw Su Yun as a wealthy older brother. A CEO, after all, occupied a completely different level from college students like them. Chi-Chi was nervous too because she would get to see Su Yun again. She was determined to come no matter what. Soon a black Phantom slowly pulled up. Su Yun wore a black jacket over a plain white shirt today. An extremely simple black and white outfit, yet it brought out his aura perfectly. "You must have waited long. Get in." Su Yun waved. The girls happily queued up and got into the car. "Brother Su looks so handsome tonight." "Tonight, Brother Su doesn't need to worry about anything. Just take good care of your Jieyue." Duan Xiaoyu couldn't help adding that reminder. Su Yun was speechless. "But is this really okay for you guys?" Duan Xiaoyu sighed and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Su has Jieyue, so of course he doesn't understand the sorrow of us single dogs." Su Yun. Wang Jieyue quickly came to the rescue. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Xiaoyu is just boy crazy." "Oomph. Boy crazy whatever. Tonight I'll show you how I'll dazzle those student council boys." Everyone wiped their brows in embarrassment. Chi-Chi laughed. "That's not too hard. With Xiaoyu's beauty, one little tease, and someone will bite." Hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu grew even more confident. She had also put on makeup today. She wore a rather sexy off-shoulder dress, clearly out to pick up guys. However, at her age, the outfit still looked a bit immature. But this blend of innocence and sexiness was exactly what attracted those young men. Hui likewise had worn her prettiest skirt. Wang Saisher and Shi Wei, on the other hand, remained in their usual attire. But they also wanted to meet some guys, otherwise they wouldn't have come along. Though they had appeared reluctant along the way, their bodies were honest. They soon arrived at the bar. Su Yun made Zhu Shizhong wait outside. He followed the girls inside. They were just a bunch of college students, so Su Yun didn't need to bring Zhu Shizhong along. As soon as he stepped in, a wave of heat rushed over him. It was bustling. Looking around, the whole bar was full of young men and women. Meanwhile, waves of low, beautiful jazz filled the air. Su Yun had meant to hold Wang Jieyue's hand. But on the way, Chi-Chi, who was behind him, secretly touched him and winked playfully. This little vixen. Even though he hadn't seen her for just a day, Su Yun kind of missed her. But with Wang Jieyue walking ahead, he didn't dare be too bold. Duan Xiaoyu, like a big sister, led everyone to find their table. 5 guys sat there, having ordered some beer and already chatting together. When they saw Duan Xiaoyu and the others, they waved. The 5 of them were dressed with considerable style, and not a few wore expensive branded items. "Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. This is our student council." Duan Xiaoyu greeted them one by one. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, keenly hunted for tonight's prey. The guy who took the initiative to introduce himself in front of her was a student council officer named Cheng Ming. Beside him stood a tall, athletic-looking guy with a good demeanor named Wang Zhong. The other three were also student council members, Yu Guofei, Xiao Yihan, and Zheng Yi. However, these three were far less charismatic and handsome, and their outfits were plain. They seemed very shy in front of the girls. Apparently, they all followed the lead of the duo Cheng Ming and Wang Zhong. After the greetings, Cheng Ming looked around. He happened to spot Wang Jieyue there too. A wave of joy washed over his face. This is definitely Wang Jieyue. Wang Jieyue was a renowned beauty at school. Especially in their economics and management department, Wang Jieyue was celebrated as the department belle. With so many beautiful girls at Zhongqing University standing out among them, she was no ordinary beauty. Wang Jieyue gave an awkward smile and was about to greet him when all of a sudden a guy stepped up from behind her. In that instant, he put Cheng Ming and the others to shame. That was only to be expected. Su Yun was much more mature, tall, and well-built with strikingly impressive style and aura. Hello. Su Yun reached out his hand in greeting. Cheng Ming was completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, he hesitantly shook Su Yun's hand and said, "Why you?" "Hello, who might you be?" Su Yun smiled. "I'm Jieyue's boyfriend, Su Yun." Cheng Ming's mouth twitched. Wang Jieyue had a boyfriend. When did that happen? He frowned, pondering over it. Inadvertently, he noticed a watch on Su Yun's wrist. A Rolex. And it was the Yachtmaster Series M226659-0002 he had once liked but couldn't afford. In that instant, Cheng Ming already regarded Su Yun as a rival. For a moment, an awkward and tense atmosphere settled at the table. It was Wang Jieyue, who felt somewhat shy, her heart pounding in her chest. Just now, Su Yun had admitted he was her boyfriend. Oh my heavens! This was something Wang Jieyue had not anticipated. The two of them had unexpectedly established their relationship under such circumstances. "Brother Su, where do you work?" Cheng Ming asked. He noticed Su Yun was older and wanted to probe his situation. "I wouldn't say I have a distinguished position. I'm currently unemployed." Su Yun shrugged and smiled faintly. He hadn't been entirely dishonest. Although he held the title of chairman at the company, he did not do any real work. Su Yun paid no attention to the company's management or operations whatsoever. A true absentee boss. Cheng Ming paused. But he had seen Su Yun's watch earlier and knew this man had some wealth. Brother Su is joking. Your family runs a business, doesn't it?" Su Yun was taken aback. No. Both his parents were working-class employees. What business could they run? Cheng Ming was stunned once again. If he was unemployed and his family was not in business, then where did his money come from? Thinking of this, Cheng Ming cast a glance at Wang Jieyue. Could it be that he was a kept man supported by Wang Jieyue? That didn't seem right. Although Wang Jieyue came from a reasonably comfortable family, based on her personality, she would not be the type to engage in such affairs, would she? The girls, however, understood perfectly well that Su Ge was being low-key. They needed to play along, at the very least not expose him. Duan Xiaoyu, meanwhile, was in high spirits. She did not care about any of this and directly turned her attention to Wang Zhong opposite her, striking up a conversation. Cheng Ming cleared his throat, called over a waiter to fetch several glasses, and poured beer for everyone. "Come on, it's not easy for us all to gather today. Let's raise a glass first." Wang Jieyue picked up her glass and playfully asked Su Yun, "May I drink?" Su Yun smiled. "Go ahead. I'm right here watching you. Drink if you want." Wang Jieyue giggled and tilted her head back to drink. Seeing this, Cheng Ming felt a twinge of jealousy. Wang Jieyue was far too well-behaved. Even drinking required her to ask her boyfriend's permission. If only he could win her over, he would truly be living in luxury. However, with Su Yun standing right there, Cheng Ming found it difficult to make any moves. After chatting for a while longer, Cheng Ming gradually got into the mood. That was because Duan Xiaoyu asked, "Senior, where do you plan to work after graduation?" Cheng Ming knew this was his opportunity. Among everyone present, only Cheng Ming was already in his senior year. He had completed all his credits and was now facing the question of finding employment. So he smiled and said, "I've already found one. My uncle happens to be the general manager of Taiyang Sports Group. He told me to come directly to the company after graduation to take a vice general manager position." Duan Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, vice manager. That's amazing." Su Yun couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at Cheng Ming. So this guy was actually Kuligwa's nephew. Becoming a vice general manager was not unreasonable, but ability was what truly mattered. Kuligwa was not the type to practice nepotism. Meanwhile, Cheng Ming's attention was focused entirely on Su Yun. Seeing Su Yun also stunned for a moment, Cheng Ming felt a surge of pride. A university graduate stepping directly into a vice general manager position. This was not an ordinary role that just anyone could obtain. If not for Kuligwa being his uncle, it would not have been so easy to get. Actually, you are only freshmen now. By the time you reach your senior year, the pressure of finding a job will become quite urgent. At that time, I can give you a hand and recommend you for jobs. Wang Saishir asked, "What exactly does Taiyang Sports Group do?" Cheng Ming proudly explained, "It is a company covering health, sports, and fitness." The group has been established for over 5 years and gyms have been opened across the country. Besides that, our group also sells fitness equipment and sports instruments externally. Recently, I heard from my uncle that our group is still striving to bid for the national games. The capital is very sufficient. Over here, Chi-Chi glanced at Su-Yun. Among those present, only she knew that this group had been recently purchased by Su-Yun, and she herself would be transferred to the headquarters for an important position in the future. But since Su-Yun had not mentioned it, she would not say a word. However, watching Su-Yun calmly drink wine wearing a smile as others praised his own group, Chi-Chi could not help but feel her heart quicken. Su-Yun also nodded repeatedly as he listened. It seemed this group, gifted to him by the system, was actually quite good. It even had the qualification to bid for the national games. This indicated that Taiyang Sports Group's scale and capital were already quite considerable. Originally, he had not thought much of it before, but after hearing Cheng Ming's introduction, Su-Yun also felt quite pleased. Cheng Ming, however, did not feel the same way. He had originally said those words to provoke Su-Yun, but never expected him to remain so composed. Secretly gritting his teeth, Cheng Ming looked at Wang Jiayue and smiled. Jiayue, do you have any plans after graduation? Wang Jiayue waved her hand. I'm only a freshman now, so I don't really have any plans. Cheng Ming smiled and replied, time flies. Before you know it, you'll be seniors. Once I establish myself in the group, all of you can come together after graduation. The group warmly welcomes fresh young blood, especially beautiful ladies like yourselves. This can also serve as a youthful, upward, and healthy image for our enterprise. However, Wang Jiayue turned to Su-Yun again. What do you think? Su-Yun nodded. I support you. Wang Jiayue was very happy. Duan Xiaoyu pouted and said, Jiayue, can you stop showing off your affection with your Su-Go? Watch the occasion. Su-Yun and Wang Jiayue both felt a wave of embarrassment. Cheng Ming, on the other hand, felt a sharp sting of jealousy. Originally, his uncle was also coming today. Cheng Ming had proactively invited him as the trump card of this get-together. To demonstrate his identity and strength, his uncle had only granted him this favor with great difficulty. It seemed now was the time to bring out this trump card. Cheng Ming cleared his throat and continued, by the way, my uncle will be joining us in a little while. This place may not have enough seating. Let me book a private room. He summoned a waiter, requested a larger private room, and led everyone inside. Su-Yun had no intention of stealing anyone's spotlight today. He had come merely to keep an eye on Wang Jiayue. So he had no objections holding Wang Jiayue's small hand as they followed inside. In the private room, Cheng Ming ordered a large amount of expensive drinks and snacks. Such spending could be considered the ceiling for this bar. So he was quite smug. Everyone have fun today. Just call the waiter for whatever you want to drink. It's on me. The girls were all very happy. So they drank a bit more and chatted for a while. Cheng Ming took the initiative to suggest, drinking like this is boring. Why don't we play truth or dare? At these words, everyone was momentarily stunned. However, truth or dare could be considered a must-play game at social gatherings, so no one objected. Jiayue, will you join us too? Cheng Ming asked. Wang Jiayue waved her hand awkwardly. I don't need to, thanks. Nonsense. She came here with Su-Yun. How could she possibly participate in a game that might involve intimate contact between men and women? Su-Yun certainly wouldn't agree to let her join either. Cheng Ming frowned slightly. The boys also felt quite disappointed. Today's social gathering had been organized solely for Wang Jiayue's sake. But although she had come, she refused to fit in at all, simply because she brought a boyfriend with her. So Cheng Ming said somewhat uncomfortably, Jiayue, you're really not being fun here. Since you've already come, at least try to join in. It's just a little game. What are you afraid of? Wang Jiayue still wanted to refuse. But at this moment, Su-Yun spoke up with a smile, playing like this isn't interesting. At his words, everyone turned to look at Su-Yun. Cheng Ming frowned. Then what does Brother Su think would be interesting? Su-Yun smiled. This kind of game is what students play. Too childish. How about this? I see there's quite a lot of drinks today. At this rate, we definitely won't be able to finish them all. Why don't we have a dice competition? The loser drinks a cup. Aren't you already a senior? When you step into society later, you'll definitely face business entertainment, so why not take this chance to build up your drinking tolerance? Dare you? His final words were essentially issuing a challenge to Cheng Ming. Nonsense. Since the other side was forcing Wang Jiayue to play truth or dare, how could Su-Yun not stand up to defend her? When the crowd heard this, everyone turned to look at Cheng Ming. Cheng Ming swallowed hard. He wasn't very confident about his alcohol tolerance, but he couldn't possibly show weakness in front of Su-Yun either. So he said coldly, all right, but I think 1 cup is too small a penalty. How about 3 cups? Wang Jiayue pulled at Su-Yun's sleeve. Let's not do this. Who's going to take care of you if you get drunk later? Su-Yun flicked her forehead gently. Of course you'll take care of me. Wang Jiayue's pretty face flushed red. I'm afraid I can't manage that. Su-Yun didn't answer. Instead, he shrugged and said to everyone, since we're already out, let's have some fun. Just the 2 of us playing would be boring. Why not everyone joins? Jiayue will play with me. If she loses, I'll drink for her. This sentence was essentially a declaration of possession. It drove Cheng Ming crazy with jealousy. His objective had shifted. He now wanted to crush Su Yun's arrogance in front of Wang Jieyue. And Su Yun had achieved his goal. Drinking and chatting endlessly would only drag Wang Jieyue into trouble. But once drinking began, these college students would become completely unrestrained. As they say, college students aren't difficult to deal with at all. Su Yun, an old hand who had long stepped into society. Would he be afraid of them? What's more, playing this way also gave the other boys an opportunity. Indeed, Wang Zhong raised his hand first and laughed. That works. Letting girls drink really isn't appropriate. If Xiaoyu loses, I'll drink for her. Xiao Yihan followed. If Wei Wei loses, I'll do it. Zheng Yi wasn't about to fall behind. If Wang Saisher loses, I'll take it. The only one who remained a complete, iron-blooded straight guy was Yu Guofei. It was such a perfect opportunity to get closer to Shi Wei, yet he simply didn't speak up. Shi Wei was calm on the surface, though somewhat resentful inside that Yu Guofei was such a fool. She decided to drink on her own. When Su Yun saw this, he also laughed. Little Shi Wei is left out. If she loses, I'll drink for her. Everyone was stunned. They all turned to look at Su Yun. Brother Su, can you really drink for all of them? Duan Xiaoyu said worriedly. After all, they were all sisters with tacit understanding. They knew Su Yun was protecting Shi Wei's dignity by stepping in when no one else would. Shi Wei was deeply grateful to Su Yun and quickly said, Brother Su, really don't trouble yourself. I'm quite good at holding my liquor. Duan Xiaoyu snorted, your drinking capacity, my foot. Don't you remember who started acting crazy after just 2 liang last time? Shi Wei's pretty face flushed red as she argued that. That was Baijiu. Beer is still fine for me. Wang Jieyue humphed, little Wei Wei, don't be afraid. I'll be here to take care of Su Yun if he gets drunk. Shi Wei felt warmth in her heart and finally stopped refusing. Yu Guofei sat awkwardly off to the side, feeling like he had missed out on the entire world. He was filled with regret. Why hadn't he stepped up just now to help Shi Wei out? And so the drinking competition began. Dice was actually Su Yun's least skilled game. If it had been finger guessing, he truly wouldn't have lost. Back when he was a corporate drone, he went out for business dinners every single day. His finger-guessing skills were honed through exactly that kind of training. However, Su Yun proposed playing dice precisely because he was afraid these college students wouldn't know how to play finger-guessing. Dice was something everyone could play. So, a total of 12 people. Su Yun started the bidding. Since there were so many people, the first round could already have quite high bids. Su Yun thought about it and directly said 10 ones. For a moment, everyone was stunned. 12 people, and you're already calling all the ones on the first round. How are we supposed to play now? The rules they played by were quite simple. One could substitute for any number. But once someone called a number that included ones, no matter how many ones there were, they could no longer be used as substitutes for other numbers. This was called freezing the one. It was now Qingming's turn. He gritted his teeth, 11 sixes. According to the rules, each turn you couldn't bid lower than the previous bid. This was called matching the point. Hearing Qingming's bid, everyone else began calling out their numbers. It seemed Qingming was deliberately targeting Su Yun. He didn't open anyone else's bids. Only when he saw Su Yun hesitate and call 18 ones, did Qingming immediately open the cup. Open it. I don't believe there are 18 ones. Su Yun smiled faintly. When he opened the dice cup, 4 ones lay quietly inside. And among the remaining 11 people, including Qingming, ones were revealed. They counted it up, exactly 18. Qingming was stunned. Grinding his teeth, he poured 3 cups into a pineapple glass. I'll down this in one gulp. With Wang Jieyue present as a man, he couldn't possibly hesitate and be afraid to drink. This pineapple glass nearly made him nauseous enough to throw up. After that, Su Yun continued to freeze the ones, as if calling the ones to death. Qingming, being stubborn, kept opening Su Yun's ones. The result, Su Yun utterly crushed him. Crushed him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. At this point, several pineapple glasses of liquor later, Qingming rushed directly toward the restroom. The crowd looked at Su Yun, who to this moment hadn't taken a single sip. Duan Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Brother Su, you're amazing. Nothing much, Su Yun smiled modestly. It's all from practice. Wang Jieyue also laughed. It seems like Qingming has his eyes on you. Su Yun flicked her forehead. You think it's because of whom? Wang Jieyue squealed in mock pain, her pretty face flushing red as she hugged her head in an adorable manner. Duan Xiaoyu watched with full-face envy, then grabbed a glass of wine and drained it in frustration. Arg, I can't take it anymore. This dog food is unbearable. When Qingming came out, he was already drunk beyond recognition. Lying on the sofa, he had lost all his fighting spirit. Everyone else had barely touched their drinks. Everything had been carefully orchestrated. Still, the atmosphere was already heating up. Before long, Su Yun spotted Duan Xiaoyu together with Wang Zhong. The two leaned against the sofa scrolling through videos together while Duan Xiaoyu giggled. Hui and Xiao Yihan had gone out for some fresh air and still hadn't returned. Wang Saisher and Zheng Yi were also drinking and chatting, exchanging flirtatious glances from time to time. Shi Wei and Yu Guofei's attempts had failed, so they could only hang out with Chi-Chi. Just then Wang Jieyue sat beside Su Yun. Gazing at the intimate atmosphere around them, her pretty cheeks flushed with color. Brother Su. Moi. Wang Jieyue whispered. Shall we go out for some fresh air too? You haven't even had a drink. Wouldn't it be cold outside? Su Yun asked directly. Wang Jieyue's face grew even redder. Come on, the vibe here is too much. I can barely stay anymore. Seeing this, Su Yun didn't object and walked out of the private room with her. A chill wind swept past outside the bar. Zhu Shizhong spotted his boss stepping out and hurried over to greet him. Mr. Su, is it over? Su Yun shook his head. Jieyue and I just came out for some fresh air. Understood. The two then leaned against the car door and chatted for a while. Such a pity. Little Wei Wei didn't succeed today. Wang Jieyue smiled. Su Yun replied. Yu Guofei was a bit dense. It was only natural that he didn't manage it. Chi-Chi hadn't succeeded either. This was because everyone assumed she was already in a relationship. That's why she'd only come to the social gathering today, to keep everyone company, not to find a man. Cheng Ming mentioned that I should join his company after graduation. Do you really support that? Su Yun paused for a moment, then chuckled and nodded. Of course. You're the one who should decide your own life. I really don't mind either way. Wang Jieyue said shyly. You're so considerate. In what way? Su Yun asked directly. Well, you're just really understanding. Dating you would mean having a lot of freedom. Su Yun scratched his head. Is that so? Wang Jieyue stammered then. What do you think of me? The moment those words left her lips, Su Yun smoothly took her hand in his. Their fingers intertwined. What do you think? He asked with a smile. Wang Jieyue's heart raced wildly, and she no longer cared about his answer. He had already shown his feelings through his actions. It's a bit chilly. Let's get in the car. Okay. They opened the doors and got in, while Zhu Shizhong stayed outside, quietly smoking. Brother Su, actually I wouldn't have met you if not for my dad. Hey, Uncle Wang basically forced me to come too. Otherwise I wouldn't have agreed. Su Yun laughed. He forced you to? Su Yun chuckled. Something like that. Anyway, the fact that we met is probably destiny. Wang Jieyue asked, then how did you meet my dad? Su Yun told the truth without any deception. Your dad and I used to be colleagues. We guarded the warehouse together. Wang Jieyue knew her father worked as a warehouse guard, but she never expected Su Yun to be there too. She burst out laughing. You're so weird. With your circumstances, why would you go work in a warehouse? Su Yun shrugged. Boredom, I guess. Besides, working in the warehouse was pretty comfortable. There wasn't much to do each day, just watch the surveillance footage. Wang Jieyue paused thoughtfully. That's true, I suppose. A brief silence filled the car. Wang Jieyue shifted slightly and rested her head against Su Yun's shoulder. Both of their heartbeats quickened, yet neither spoke. Jieyue. Su Yun was about to say something when suddenly, Wang Jieyue, seemingly summoning all her courage, climbed over and straddled Su Yun. Then she cupped his face and kissed him fiercely. Yes, the kind that draws out sweet threads. Su Yun never imagined he'd be pinned against the car wall by Wang Jieyue in his own vehicle. But the feeling was rather fascinating. He could even hear her rapid breathing and the quickening of her heartbeat. Su Yun, experienced in such matters, gently guided Wang Jieyue, teaching her how to kiss. Of course, they didn't go any further. After their kiss, Wang Jieyue blushed and sat back down. Are you okay? Good. More than good. Su Yun looked embarrassed, his lips bitten raw. Still, to boost her confidence, he praised her. Wang Jieyue was extremely shy. Turning to glance at Su Yun, she noticed his lower lip was bleeding. Why are you bleeding? Su Yun grabbed a tissue and wiped it. It's nothing, it'll heal in a moment. Wang Jieyue said awkwardly, did I cause this? I don't mind at all. Next time I'll be gentler. Su Yun pulled her closer. No next time. Let's do it now. Soon after, they stepped out of the car. Wang Jieyue was still catching her breath, struggling to calm herself. Su Yun glanced at her. As expected, Wang Jieyue was still innocent. Just a kiss, and she acted as if he'd done something terrible to her. The two returned to the bar. Everyone was still there. Cheng Ming had sobered up considerably, and they resumed drinking and chatting. It wasn't until past 10 o'clock that an Audi pulled up outside the bar. Kuligwa stepped out of the car and immediately spotted Phantom parked at the entrance. Kuligwa was taken aback. He wasn't familiar with Su Yun's vehicle. The last time he'd visited the gym, Su Yun hadn't brought Zhu Shizhong along. He was simply amazed that such a luxury car would be parked at a bar catering to college students. Pedestrians around, especially the students, regarded Su Yun's Phantom as a legendary vehicle, eagerly snapping photos or lingering at the entrance to admire it. Kuligwa smiled and shook his head. He wasn't unfamiliar with cars like this, but they were usually only seen at extremely exclusive gatherings. And in his memory, wasn't there only one Phantom in Zhongqing? At their entrepreneur gatherings, they often discussed this car and occasionally spotted it on the streets. Standing at the bar entrance, Kuligwa decided to give Cheng Ming a call. Today his nephew had invited him out for drinks. As an elder, Kuligwa naturally couldn't arrive right at the start. He waited until his business was done and things seemed settled before coming. He probably intended to stay only briefly before leaving. Kuligwa understood Cheng Ming's intentions well. This was likely an excuse to show off in front of his friends. How are today's youngsters always like this? Still, Kuligwa cared for Cheng Ming quite a lot, so he hadn't refused, and had come to support his nephew. Little Ming, I've arrived. Where are you? Cheng Ming said drunkenly, Uncle, you're here. I'm coming to pick you up right now. After hanging up, Kuligwa sighed and looked at his phone. You rascal, drunk again. When you get home, your mom will surely give you a beating. Cheng Ming walked out quickly. Upon seeing his uncle-in-law, he was overjoyed. The trump card had finally arrived. He had been waiting anxiously for this moment. Being forced to watch all those couples being all lovey-dovey in the private room made him feel like dying. Finally, he could finally show off again. But the moment he stepped outside, he saw a phantom parked right at the entrance. Holy shit. Uncle, is this your car? Kuligwa flicked his forehead. Your uncle-in-law couldn't possibly afford a car like this, could he? Cheng Ming was utterly stunned. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Uncle, how much does this car cost? Kuligwa smiled. Probably over 10 million. Cheng Ming, no way, this really isn't your car. Kuligwa shook his head. Alright, stop chattering. Go in quickly. I have things to attend to later. There were still tons of tasks at the company waiting to be handled. Kuligwa would have to leave after sitting for a while. Cheng Ming nodded and led Kuligwa into the private room. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my uncle-in-law, the general manager of Taiyang Sports Group, General Manager Ko. Everyone turned their heads to look. They greeted him one by one. The male students were especially attentive and eager. The girls were also somewhat surprised. This uncle-in-law was quite young, had a good physique, and was rather handsome. Cheng Ming felt incredibly proud. He felt like he had finally reclaimed the spotlight, and the earlier embarrassment was completely gone. Hee, uncle, come sit. These are all my junior schoolmates. I was just saying that when they graduate, they could come to the company for interviews or something. Kuligwa smiled too. Sure, so many young people. The company is very welcoming. Because there were quite a lot of people, he didn't immediately notice Su-yun. Chi-Chi didn't know Kuligwa either. She only recognized manager Xiaoyu from the gym. So she sat aside observing Kuligwa while quietly glancing at Su-yun. Cheng Ming continued with a smile. My uncle-in-law is very busy, so it isn't easy for him to come by. Whatever you want to drink, it's on me. Kuligwa cursed with a laugh. You rascal, I still have work to attend to later. How dare I drink? Just then, Su-yun sitting in the corner smiled and spoke up. General Manager Cook came all this way. Have a drink. Instantly everyone turned to look at Su-yun. Cheng Ming was completely confused too. What did this Su-yun mean? From his tone, he even knew his uncle-in-law. How could that be possible? This kid is way too presumptuous. Is he trying to steal my thunder too? He quickly smiled and said, Brother Su, let's not. Since my uncle-in-law has work, let's not pressure him to drink. If anything goes wrong with work tonight, you won't be able to take responsibility. Su-yun smiled. Your uncle-in-law won't blame me. Sure enough, the very next moment, Kuligwa directly walked over, nodding and bowing as he laughed. So it's Chairman Su. What a surprise to see you here. With those words, everyone was stunned. Especially the boys who stared at Su-yun in shock. Cheng Ming was also dumbfounded. Su, Chairman. What? Holy crap. Is this kid actually a company chairman? Su-yun sat on the sofa, arm around Wang Jieyue's shoulder, and said, Today I also came to accompany my girlfriend. I didn't expect this Cheng Ming to be your nephew. Kuligwa laughed heartily. What a coincidence. Xiaoming, come over and meet him. This is Chairman Su of our group. In that instant, the entire room fell completely silent. Everyone except Chi-Chi, who remained composed. Even Wang Jieyue looked completely bewildered. The girls knew Su-yun was a CEO, but didn't know which company he was with. Now everything was clear. So Su-yun was Kuligwa's superior. Cheng Ming's mind went buzz, feeling slightly dizzy. He was completely shaken by Su-yun's title. Wang Zhong, Xiao Yihan, and the others also wore expressions of utter shock. Chairman, uncle, this. Kuligwa was confused. What's wrong? Cheng Ming swallowed hard and nothing. He was so shocked he couldn't even speak properly. He reluctantly called out, Chairman Su. And here he had just been showing off in front of this person, saying he would introduce everyone to jobs, and that he would go straight to headquarters as vice general manager after graduation. Holy crap. Wasn't he just showing off his meager skills before an expert? Su-yun nodded, not thinking much of it. He smiled at Kuligwa. I just heard this kid Cheng Ming say something about going to headquarters after graduation. As vice general manager. Kuligwa nodded. Yes, Chairman Su. It's not like I'm showing favoritism. I really like this kid Cheng Ming. He's very capable. Moreover, all the executives at the group acknowledged this kid's abilities. Chairman Su waved his hand and smiled. I'm not blaming you. Since he is a talented individual, the company must recruit him. However, the position of vice general manager is still a bit too high. This kid Cheng Ming is too young and needs more tempering in character. If you let him become vice general manager right off the bat, problems will easily arise. Do you understand? Kuligwa broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap. Could Cheng Ming have offended Chairman Su? He shot Cheng Ming an angry look behind him, then turned back to face Su-yun with a warm, honest expression. Yes, Chairman Su, you're absolutely right. That's actually what I was thinking too. When he graduates, let him train at the company's grassroots level first. If he can prove his abilities, then he can be promoted gradually. Su-yun nodded. That's the right approach. Cheng Ming's face turned ashen. What's going on? You two only talked for a bit, and now my vice general manager position is gone. Holy F. At this moment, Caligula glanced at Wang Jieyue. Chairman Su, is this your wife? Wow. The title of wife was already being used. Wang Jieyue was dying of embarrassment, head down, not daring to speak. Su Yun smiled. My girlfriend. Caligula quickly greeted her. He also figured it out in his heart. So Chairman Su wanted to promote his girlfriend. Holy crap. Good thing he hadn't let Cheng Ming become vice general manager. If that person had entered the headquarters, wouldn't Cheng Ming have taken the position that rightfully belonged to Chairman Su's girlfriend? Caligula slapped his forehead. Oops, look at my memory. I almost forgot that matter. Upon seeing this, Su Yun also smiled. He couldn't be bothered to explain. It wasn't actually Wang Jieyue, it was Chi-Chi. Thinking of this, Su Yun glanced at Chi-Chi sitting in the distance. Chi-Chi was dying of jealousy. But thankfully the person Su Yun promised it to was her. This gave Chi-Chi some comfort. So from then on, the entire private room became Su Yun's stage. Caligula discussed company operations and management with Su Yun. The topics were far too profound. These college students understood nothing and could only watch from the sidelines. Cheng Ming was also extremely embarrassed and never spoke to Su Yun again. It was only later that Caligula forced him to come over and chat that he reluctantly joined. Wang Zhong, Xiao Han, and the others also came forward one by one to toast Su Yun, because they really hadn't expected Su Yun to be the chairman of Taiyang Sports Group. Didn't he say he was unemployed before? Come to think of it, if he had directly said he was the chairman, they wouldn't have believed him either. Holy crap, rich people these days really know how to keep a low profile. They had drunk enough. Caligula accompanied Su Yun until he departed, never leaving first. The expenses were entirely covered by Caligula. Consider it as currying favor with this young superior. Su Yun did not decline. Everyone walked out of the bar together. Zhu Shizhong respectfully opened the Phantom's door for Su Yun. In that instant, all the young men present were astonished once again. Cheng Ming was so shocked he couldn't even speak. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Belonged to Su Yun. Belonged to Su Yun. The boys' eyes went wide with envy. The girls, however, naturally climbed into Su Yun's car one by one. The group could only force bitter smiles. Even Caligula stood there stunned. Oh, so this Phantom belongs to Manager Su after all. Su Yun paused. It's mine. Why? Caligula smiled. Impressive indeed. Manager Su is truly wealthy and generous. There were rumors circulating in our circle about a Phantom appearing in Zhongqing, but no one knew whose it was. Now that's settled, I can brag to those fellows about this. After all, there is only one Phantom in all of Zhongqing. With its owner now revealed, Caligula felt immensely proud. He could now show off to the entrepreneurs in their circles. It was the company chairman's personal vehicle. By the way, Manager Su, here are some premium hot spring tickets a friend gave me. You should go enjoy yourself if you're free. A nice hot spring soak would be quite pleasant. As if suddenly remembering something, Caligula pulled out a small stack of tickets from his wallet and handed them to Su Yun. Su Yun was surprised to see there were quite many tickets. He smiled and said, "This isn't appropriate, Manager Ko. Why don't you keep them for yourself and enjoy them with your family?" Caligula scratched his head. My family members are all busy, and I've already asked them. They don't want to go anyway. Manager Su, please just accept them. Su Yun nodded and accepted the hot spring tickets without refusal. Duan Xiaoyu waved to Wang Zhong from the window. Let's grab dinner together sometime. Hui Hui and Wang Saisai also parted ways with Xiao Han and Zheng Yi. Today could be said to be quite fruitful. Everyone had obtained the contact information of someone they were interested in. The boys could only transform their sorrow into silence, watching Su Yun's Phantom slowly drive away with the girls. Caligula took a deep breath and slapped Cheng Ming on the head. Tell me honestly, did you make Manager Su angry? Cheng Ming was about to cry, feeling utterly wronged, clutching his head and saying, No, if you dare lie to me. Wait until your mother gets home, she'll deal with you. And now look, your vice general manager position. It might be gone. Cheng Ming clung to Caligula and cried out, Uncle, you have to help me. Caligula sighed. You rascal, you do have ability, and Manager Su agreed to let you into the headquarters. I'll arrange a management position for you starting from the grassroots level. The vice general manager spot has already been claimed. Cheng Ming was extremely unwilling. What? By whom? Caligula shot him a glare. Of course by Manager Su's girlfriend. Don't you know that Manager Su bought our entire group just to give his girlfriend some hands-on experience? Cheng Ming. Well, I'll be damned. How incredibly domineering. To help his girlfriend step into society, he just buys an entire corporation for her to practice with. Is this for real? Wang Zhong, Xiao Han, and the others were equally stunned. This Su Yun, how extraordinary. He was truly someone they could only look up to. It seemed that from now on they'd better cultivate good relationships with the girls. That way they could get closer to Manager Su. Building good rapport would mean no worries about jobs after graduation. That night, each young man harbored their own secret thoughts. Meanwhile, in the car, Su Yun struck up a conversation with the girls. Duan Xiaoyu hugged Shi Wei and said sympathetically, Wei Wei, what a pity that Yu Guofei is such an idiot. A total straight-laced guy with no tact. Shi Wei smiled awkwardly. It's fine, I wasn't really looking for a boyfriend anyway. You all practically forced me to come tonight. Hui Hui also said, Wei, don't worry. Next time we'll find you a good man. Shi Wei nodded, but said nothing more. She was simply the loneliest one tonight. But if there was one moment that stirred her heart, it was when Su Yun stood up for her. Seeing Yu Guofei remain indifferent, Su Yun stepped forward and offered to drink in her place. This deeply touched Shi Wei. At this very moment, sitting in the car, Shi Wei's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Su Yun. The more she looked, the more she felt he was the ideal man in her heart. Unfortunately, he already had a girlfriend. And to make it worse, that girlfriend was her best friend. Sigh. What melancholy. Duan Xiaoyu grinned mischievously. But ever since meeting Brother Su, I feel like my standards have gone way up. Su Yun was speechless. Wang Jieyue spat back at her. What does that have to do with him? It's clearly just that you're too picky. Duan Xiaoyu wasn't angry at all. Resting her chin on her hands, she said, Wang Zhong isn't bad either. Let's give it a try first. If it doesn't work out, I'll kick him to the curb and find someone new. She turned to Su Yun again. Brother Su, if things don't work out for me, you have to take responsibility and introduce me to a good man. The requirement isn't high. Just someone with liquid assets around 1 million or so. Su Yun. He took a deep breath and said, You're still young. Don't spend all your time thinking about men. First improve yourselves. Good men won't be hard to find. By then those young men will probably be lining up to pursue you. Duan Xiaoyu pouted. You've got Jieyue, so of course it's easy for you to say. Wang Jieyue was embarrassed and indignant. One more word, and I'll hit you. The three of them then went to a barbecue stall and ordered some meat skewers. Su Yun said, Let's go soak in the hot springs together tomorrow. I just received those tickets from Manager Ko. Do you girls have time? Chi-Chi raised her hand enthusiastically. I do. Take me. Wang Jieyue also smiled. I don't have class tomorrow either. All right, then we'll go together tomorrow. The weather was gradually getting colder, now making it the perfect time for a hot spring bath. Moreover, these premium tickets were valid for a day and a night. They could stay overnight at the hot spring hotel. They had heard that there was a hot spring mountain outside the city purchased by a large corporation. They had also surveyed the geothermal system there. The hot springs on that side were all completely natural. Unlike some places where the hot springs claimed to be natural, but were actually just boiled water. Wang Jieyue thought for a moment, then said, But I don't have a swimsuit. Why don't we go out early tomorrow and buy one first? Chi-Chi never missed an opportunity. I don't have a swimsuit either. Take me too. Su Yun shot her a sidelong glance. This clever girl was indeed sharp, catching wind of every exciting opportunity. All right, then tomorrow morning, I'll take you to Guomao. Guomao was located over on Haitong Road, a vast building with absolutely everything one could desire. Though the prices reflected its status as one of Zhongqing's most exclusive shopping destinations, ordinary people simply couldn't afford to shop there. After buying some barbecue, Su Yun parted ways with the two girls. The following day, Su Yun completed his routine system check-in and rose from bed. Upon checking his bank account balance, he discovered that through several days of tireless effort, he had already accumulated over 67 million. Yet this sum still felt insufficient. It still hadn't broken through the 100 million mark. As for investment, he couldn't find any suitable prospects. Perhaps he should hire an investment assistant to manage these funds. He hoped his money could breed more money like a snowball gathering momentum. Though investments likely wouldn't generate any generosity points. After all, investment didn't count as consumption. Investments came with returns. He kept busy until 9 o'clock when Su Yun received a WeChat message from Wang Jieyue saying they were ready. Du Shui asked from beneath the covers, Are we going out? Su Yun nodded and headed to the school entrance with Zhu Shizhong. Wang Jieyue had thoughtfully prepared breakfast for Su Yun. Inside were steaming fried dough sticks and soy milk along with a large meat bun. How is it? Delicious. Wang Jieyue asked from the car seat. I haven't had breakfast yet. Su Yun smiled faintly and said to Zhu Shizhong, Shizhong, let's head straight to Guomao. Yes, mister. Su, due to the morning rush hour traffic, they were stuck in a jam for a full hour before reaching Guomao. Wang Jieyue stepped out of the car hunched and exasperated. I should have just walked. This traffic is insane. Su Yun was about to speak when Chi-Chi behind him tugged at his sleeve. He paused and turned around to see Chi-Chi having spotted something on his coat collar. With remarkably sharp eyes, she plucked a strand of hair from it. Then she gave him a half-amused, half-scolding glare. Who were you being romantic with last night? If Jieyue finds out you're dead meat. Su Yun coughed. Thank you. Du Shui now lived with him, and it was inevitable that she'd leave strands of hair around occasionally. Girls losing hair was hardly uncommon. But this had been terrifyingly close. Fortunately, Chi-Chi had noticed it in time. Chi-Chi leaned in coquettishly and whispered, Then how do you plan to reward me? Just then Wang Jieyue walking ahead turned back and called, Hurry up. We'll miss the hot springs if we don't move. Su Yun and Chi-Chi acted as though nothing had happened and followed along. Come to think of it, Wang Jieyue was quite trusting indeed. She had failed to detect any affair between Chi-Chi and Su Yun. Because Chi-Chi was her close friend, she had never once suspected such a thing. Entering Guomao, the place was bustling with people and wonderfully lively. Su Yun led Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi floor by floor. Although they had come to buy swimsuits, girls shopping rarely maintained such focused intent. If something caught their eye regardless of what it was, they would stop to examine it. Su Yun was rather helpless, but he was glad he had brought Zhu Shizhong to carry their bags. At that moment, Su Yun trailed behind Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi, with Zhu Shizhong following close behind. Quite a conspicuous sight. I can't believe it, look at that guy dating 2 girls at once. Seriously, he brought a bodyguard to Guomao. Doesn't he care if people know he's rich? Zhu Shizhong did look rather like Su Yun's bodyguard. Being misunderstood was only natural. Soon Zhu Shizhong's hands were laden with bags of all sizes. Su Yun generously played the role of a ruthless ATM machine. Watching his generosity points climb steadily, Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su, this one looks lovely. Can I buy this one? Wow, I think I want this one. Guomao was a girl's paradise. Consequently, even Wang Jieyue got carried away with the shopping. Su Yun reminded them, don't forget we need to buy swimsuits. The 2 girls suddenly remembered, and their flushed cheeks settled slightly as they led Su Yun to visit several swimwear shops. Just then, Su Yun spotted an acquaintance. Jojo. Jojo had come today specifically to go live stream. But she had little money, so she only browsed and didn't buy anything. This girl always wandered alone, shopping, eating, watching movies. She seemed to have no friends at all. Su Yun fell somewhat silent and couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy for Jojo. She pretended not to have seen the scene, just now pulling Wang Jieyue along and saying, wow Jieyue, look, this one suits you really well. Meanwhile, Jojo was overjoyed. Her pretty face flushed. Brother Suyu, what are you trying to do? Why did you drag me so far away? Jojo's heart was pounding. This was a rare chance for her to be in close contact with Su Yun, so she was thoroughly enjoying it, shy beyond words. Su Yun caught his breath and glanced back. Fortunately, Chi-Chi had covered for him and held Wang Jieyue back. Well, this girl, skilled in both riding and martial arts, had even saved his life on the battlefield. How extraordinary. Unquestionably, Su Yun regarded Chi-Chi with much more favor. Brother Su. Jojo called him for a while before Su Yun finally snapped out of it. He looked at Jojo with a grim face. Why are you here? Jojo said shyly. Oh, I'm still live streaming, and you dragged me so far away. Su Yun glanced at her live stream room, and the bullet comments exploded. Jojo, awesome. Is this the legendary Japanese drama run? Just logged in, what's going on? Why did they suddenly start running? Jojo's viewers kept sending her planes and rockets. She had now become a leading streamer on the Douyu platform. Her daily active viewership was over 3 million. Her daily income had also risen to thousands. All of this came about only after Jojo met Su Yun. This girl had almost come to regard Su Yun as her lucky star. Phew, you scared me to death. Su Yun put his hands on his hips and looked into the distance. Wang Jieyue still hadn't caught up. He had to make haste. Silly Zhou, why did you come here to live stream for no reason? You can't afford anything here anyway. Jojo said aggrievedly. Yeah, I'm in pain too, you know. I see so many things I want to buy, but they're so expensive. Brother Su, can you buy them for me? Su Yun slapped his forehead. He'd almost forgotten that this girl was a fool. He quickly calmed down, and to deal with a girl like this he had to speak plainly. Su Yun warned, from now on no talking. Jojo nodded heavily and even covered her mouth with her small hand, looking adorable. Su Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi had caught up. Chi-Chi was following behind, looking flustered. Because she saw that Jojo hadn't left yet. It was over, everything was over. Although she didn't mind, Wang Jieyue was after all her close friend. Chi-Chi didn't want to see Wang Jieyue sad. Silence. Still silence. Sweat broke out on Su Yun's forehead. He didn't know if this trick would work, but at least it was a reason. At that moment, Wang Jieyue breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me. So she's your little sister. She bent over and patted Jojo's head. Hello, little sister. I'm Brother Su's girlfriend. A bolt of lightning crashed down on Jojo's head. She was about to cry from grievance. So that was it. This scumbag. Was this why he hadn't let her speak? Jojo's livestream room exploded once more. What the hell? Is this scripted? The viewers were all smart. Every one of them a Sherlock Holmes. Su Yun chuckled. Yeah, I never expected to run into her here. Wang Jieyue asked. We're going to soak in hot springs later. Are you going to bring her along? Su Yun swallowed hard. He was about to say no, but Jojo abruptly dug her fingers into his arm. With those eyes, she glared fiercely at Su Yun. Then the situation was quite delicate. Wang Jieyue was intimately helping Jojo pick out a swimsuit. Chi-Chi sidled up, arms crossed over her chest, and smiled. Is this trick of yours going to work? At that moment, Jojo's livestream popularity soared to 5 million. Just arrived. What's going on here? What the hell? Why are there so many rockets and planes? While the three were choosing swimsuits, Su Yun returned the phone to Jojo. They were going to soak in a hot spring that afternoon. She had to pick a swimsuit that would leave Su Yun unforgettable. Whenever she thought of Su Yun seeing her in it later, Wang Jieyue couldn't help feeling shy. Chi-Chi joined in the selection, offering suggestions for Wang Jieyue. Su-Yun came up with Zhou. Have you picked one? Wang Jieyue asked. Brother Su, which one looks better, this one or this one? Su-Yun rubbed his chin and analyzed for a moment. I think both look good. Wang Jieyue huffed. I knew I shouldn't have asked you. She picked out a few nice pieces and walked into the fitting room ahead of him. Zhou also took out a few pieces, waved them in front of Su-Yun, and playfully stepped into the adjoining fitting room. Su-Yun could only wait outside. Little sister, where did brother go? Zhou glared at her in exasperation, but she too was looking around for Su-Yun. Wang Jieyue couldn't find him, so she paid at the counter and led Zhou by her little hand as they walked out. Maybe he went out to the restroom. Let's wait for him here. Zhou was short and cute, so at first glance, she looked no more than a high school student. So it was only natural she was mistaken for a younger sister. The two found a bench near the entrance and sat down to wait. 20 minutes later. Let's be quick too. Then Chi-Chi casually picked a swimsuit Su-Yun paid, and he left with her. Wang Jieyue and Zhou froze when they saw Su-Yun and Chi-Chi walking out of the store. Where did you go? I thought you went to the restroom. Su-Yun played along with her words. I did go to the restroom. The store has one. Wang Jieyue was taken aback. It does. Well, all right. Zhou, however, eyed Chi-Chi and Su-Yun with suspicion. She knew it very well. This vixen also had an improper relationship with Su-Yun. But Zhou was still too naive to think of that kind of thing. She only assumed the two must have snuck off to kiss behind her back. Oh, I want to kiss too. The group took another round. Chi-Chi rubbed her stomach and said, I'm hungry. How about grabbing a bite to eat? Wang Jieyue nodded. I'm hungry too. Then everyone looked at Su-Yun again. All right, let's find a restaurant and eat, then we'll set off. There were plenty of restaurants at Guamao. Hot pot Japanese food, fast food, stir fry, everything one could want. Su-Yun led the three girls into a fast food restaurant and sat down. He ordered some fried chicken and French fries. Wang Jieyue blushed. Brother Su, eating these will make me gain weight. Su-Yun, getting fat is fine. I still think you're too skinny. Wang Jieyue whined. Then if I get fat, you're not allowed to dislike me. Okay, I won't dislike you. Eat up. Right then Chi-Chi and Zhou both kicked Su-Yun under the table at the same time. Su-Yun's whole body jolted. Brother Su, what's wrong? Wang Jieyue was startled. I'm fine. I just have a slight ache in my waist. It'll get better after I soak in the herbal pool at the hot spring later. Wang Jieyue snickered. I think you need to exercise more. Su-Yun had only been working out for 2 days. Today was the 3rd day. But thanks to the 100-fold fitness card, it was equivalent to 200 days of exercise. In fact, his body was still very healthy. As they were eating, at the next table was yet another acquaintance. Lin Bian. As if sensing Su-Yun's gaze, Lin Bian spotted him as well. Enemies always seem to cross paths. Su-Yun, what a coincidence. So you're here too. Upon seeing Su-Yun, a mocking smile spread across Lin Bian's face. Lately things had been going incredibly smoothly for him at the company. Every time he closed a deal, Secretary Qin would praise him profusely. With continued effort, Lin Bian felt he was not far from reaching the executive ranks. Alas, his future was bright and promising. Just thinking about Su-Yun still working in the warehouse filled Lin Bian with an uncontrollable sense of superiority. But then, wait, something was off. Why was that lad surrounded by such beautiful women? This couldn't be right. He was merely a warehouse guard. Could he really be that skilled at charming women? A deep discomfort stirred within Lin Bian. Brother Su must guarding that warehouse be quite satisfying, huh? I hear the company has been laying people off recently. If you perform well, I could recommend you stay on. Lin Bian approached with a smug grin. At that moment, seeing the 3 stunning beauties beside Su-Yun up close only deepened his jealousy. Lin Bian, do you need something? Su-Yun asked indifferently, clearly having no desire to engage with him. Lin Bian frowned. Isn't today a weekday? Shouldn't you be at work? In his understanding, Su-Yun had been transferred to guard the warehouse, and he himself was on the day shift. At this hour, Su-Yun should have been at the company warehouse. Does whether I come to work concern you? Su-Yun asked with a grim expression. So you skipped work to be out here? Do you even know how much you'll be fined for absenteeism? You only make a few thousand a month, and you dare skip work. Lin Bian looked Su-Yun up and down with contempt. Bold, aren't you? Just then Wang Jieyue asked Su-Yun irritably. Brother Su, who is this guy? Su-Yun smiled. No need to know him. Just an idiot. Hearing this, Lin Bian erupted in fury, his face flushing red. Su-Yun, how dare you insult people? Skipping work and still acting so superior. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Su-Yun nearly laughed. Half the corporation belonged to him now, and this man wanted to complain about him. Seeing Su-Yun smile, Lin Bian mistook it for a forced grin of submission and said smugly, what? Scared? How about this? I'll let you pay for my meal today. I'll mention it to Secretary Qin, and we'll forget about your absenteeism. Now it wasn't just Wang Jieyue. Even the simplest-minded Zhou could see he was an idiot. What kind of person was Brother Su? Skipping work. The very word was absurd for him. The word, absenteeism, was simply incompatible with Brother Su. So even Chi-Chi and Zhou along with the others had no interest in acknowledging Lin Bian. Su Yun spoke coldly. Are you sick in the head? I suggest you go to a psychiatric hospital and get your brain checked. Can't afford it, but still coming to the trade center to eat. And expecting me to throw you a pity meal. Wang Jiayue had already risen to her feet. Brother Su, let's go. We're heading to the hot springs this afternoon. Don't waste time on unnecessary people. She was quite upset. Her good mood had been completely ruined. Witnessing this, Lin Bian looked utterly disbelief. Miss, he's just a warehouse worker. Since you're both so young, please don't let him deceive you. A poor wretch like him is everywhere on the street. Just then another man walked up carrying a tray of food. Lao Lin, what are you doing? Lin Bian turned around. And to his surprise, Su Yun actually knew this person. It was Niarong, the former gym manager. The very man Su Yun had fired. Could he and Lin Bian really be close friends? So it was true. People of the same caliber keep company with one another. Oh, it's nothing. An old colleague here who skipped work to pick up girls. I told him off, and now he's offended. Niarong chuckled. Someone like that exists. He turned his head to look. Then his tray trembled violently, nearly dropping to the ground. Su. President Su. Wow. It really is President Su. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. I still want to work for the group. Just give me any minor supervisor role. I'm begging you, President Su. In an instant, Niarong lunged forward, wrapped his arms around Su Yun's legs, and sobbed bitterly, begging for mercy. After being dismissed, Niarong had applied to several places, but failed to land a position. Jobs were hard to come by these days. He actually wanted to return to the gym, but he had been personally fired by Chairman Su. Calling in favors had been useless, and offering gifts to Caligua had been equally futile. For days, Niarong had been despondent. It was only because Lin Bian had invited him out to clear his head that he had left the house. Su Yun regarded Niarong. It's you. You want to come back? Niarong nodded frantically like a chick pecking rice. President Su, I was truly wrong. Please show mercy and forgive me. Su Yun smiled. I appreciate your contrite attitude, but returning as manager is unlikely. Niarong's heart ached. Just a small team leader would be more than enough. I'll start from the bottom. President Su, let me prove myself to the group once again. I will renew my dedication and work hard for the company. Inside the fast food restaurant, other customers turned their heads. What's going on? Begging for mercy. Look at him crying his heart out. Sigh, such is the fate of a corporate drone. Is that handsome young man the boss? So youthful. On the other side, Lin Bian was dumbfounded. Watching the scene before him, he could not process what was happening. Lao Nia, are you insane? Begging him. Surely you've mistaken him for someone else, right? He knew Niarong's situation well. He had planned to have a few drinks tonight to help him cheer up. Who would have imagined? Niarong had dropped straight to his knees before Su Yun. What was going on? He was merely a warehouse guard. How could he possibly have authority over Niarong? Niarong shot Lin Bian a disdainful glance. You don't know? This is our group's chairman, President Su. Su. Hearing this, Lin Bian felt as though he had swallowed something vile. This scene devastated him, leaving him unable to recover for a long time. Taiyang Sports Group. Lin Bian was well aware of it. When he had learned he was demoted to a regular employee, Niarong had even invited him to switch employers. Lin Bian had declined, and the matter had been dropped. But how could Su Yun possibly be the chairman of that group? Lin Bian felt as though he were dreaming, unable to shake off the stupor. Su Yun cast a glance at Niarong. Go report to the gym tomorrow. I'll let Xie know. As for how she arranges things, that's beyond my concern. Niarong was overjoyed, thanking him incessantly. Thank you, President Su. Thank you, President Su. He abandoned his meal entirely, ignored Lin Bian, and threw down his tray, heading straight for the gym. With his past rapport with Xie Yu and President Su's endorsement, a team leader position would be well within his reach, though he would need to curry favor with Xie Yu first. Please let us through. Su Yun rose to his feet, preparing to leave with the girls. Lin Bian stood there utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. Watching Su Yun's retreating figure, Lin Bian felt like the biggest fool in the world. Everything had happened so suddenly. How had Su Yun become wealthy overnight? And how had he become the chairman of Sun Movement? These were all mysteries. He pulled out his phone and quickly searched for Sun Movement Group on Tianyanka. As expected, under the chairman's name it clearly reads Su Yun. Lin Bian stood there as if his soul had left his body, not even noticing that his phone had slipped to the ground. Brother Su, why does that person look so happy? He's just going back to be a team leader, right? Why does he look like his wife is about to give birth? After they stepped outside, Wang Jiayue asked, puzzled. Su Yun, you wouldn't understand. He's already over 40 years old. Being actively dismissed by a corporation, that's not a good reference. No other company would hire someone his age. Even though he was once a manager, job competition is incredibly ruthless these days. He has no choice but to come back. Wang Jiayue, I see. It's tough out there in this society. Just then, Chi-Chi pointed at a bustling bubble tea shop. Jiayue, I want bubble tea. Wang Jiayue smiled. Then let's go. Do you want some too, Brother Su? Su Yun smiled. Order a large cup then. I'll share one with you. Wang Jiayue's cheeks flushed red, and she spat at him playfully before linking arms with Chi-Chi to join the queue. Jojo immediately blushed as well. Yes, because the shop was packed with customers, they had to wait in line for quite some time. Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi had been waiting for about 20 minutes when it was almost their turn. Then suddenly, a middle-aged woman with a child cut right in line, positioning herself in front of Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi. Cutting in line would have been enough to upset anyone. But this undisciplined child was holding an ice cream cone, and his sticky, messy hands were wiping all over Chi-Chi's clothes. Chi-Chi stepped back frowning. Wang Jieyue said apologetically, "Auntie, could you please not cut the line?" They had waited so long to reach this spot. Being cut off by a line cutter was infuriating beyond words. This feeling was something many people had experienced. "My son wants bubble tea. Can't you just move aside?" The woman was extremely aggressive, turning to give Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi a dismissive glare. Wang Jieyue flew into a rage. "Can you have some public decency? We've been waiting in line for 20 minutes to get here." The woman coldly snorted. "You've already waited 20 minutes. What's another little while? I'm with a child. Are you telling me to make my son wait in line behind you? Wang Jieyue, how can you be like this?" The woman, "This is exactly how I am. What's it to you? Young people these days have no respect for the elderly or care for children. Didn't they teach you manners in school? Or were you never taught by your parents?" "You." Wang Jieyue was fuming. Chi-Chi stopped Wang Jieyue, "Let it go. Just let her cut." "But," Chi-Chi smiled, "if a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back?" The moment these words came out, everyone around was stunned. The woman was also shocked beyond belief, not believing her own ears. "What did you say? Who are you calling a dog?" Chi-Chi coldly smiled. "Auntie, when you're reincarnated next life, cut in line then too. It'll be faster that way." "You. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? No upbringing at all. You're the one who should be reincarnated. Your whole family should be reincarnated." The woman couldn't contain her fury and started shouting abuse. But then, just at that moment, the woman sensed a tall figure approaching. It was Su Yun. He had seen the confrontation between the line-cutting woman and Wang Jieyue and Chi-Chi from a distance. "Lady, please watch your language." The woman froze instantly. Seeing a man step up to stand up for them, she didn't dare to say a word. Su Yun, being a grown man, had no intention of making things difficult for her. So instead, he turned to the people waiting in line behind him and announced, "Except for this lady here, everyone else in line. Drinks are on me." Immediately, the entire scene erupted. The passers-by had long been annoyed by the line cutter. Now with Su Yun's declaration, the whole crowd burst into joy. "What? Treat us? Holy cow. That's so generous. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Everyone except that lady gets free bubble tea. I want a large cup." "Me too." Even the shop staff stood there in utter bewilderment. Their goodwill towards Su Yun skyrocketed. He was so extravagantly rich. One sentence, and he was treating the whole crowd. Su Yun, seeing this, smiled slightly and spoke loudly. "Everyone, this treat isn't for any particular reason. It's to reward those who queue properly. And for those who cut in line, have no public decency, and lack manners. Let them pay for themselves." Whistles. Applause. A chorus of cheers. The men and women waiting behind were all overjoyed. "Good. Well done, brother. These rude line cutters deserve to be taught a lesson. I encountered a line cutter last time. She was so aggressive, I was so pissed. Finally got some satisfaction. Using their age to bully young girls. Who really has no manners?" That woman's face turned pale. Su Yun's move, while not crossing any lines, had indeed dealt a solid blow to the woman's self-esteem. Even the undisciplined child she was holding started wailing loudly. The woman wished desperately she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Even if she argued back, she couldn't possibly out-argue so many people. She immediately grabbed the child and fled in shame. Su Yun directly pulled out his phone and scanned 5,000 yuan to the staff. "Here's 5,000 yuan. First come, first served, but remember, everyone must queue properly." At once the entire place erupted. "Bro, you're a legend. Respect. Today I've seen it all. So this is how the rich slap people's faces. I'm so jealous." With that, Su Yun picked up his milk tea, took Wang Jieyue's hand, and left. The milk tea shop immediately fell into frantic business. Because word spread that someone was treating everyone in the shop, first come first served, a huge crowd of customers poured in. Soon more and more people arrived. Su Yun's 5,000 yuan milk tea was snapped up in no time. Someone had secretly filmed a video and uploaded it online. Someone cutting in line. Watch the handsome guy slap faces. Rich guy teaches you how to deal with line cutters. Line cutters deserve death. Milk tea shop encounter. Before long, the online video actually went viral, drawing tens of thousands of heated comments. Su Yun was completely unaware of all this. By then, they had already left the vicinity and gone downstairs. There was a huge trampoline park there. Inside, many people were jumping around, and it was bustling. "I want to play that." Wang Jieyue saw that it was still not too late. She was drawn to the trampolines, so she pulled Su Yun over to buy tickets. Su Yun was speechless, but he didn't stop her. "One more hour, then we have to go." "I know. Just 1 hour." Wang Jieyue playfully wrapped her arm around Su Yun's. Chi-Chi and Jojo followed them into play. "Brother Su, I want to try this." Wang Jieyue pulled Su Yun over to a foam pit. She had seen many videos on Guiyang of boyfriends carrying their girlfriends into foam pits, and she really wanted to try it once. Su Yun gave her a doting look and chuckled, "You're so heavy. How could I carry you?" Wang Jieyue huffed, "I'm not heavy at all. Try carrying me if you don't believe me." Then she adorably held out her arms and shook them with excitement. The staff nearby were extremely envious. This guy was living too well, wasn't he? Bringing 3 girls along to play trampoline. Their tears of envy were almost falling. "Then lie down and get ready." "I'm lying down." "Hurry up." Wang Jieyue was eager. Su Yun rubbed his hands together and began stomping his feet on the trampoline. Suddenly, with a violent bounce, using the rebounding force, Wang Jieyue, who was lying on the trampoline, was launched into the air. Su Yun caught her directly in a princess carry. With her eyes closed, Wang Jieyue felt Su Yun's warmth and her heart pounded wildly. She didn't dare open her eyes. The next second, Su Yun, still holding her, executed a backward somersault and plunged into the foam pit. Chi-Chi and Zhou exchanged a glance. Jealousy was written all over both their faces. It took a while before Su Yun finally climbed out with Wang Jieyue. Chi-Chi clenched her fists, wanting to go over and have Su Yun carry her too. But Wang Jieyue burst into laughter and rushed over, shouting again. Again. Su Yun scratched his head. All right. Seeing this, Chi-Chi felt a little disappointed. Only then did she realize that she shouldn't be competing with Wang Jieyue for his affection on an occasion like this. On the other side, however, the male staff members' eyes were nearly popping out of their heads. After Su Yun helped Wang Jieyue climb out, the men walked over each with a lecherous grin and said, "Sir, let us do it instead. The foam pit may be soft, but you're not professional enough. If anything happens to this young lady, we can't take that responsibility." Su Yun glanced at him, about to say something. Wang Jieyue spoke up, "I don't want you to do it. I want my boyfriend to hold me and jump. Got a problem with that?" The man's face turned sour. "You probably don't know, sir. Last time a girl refused to let us assist her and had her boyfriend carry her as he jumped into the foam pit. She ended up with a comminuted fracture. After that, the rules at our trampoline park changed. Haha, please don't make things difficult for us." The staff members were all smiling greasily. Their eyes kept stealing glances at Wang Jieyue's figure and Chi-Chi's too. With figures like those, if they could hold one and climb those hills, they'd die satisfied. Su Yun, however, frowned. He could tell at a glance that these men had ulterior motives. This was a common occurrence in such trampoline parks and VR experience halls. Staff would secretly cop a feel while the girls were playing. Su Yun said calmly, "Call your manager here." Hearing this, the staff members were immediately stunned. "So why do you want the manager?" "Don't ask. Just call him." Su Yun's face had already turned unpleasant. They were just hired workers, so they didn't dare defy a customer's order. Gritting their teeth, they went to call the manager. After all, they hadn't laid a finger on the girl, so there was no point. Soon a middle-aged manager followed them back. "Sir, is there a problem?" Su Yun looked at him and said, "Your place is too noisy. I'll pay 100 yuan to buy out the entire venue. Get all these people out of here." This trampoline park was neither too big nor too small. Crowded as it was, never mind 100. Even 100 yuan wasn't easy money. The manager was stunned by these words. It took him a long moment to react. He could barely believe his ears. "Sir, what did you say?" Su Yun said 100 yuan to buy out the place. "Deal, or we leave." He took Wang Jieyue's hand and started to walk away. The manager hadn't become a manager by being stupid. Hearing that, he immediately called out, "Fine. I'll arrange it right away." One moment. The staff members behind him were all dumbfounded. 100 yuan to rent the place. This. Can't you just be a normal person? They all stared at each other, completely frozen. Wang Jieyue tugged Su Yun's hand. "Are you crazy? We're only going to play for an hour. Do you have to go this far?" Su Yun smiled. "I rented out the place because you wanted to play. What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Wang Jieyue's heart fluttered at his sweet words. For a moment she lowered her head and blushed, not daring to speak. But it was all too shocking to her. All because she wanted to play on a trampoline. All because he didn't want anyone to make noise around her. Wang Jieyue's family wasn't wealthy, so of course she had never seen anything like this. Though she knew Su Yun was rich, this was her first time seeing him throw money around like dirt. How could 100 yuan be like 10 yuan in his eyes? But then again, wasn't it wonderful? It was wonderful. Incredibly wonderful. Seeing Wang Jieyue remain silent, Su Yun said, "If you don't want to forget it, then we'll." Before he could finish, Wang Jieyue squeezed his hand tightly. "Who said I? I don't want to." Su Yun grinned and tapped her nose. "Then have fun. Enjoy yourself to the fullest." Wang Jieyue's heart nearly leaped out of her chest, and she nodded emphatically. She silently resolved that she wouldn't rest until they had gotten their money's worth out of that 100 yuan. 100,000 yuan. "Sir, the venue has been cleared. As for the payment." Su Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. Just swipe my card. Swagger 150,000. Huh, the premium this time is really something. I never thought I'd get an extra 50,000. Sure enough, spending money this time showcased the boldness of a profligate tycoon. The system recognized it. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I'll have to do this more often in the future. After paying, Su Yun glanced at the staff. Frowning, he said to the manager, have those people leave too. They're an eyesore. The manager dared not object. Right away. I'll have them leave now. And so those shifty-looking staff members were escorted out. They were utterly dumbfounded. The guests said they were an eyesore. Bloody hell. We didn't do anything. We had a few thoughts, but we hadn't acted on them yet. It's all your fault. You look so shifty. Great, now we can't even check out girls. Tisk, and who was the one who went up to stop him in the first place? What are you saying? Believe me, at this rate, you'll never find a girlfriend. The staff argued and argued until they nearly came to blows. The manager scurried back saying, Sir, today this venue is yours to enjoy as you please. Stay as long as you like. I won't disturb you. Su Yun nodded. This manager certainly knew how to read the room. Go ahead. And so even the manager left. The entire trampoline park was now empty save for Su Yun and his group. Wang Jiayue could finally play to her heart's content. She had Su Yun hold her and jump again and again. They also tried the swings and the rock climbing course. There was also a giant trampoline where the two of them were lost in tender affection, all lovey-dovey. Jojo let out a sigh at the sight. They had agreed to stay for only an hour, but in the end they spent nearly 3 hours. A glance at the clock showed it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Wang Jiayue was also drenched in sweat and a little tired. Brother Su, I don't want to play anymore. Then let's head out and soak in the hot springs. Wang Jiayue sighed, looking back reluctantly at the trampoline park behind them. What a pity. I still didn't win back your 1-0-0. That remark made Su Yun laugh outright. It's fine. Try harder next time. Maybe you'll win it back. Wang Jiayue also clenched her fists determinedly. Then she shot Su Yun a glare. Don't you dare waste so much money next time. But Su Yun pulled her into an embrace. As long as you're happy, let alone 1-0, even 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 100,000,000. I wouldn't feel the slightest sting pulling out that money. Wang Jiayue's heart nearly stopped. This was way too thrilling. She clutched her chest, feeling breathless. You? Are you telling the truth? Of course I am. Unable to restrain herself, Wang Jiayue gave Su Yun a peck on the cheek, her pretty face flushing red. But that won't do. This is money you earned through hard work. So don't spend so much money on me anymore, okay? I'm not lacking in food or clothing. After learning that Su Yun was a CEO, Wang Jiayue realized that he wasn't some rich second-generation playboy. His money was all earned by himself. So although Su Yun's extravagant spending for her made Wang Jiayue deeply moved and overjoyed, she also felt a pang of reluctance on his behalf. Hearing this, Su Yun was taken aback, a hint of emotion stirring in his heart. I understand, Jiayue. Leaving Guomao, Zhu Shizhong had been waiting for a long time. Driving, they headed toward the hot spring mountain on the outskirts. After handing over the hot spring tickets, Su Yun parted ways with Wang Jiayue and the others. Took a few minutes to change and came out to wait quietly. But the first one to come out was not Wang Jiayue, it was Chi-Chi. She slowly walked over to Su Yun and sat down. Did you have fun today? They entered the hot spring area. The natural springs were divided into small pools. There were all sorts of herbal baths. Angelica, ginseng, goji berries, polygonum multiflorum. The entire venue was filled with warm, misty vapor. Moreover, there were quite a lot of people inside the hot spring area. Wang Jiayue earnestly held Su Yun's hand, and after searching for a while they finally found an herbal pool. A goji berry pool specially for treating yin deficiency of the liver and kidneys and insufficient qi and blood. You should soak in this one. There's no real cure for back pain, but it can nourish your liver and kidneys. Su Yun. My liver and kidneys are perfectly fine, alright. Chi-Chi chuckled. I think you really should replenish them. It's good for men. Su Yun rolled his eyes at her. Still, he didn't object. Even if there was nothing wrong, a soak wouldn't hurt. But just as the group was about to step in, they saw Ji Tianxiang leading He Lingyuan down into the goji berry pool, already soaking. Su Yun froze. It was them. Why did he keep running into acquaintances today? This world really was too small. But Su Yun and Ji Tianxiang didn't have any real grudge between them. So he had no reason to switch pools and walked up with Wang Jiayue and the others. Ji Tianxiang was just about to get intimate with He Lingyuan. But people arrived, so he had to restrain himself. Looking up, he was utterly stunned. It's you again. He Lingyuan also felt slightly awkward. Sitting in the pool, neither staying nor leaving seemed appropriate. Bro, meet again. Ji Tianxiang's mouth twitched. He had witnessed this at the amusement park and before that at the train station. Ji Tianxiang wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't be foolish enough to clash head-on with Su Yun. Instead, for this young master, he should be trying to curry favor. Not for any other reason. But this hot spring mountain was developed by his Ji family. A grand hotel had also been built on this mountain, also belonging to the Ji family. Since Su Yun had come, he was a guest. So Ji Tianxiang didn't want the atmosphere to become awkward. He smiled proactively and said, You're Mr. Su, right? Su Yun was startled. You know me? Ji Tianxiang smiled. Luo mentioned you last time. Su Yun thought for a moment before remembering. Oh, young Luo. Yes. Ji Tianxiang nodded. Mr. Su has traveled far today. You must enjoy yourself properly. Su Yun was stunned, somewhat confused. Only then did Ji Tianxiang reveal that the hot spring was developed by his family. So it turns out we're fated. What a coincidence. Haha, mister. Su needn't stand on ceremony. Since you're here, you're a guest. Perhaps we can even become friends. Ji Tianxiang proactively extended his hand. Su Yun thought that since the other party had extended an olive branch, it wouldn't do to keep a straight face and act aloof. That would be too foolish. After all, Ji Tianxiang had only hit on Su Yuan at the train station that time, and Su Yun had already given him a taste of his own medicine. So the two of them were even. Thus he also shook his hand. As for Healing Yuan, Su Yun pretended not to see her. But Ji Tianxiang proactively introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Healing Yuan." Su Yun nodded to her. Healing Yuan could only sigh and respond. But neither of them revealed that they were actually old colleagues. Pretending not to know each other was actually better. By the way, who are these three people with you, mister? Su. Oh, this short one is my sister. This is my girlfriend Wang Jieyue. And this is also my friend Chi-Chi. Wang Jieyue clung to Su Yun's arm and nodded at Ji Tianxiang. Ji Tianxiang saw a woman beside him. The question he wanted to ask wasn't appropriate to ask. So he said to Healing Yuan, "Baby, go soak over there. I need to discuss business with Mr. Su." Healing Yuan couldn't agree more. She nodded and fled as if escaping. When Su Yun saw this, he also said to Wang Jieyue, "Go have fun." Wang Jieyue pouted and said, "No, it's fine. I'll be right here. What are you afraid of? Be good." Only then did Wang Jieyue nod. She left with Chi-Chi and Zhou. Now, in the goji berry pool, only Su Yun and Ji Tianxiang remained. Ji Tianxiang chuckled and changed the subject. He leaned back and asked, "I wonder what business Mr. Su's family is in." Su Yun had no intention of hiding his identity from this kind of young master, because there was simply no need. "I run a real business. Heavy metal and sun sports are both my assets." Ji Tianxiang was stunned, then overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, "Oh, what fate. Lately my family's hotel has been in contact with Heavy Metal Group." "Su Yun, is that so? I'm not aware of this." Ji Tianxiang asked. "How could you, the owner of such enterprises, not know about this matter?" Su Yun shrugged. "I don't handle the business myself. It's too troublesome. With people to manage things for me, why do it myself?" Ji Tianxiang nodded vigorously in agreement. This was exactly the kind of thing a young master would say, but he thoroughly approved. "I never expected Mr. Su to truly be a kindred spirit. Last time young Luo told me she got your WeChat, but every time she reached out you never responded." This made Luo very sad. "Su Yun, is that so? I might have missed it. If I had seen it I would have replied." Ji Tianxiang, your words are reassuring. I'll let Luo know about this. I wonder what Mr. Su thinks. Su Yun forced a bitter smile and looked up at the sky. What a hassle. Seeing this, Ji Tianxiang was stunned, then copied his gesture looking up at the sky. Yes, such a hassle. Su Yun and Ji Tianxiang were actually getting along quite well. After all, Ji Tianxiang came from an excellent family and had a high level of education. Unlike that upstart Liangda, one could tell his father had really invested thought into his education. We've soaked enough. Why doesn't Mr. Su come back to the hotel with me? Today General Qin from your group is coming in person to discuss cooperation with my father. Wouldn't it be improper for the chairman himself to be absent? Ji Tianxiang said with a slight smile. Su Yun nodded. That was indeed the case. But he had come here today specifically to soak in the hot springs. Who would have thought it would be such a coincidence that his group and the Ji family's hotel were discussing business? He couldn't very well not go. Baby, we're leaving. Ji Tianxiang stood up from the pool and called out to Healing Yuan, who was soaking with her eyes closed nearby. Su Yun also waved to Wang Jieyue and the others up ahead. Everyone draped themselves in bathrobes. As soon as Wang Jieyue stepped out of the hot pool, she felt the chill. Wrapping herself in the robe, she tightly grabbed Su Yun's arm. Brother Su, where are we going? Let's go back to the hotel and rest. My stomach is a bit hungry anyway. Ji Tianxiang smiled and said, Rest assured, Mr. Su, dinner has already been prepared in the hotel. My father invited a 3-star French chef from abroad. Su Yun scratched his head. Can you stop calling me Mr. Su? It sounds quite awkward. Ji Tianxiang laughed heartily. Since they had become close, some things could be spoken openly. How about this? Ji Tianxiang proposed. We're about the same age. Why don't we call each other brothers? That sounds good. Healing Yuan linked her arm, with Ji Tianxiang's occasionally stealing glances at Su Yun. No one knew what was going through her mind. Back at the hotel, everything was luxurious. A massive central air conditioner blew warm air. Wang Jieyue finally stopped shivering. Su Yun patted her head and said, Go change clothes first, then come out for dinner. Okay. Su Yun and Ji Tianxiang, both men, changed quickly. They chatted together and walked out to wait for their respective girlfriends. After everyone had come out, Ji Tianxiang politely led Su Yun to the hotel's private dining room. Your hotel is quite impressive, Su Yun remarked, glancing around with a smile. You flatter me, brother Su, Ji Tianxiang replied modestly, though his face brimmed with pride. Of course this pride was within limits. Show off before ordinary people, that was fine, but he would never dare to act superior in front of Su Yun. Putting aside the Taiyang Sports Group, the Zhongjin Group alone was comparable in scale to his family's hotel group. In other words, Su Yun's wealth was on par with Ji Tianxiang's father. Cannot afford to offend him. Entering the private room, preparations were already underway. A middle-aged man stood there directing the banquet arrangements. Ji Tianxiang approached with Su Yun and said with a smile, "Father, let me introduce you." The middle-aged man turned his head. He was a handsome, mature man despite being in his 50s with few wrinkles on his face, looking young. Moreover, he was dressed entirely in handmade suits, and his leather shoes were luxury items costing hundreds of thousands per pair. He truly embodied the aura of a glamorous entrepreneur. "This is the chairman of Zhongjin Group, Su Yun. I met him just now at the hot spring." Ji Fongbing was startled. He immediately focused his gaze on Su Yun. Was this right? He was too young. Although he had heard that Zhongjin Group had a new chairman, he had never met him in person. Now a young guy appeared claiming to be the chairman of Zhongjin. Ji Fongbing was somewhat skeptical. Really? But President Qin didn't mention today that the chairman of Zhongjin would also come. Su Yun smiled and said, "Today was just a coincidence. I didn't expect President Qin to discuss business with your hotel." Ji Fongbing nodded, but the suspicion in his eyes grew stronger. He pulled Ji Tianxiang aside and asked sternly, "Is he really the chairman of Zhongjin Group?" Ji Tianxiang frowned. "Father, I don't know whether he is or not, but that Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions must be real, right?" At that moment, Ji Fongbing was stunned. Previously, Qin Li had boasted in their WeChat group of entrepreneurs. He claimed that the only Phantom in Zhangcheng belonged to their Zhongjin chairman. Given Qin Li's status, he would not lie. So Ji Fongbing tugged his son's arm and asked, "Really? A Phantom?" Ji Tianxiang nodded firmly. "Father, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I saw it with my own eyes." Ji Fongbing patted his shoulder. "I understand." On the other side, it was not only Ji Fongbing who was shocked. Ling Yuan was also completely frozen. What had she just heard? The chairman of Zhongjin Group, Su Yun. How could he possibly be the chairman of Zhongjin Group? Could it be that this guy had always worked as a clerk in the company while being the chairman? He's crazy. Ling Yuan felt dizzy, biting her lower lip tightly. That damn person she had been bullying all along was the group's chairman. Consequently, Ling Yuan retreated into herself. Meanwhile, Wang Jieyue and the others were also very surprised. Ji Tianxiang's earlier introduction had completely confirmed Su Yun's identity. Chairman of Zhongjin Group, a top-tier listed enterprise in Zhangcheng, a real company, was actually owned by Su Yun. Wang Jieyue swallowed hard. This was the first time she was dating someone of such high social standing. How to describe this feeling? It was a bit like a crow perching on a phoenix branch. But Wang Jieyue knew that if she were truly a crow, Su Yun would never have taken a liking to her. She was overjoyed. What a godlike boyfriend her father had introduced her to. She felt lightheaded. But Chi-Chi and Jojo didn't have so many thoughts. They simply felt that Su Yun having such a status was only natural. When Ji Fongbing returned, his face was already filled with cordial smiles. "President Su is so young. Today is our first meeting. When President Qin arrives, we hope President Su will stay and have a meal with us. It's truly fortunate to have President Su witness this cooperation." Su Yun also smiled. "President Ji, no need for such courtesy. Since we are partners, please look after me in the future." "That's proper indeed." Ji Fongbing displayed an honest smile. His expression management was truly masterful. This kind of honesty made people feel it was his natural disposition. Even Su Yun felt no sense of deception. At the hotel's main entrance, right behind the hot spring mountain, Qin Li and Qin Ruhua arrived together by car. "Miss Qin, President Wang will be coming shortly. Please wait inside. I'll go see Ji Fongbing first." Qin Ruhua frowned. Ever since she was bullied at the Japanese restaurant last time, and Wang Jian fled, she had disliked that person. Perhaps President Qin should wait for him. "I have some feelings about that Wang Jian." Qin Li, being a shrewd man, understood at a glance from Qin Ruhua's expression. He also remembered that last time when negotiating business with Wang Jian's eyes had been fixed on Qin Ruhua. Then, "Very well, Miss Qin, please go see Ji Fongbing first." Qin Ruhua nodded and stepped into the hotel. Actually, this time was not a two-party cooperation between Zhongjin and the Ji family. It was a three-party cooperation. This was extremely rare in the Zhangcheng business circle. Although no one could explain why the leaders of these three groups had come together, the fact remained. Therefore, besides Zhongjin Group and the Ji family hotel, there was also Wang Jian's Huaxin Group. Coming here today to discuss business could be said to be a meeting of the three giants of Zhangcheng. And this meeting could potentially change the future landscape of the Zhangcheng business circle. However, Qin Ruhua never expected that after entering the private room, she would not only see Ji Fongbing, but also her own company's chairman Su Yun. President Su. Qin Ruhua was somewhat bewildered. Su Yun had never been particularly involved in business matters, although Qin Ruhua had always kept him informed about the company's affairs. Yet he had rarely paid much attention to these reports. What was he doing at the Ji family hotel today? "Oh, it's you, Ruhua." Where is President Qin? Su Yun asked with a smile upon seeing her approach. Qin Ruhua replied, President Qin went to greet President Wang. President Wang? Who might that be? Ji Fongbing chuckled. Wang Jian, the newly appointed chairman of Comet Group. Is that so? Su Yun smiled faintly at Qin Ruhua. I merely brought my girlfriend here to enjoy the hot springs. I had no idea such an encounter awaited me. Qin Ruhua felt a strand of black line cross her face, utterly speechless. She glanced at the girls behind Su Yun. Chi-Chi was indeed among them. Just as Qin Ruhua was about to offer a greeting. However, Wang Jieyue, who stood beside Chi-Chi, simply nodded at her. Qin Ruhua hesitated for a moment before nodding in return. She was not particularly close to Su Yun's girlfriend, so the greeting was merely perfunctory. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, appeared somewhat nervous. She cast a glance at Su Yun and found no sign of concealment on his face. She then gathered herself and returned Qin Ruhua's nod with poise and grace. A rather delicate situation had unfolded. Wang Jieyue presumed that Su Yun had referred to her as his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Qin Ruhua believed that Chi-Chi was President Su's companion. The other two young women were presumably close friends of hers. There was no need for Su Yun to hide such matters. Nevertheless, wary of Qin Ruhua engaging Chi-Chi in conversation, he seized the opportunity to change the subject with a grin. I'm rather hungry. Might we have the food served first? These words caused everyone to pause in surprise. Ji Fongbing, who now considered Su Yun his equal, responded with a chuckle. President Su certainly speaks his mind. Very well, then let us serve the food first. Qin Ruhua leaned in and asked, shall we not wait for President Wang? Su Yun shrugged. Why wait for someone I do not even know? Qin Ruhua fell silent. He was after all a key partner of their corporation. With a helpless sigh, she could only shake her head at her unreliable chairman. Soon the feast was brought out. All French cuisine remarkably tempting. Since President Su is hungry, he may begin dining, Ji Fongbing said courteously. Su Yun nodded and did not hesitate to partake, dining alongside the young women by his side. Wang Jieyue, who had never set foot in such an upscale establishment, appeared noticeably uneasy. Chi-Chi fared better, while Zhozhou's face displayed pure curiosity, her eyes darting left and right. Yet upon seeing Su Yun begin to eat, without hesitation they too began to feel somewhat peckish. After a while longer, Qin Li entered the private room accompanied by Wang Jian. Ji Fongbing offered a gentle smile and strode forward with a hearty handshake. President Ji must be acquainted with President Wang, I presume. Qin Li remarked with a smile. We have met before at an auction on a previous occasion. Wang Jian chuckled and replied. I have heard much of President Ji's reputation over the years. It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance. The three men exchanged polite pleasantries for a while. Qin Ruhua then hurried over and whispered, President Qin, President Su is here as well. Moi. Qin Li wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Turning around, he indeed spotted Su Yun feasting heartily with three young ladies nearby. Qin Li fell silent. He quickly made his way over and bowed respectfully. President Su, I did not expect to see you here. Why did you not inform me beforehand? Su Yun smiled. I merely came to enjoy the hot springs. Continue with your business discussions. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. Indeed, he had come to indulge himself, not to conduct business. Things should proceed as they were. Ji Fongbing fell silent. Wang Jian did likewise. However, Wang Jian felt a certain familiarity towards Su Yun. It seemed he had encountered him somewhere before, yet he could not quite recall the details. Their previous meeting at the Japanese restaurant had occurred, but at that time Wang Jian's attention had been entirely consumed by Qin Ruhua, leaving little impression of Su Yun. Upon seeing Qin Ruhua again today, Wang Jian was thoroughly delighted. Miss Qin, what a pleasant surprise to cross paths with you once more. Qin Ruhua gave him a sidelong glance. President Wang, I still recall vividly your fleeing from the restaurant last time. Wang Jian was taken aback. Miss Qin, yes, I assure you. I did not flee last time. One of them forcibly pulled me away. I wonder how the matter was eventually resolved, eh? Qin Ruhua snorted coldly. Naturally, my chairman stepped in to handle it. Wang Jian pursed his lips, a palpable sense of injustice stirring within him. He cast a dismissive glance at Su Yun, who was presently buried in his meal. Could this young man truly be your chairman? Yes, President Wang. Do you doubt it? This chairman of yours is rather peculiar, Wang Jian remarked. Qin Ruhua furrowed her brows. What did you say? No, what I mean is President Su is remarkably accomplished for one so young. Su Yun turned his gaze upon him. You must be Wang Jian. Yes, I am the current chairman of Comet Group. Pleased to meet you. Su Yun extended his hand and shook it. I trust this collaboration will proceed smoothly. I look forward to your continued support. To Su Yun, he did not recognize Wang Jian and therefore harbored no particular sentiment toward him. He simply regarded him as a stranger. President Su is too kind, yet might I ask, will you not be participating in this cooperation? I have no intention of doing so. I have entrusted all operational matters to President Qin and my personal secretary. Wang Jian's lip twitched once more. Your secretary? Such an ambiguous title. Could there perhaps be an improper relationship between Su Yun and Miss Qin? No, that could not be. Having some knowledge of Qin Ruhua's character, Wang Jian knew she was far from the type of pragmatic woman who would attach herself to power and wealth. Haha, President Su certainly knows how to joke. I am not jesting with you. I am rather inclined toward laziness, and with President Qin and my secretary attending to matters, I am quite at ease. Wang Jian shot him another sidelong glance, his disdain intensifying with each passing moment. How on earth had this man ascended to the position of president? So utterly irresponsible, abandoning the group to others for operation, while he himself indulged in feasting here, displaying absolutely no refinement whatsoever. Truly the demeanor of a prodigal heir accompanied by 3 gorgeous women. That was sheer shamelessness. Later, Ji Fongbing invited Qin Li and Wang Jian to take their seats. Witnessing this, Wang Jian approached Qin Ruhua and gallantly drew out a chair for her. After you, Miss Qin. However, Qin Ruhua simply waved her hand, walked over, and positioned herself demurely behind Su Yun. President Wang, since President Su is present today, I shall remain standing. Wang Jian gritted his teeth and shot another glare at Su Yun. Miss Qin, standing must be tiring. Please take a seat. Qin Ruhua ignored him completely. Su Yun, however, pulled out the chair beside him. Ruhua, take a seat. Qin Ruhua nodded. Thank you, President Su. And thus she took her place beside Su Yun. Wang Jian gripped the chair handles with both hands, his aged face flushing crimson with rage. Ji Fongbing and Qin Li exchanged a glance, both sensing the palpable tension in the air. Could it be that President Su and President Wang harbored some long-standing grudge? There was certainly no bad blood between them. Su Yun did not even know Wang Jian, yet he could tell that Qin Ruhua loathed this Wang Jian. Naturally, Su Yun had to back Qin Ruhua up. Wang Jian coughed. Not sitting is fine too. Sweat appeared on his forehead. This was too damn embarrassing. In full view of everyone, Qin Ruhua gave him no face whatsoever. Qin Li hastily smoothed things over. Haha, President Wang, please don't mind. Come, let's have a drink first. Let's toast to this tripartite cooperation. Ji Fongbing also laughed heartily. It's all thanks to President Qin for facilitating this meeting behind the scenes. Not at all, not at all. Wang Jian forced a faint smile, but his attention was entirely on Su Yun and Qin Ruhua. Qin Ruhua was eating with her knife and fork while whispering to Su Yun. The two looked extremely close, making Wang Jian wish he could snap the cutlery in his hand. But Qin Ruhua was only filling Su Yun in on the specific details of the cooperation. As chairman, Su Yun might not care, but Qin Ruhua could not shirk responsibility. She was Su Yun's secretary, so these were tasks she had to do. No matter whether Su Yun cared, she could not afford to slack off. At that same moment, there were others who felt much the same as Wang Jian, Wang Jiayue, and her 2 companions. To be fair, with her figure, demeanor, and looks, Qin Ruhua was the finest woman in the room. Seeing that such a woman was actually Su Yun's secretary, Wang Jiayue felt deeply displeased. So it turned out she wasn't the prettiest after all. Brother Su had a more beautiful girl by his side. Chi-Chi, however, did not mind. She had already met her last time. Her intuition told her that Su Yun and Qin Ruhua probably did not have that kind of relationship. Women were very sensitive about such things. Throughout the meal, Qin Ruhua appeared close to Su Yun, yet she kept a certain distance, giving the impression that for all their closeness, they were nothing more than superior and subordinate. Su Yun ate and nodded as he listened, showing little interest in the conversation among Qin Li, Ji Fongbing, and Wang Jian. Then he heard Wang Jian say, President Qin, according to my investigation, Zhongjin's cash flow has been quite tight lately, hasn't it? Qin Li sighed. That's right. Although market value has risen a bit, the drain on cash flow has indeed been too great. Ji Fongbing also nodded. I know your group has been laying off staff too. Layoffs. Su Yun was taken aback. He had heard Lin Bian say the same thing last time at the fast food restaurant. So it turned out the group's cash flow was insufficient. For a company, cash flow is vitally important. It allows a business to operate smoothly. For example, you spend all your capital to buy a batch of goods and then sell them. But for some reason, the other party delays the payment. What do you do if the funds cannot be recovered? To keep the business running, you have to tap into the cash flow on the books to sustain it. Without cash, all you can do is wait for the buyer to pay up. He can drag it out as long as he likes, and you can only wait that long. And the more cash flow you have, the company can do business with multiple sellers at once. Upstream and downstream channels in the supply chain can connect smoothly as well. In other words, cash flow is the lubricant of a company. Zhongjin Group had recently made a series of bold moves. Its market value was climbing steadily, and it had pulled in many partners with business growing bigger and bigger. This had undoubtedly consumed the company's cash flow. Qin Li had been keeping the matter under wraps, not daring to tell Su Yun. After all, this was only a temporary setback. If a man of his ability could not solve it, he had no right to steer the group. So rather than embarrass Su Yun, Qin Li and Qin Ruhua kept him in the dark. They increased revenue and cut costs within the company, even going so far as to reorganize the departmental structure and lay off employees. They trimmed the bloated departments to save cash flow. The company had previously been too large with a cumbersome structure. After the reforms, management had become much smoother. These were all suggestions put forward by Qin Ruhua, so the credit went to her. On hearing this, Wang Jin smiled. Precisely because of this, our comic group was thinking of lending you a hand, President Qin. We will transfer the funds for this deal to your group before the end of this month. Qin Li clasped his hands and smiled. Then many thanks, President Wang. Wang Jin was thoroughly pleased with himself and glanced at Su Yun. What kind of president was he? Nothing but a greenhorn. The group was facing a cash flow crunch, yet he did nothing about it. What an idiot that president was. So Wang Jin mocked, President Su, your group's cash flow is tight. You should have known about this, right? Su Yun froze. Well, I only found out because you mentioned it. Wang Jin sneered. As a group president, you didn't even know when the group was in crisis. President Su is too young and a little irresponsible toward his own company. Su Yun shot him a glance. Was this man deliberately picking a quarrel with him? Why was every word so full of gunpowder? He glanced at Qin Ruhua again. Her pretty face flushed with guilt. At this point, Qin Li also offered an apology. President Su, this is actually my fault and Miss Qin's. The market is huge right now and many companies are scrambling for a share. We can't fall behind. To grab market share, we staked everything. The returns have been generous, but in the short term the cash flow is still overwhelmed. But rest assured, President Su, this situation should ease in 2 or 3 months. As long as funds return, we can get through this. Su Yun looked at Qin Ruhua and asked, is that so? Qin Ruhua lowered her head and murmured, yes. The group really has taken too big a step. Crudely seizing market share caused this to happen. Su Yun sighed. Qin, if cash flow is tight, you should have told me earlier. Why did you have to hide it from me? Wang Jin chuckled. What difference would it have made if you were told? Apart from opening up multiple financing channels, isn't the only option now simply to wait for funds to come back? But don't worry, President Su. With our comic group here, we'll transfer 10 million first by the end of this month, and over the next 3 months, another 30 million will be paid into your account. Wang Jin shrugged with a smug expression. That way your group's cash flow will be much roomier. Of course, President Su, you don't need to thank me. This is a matter of mutual consent. Backed by your Zhongjin Group's flagship products, our comic group can also benefit. Su Yun smiled. Then thank you, President Wang. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Wang Jin wore the air of a victor. This cooperation would mean that Zhongjin Group owed comic group a favor. Ji Fangbing smiled faintly, knowing in his heart that Wang Jin seemed to have won. This President Su was still too young after all. But just then Su Yun turned to look at Qin Li. However, Manager Wang's 40 million will take 4 months to come in gradually. And during this period, won't the group have to tighten its belt? Qin Li nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yes, Mr. Su, but Miss Qin and I have already discussed conducting small-scale layoffs within the group, reforming the group's management model. As long as we increase revenue and reduce expenses, we can get through it in a few months. Su Yun nodded. This must have been hard on you both. Qin Li smiled. It's fine. By the end of the year, the group will reach new heights. Please rest assured, Mr. Su. Su Yun smiled. But as chairman, I cannot stand by when the group is facing difficulties. Here's what I'll do. I'll transfer 50 million to the company's account when I get back. Another 50 million at the end of the month. Manager Qin, will 100 million be enough? In that instant, silence fell over the entire room. To Su Yun, saying 100 million was as casual as saying nothing at all. Wang Jin and Ji Fangbing were left stunned. Qin Li was also dazed, taking a long while to react. This would indeed be enough. If Mr. Su can provide 100 million, the difficulties can be solved. Su Yun nodded, then took a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Ruhua. I'll tell you the password later. Transfer the money directly to the finance department. The remaining 50 million will come at the end of the month. Qin Ruhua stood there in a daze, took the bank card, nodded obediently, and carefully placed it in her bag. Su Yun smiled. Remember to return the card to me once the money arrives. Understood, Mr. Su. Stunned. Completely stunned. Whether it was Ji Fangbing, Wang Jin, or even Qin Li, none could quite believe what they had witnessed. Zhongjin Group was merely a company with a market cap of just over $1 billion. Yet the chairman was directly pouring 100 million in as working capital due to tight cash flow. 100 million in cash flow. Even some large groups with market caps in the tens of billions couldn't casually mobilize such a sum. Generosity, 20 million. Su Yun was startled. What's going on? Why did the generosity value decrease? System, are you messing with me? You own more than half of Zhongjin Group's shares. A portion of this capital will eventually return to your account. Therefore, you can only receive 20 million in generosity value. As expected, the system quickly responded. Only then did Su Yun feel relieved. As long as it comes back, that's all that matters. As for the bank card, Su Yun wasn't worried about losing it at all. The system was bound to him, not to his bank card. Whichever bank card Su Yun used, the system's daily check-in rewards would be deposited into that card. So he felt completely at ease handing the card to Qin Ruhua. Qin Li smiled. Truly worthy of you, Mr. Su. If I'd known earlier, Miss Chin, and I wouldn't have had to keep it hidden and work so hard. Su-yun, you should have said something sooner. Why hide it from yourselves? Wang Jin swallowed hard, Mr. Su, that 100 million of yours. Su-yun, what about it? And no. Nothing. Wang Jin's mouth twitched. Holy hell, did you guys strike gold at home? Just casually pulling out 100 million like that. And here he'd just been showing off his 40 million not long ago. So in their eyes, 40 million wasn't even money. Shameful. Wang Jin at this moment wished he could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. Ji Fongbing was also deeply shaken. He exchanged a glance with his son, and from each other's eyes the father and son both saw disbelief. This Mr. Su, still young, had seemed so unreliable at first. So this was where his confidence came from. This was 100 million. Just like that, you're willing to part with it. Did your family rob a bank? Qin Ruhua whispered. Mr. Su, once this 100 million enters the company's accounts, I'll discuss with Manager Qin about increasing your shareholding percentage. Su-yun nodded. There was no need for him to refuse the shares. He'd already put up 100 million, so taking a larger stake was only proper. After transferring this 50 million, Su-yun still had over 17 million left in his balance. And it was still early in the month. In another 4 days, he'd have another 50 million, and he could also receive the 7-day consecutive gift pack again. So he wasn't worried at all. For the rest of the time, it was mostly Qin Li chatting with Ji Fongbing. Though Wang Jin chimed in occasionally, he was clearly distracted. He'd been dealt a blow by Su-yun. A bit withdrawn. This meal had satisfied Su-yun nonetheless. Even the girl Wang Jieyue ate until her belly was bulging. Evening. Everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Qin Ruhua left first while Qin Li and Wang Jian were asked to stay by Ji Fongbing. Since you've all come, please stay at least one more night. Do me the honor. Wang Jian smiled awkwardly. I still have some matters to attend to at the company. I won't stay longer. Thank you for the kind invitation, Manager Ji. Ji Fongbing smiled, knowing he had been shaken by Su-yun today, and said, since Manager Wang insists, I won't press. Do come again when you have time, and let me properly play the host. All right, farewell. And so Wang Jian fled, as if escaping. Qin Li turned to Su-yun and asked, what about you, Mr. Su? Su-yun smiled. I'll stay here too. It's getting late, and I can't be bothered to go back. Ji Fongbing was overjoyed. Mr. Su, feel free to stay as long as you like. Soon rooms were arranged. All were the best suites with mountain views on the hot spring resort. Ji Fongbing spared no expense booking a room for everyone. It had been quite an exhausting day, though they still got to enjoy the natural hot springs and the chef's French cuisine. The moment he returned to his room, Su-yun lay down on the bed for a short rest. Not long after, Qin Ruhua called to inform him that the money had already been transferred to the company's accounts. With this cash flow, the company wouldn't need to be so frugal anymore. Of course, the layoffs and reforms would still proceed. It was past 9 p.m. when Su-yun's phone rang again. It was a WeChat message from Wang Jieyue. Brother Su, I can't sleep. Can I come find you and hang out? Su-yun smiled faintly. In this unfamiliar hotel, Wang Jieyue had become somewhat dependent on him. Some hints of this could be seen from dinner time. The girl hadn't experienced this kind of setting before, so she was very uncomfortable. Come on over then. Su-yun left the door half open first, then poured himself a glass of whiskey and sipped it slowly. A few minutes later, Wang Jieyue knocked on the door. Her cheeks flushed, she walked into Su-yun's room. Brother Su, can I come in? Come in quickly. The moment Wang Jieyue entered, Su-yun's eyes lit up. The girl had just finished showering, her hair still damp, draped in a loose white bathrobe. What lay beneath? She might not be wearing anything. Su-yun, what's wrong? Can't bear to be apart from me, even for a moment. Wang Jieyue's rosy cheeks flushed crimson. Stupid, of course not. Then why did you say you couldn't sleep? Had a nightmare? Wang Jieyue, actually I'm not used to sleeping in a new place. Su-yun pinched her cheek gently. Still have to sleep, though, don't you have class tomorrow? You'll be exhausted without proper rest. Wang Jieyue rubbed her tender cheek where he'd pinched her, then nestled herself into Su-yun's embrace. I just got off the phone with my dad. He wants me to bring you home tomorrow. Hearing this, Su-yun was instantly stunned. Meeting the parents already? But I'm not prepared. Wang Jieyue squealed, then don't go. Su-yun could hear the displeasure in her voice, so he smiled and said, Okay, I'll go. Wang Jieyue giggled. My dad really likes you, and my mom wants to meet you too. Let's go tomorrow afternoon then. I should also buy some gifts for Uncle Wang and Auntie. Jieyue, what do your parents usually like to do? Wang Jieyue thought for a moment. My dad likes drinking tea, and my mom likes cooking. Oh, I've got it. Wang Jieyue, can you take me along when buying gifts? Su-yun flicked her nose playfully. No way, you have class tomorrow. Wang Jieyue pouted. Then you pick me up from school in the afternoon. All right. Wang Jieyue lay on Su-yun's lap, tracing her small fingers across his palm. Brother Su, thank you. So what reward can I get for that? Su-yun seized the opportunity to ask. Wang Jieyue gave him a look that was half shy, half annoyed. What? What do you want? Su-yun, I want to climb a mountain. At these words, Wang Jieyue was confused. Climb a mountain? What mountain? Su-yun grinned wickedly, leaning close to Wang Jieyue's ear. climbing a mountain means. After he finished speaking, Wang Jiayue was already crimson to her ears. Even the back of her neck couldn't escape the rosy flush. She spat at Su Yun in no way. Su Yun protested. You were the one who asked what reward I wanted. Fine, if you say no, then forget it. At this moment, Wang Jiayue grabbed his collar. Well, just once. That night, Su Yun was fortunate enough to advance to second base. The next morning, Su Yun departed from the hotel seen off by Ji Fongbing and Ji Tianxiang. After parting with Qin Li, he had Zhu Shizhong drive Wang Jiayue and Chi-Chi back to school first. Zhu Shizhong had also stayed at the hotel last night, so Su Yun couldn't very well make him wait outside the hot spring mountain. Zhozhou lay in the car whimpering, both hands clutching her stomach as she groaned. I-oh. Su Yun sighed. The girl had gotten her period this morning, so her belly had been hurting terribly. Can you even make it home like this? Su Yun asked helplessly. And no, can't. Yesterday, she hadn't spoken all day, truly becoming mute. Today she was finally liberated, but then her period came. As a man, he could only send Zhozhou home first, then go buy gifts for Wang Jiayue's parents. An hour later, Su Yun returned to the old residential area. When this girl was quiet, she was actually quite cute. Shizhong, go buy some brown sugar from the grocery store at the entrance. Yes, mister. Su, but Zhozhou pulled at Su Yun weakly. No need, I have some at home. All right, it's in the second drawer on the left in the kitchen. Su Yun nodded. Went to check the kitchen. There were plenty of food items here too, snacks and vegetables everywhere. The refrigerator was packed full too. Su Yun felt quite surprised. This little girl really knew how to treat herself. The brown sugar was stored in a sealed container and cut into neat, tidy pieces. Su Yun took out a piece and made her some brown sugar water, bringing it to the living room. Zhozhou still had one hand on her forehead and the other on her stomach, looking miserable. Poor thing. Su Yun sat on one corner of the sofa, cradling her neck with one hand. He fed her the brown sugar water sip by sip. Zhozhou smiled. Thanks, brother Su. Does it still hurt? Zhozhou, of course it does. You didn't think it would heal just from drinking this, did you? Su Yun sighed. In her condition, leaving her alone at home wasn't reassuring at all. But tonight he was going to meet Wang Jiayue's parents. If he didn't pick out some gifts, he'd run out of time. Su Yun thought for a moment and called Qin Ruhua. Mr. Su, what are your orders? Ruhua, here's the thing. I need to take care of something tonight. Buy me a purple clay teapot. You pick the style and clay, but it must be authentic. Also prepare 2 gin of pork belly and buy some fresh shrimp. Remember to get the good quality ones. Qin Ruhua was stunned. What on earth was he going to do buying all this? But she wisely didn't ask, nodding instead. Mr. Su, rest assured I'll get it done for you right away. With Su Yun's cash injection, the company was now much more comfortable. Qin Ruhua naturally didn't need to be so busy anymore. After hanging up, Su Yun sighed. These days his coordination with Qin Ruhua was becoming more and more seamless. He had deliberately not mentioned a budget, letting Qin Ruhua decide for herself. He trusted she would handle it well for him. Brother Su, who are you talking to on the phone? Zhozhou asked. No one. Just go back to sleep and let me know if you need anything. Zhozhou giggled. Are you planning to stay here and keep watch over me, brother Su? You had a rough day yesterday too. Consider this me repaying you. Zhozhou had suffered yesterday. Being forced to stay silent all day must have driven her mad. But there was another crucial reason for Su Yun to stay. He knew Zhozhou barely had any friends in Zhongqing. How could he leave her alone in that cold, empty apartment? This girl had it hard after all. Hardly had Su Yun finished speaking when Zhozhou struggled to sit up, nudging him. Then you should hurry up and get back to your work. I don't want you keeping watch over me anymore. Su Yun paused. Why? Zhozhou replied. If you repay your debt to me now, won't I be the one at a disadvantage? He found a blanket for Zhozhou and tucked it around her. Keeping hot soup and water within reach, he attended to her needs. Her pain gradually subsided, and with Su Yun by her side, she soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. Just then, Qin Ruhua called. President Su, I've purchased everything. Where should I deliver them? Su Yun gave her the residential address. Shizhong is waiting downstairs. Hand them directly to him. Understood. I'll also return your bank card while I'm at it. Thank you for your trouble. Shortly after, Qin Ruhua arrived at the residential complex. She spotted Su Yun's phantom parked below and walked over. Secretary Qin, what brings you here? Zhu Shizhong was taken aback. Qin Ruhua placed the wrapped gifts in the back seat. These are what President Su requested along with his bank card. Take good care of them. Zhu Shizhong nodded. What is President Su doing here? Zhu Shizhong answered honestly. His girlfriend is on her period and he's upstairs taking care of her. Hearing this, Qin Ruhua paused. A touch of envy stirred within her. President Su's girlfriend has such good fortune. Zhu Shizhong chuckled. Naturally, to have a devoted boyfriend like President Su is truly worth it. Zhu Shizhong fell silent, daring not to respond. Devoted? Well, that term might not quite fit President Su after all. By 3 in the afternoon, Zhozhou finally awoke. Su Yun had remained at home watching television on the sofa. Sensing Zhozhou's awakening, he turned to face her. How are you feeling? Much better. You're so kind, Brother Su. Su-Yun smiled. I only helped because you looked pitiful. She pouted playfully. Su-Yun sighed and settled back into his seat. 1 more hour then. Is that acceptable? Jojo greedily held up 2 fingers. Could we stretch it to 2 hours? Su-Yun considered that 2 hours would bring him just in time to pick up Wang Jieyue after class, so he agreed. But Jojo pushed further. Then, 3 hours. Su-Yun responded, wait until you're feeling better. Jojo's cheeks flushed crimson. Are you thinking about waiting until after my period ends? Su-Yun promptly flicked her forehead. Stop imagining things. I'm not interested in you. Jojo pouted and muttered, don't look down on me now just because I'm flat. I'll grow later. Su-Yun glanced at her chest dismissively. If I wish you success. Feeling his gaze, Jojo blushed deeply and quickly pulled the blanket up, revealing only half her face. Looking at Su-Yun with bright eyes, she asked, Brother Su, do you like Xiongda? Su-Yun didn't shy away from the question. Of course. Any man would. Jojo shot back. Does that mean someone like me isn't worthy of finding a man? Su-Yun found himself speechless. But then Jojo smiled happily. I'm really glad you spent so much time with me today. When we go on a date, I'll dress up beautifully for you to see. Su-Yun smiled. All right, it's a promise. 2 hours later, Su-Yun left the residential complex. Did Ruhua bring this? Yes, President Su. Secretary Qin stopped by earlier. This is your bank card. Su-Yun nodded, opened the gift box, and took out a Zisha teapot. A Z-stone gourd-shaped pot crafted from green clay. The craftsmanship looked entirely handcrafted, though Su-Yun hadn't bothered to ask the price. He sent a WeChat message to Qin Ruhua. Ruhua, how much did this Zisha teapot cost? 52000 yuan. Not bad. I'm glad President Su likes it. Obviously, it was bought with Su-Yun's money anyway. This was also a gift Su-Yun brought for Wang Donghua and Aunt Wang. For tea, drinking a Zisha teapot was the natural choice. Since Aunt Wang enjoyed cooking, Su-Yun had no choice but to buy 2 jin of meat and some fresh shrimp as well. Being practical was best. Elders always appreciated that kind of thoughtfulness. Buying a pile of health supplements might seem generous, but they'd likely accept them without ever actually using them. Jieyue, are you out of class yet? I'm on my way now. I'll wait for you at the school gate. After hanging up, Su-Yun instructed Zhu Shizhong to drive straight to Zhangqing University. When Su-Yun arrived, Wang Jieyue was already waiting quietly at the school gate. She was alone today. Meeting her parents filled her with nervousness. Once inside the car, she remained silent. Instead, she stared at the gifts Su-Yun had purchased and asked, Brother Su, these couldn't have been expensive, right? Su-Yun smiled and said, of course they're not expensive. Didn't you see they're all meat and shrimp? Wang Jieyue smiled, my mom will definitely love them. She doesn't like those flashy things. The practical and solid ones are the best. Su-Yun nodded. That's what I think too. And what about this? At that moment, Wang Jieyue lifted the bag containing the purple clay teapot. This is a teapot bought as a gift for Uncle Wang. Oh really? Thank you, Brother Su. You're so thoughtful. Wang Jieyue couldn't help but plant a kiss on Su-Yun's cheek. Su-Yun smiled faintly and gently pinched her cheek. No need to be so polite to me. We'll be family soon. At these words, Wang Jieyue blushed. We're not family yet, so I should still thank you properly. Su-Yun smiled. If she knew the teapot cost over 50,000, Wang Jieyue would definitely be shocked. 20 minutes later, the Phantom drove into an old residential area. The greenery was excellent, and downstairs some elderly people and children were playing on the exercise equipment. Su-Yun carried the gifts in both hands and told Zhu Shizhong to wait downstairs. Then he went upstairs with Wang Jieyue. Dad, I'm back. Oh, Su-Yun is here too. Open the door for us, please. Since it was a walk-up building, they had to climb the stairs by themselves. This kind of community was quite bustling. While climbing the stairs, Su-Yun could hear the sound of the neighbor cooking, along with the pungent smell of chili and the aroma of steamed rice. When Su-Yun was a child, he had lived with his parents in a similar neighborhood. Wang Jieyue did not offer to help Su-Yun carry the gifts. Because for gifts bought for her parents, they had to see him carrying them himself. That would show more sincerity. In the corridor, the door was already open. The house was very lively. As soon as Su-Yun followed Wang Jieyue inside, he heard the chatter of a group of people. Su-Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Wasn't this supposed to be meeting her parents? Why did it look like a banquet? Wang Jieyue sensed his discomfort and turned back, pulling Su-Yun's hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su-Yun scratched his head. At that moment, Wang Donghua heard the commotion in the corridor and immediately walked over from the living room. Hello, Uncle Wang. Su-Yun smiled and handed the gifts to him. This is something for you and Auntie. A small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Wang Donghua was taken aback. He hadn't seen Su-Yun in a long time. Hearing that his daughter was dating Su-Yun, he was naturally delighted. Ha ha ha, Xiao Su, you're finally here. Come in. Oh, no need to take off your shoes. The older generation was always so hospitable. Su-Yun didn't stand on ceremony either. Holding Wang Jieyue's hand, he walked into the living room. In the narrow living room, 3 or 5 people were sitting. When they saw Su-Yun walk in, they all raised their heads and stared at him curiously. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Su, my daughter's boyfriend. Su Yun nodded. Since he didn't know who was who, he didn't greet them rashly. Wang Jiayue also introduced them. Brother Su, this is my eldest aunt, this is my eldest maternal uncle, this is my third paternal uncle, and this is my cousin. Su Yun greeted each of them in turn. Wang Jiayue shot a glare at Wang Donghua. Dad, he's here, and you didn't even introduce him. Look how awkward he is. Only then did Wang Donghua, who had just put down the gifts, realize it. Oh, my bad. But Xiao Su, don't be shy. We're all family. Aunt Gu Mei sized up Su Yun. You're a handsome young man. How did you end up with our Jiayue? Su Yun smiled. Uncle Wang introduced us. Oh, a blind date arranged by someone. Yes. Seeing that Su Yun was handsome and well-dressed, Gu Mei nodded appreciatively. The eldest maternal uncle Gu Zhuang smoked a cigarette and looked at Su Yun with good-natured eyes, saying nothing. However, the third paternal uncle Wang Tianhai immediately spotted the purple clay teapot that Wang Donghua had taken out. He let out an "I-oh. Wait. Second brother, this teapot is really nice." Wang Donghua was startled. Although he liked drinking tea, he didn't know much about purple clay teapots. But the third uncle knew something about them. Seeing this, Su Yun smiled. I heard Uncle Wang likes drinking tea, so I bought this teapot. The third uncle was stunned. He snatched the teapot from Wang Donghua's hand and examined it carefully. His eyes were shining. I owe you, this was made by a master's hand. It's fully handmade from green clay, and the clay is of excellent quality. Moreover, this Shipiao teapot has a very distinctive personal style. Xiao Su, how much did you pay for this teapot? Su Yun smiled. Not much. Just a token of appreciation. Wang Donghua asked. Tianhai, is this teapot very valuable? The third uncle clicked his tongue. I can't tell exactly, but it's definitely genuine material. Second brother, you're blessed. Xiao Su is really thoughtful. At this moment, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron walked out of the kitchen. Jiayue, is this Xiao Su? Wang Jiayue nodded. Brother Su, this is my mom. Su Yun smiled. Hello, auntie. Wang's mother smiled kindly. Sit down, sit down. Don't just stand there. You must be hungry, right? The food will be ready soon. Okay, thank you, auntie. Su Yun led Wang Jiayue to sit at the side of the sofa. For a moment, he became the center of attention. He was surrounded by the eldest aunt, the eldest uncle, and the third uncle. Seeing this, Wang Donghua quickly carried the meat and fresh shrimp into the kitchen. These are the gifts Xiao Su bought for our family. Wang's mother was taken aback. I didn't expect Xiao Su to be such a down-to-earth person. This meat is really good. Cut it up and freeze it. Wang Jiayue's parents had grown up in an era of hunger. That was why they cherished food like meat and shrimp. On the other side, Wang Jiayue openly took Su Yun's arm. This was also to keep him from being nervous. When Su Yun wasn't sure how to answer, she would help him answer. Xiao Su, how old are you this year? Auntie, I'm 25. 25? That's 7 years older than Jiayue. Wang Jiayue smiled. Auntie, I think Brother Su is very mature and knows how to take care of people. The eldest aunt nodded. That's true. The third uncle smiled. Auntie, the times are different now. I think Xiao Su is quite good. He's handsome, tall, and strong. A man should be like this to protect our Jiayue. Wang Jiayue blushed at these words. The eldest aunt smiled. Uncle Tianhai, I know what you're saying. Times have changed. Take my son, for instance. I tried to set him up with someone, but he refused and insisted on finding his own. Hey, in the end, he brought back a girl 5 years older than him. At that, cousin Cui Dongliang's face turned red. Mom, I'm a grown man. Why do you keep bringing me up? Gumei shot him a glare. What? You won't let me object, and now you won't let me even mention it. You child, you just never let me rest easy. Cui Dongliang sighed and gave Su Yun an apologetic smile. Su Yun also smiled back and said, love is a matter of freedom. As long as both parties are willing, I see no issue. Gumei felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, upon remembering that Su Yun was 7 years older than Wang Jiayue, she felt somewhat balanced. My Dongliang is now co-founding a business with his friend and serving as chairman. He has never disappointed me in his career. So mother doesn't need to nag you about anything. Everyone wore embarrassed smiles. You've already recounted your son's chairman position hundreds of times. And yet you never seem to tire of bringing it up. Upon hearing his career mentioned, Cui Dongliang couldn't help but straighten his posture. In truth, his friend had been the one to initiate this partnership. Cui Dongliang's actual role within the company was rather limited. Many matters required him to defer to his friend's judgment. Nevertheless, the title of company partner and vice chairman was something he could proudly claim anywhere without shame. Seeing everyone fall silent, Gu Mei turned to Su Yun. Xiao Su, you're quite a handsome young man, and you'd make such a fine match with our Jiayue. Jobs are hard to come by these days. Why not let my Dongliang help you find a position? His company still needs hands, and whatever role you take on with Dongliang looking out for you, earning 5,000 or 6,000 a month would be no problem at all. Cui Dongliang's ego swelled with pride. Cousin, if you're willing, I can arrange things for you to serve as our logistics director. We'd all be family working together and looking out for each other. What do you think? Su Yun waved his hand and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but no need. Gu Mei pressed on. Xiao Su, don't be so formal with your aunt. Dongliang is a good boy. Would a stable job not be a good thing for you? Once Dongliang's company takes off, you'll have a share to benefit as well. Wang Jiayue felt awkward and quickly interjected. Auntie, he already has a job. Gu Mei frowned. Jiayue, although Xiao Su is 7 years older than you, he's only 25. The competition in today's society is fierce. What kind of good job can someone at 25 possibly get? Her eldest uncle Gu Zhuang shot her a disapproving glance. Second sister, that's rather presumptuous of you. You haven't even asked what Xiao Su does for a living. Gu Mei chuckled. Oh my goodness, almost forgot to ask. Where are you working now, Xiao Su? In her mind, whatever Su Yun did for work, it simply couldn't possibly exceed what her own son had achieved. Su Yun paused to consider his response, hesitant to reveal too much lest he overwhelm them. He offered a smile. Auntie, I currently hold a nominal position at a company. I'm not actively involved in operations. Gu Mei blinked in surprise. Is that so? Then you're essentially idle. Jiayue may be young, but you two will inevitably marry someday. Xiao Su, let this aunt offer you some advice. Men need to save money for themselves. Marriage expenses will arise at every turn. Su Yun smiled. Auntie, I understand. I do save money. Gu Mei persisted. Then what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Su Yun chuckled. Auntie, you've misunderstood. While I don't hold an active position, my family owns 6 apartments in Zhongqing. Better to present it modestly, he thought. Gu Mei fell silent. Gu Zhuang remained speechless. Wang Tianhai said nothing. Cui Dongliang stayed quiet. 6 apartments. Where exactly? Gu Mei opened her mouth, her tongue stumbling over the words. Su Yun replied, the Jing Longwan complex downtown. At these words, everyone fell silent. The entire living room went still. Downtown. Jing Longwan. The finest and most expensive properties in all of Zhongqing. He actually owns 6 of them. Gu Mei knew that properties in Jing Longwan averaged 2.0 yuan per square meter. The value of those 6 apartments must be staggering. Gu Mei opened her mouth, but found no words. Wang Jiayue, however, understood the situation clearly and felt displeased with her aunt's earlier attitude and line of questioning. What would her aunt think if she learned Su Yun also headed 2 corporate groups and held the position of chairman? She'd likely be frightened half to death. Suddenly Wang Donghua emerged from the kitchen, having overheard the conversation, and chuckled. Xiao Su, you purchased 5 more apartments in Jing Longwan. Yes, I bought them to rent out as allowance for my parents, Su Yun replied with a smile. Wang Donghua was aware Su Yun owned property, but had not anticipated he would acquire 5 additional units. These words sent shockwaves through the entire family. Rental income. Given to his parents. As spending money. Good heavens. The man was extraordinarily generous. Gu Mei swallowed hard. Xiao Su, those apartments. Have you already rented them out? She continued. Our family plans to move to Zhongqing soon. Could you rent one of those apartments to your aunt? I recall properties in Jing Longwan command premium prices. Xiao Su, we're family. Could you offer us a discounted rate? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback by how swiftly the conversation shifted. For relatives like Gu Mei who lacked any sense of propriety, he typically refused to grant them the chance to curry favor. As the saying went, when one is poor, even in a bustling market, no one asks after you. When wealthy, even distant mountains attract relatives. Su Yun smiled and explained, that's how it is, Andy. Apart from 1 apartment allocated for my parents, the remaining 5 have already been leased. I sincerely apologize. Gu Mei responded with a smile, there's no harm in it. Could you have your family vacate one and rent it to your aunt instead? Wang Jiayue furrowed her brow. Annie, what do you mean by that? Brother Su has already signed contracts with those tenants. Breaking them would incur penalty fees. Gu Mei pursed her lips with disdain. Xiao Su is so wealthy, what difference would a penalty fee make? Setting aside 1 apartment for our family should pose no difficulty, should it? Su Yun remained silent, scratching his head in frustration. Wang Jiayue grew visibly agitated. Wang Donghua also frowned slightly. Second sister, don't you already have a house in your hometown? Gu Mei replied, isn't it because my Dongliang works in Zhongqing? I was thinking of moving closer so I could better look after my son. Wang Donghua countered, Dongliang is grown. Does he still need your care? Gu Mei fell silent. Everyone could clearly see she coveted Su Yun's apartments in Jing Longwan, claiming she wanted a discounted rate, but in reality once she moved and whether she would actually pay rent was another matter entirely. Gu Mei sighed. Well, if you won't rent to me, that's fine. But recent flooding damaged our home back in the village. We need to repair it. Perhaps you could lend your aunt some money, Xiao Su. Su Yun's tone had turned cold. How much? To repair a house it'll cost at least 1 million. Good grief. What an audacious demand. Both Wang Jiayue and Wang Donghua were thoroughly displeased. Gu Mei, ever opportunistic, had heard about Su Yun's 6 apartments in Zhongqing and immediately began scheming ways to extract money from him. Yet Wang Donghua was well aware that this was simply who Gu Mei was. He felt it unnecessary to intervene since she wasn't his own blood relative. However, just then Wang Jiayue's mother emerged from the kitchen. She set her face full of impatience. Gu Mei, if you keep this up you can just leave, got it? Do you think their money blows in with the wind? 1 million just like that. Have you no sense of shame? Gu Mei, also furious, said, Gu Hui, how can you talk to your second sister like that? Gu Hui said coldly. It's little Sue's first day here and you act like this. He is my son-in-law. Those words truly tore away the last veil of civility. Gu Mei was so enraged that she felt she had lost all face. You. Fine, you found yourself a good son-in-law, and you don't even care that your own sister's family is having difficulties. Then I truly can't stay in your household. I bid you farewell. Son, we're leaving. The door slammed shut, and Gu Mei left with Cui Dongliang. Her mother Gu Hui gave Su Yun an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Xiao Su. My sister is just like that. Don't take it to heart. Wang Jieyue, feeling guilty, too, gently squeezed Su Yun's palm. Uncle Gu Zhuang smiled. Second sister's temperament has gone astray. She thinks of nothing but money all day. Xiao Su, don't be angry. In a while your uncle will have a drink with you and apologize on her behalf. He sure acted like the eldest brother. In this regard, he was very sensible. Su Yun smiled and nodded. At the dinner table, Wang Jieyue kept placing food onto Su Yun's plate. Brother Su, I'm truly sorry about just now. Please eat more. Wang Jieyue said with a beaming smile. Su Yun playfully tapped her nose. You don't have to apologize. Besides, I wasn't angry at all. Uncle Gu Zhuang poured a glass of wine for Su Yun himself and laughed. Xiao Su, come have a drink with your uncle. All right, uncle. At that moment, Wang Dong was sitting beside Jieyue's mother. Gu Hui asked, Xiao Su, when are you planning to marry Jieyue? At these words, Wang Jieyue instantly blushed. Dad. What nonsense are you talking? We're still far from that. Su Yun chuckled. Uncle Wang, isn't it too early for marriage? Besides, Jieyue hasn't graduated from university yet. I think we should wait until she completes her studies. Wang Dongwa curled his lip. What's so good about university? Only when this girl marries you will I feel at ease. When we were your age, our son was already old enough to run errands. Wang Jieyue's blush reached the nape of her neck. She lowered her head, silent and deeply shy. Gu Hui shot him a glare. Going to university is very important these days. Don't use your antiquated thinking to discipline your daughter. Wang Dongwa grunted. I'm talking about the right path. Gu Hui spat at him. Yes, the right path. And yet now you're guarding a warehouse for someone else. Wang Dongwa's face reddened. Can you blame me? Actually, Wang Dongwa used to work at a state institution. Later he was laid off. So he found a job at Zhongjin Group. In addition to the wages from Zhongjin Group, he received a monthly state subsidy for laid-off workers. It wasn't much, but it was enough to live on. Su Yun hadn't expected that. He would later ask Qin Ruhua to raise Wang Dongwa's salary. The group had never provided social insurance or a housing fund for such low-ranking employees. Moreover, the monthly wage was only 4,000 yuan. Wang Dongwa was already a veteran employee. A newcomer would probably get only 2,000. He simply decided to raise Wang Dongwa's salary to 8,000, excluding social insurance and the housing fund. After all, this man might well be his future father-in-law. He still needed to take care of him. Wang Jieyue, on the other hand, was stealing glances at Su Yun. Su Yun had told her earlier that he had no plans to marry now. Wang Jieyue was of the same mind. She was in the flower of her youth, and getting married right away would be too early. Although she was not opposed to marrying Su Yun now, she still preferred to date for a while longer. After all, this was her first love, and she hadn't even savored the sweetness of first love before she was already supposed to be married. That was indeed a bit rushed. After dinner, Wang Jieyue walked Su Yun out. Zhu Shizhong was waiting patiently downstairs, playing with his phone in the car. Seeing Su Yun emerge, he hurriedly stepped out of the car to open the door for him. Jieyue, go on back, there's no need to see me off. Wang Jieyue held his hand and said, Brother Su, are you truly not angry today? Su Yun knew she was asking about Gu Mei, so he smiled. There's no reason for me to be angry. It's fine. Unexpectedly, Wang Jieyue summoned her courage and leaned in to kiss him directly. Brother Su, drive safely. Got it. After she returned home, Gu Zhuang and Wang Tianhai both crowded around Wang Jieyue and asked Jieyue, does Xiao Su really own 6 apartments in Jinglong Bay? Even Wang Dongwa and Gu Hui were somewhat curious. Wang Dongwa hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so naturally, he wanted to confirm it with his daughter. I don't know about that either. Wang Jieyue shook her head. Indeed, she didn't know about the real estate under Su Yun's name. However, he is now the chairman of both Zhongjin Group and Taiyang Sports Group. At this revelation, the entire family was shocked. Wang Dongwa was utterly dumbfounded. Zhongjin Group. Chairman. So I've been guarding the warehouse with the company's chairman all along. Wang Jieyue laughed. Yeah, Dad, are you only realizing that now? Wang Dongwa froze, unable to say a word. He had thought this young man was extraordinary the very first time he met him. But wasn't he transferred to the warehouse because he had offended someone? How did he suddenly become the chairman? Could it be that he had come down to get a feel for the common people's lives? Then there was no need to choose a warehouse. What was really going on? Wang Jieyue said, Brother Su told me that guarding the warehouse is light work and very leisurely, and he likes it a lot. Wang Dongwa sighed, I truly cannot understand the thinking of the rich. After washing the dishes, Gu Hui got up to take out the trash. All of a sudden a tag dropped out of the packaging bag of the purple clay teapot Su-yun had bought. Written on it was the teapot's price. 52000. Wang Donghua. Wang Donghua. Come quick. What's wrong? The teapot Xiao Su gave you costs more than 50000. Gu Hui handed the price tag to Wang Donghua. At this, everyone was stunned again. Now they truly believed it. An ordinary teapot had cost over 50,000. Such extravagance. Wasn't Shui Dongliang's monthly salary only about 50,000 as well? One teapot was worth a month of someone's salary. Wang Donghua looked at the teapot Su-yun had bought for him, unable to speak for a long while. Wang Tianhai patted his shoulder. Donghua treasure this son-in-law of yours. For him to take a liking to Jieyue is truly a blessing for our Jieyue. Wang Donghua swallowed hard yet. A little after 7, Su-yun arrived home. The lights were on, and the TV was playing too. Du Shui had already made this place her own home. Even when she had to go to work, she would still come back here after her shift. She had also canceled the lease on her previously rented apartment. Because Du Shui knew that only by returning here could she see Su-yun more often. And this little wish had been fulfilled today as well. This wasn't a particularly high position, but it was a good beginning. Du Shui hadn't given up on her efforts. Du Shui was overjoyed, really. Of course. Husband, you're the best. I love you so much. Du Shui threw herself into his arms. Actually, she had been contemplating this matter all along, just lacking the resolve to act. All the money in the household came from Su-yun. If Su-yun met her family, would he look down on her mother? These thoughts had been tormenting Du Shui's mind lately. The next day, Du Shui went to work. Su-yun prepared to get some rest to recover his energy. Yet before he could even lie down, he received a call from Qin Ruhua. Mr. Su, do you have time recently? Su-yun replied, yes, what's going on? The company recently closed a deal and the contract requires the chairman's signature. The other party is in Yangqing. Manager Qin requests that you make a trip to sign it, then you can return right away. Qin Ruhua felt somewhat awkward. Su-yun never concerned himself with the group's affairs. But the contract couldn't be signed without him. So she gathered her courage and made the call. Su-yun was stunned. Yangqing, didn't Su Yuanyuan live there? Good, he could visit Su Yuanyuan on the way. Come to think of it had been a long time since he'd seen her. He missed her terribly. Though Su-yun had been staying in Zhangqing this whole time, he still frequently chatted with Su Yuanyuan on WeChat and would watch her live streams, tipping her some money. Alright, then book 2 business class high-speed rail tickets. We're leaving today. Qin Ruhua, alright. I'll handle it right away. So that afternoon, Qin Ruhua had booked the tickets and came personally to wait for Su-yun at Jinglong Bay. Today she was still dressed in business attire, carrying several briefcases filled with various documents. Su-yun sighed inwardly. With Qin Ruhua's figure and looks, even business attire was so captivating. If she dressed more prettily, wouldn't she be absolutely stunning? Have you been waiting long? It's nothing, Mr. Su. Then let's head out. Su-yun had Zhu Shizhong drive them to the train station. In the car, Qin Ruhua showed Su-yun some documents, all related to this deal. Su-yun yawned several times in succession. Mr. Su, didn't you rest well last night? Qin Ruhua asked with concern. Yeah, I've been having some insomnia lately. Of course. Being tossed around by that little temptress, Du Shui, all night. How could he not have insomnia? Qin Ruhua smiled. Mr. Su, please get some rest. I'll wake you when we arrive. Alright, I'll take a nap first. Soon they arrived at the train station. Su-yun was drowsily awakened by Qin Ruhua's gentle voice. Zhu Shizhong parked the car and helped carry the briefcases, seeing them onto the train. Shizhong, take a few days off while I'm in Yangqing. Go home and visit. Also, your salary will continue during these days. Rest easy. Zhu Shizhong was overjoyed, bowing and nodding repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Su. Have a safe trip, Mr. Su. Once on the train, the regular seats were packed with people, but the business class was nearly empty. Qin Ruhua had purchased adjacent seats. It wasn't far to Yangqing. They'd arrive by afternoon. Su-yun took out his phone to message Su Yuanyuan, but after some thought decided against it. He planned to give her a surprise instead. When he left last time, Su Yuanyuan had given Su-yun her home address. She had also told him to come visit whenever he had time. Since he had the address, Su-yun wasn't worried. He'd just show up unannounced and see what expression that little girl would make. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, Su-yun once again drifted into a deep slumber. Qin Ruhua meanwhile took out her laptop and began tapping away at the keyboard. No matter where she was, she never forgot her work. Seeing that Su-yun had fallen asleep, she thoughtfully retrieved a blanket from the luggage and draped it over him. A moment later, Qin Ruhua finished her work and stretched languidly. But at that very moment, the sleeping Su-yun suddenly lurched forward. In an instant, he leaned against Qin Ruhua's shoulder. Her pretty face flushed crimson, yet she dared not wake him. Enduring her embarrassment, she remained utterly still. After a while, perhaps because Qin Ruhua's shoulder was too narrow and slender, Su-yun's head slipped downward, once more coming to rest upon her thighs. She wore a business pencil skirt and stockings beneath. She was deeply embarrassed. Several times she tried to wake Su-yun, but never found the courage. Su-yun, on the other hand, slept blissfully, soft, warm, and cozy. He even shifted slightly to find the most comfortable position. At that moment Qin Ruhua felt as if even breathing was difficult. Her face was flushed and sweat beaded on her forehead. It seemed President Su was truly exhausted. Though President Su appeared to do nothing all day, Qin Ruhua knew that he must work very hard behind the scenes. And the Zhongjing Group and the Sun Sports Group were probably not President Su's only assets. Behind him there might be an even greater consortium. Gazing at Su Yun's sleeping face, she suddenly realized that President Su was rather handsome and his sleeping demeanor was adorable. A smile curled irresistibly at the corners of her lips. Her fingers gently brushed aside the bangs on Su Yun's forehead, then playfully pinched his ear. Su Yun did not react at all. So Qin Ruhua grew bolder. She leaned down studying Su Yun's face at close range. Then suddenly, Su Yun turned his head toward her embrace. How embarrassing. Qin Ruhua covered her face, her whole body trembling. It was her first time having such intimate contact with Su Yun. She had no idea what to do and even felt a little dizzy. Yet she never left her seat, nor did she change her posture. Also that Su Yun could sleep more comfortably. 3 hours later the high-speed train arrived in Yanqing. But Su Yun still had not woken up. Qin Ruhua knew she had to wake him now. But it would be too awkward to let him wake up in her arms like this. So Qin Ruhua gently lifted Su Yun's head with both hands, then quietly slipped out from her seat. Standing up she nudged his shoulder. President Su. President Su. Only then did Su Yun slowly stir. Rubbing his head he sat up and looked out the window. Are we there? Yes, we've arrived. Su Yun nodded, then let's go. He turned to glance at Qin Ruhua. Why was this girl's face so red? Ruhua, what's wrong? Qin Ruhua was taken aback. Nothing's wrong. Then why is your face as red as a monkey's behind? Qin Ruhua let out a shy cry covering her face as she turned away. Maybe I'm just too hot. Su Yun was puzzled. Hot? I didn't feel anything. Still that sleep was truly comfortable. As expected of business class, this comfort almost rivaled the pillow at home. Qin Ruhua used the excuse of going to the restroom. Standing before the mirror she finally let out a sigh of relief. What had gotten into her just now? Her heart had never beaten so fast and her face had never been so red. Wasn't it just letting President Su use her lap as a pillow for a while? Yes, it was nothing major. Though Yanqing was poorer than Zhongqing, its urban planning was still quite good. The city center was filled with towering skyscrapers. Moreover, Yanqing abounded in mountains and rivers, and its tourism industry was fairly developed. After getting off the train, Su Yun took the initiative to carry Qin Ruhua's briefcase. The hotel had been booked in advance. Su Yun took a taxi with Qin Ruhua to the Hilton Hotel, where they received their room keys under the doorman's welcome. But just then Qin Ruhua answered a call from a business partner. President Su, bad news. There's a problem with the other party's supply chain. We might have to stay here for a few more days. Su Yun thought for a moment. No problem, we'll just extend the room reservation for a few days. All right. Qin Ruhua looked at Su Yun and asked, President Su, would you like to rest a while longer? No need. I just slept earlier, and somehow I feel much more refreshed. Qin Ruhua's face flushed again. Of course. She quickly forced herself to calm down. Then President Su, I'll head back to my room first. Go get some rest. I'll take a walk outside. Contact me by phone if anything comes up. Got it, President Su. After leaving the hotel, Su Yun found the address Yuan had given him. But before that, Su Yun wasn't foolish. He stopped by a flower shop and bought some red and white roses, holding them in his hands. Giving gifts had its nuances. For someone like Su Yun, who was extraordinarily rich and down-to-earth, even wildflowers picked by the roadside would seem romantic to a girl. Su Yuan had sent him her delivery address, so it included the specific building unit and door number. Su Yun quickly found the door to Su Yuan's home and knocked. Who is it? Soon a girl's voice echoed from inside. Yuan, it's me. Su Yun hid the flowers behind his back. He was about to surprise Su Yuan. But when the door opened, the person who came out was not Su Yuan. It was another girl. She was wearing a loose set of pajamas, her hair disheveled, with no makeup on. Yet even barefaced, she was so striking that Su Yun couldn't help but be impressed. Who are you? The girl looked at Su Yun blankly. Su Yun pursed his lips. Isn't Su Yuan home? The other girl sized him up. You tell me who you are first. I'm her boyfriend. Su Yun didn't hide it. If another boyfriend shows up. The girl looked at Su Yun up and down. Our Yuan already has a boyfriend, so she won't accept your gift. Su Yun was stunned. She already has a boyfriend. How come I didn't know? The girl glanced at him, crossed her arms over her chest, and said condescendingly, her boyfriend is an entrepreneur from Zhongcheng who makes hundreds of millions a year. You're not good enough. Leave now. As she was about to close the door, Su Yun grabbed it and said, please tell her that someone named Su Yun is here to see her. The girl sighed. Why can't you just give up? Even if you're a little handsome, you're not worthy of our Yuan, understand? Su Yun pursed his lips and stopped hiding the roses, holding them loosely in his hand. The girl glanced at them and burst out laughing. What arrow is this? Still giving roses to a girl? Yuan doesn't fall for this kind of thing. You'd better leave now. If you end up being rejected at the door, don't say, I didn't warn you. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, Su Yun once again drifted into a deep slumber. Qin Ruhua meanwhile took out her laptop and began tapping away at the keyboard. No matter where she was, she never forgot her work. Seeing that Su Yun had fallen asleep, she thoughtfully retrieved a blanket from the luggage and draped it over him. A moment later, Qin Ruhua finished her work and stretched languidly. But at that very moment, the sleeping Su Yun suddenly lurched forward. In an instant, he leaned against Qin Ruhua's shoulder. Her pretty face flushed crimson, yet she dared not wake him. Enduring her embarrassment, she remained utterly still. After a while, perhaps because Qin Ruhua's shoulder was too narrow and slender, Su Yun's head slipped downward, once more coming to rest upon her thighs. She wore a business pencil skirt and stockings beneath. She was deeply embarrassed. Several times she tried to wake Su Yun, but never found the courage. Su Yun, on the other hand, slept blissfully, soft, warm, and cozy. He even shifted slightly to find the most comfortable position. At that moment, Qin Ruhua felt as if even breathing was difficult. Her face was flushed and sweat beaded on her forehead. It seemed President Su was truly exhausted. Though President Su appeared to do nothing all day, Qin Ruhua knew that he must work very hard behind the scenes. And the Zhongjing Group and the Sun Sports Group were probably not President Su's only assets. Behind him there might be an even greater consortium. Gazing at Su Yun's sleeping face, she suddenly realized that President Su was rather handsome and his sleeping demeanor was adorable. A smile curled irresistibly at the corners of her lips. Her fingers gently brushed aside the bangs on Su Yun's forehead, then playfully pinched his ear. Su Yun did not react at all. So Qin Ruhua grew bolder. She leaned down, studying Su Yun's face at close range. Then suddenly, also that Su Yun could sleep more comfortably. 3 hours later, the high-speed train arrived in Yanqing. But Su Yun still had not woken up. Qin Ruhua knew she had to wake him now. But it would be too awkward to let him wake up in her arms like this. So Qin Ruhua gently lifted Su Yun's head with both hands, then quietly slipped out from her seat. Standing up, she nudged his shoulder. President Su. President Su. Only then did Su Yun slowly stir. Rubbing his head, he sat up and looked out the window. Are we there? Yes, we've arrived. Su Yun nodded. Then let's go. He turned to glance at Qin Ruhua. Why was this girl's face so red? Ruhua, what's wrong? Qin Ruhua was taken aback. Nothing's wrong. Then why is your face as red as a monkey's behind? Qin Ruhua let out a shy cry, covering her face as she turned away. Maybe I'm just too hot. Su Yun was puzzled. Hot? I didn't feel anything. Still, that sleep was truly comfortable. As expected of business class, this comfort almost rivaled the pillow at home. Qin Ruhua used the excuse of going to the restroom. Though Yanqing was poorer than Zhongqing, its urban planning was still quite good. The city center was filled with towering skyscrapers. Moreover, Yanqing abounded in mountains and rivers, and its tourism industry was fairly developed. After getting off the train, Su Yun took the initiative to carry Qin Ruhua's briefcase. The hotel had been booked in advance. Su Yun took a taxi with Qin Ruhua to the Hilton Hotel, where they received their room keys under the doorman's welcome. But just then, Qin Ruhua answered a call from a business partner. President Su, bad news. There's a problem with the other party's supply chain. We might have to stay here for a few more days. Su Yun thought for a moment. No problem, we'll just extend the room reservation for a few days. All right. Qin Ruhua looked at Su Yun and asked, President Su, would you like to rest a while longer? No need. I just slept earlier, and somehow I feel much more refreshed. Qin Ruhua's face flushed again. Of course. She quickly forced herself to calm down. Then, President Su, I'll head back to my room first. Go get some rest. I'll take a walk outside. Contact me by phone if anything comes up. Got it, President Su. After leaving the hotel, Su Yun followed the address Yuan had given him to find her home. But before that, Su Yun wasn't foolish. Su Yun smiled bitterly. Please go fetch her. I'm Su Yun, she'll come out. The girl frowned, then shook her head in exasperation. All right, you've worn me down. Really. This guy's been insisting on seeing you the entire time. I couldn't stop him. Handle it yourself. The girl pointed at Su Yun. Su Yuan turned toward the doorway. When their eyes met, Su Yuan froze on the spot, her eyes widening in astonishment. Su Yun smiled. Yuan, I've come to see you. These flowers are for you. Su Yuan let out a startled cry. You have to believe me. I didn't say anything, Su Yun replied. After changing his shoes, he was pulled inside by Su Yuan. She busied herself pouring him drinks and fetching dried fruits, exceedingly well-mannered. Nini clicked her tongue. As expected, whenever you're around, Yuan turns right back into a little girl. Su Yun smiled, munching on dried fruit as he took in the apartment. Are you two sharing the place? Yeah. Su Yuan walked over with a plate of sliced oranges and set it before him. Then she sat beside him, clinging tightly to his arm as though afraid he might slip away. How much is the rent? Nini and I each pay 4,000. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. 8,000 was indeed rather steep. But the location of this apartment was excellent. A 5-minute walk east led to the commercial district, 3 minutes west to the subway station, 10 minutes south to the university town, and 10 minutes north to the city center. It was worth every penny. Nini asked curiously, "Brother Su, are you really the president of a corporation?" Su Yun shrugged. "Something like that. Just a nominal title." Su Yuan retorted indignantly, "Nini, don't call him Brother Su. That's my exclusive nickname for him." The two of them chatted frequently. They had spoken hundreds of times about meeting in person. Today their wish had finally been granted. All right, I won't steal you away then." Nini raised her hands in surrender, then turned to Su Yun. "I heard from Yuan that you also hold shares in 2 major corporations." Su Yun smiled. "Yes." Nini adopted the air of an interrogator, eyeing him skeptically. "Which 2 corporations?" Su Yuan scoffed. "Zhongjin and Sun Sports Group. If you don't believe me, look it up online." Nini actually pulled out her phone. "Let me check." As expected, she found both corporations' chairmen listed under the name Su Yun. "No way. It's actually true." Su Yun shrugged. "I told you, I didn't lie." Su Yuan huffed. "Nini, now you believe me, right?" Nini glanced at Su Yun. "Oh, my President Su really is a wealthy man. I'm still single, Yuan. Hurry and have your President Su introduce me to a man." Anyway, the business matters would still take a few more days. There had been a glitch in the channel supply chain, and it was not something that could be resolved in just 1 or 2 days. Besides, Qin Ruhua was there as well, so he could be notified at any time. So Su Yuan hurried to wash up and change, and it took about half an hour before she was finally ready. "You're really slow." Su Yun dozed off again before she was done. "Oh, I just put on a little makeup." She never wore makeup when practicing dance normally, since she would end up drenched in sweat anyway. But today was different. Su Yun had come, so she was determined to wear makeup no matter what. The two of them held hands as they walked out of the residential compound together, then hailed a taxi to head to the dance studio. The dance studio was located in a commercial building downtown. It cost 10,000 yuan per month to learn dance here. Since Su Yuan was a streamer and could earn quite a lot of money, she was able to come here to study dance. Su Yun glanced around and noticed there were only a few boys among mostly girls. The dance instructor in particular seemed rather flamboyant. No, he was definitely gay. Su Yun had seen the teacher embracing a man at the entrance before class, even began exchanging bashful whispers. It made him feel thoroughly uncomfortable. But this was not discrimination. Su Yun generally kept his distance from people like that. After all, he preferred women. Su Yuan bought Su Yun some snacks and drinks. "Brother Su, come watch me dance here." "All right." Through the glass-walled studio, the dance practice inside was clearly visible. Su Yun stood at the entrance with one hand in his pocket sipping bubble tea, while watching Su Yuan dance. Each of her movements was graceful, yet powerful, precise, yet fluid. At that moment, Su Yun heard a boy talking on the phone not far away. "Stop harassing me. I don't love you anymore. We've already broken up. What are you still saying this for? Let's just leave it at that." After hanging up the phone, the boy continued muttering curses under his breath. "So annoying, damn woman." Only after Su Yun had finished devouring all the food and drinks around him did the class finally conclude. The class had just ended. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from her face and eagerly rushed towards Su Yun the moment the door opened, wanting to cling to him. But at that exact moment, a man stepped forward. It was precisely the boy who had been cursing on the phone earlier. Yuan. He greeted Su Yuan. His expression was affectionate and his tone gentle. He held a small gift bag in his hand. "Yuan, this is a present for you." Su Yuan glanced at him dismissively, ignoring him entirely, and ran to Su Yun's side, taking his large hand. The boy was speechless, frozen in place, unable to snap out of it for a long time. The gift bag in his hand hung, suspended, never once coming down. Absolutely awkward. "Brother Su, did I dance well?" "Yes, extremely beautiful, and very elegant, and lovely." Su Yun gently brushed aside her sweat-dampened bangs, and smiled tenderly. Yuan. Just then the boy turned around, and walked over. "What's wrong? Can't you see me?" To which Su Yuan remained perfectly calm. She tightly linked arms with Su Yun. "Han Sheng, didn't I already tell you I have a boyfriend? Why are you still being so persistent?" Su Yun frowned. "Persistent? Wait. This guy had just been on the phone breaking up with someone else moments ago. That meant he was seeing someone while simultaneously pursuing Su Yuan." Han Sheng glanced at Su Yun. "Is he the boyfriend you mentioned?" "Exactly." Han Sheng surveyed Su Yun up and down, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. He extended his hand to Su Yun. "Hello, I am Han Sheng, young chairman of Yinlang Agency." Su Yun had no intention of shaking his hand, and instead asked, Yuan, "I just heard him breaking up with another girl. Has this guy been pursuing you for a long time?" At these words, Han Sheng's outstretched hand instantly hung in midair once more, and an awkward atmosphere rose again. Su Yuan was also stunned. But I never paid him any attention." Su Yun sneered. "So you were dating someone else while also pursuing our Yuan?" Su Yuan's pretty face flushed red. What made her shy was Su Yun's phrase, "our Yuan." Han Sheng's palms were covered in sweat. Damn it. He had been speaking very loudly on the phone at the entrance just now. Everyone in the corridor must have heard him. He never expected Su Yuanyuan's boyfriend to be right there. Bro, you might have misunderstood. It certainly wasn't me. Su Yun narrowed his eyes. Never mind how you are, that has nothing to do with me. But please stay away from our Yuanyuan. Han Sheng was so infuriated that his teeth ground together, but in front of Su Yuanyuan, he dared not show his anger. Instead, he glared fiercely at Su Yun. You're pretty good, aren't you? What's your name? You're not qualified to know my name. Let's go, Yuanyuan. Su Yun led Su Yuanyuan away. Han Sheng in a rage hurled the gift bag in his hand straight into the trash can. Damn it. She's just a lousy streamer. Who does she think she is acting all superior? Looking for trouble. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey. Manager Su, bring down that Su Yuanyuan's popularity. Right now. Su Yuanyuan had no idea about Han Sheng's phone call. After Su Yun took her away, Su Yuanyuan went to change clothes first, and then the two of them wandered around the commercial building and went shopping. They also found a restaurant and had a meal together. Brother Su, the barbecue at this place is especially delicious. Su Yun smiled. Eating barbecue right after dancing, aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Just once in a while. It's all because you came. Can't I treat you to something good? Alright then. So the two of them entered the restaurant and found a seat. Su Yuanyuan ordered some vegetables, while Su Yun ordered some meat. Once the server brought everything out, they could grill it themselves. In addition, they ordered some pickled vegetables and 2 portions of fried rice noodles. Just then a surprised voice rang out from behind Su Yun. Brother Su, you're here too. Su Yun was taken aback and turned around to look only to find an acquaintance. Yang Luoluo. Since Ji Tianxiang had mentioned that matter last time, Su Yun had also checked WeChat. Besides some messages Yang Luoluo had left right after adding him, she noticed Su Yun wasn't responding, so she began sending him good morning and good night messages every day, almost without missing a single day. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't be bothered to reply. He never expected to run into her in Yangqing. But Yang Luoluo was not alone. Beside her were 2 boys and 1 girl. Su Yuanyuan became alert. Hearing another girl call Brother Su, she felt quite irritated. Fortunately, she did not show it, only gripping her chopsticks tighter while maintaining a smile on her face. Oh, it's you. How did you come to Yangqing? Yang Luoluo smiled. I was about to ask you that. She glanced at Su Yuanyuan. Here to accompany your girlfriend? Yes. Su Yun nodded. Luoluo, who is this? Her friend beside her asked, curious about Su Yun's identity. But Yang Luoluo confidently declared, he's the boy I told you about before. The one I really like. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent. Like Su Yuanyuan, Yang Luoluo was also a native of Yangqing. She worked in Zhangqing, though grinding away as an office drone. She had only come home for the holidays to visit her parents and reconnect with old friends. Hearing that Su Yun was the guy, Yang Luoluo had a huge crush on that man, looked Su Yun up and down. He was Yang Luoluo's high school classmate Suda. Suda now ran a bar in Yangqing. He cut quite a dashing figure and enjoyed considerable prestige in their circle. But Luoluo, he already has a girlfriend. Suda glanced at Su Yuanyuan. Yang Luoluo said, I know. It's not like I've never met her, right? Su Yuanyuan froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded. But that doesn't stop me from liking Brother Su. Su Yuanyuan bit her delicate lip and gently kicked Su Yun under the table. Su Yun felt extremely awkward. Alas, when a man is exceptional enough, romantic fortunes cannot be fended off. He scratched his head at a loss for words. But since he and Yang Luoluo had never been anything to each other, Su Yun simply carried himself with ease and grace. Suda narrowed his eyes. Brother, you already have a girlfriend, so why are you still tangled up with our Luoluo? Su Yun looked at him. Yang Luoluo cut in at once. Suda, this is my private business. I can like whoever I want, and you have no right to criticize him. Suda froze, then quickly put on an apologetic smile. Luoluo, that's not what I meant. But this man. Yang Luoluo shot him a glare, and then said to Su Yun with a smile, Brother Su, I won't disturb you and your girlfriend's date anymore. And with that she turned and left. Suda and the others were somewhat dumbfounded, but at least they were not impulsive enough to pick a quarrel with Su Yun. Suda shot Su Yun a cold glare, let out a sneer, and turned away. Indeed, she had no shortage of suitors. Meanwhile, Yang Luoluo led Suda and the others to their seats. Glancing at Su Yun and Su Yuanyuan being all lovey-dovey in the distance, she suddenly felt a pang of loss. Luoluo, why do you like him? I don't see anything especially great about him apart from being a little handsome. Yang Luoluo rolled her eyes at her best friend. Liking someone is about their inner self. It's not about appearance. No, Yang Luoluo knew the truth in her heart. It was neither his looks nor his inner self. It was money. She had only started liking Su Yun after catching sight of his wealth and status. Suda was furious. Luoluo, there are plenty of bad people out there. Don't let yourself be fooled. Yang Luoluo glared at him. Even if I was fooled, that's my choice. Suda, it's been so many years. Why do you always have to stick your nose into my business? Suda flushed. Everyone knew he liked Yang Luoluo, but she had always treated him as just an old classmate. He shot another glare at Su Yun behind him and gnashed his teeth. He's just a pretty boy. Why should I waste my anger on him? The two sides stayed out of each other's way. But as the meal was drawing to a close, Yang Luoluo walked over. Brother Su, do you have some time later to hang out? Of course, Brother Su's girlfriend should come too. Let's get to know each other, shall we? Su Yuan looked at Su Yun. The two of them had no plans that evening anyway. It was up to Su Yun to decide. Sorry, but I already have plans with my girlfriend tonight. We'll pass. Yang Luoluo was not upset by the rejection. Instead, she smiled generously. All right then. After she was gone, Su Yuan's face betrayed nothing, but her heart was blooming with joy. Brother Su really had turned her down. Where should we go tonight? Su Yun glanced at her. Where do you want to go? Su Yuan said, I practiced dance all day, and I'm tired. I want to rest at home. Su Yun said, then let's just go home. Didn't you say you had other plans? That was just an excuse. You already knew that. Why play dumb? Su Yuan giggled. I wasn't playing dumb at all. This encounter with Yang Luoluo only made Su Yun's resolve even firmer. He was a scoundrel in love, but a fastidious one. He had no interest in any girl who didn't meet his looks threshold. After seeing Yang Luoluo today, and setting her side by side with Su Yuan, the gap was more than just a little. Yeah, that was just the way of the world. After the barbecue, the two went home. Nini was there too. Seeing Su Yun and Su Yuan come back together brimming with affection, she instantly soured like a lemon. Well, la la, where did you two go on a date? Su Yuan squatted down to set out Su Yun's slippers while saying, I went to dance practice, and then had barbecue with Brother Su. Nini felt a twinge of envy and sighed. Ugh, I'm just sitting at home and dog food rains down from the sky. Did I offend you two or something? You two rarely get to meet. Why not just rent a hotel room? Su Yuan giggled. It won't affect you. Look, we even brought you some barbecue. In her hand was a lunchbox full of fragrant barbecue. Nini swallowed before saying, Humph, you're sensible after all. But I'm warning you. Keep it down tonight. I have an audition tomorrow. Got it. Don't worry. Then Su Yuan pulled Su Yun into the room and closed the door. Nini curled her lips, feeling sour beyond words. Inside the room, Su Yun scratched his head, realizing that Nini had already left the house. Su Yuan was tying up her hair as she went to wash up. Su Gij, I'm going to do a live stream in a bit. Got it. Su Yun had nothing to do sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone. We could play a few rounds of King of Glory. He was now a regular top-tier donor in Yuan's live stream room. He had dominated her top gifted spot for almost half a month. His spending in Yuan's live stream had exceeded 1 million. Yuan would receive all that money when her paycheck was issued at the end of each month. So Su Yuan, while live streaming, played King of Glory with her internet-addicted youth. The viewers in the live stream room were all extremely jealous. Cold dog food being stuffed recklessly into my mouth. Yuan, can you be a decent person? If you're going to play King of Glory, then just play. Can you stop flirting? Internet addict god, come control your little Yuan. This round, Su Yuan picked Kai Wenji. Su Yun was playing Han Xin as jungler. With Kai Wenji's healing and Han Xin's mobility, all three lanes, top, mid, and bottom, were completely destroyed. The ADC called out several times asking Kai Wenji to follow him, otherwise with the enemy team composition, they would surely be reversed in the late game. But Yuan ignored him completely. The ADC was ganked several times while alone, dying repeatedly, and eventually rage quit in anger. As expected, they were reversed by the enemy in the late game. However, Su Yun secured the MVP with 15 kills, 4 deaths, and 16 assists. His teammates started voice chatting with insults. Why didn't Kai Wenji follow the ADC? Is the jungler your biological father? Yuan directly fired back with voice, the jungler is my husband. For a moment, no one dared to speak, then they promptly reported both Kai Wenji and Han Xin. So jealous. 3 lemons being sour for an entire round. So you two are a couple. Although they lost, Su Yun was extremely happy. Immensely happy. There was another round where he picked Ma Chao and Yuan picked Yao. She followed him around as usual. As a result, Ma Chao was caught by 3 enemies. Yao bravely rushed in to buy time, allowing Ma Chao to escape. The ADC typed, follow me. Ma Chao is trash. Yuan still ignored him, devotedly helping Ma Chao level up. Blocking minion waves, pulling jungle camps, everything. During the team fight, when the enemy flanked them, the ADC was instantly killed, and the mid laner and solo laner couldn't escape, either about to be eliminated. Then Ma Chao charged straight out of the jungle. He killed the ADC and mid laner, breaking the enemy's damage formation. The mid laner and solo laner immediately fired off 2 ultimates, resulting in a team wipe for the enemy. Seeing this, Su Yun typed to the ADC, Yao follows me, and I'll carry you. ADC is trash. The ADC didn't dare say another word. So this round they won, and Su Yun got MVP again. The two played several rounds. Then the moderator sent a WeChat message asking Su Yuan to do a PK. Su Gij, I'm about to PK. She turned and shouted to the living room, wait for me. Su Yuan had long stopped caring about winning or losing in PKs. With Su Yun, she had come to view even live streaming merely as routine work. If this were in the past when a PK could affect her popularity and income, Su Yuan would definitely have gone all out. The comments exploded. Wait. Internet addict God is at Little Yuan's place. Su Gij. I'm crying. Little Yuan has a man. Does Internet addict God have the surname Su? What does he look like? Have him show his face. No wonder the Internet addict God, he definitely already has something going on with Little Yuan. No kidding, he spent over $1 million on Little Yuan in half a month. How could there not be something? Dang it. My goddess. I'm unfollowing. Su Yun entered Su Yuan's livestream room. Without a word, he immediately gifted 10 carnival donations to warm up the stream. The popularity surged again. Internet addict God is here. Internet addict God, are you at Little Yuan's house? Have you two started dating? Internet addict God, be honest. What did you do to my goddess? Internet addicted youth, hee, I'm announcing that Little Yuan is mine now. The comments went wild. And at this moment the PK also began. Since Little Yuan was now a big streamer, everyone she could PK with was on the same level. It's Sister Yin. Sister Yin is here. Wow, it's actually Sister Yin. Didn't expect this. Little Yuan met her match. Sister Yin, the singing prodigy, possessed a husky voice that was extremely captivating. She also had millions of followers on Douyin. Her income was very high. Sister Yin glanced at Little Yuan. Little sister, let's just start. She also recognized Little Yuan, a dark horse that had emerged from the streamer community recently. Rumor had it she was backed by a mysterious wealthy patron. This wealthy patron had gifted Little Yuan over $1 million in just 10 days. Sister Yin was envious, but her own foundation was also quite solid. She had over 100 people in her wealthy patron group. Each person was a big spender who had consumed over 10,000 yuan in her stream. Little Yuan nodded. Hello, Sister Yin. Hello there, little sister. What are you good at? Dancing. Then how about this? If you win this PK, I'll sing a song for everyone. If I win, you dance for us. Sounds good. At this time, there was a big spender who crossed over from the opposing livestream room to take a look. Tycoon, is Internet addict God here? Su Yun, I'm here. Tycoon, long-time admirer. Today's advancement match is very important for our Sister Yin. I hope Internet addict God will show mercy. Su Yun was already a famous wealthy patron in Douyin. No one dared to show off in Little Yuan's stream room. Today I'm in a good mood too, and I want our Little Yuan to advance. Let's see whose skills prevail. Tycoon, fine. Since Internet addict God wants to make a move, then we'll rely on our respective abilities. Although Tycoon knew that this Internet addicted youth was very strong. But today they had gathered many big spenders. Everyone had come to the stream to watch in order to help Sister Yin advance. After Tycoon returned, he typed, everyone, the enemy Internet addicted youth is also here, and it seems they're not planning to let us win. Sister Yin's little fanboy, it's fine, why be afraid of him? Bright moon shines on my heart, all our people are here today. I don't believe he can take on 100 alone. Brother to Sister Yin, rest assured we're all here. Today's promotion match, we won't back down. Sister Yin smiled slightly, then thanks, big shots. Once I advance, come find me in Huqing, and I'll treat you all to a meal. Tian Songyan, haha, Sister Yin, then we won't stand on ceremony. As soon as he said that, Tian Songyan sent 10 carnival gifts smashing into Sister Yan's live stream. Sister Yan's little fanboy, bright moon shines on my heart, and Brother Da also sent several carnivals one after another. The big shots behind them followed one by one. In a flash, Sister Yan's live stream popularity began climbing higher and higher. Gifts poured in nonstop. The PK bar suddenly pressed over to Su Yuan's side. However, this situation did not last long. On the other side, Internet addict youth carnivals also began to fly out. Carnival from Internet addict youth 76. Carnival from Internet addict youth 86. Carnival from Internet addict youth 99. Carnival from Internet addict youth 118. Carnival from Internet addict youth 166. Very soon Su Yun smashed over 300 carnivals in a Xiao Yuan's live stream. In an instant the PK bar flipped back and pressed the other way. The people on Sister Yan's side were all stunned. Whoa, is Addiction God crazy today? 300 carnivals, that's 76000. Addiction God is awesome. I love Addiction God. Xiao Yuan has found herself a big spender. Impressive. He had thrown over 70000 at once. Sister Yin was stunned too. Tian Songyun, so arrogant. Brothers go. Brother to go. Smash out the gifts. Carnival from Tian Songyun 53. Carnival from Brother to 42. Carnival from Sister Yan's little fanboy 39. Several hundred people also sent gifts of all sizes one by one. But looking around, the carnivals, each worth 300 sound coins, were still the most numerous. The PK bar returned to a tie. Then Internet addict youth jumped into Sister Yan's live stream later. When you lose, remember to let our Xiao Yuan request a song. Okay. Sister Yan's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. Song request, my ass. Don't think you can actually win. How much can one person spend anyway? We're going all out today. Bring it on. The loser will definitely be Xiao Yuan. Sister Yin will win. Tian Songyun also got angry and typed, then if Xiao Yuan loses, let her do radio calisthenics for our Sister Yin. Agreed. So Su Yun went back to sending gifts. Carnival from Internet Addict Youth 312. Carnival from Internet Addict Youth 421. Carnival from Internet Addict Youth 553. In an instant, Xiao Yuan's live stream crushed Sister Yan's PK bar with overwhelming superiority, leaving it gasping for breath. No matter how much Tian, Song Yun, and the others gifted, the PK bar was pressed down motionless. Sister Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. Everyone, it seems we've lost after all. Addiction God is truly formidable. I can only blame my bad luck. Seeing this, Tian, Song Yun, and the others didn't dare speak. Pressed down so hard, Internet Addict Youth was clearly dead set on beating Sister Yin. Don't underestimate Xiao Yuan just because she only has a few million fans and her scale can't compare to Sister Yan's. She has a rich, powerful backer supporting her. Are you even human? Sister Yin, don't cry. Keep fighting next round. She'll definitely win next round. Sai, why did we have to run into Addiction God? As expected of the #1 spender on Gawain, he really spends money like water. Damn, he threw out over 1.4 million in a single PK. This guy's too good. Does his family own a mine? More like his family lives in a mine. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Yuan won this round. But when everyone looked at her live stream, she wasn't even there. Huh, where's Xiao Yuan? Why is the streamer gone? Addiction God just gifted over 1.4 million. Xiao Yuan, come out and thank Addiction God. You newcomers don't know. Let me explain. Addiction God is at Xiao Yuan's house right now. What kind of move is that? He spent all that money right in her home. Damn, could she be out there personally thanking Addiction God? Does she even need to thank him? Those who know. At this moment, Su Yuan had already reached the living room. She sat beside Su Yun, pouting at him. Brother Su, don't spend so much money. If we lose, we lose. It's just a dance anyway. Su Yun patted her head. From now on, you're only allowed to dance for me. Su Yuan, sure, but you have to promise me one thing. No spending money recklessly. Su Yun smiled. Hurry back now. Sister Yin is waiting for your song request. Su Yuan nodded, grabbed Su Yun's face, kissed him hard, and ran back to her room. Sister Yin, I want to request Taylor Swift's Enchanted for our Addiction God brother. Is that okay? Sister Yin looked embarrassed. Little sister, I don't sing English songs well. Xiao Yuan, it's fine, it's the thought that counts. Sister Yin pursed her lips. Inwardly, she was a little annoyed. But a bet was a bet. What else could she do? So she found the instrumental of Enchanted, and following the lyrics sang it for Xiao Yuan. With her unique smoky voice, she unexpectedly turned Taylor's song into something with a jazzy feel. Especially the line, this night is sparkling, don't you let it go. Tonight is full of starlight, please don't leave. The atmosphere was meant to be gentle and reluctant. But in Sister Yan's voice, that lyric became utterly light and natural. Su Yuan smiled. This song is for our Addiction God brother. The comment section, so jealous, so jealous. I'm a lemon tree. It seems Xiao Yuan and Addiction God really are together. Sigh. Uncle, this dish is so sour it's too faking. Now that Xiao Yuan has Addiction God, will she still come to stream? Addiction God, give back our pure and cute Xiao Yuan. Su Yun smiled slightly. Thank you, Sister Yin, and thank you all. I'll take good care of Xiao Yuan for you. What? Talk like a normal person, okay? Are you even human? Addiction God, you're shameless. I'll take care of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan won this PK in a landslide. She also advanced because of it. The romance between Xiao Yuan and Internet Addict Youth was thus made public, causing a huge reaction in the livestream. Reactions were mixed. Some fans genuinely blessed them while others were envious, jealous, and resentful. But so what? Let them be jealous. Could they crawl through the network cable to beat up Su Yun? Even if they wanted to win Xiao Yuan's attention by gifting, they didn't have Addiction God's financial strength. Then suddenly Su Yuan's live stream was abruptly shut down. For a moment the comment section was a uniform stream of what? Su Yun was startled. Yuan, did the internet cut out? In the bedroom, Su Yuan was equally confused. No, it didn't. Let me take a look. She refreshed the page once more, only to spot a message from the administrator in the backend. Your live stream room requires rectification. Please contact the platform administrator. Brother Su, my live stream room is being rectified. Su Yuan was stunned and momentarily panicked. If it had been before, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But now it was different. Su Yun had already spent over 2 million yuan in her live stream room. If it suddenly got shut down for rectification, would that money be withheld? If Brother Su had spent so much money and it all got swallowed up by the platform, that would be a real problem. Rectification. Su Yun was also stunned. He walked into the bedroom and saw that notification. Why don't you contact the administrator and see? Okay. Su Yuan hurriedly found the administrator's WeChat and asked, why is my live stream room being rectified? I didn't do anything. Soon the administrator sent a reply. Xiao Yuan, I'm not one to lecture you, but you could have provoked anyone, yet you chose young Master Han of all people. The platform has recently been in cooperation with young Master Han's company. He's the one who gave the order to lower your popularity. Young Master Han. Han Sheng. Su Yuan turned her head to look at Su Yun and showed him the chat records with the administrator. Was this the person we met at the dance studio yesterday? It's him. Su Yuanyuan fumed. This guy is so annoying. Why did he get my livestream room banned? I hate him. Su Yan patted her head. It's fine. I'll handle this. Su Yuanyuan, brother Su, if it gets banned, the money you spend in my room will be deducted. Su Yun, money is a small matter. Since this Han Sheng wants to cause trouble, I'll play along with him. Yuanyuan, which company did he say he was from yesterday? Su Yuanyuan thought for a long time before remembering. I think it was Yinlang Talent Agency. Su Yun fell into thought. That guy must have been infuriated by him yesterday, so he resorted to this trick. Now he had to think of a way to deal with it. Yinlang Talent Agency. He would get someone to investigate first. He was about to call Qin Ruhua, but suddenly Qin Ruhua called him first. Ruhua, I happen to have something to discuss with you. President Su, the matter over there has been settled. They just contacted me and asked you to come over now to sign. Su Yun was stunned. Well, everything had come at once. He nodded. I see. Send me the address and I'll go over directly. Yes, President Su. After hanging up, Su Yun told Su Yuanyuan, I'll go handle things, and at the same time, I'll look into this Yinlang Talent Agency. Don't worry. Once things are handled, I'll contact you. Su Yuanyuan nodded, stood up, and straightened his collar for him. Brother Su, go ahead with your work. I'm fine here. I'm just worried that the money you spent won't be recovered. If it weren't for that, even if my livestream got banned, it wouldn't matter. I have you, and that's enough. Su Yun smiled and kissed her on the lips. Silly girl, haven't I told you? Money is a small matter. Then go now. I'll wait for you at home. I might not come back, depending on the situation. Then I'll wait for you anyway. Su Yuanyuan gave him a glare. Alright, be good then. As for Xiao Yuan's livestream room being rectified right after she had just won her promotion match, Xiao Yuan's fans were also utterly confused, but they had no idea about the specific situation. Soon Su Yun took a taxi to the address Qin Ruhua had sent. It was a factory. Su Yun got out of the taxi at the entrance and gave Qin Ruhua a call. However, no one answered. Su Yun was taken aback. He immediately decided to go in by himself. Who are you looking for? A worker wearing dirty white gloves came up and asked. Hello, I'm from Zhongjin Group. I'm here to see your manager. Oh, someone from Zhongjin Group has already gone up to meet the manager. I'll take you there. Thank you. Su Yun was led to the manager's office. Before he could even enter, he heard people chatting inside. Miss Qin, you really are beautiful. I've been waiting for you for a long time. To see you in person today, I'm truly fortunate. Managers, well, let's talk about the channel matter. Have you prepared the contract? Inside the room, Qin Ruhua sat upright and solemn. Opposite her sat a greasy, plump man with a balding head. This man was the manager of the factory and the representative sent by the supplier to discuss cooperation with Zhongjin Group. Zhuo Fan. He had long heard that the chairman of Zhongjin Group had an incredibly beautiful secretary beside him. Having seen her today, it was indeed so. Zhuo Fan's heart had long been itching. His lecherous eyes had not left Qin Ruhua since she had arrived. The contract is certainly ready. I've sent someone to bring it over. Miss Qin, might as well wait a moment. Zhuo Fan brewed 2 cups of coffee and sat directly beside Qin Ruhua. Qin Ruhua frowned, shifted away, and kept a safe distance from him. Zhuo Fan said, Miss Qin, this batch of goods had some trouble earlier. The truck broke down on the way. I'm sorry to have made you wait an extra day. Qin Ruhua nodded. It's fine. Zhuo Fan, Miss Qin looks young. If I may ask, how old are you? Qin Ruhua's face darkened. Manager Zhuo, this has nothing to do with our business, does it? Zhuo Fan smiled. Haha, I was just asking casually. You don't have a boyfriend yet, do you, Miss Qin? Hearing this, Qin Ruhua immediately understood what he was scheming. Frowning, she said, I already have one. Who? Zhuo Fan was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Manager Zhuo, why isn't the contract here yet? Why don't you call them and hurry it up? Zhuo Fan licked his lips and smiled. Miss Qin, no need to be so tense. The contract will be here in a moment. He moved closer, trying to sit next to Qin Ruhua. But Qin Ruhua stood up directly and said, then I'll wait outside. But at that very moment, Zhuo Fan grabbed Qin Ruhua's hand. Miss Qin, don't leave. Isn't it fine to wait here? Qin Ruhua was alarmed and quickly said, let go. Zhuo Fan smiled. Miss Qin, I'm a man of considerable means. As a secretary at Zhongjin Group, your salary is probably not much every month, right? Business is generally hard to do these days. Miss Qin, why don't you consider being friends with this manager or something? In terms of finances, I can support you a bit behind the scenes, Miss Qin. If you want to buy any nice food or clothes, I can buy them all for you. Qin Ruhua threw off his hand. What do you mean by this? Zhuo Fan, don't be afraid. I'm not married. I just think you're beautiful and have a nice figure, and I'd like to try being with you. Qin Ruhua's face was as cold as water. Manager Zhuo, do you know that our chairman is already on his way? If he learns that you have such thoughts, this deal will be off. Zhuo Fan was taken aback. Could Miss Qin perhaps know our group chairman? Qin Ruhua. Manager Zhuo, do watch your tongue. The fact that our chairman came today was entirely on account of your company's CEO. Please do not ruin the sincerity of this cooperation. She said this solely to intimidate Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan faltered and hastily apologized. Miss Qin, you're mistaken. Completely mistaken. That wasn't what I meant at all. This cooperation existed entirely because Zhongjin Group was doing them a favor. Otherwise, based on their company's qualifications, they wouldn't have even caught Zhongjin Group's discerning eye. Thus Xue Fan understood this well. So he reined in his behavior considerably. Meanwhile, Su Yun outside the door had finished recording. Pocketing his phone, he pushed open the door and walked in. President Su. The moment Qin Ruhua saw him, her heart finally eased. She hurried forward and bowed to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded, then turned his icy gaze upon Xue Fan. So this is President Su. Xue Fan was astonished. How could this young man be actually the president of Zhongjin? He smiled. President Su, pleased to meet you. I am Xue Fan, responsible for this deal. Su Yun glanced at him. The contract. Xue Fan smiled. President Su, please don't be impatient. The contract is on its way. On its way? I don't have much time. Su Yun glanced at his watch. Xue Fan swallowed hard. He had nearly been overwhelmed by Su Yun's commanding presence. Su Yun walked forward, sat down on the sofa, and said coldly, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't produce the contract, go explain yourself to your boss. Xue Fan furrowed his brow. President Su, why such urgency? Why not stay? I've already made reservations at a restaurant. Please, and Miss Qin as well. Su Yun gave him a sidelong glance. I have no desire to dine with a pig like you. With these words, Xue Fan was completely stunned. President Su Yu. Su Yun laughed coldly and pulled out his phone, pressing the record button. It played Xue Fan's earlier harassing words to Qin Ruhua. It turned out that while Xue Fan was harassing Qin Ruhua earlier, he had already been recording everything. Don't think I didn't know what you were doing just now. Dare to harass my secretary. I'll be sending this recording directly to your company's CEO. Manager Xue, will 5 minutes be enough? At this moment, Xue Fan was already drenched in cold sweat. Enough. It's coming right away. He frantically grabbed his phone to urge them on. Meanwhile, regret gnawed at his heart. How had he, upon seeing Qin Ruhua, been so bewitched that he'd lost all reason? Standing behind Su Yun, Qin Ruhua was also shocked. So he had arrived long ago. Hearing this recording, her face flushed red. When she had used Su Yun's chairman identity to intimidate that manager earlier, he must have heard everything. So, is President Su standing up for me right now? Qin Ruhua pressed her lips together, her heart stirred with emotion. Soon, the contract arrived. Drenched in sweat, Xue Fan hastily sat down, pulling out a pen to sign. Hold on. But Su Yun stopped him. President Su. Manager Xue, with that recording, I doubt your manager position is secure anymore, is it? This? Xue Fan swallowed hard. But since he had risen to manager, he wasn't a complete fool. President Su, what exactly are you implying? I'm not married, so what's wrong with pursuing Miss Qin? Even if you take this recording to our CEO, I'll say exactly the same thing. Su Yun laughed coldly. Who you pursue is none of my concern, but pursuing my girlfriend, that's another matter entirely. At once, Qin Ruhua lowered her blushing face. Xue Fan swallowed. She's really your... He pointed at Qin Ruhua, his face filled with embarrassment. Su Yun, it seems I should have someone prepare a legal notice for you. Xue Fan was stunned. This. I didn't do anything inappropriate to Miss Qin. What can you possibly do with just a recording like this, eh? Su Yun smiled coldly. Can't do much, but tarnishing your reputation should be quite doable. Your company has been anticipating this deal for a long time. The deal falls through with Zhongjin Group because of your foolish actions. What will your company's CEO think? What will your colleagues and subordinates think? Xue Fan's teeth clenched, his face drained of color. President Su, what do you want? Give us 2 more percentage points. I'll reconsider deleting the recording. Xue Fan roared in anger. President Su, this is beyond my authority. Is that so? Su Yun rose slowly. Then let's meet in court. I have plenty of time to destroy you. Feel free to try if you don't believe me. Xue Fan swallowed hard. Now he was truly afraid. When he first saw Su Yun, Xue Fan had actually felt a hint of contempt. After all, Su Yun was far too young, while he was already a wily old fox in his 40s. Now threatened by Su Yun like this, he suddenly realized how utterly foolish his earlier behavior had been. President Su, don't do this, I'll concede. Okay. And so, he voluntarily modified the contract terms, granting Zhongjin Group an additional 2 percentage points. Of course, he would have to bear this loss himself. Then both parties signed their names, and Su Yun deleted the recording. He let Qin Ruhua secure the contract, then turned to face Xue Fan with a sneer. Managers would go look in a mirror and see how ugly you are. You dare pursue my secretary? He took Qin Ruhua's small hand and walked out of the office. Xue Fan slammed his fist onto the table in rage. He gasped sharply, his hand throbbing painfully, swollen and bruised. President Su, thank you. Qin Ruhua gently disentangled her hand from Su Yun's grasp. Once they were outside, her shyness barely contained. Ruhua, don't misunderstand. I only said that to make him concede on the terms. Qin Ruhua, I understand. But I still want to thank President Su. Su Yun smiled. Next time wait for me before entering. Don't go in alone. You can't negotiate anything worthwhile, and you'll only get bullied. Qin Ruhua's pretty face flushed. Oh, I understand. This time, combined with that Japanese restaurant incident from before, Twice now. A knock came at the hotel room door. Su Yun hurried over to open the door. To his surprise, Qin Ruhua stood there shyly holding a bottle of wine. President Su, would you have a drink with me? Of course, please come in. Su Yun was taken aback. What was going on today? Suddenly asking me for a drink. If he remembered correctly, Qin Ruhua wasn't much of a drinker, was she? However, Qin Ruhua walked into his room with perfect composure. The two sat down on the sofa. She poured a glass of wine for herself and another for Su Yun. President Su, you helped me out at the Japanese restaurant last time, and again this time. Thank you. Su Yun smiled. I thought something serious had happened. So it's just this. What's the big deal, eh? Qin Ruhua pursed her lips. But I still want to thank you. Su Yun glanced at her and nodded. They clinked glasses and each took a sip. Su Yun chuckled. You're not a good drinker, so take it easy. The whiskey Qin Ruhua had brought was 40 alcohol by volume. Drinking it straight didn't bother Su Yun, but he worried Qin Ruhua would get drunk. Qin Ruhua, however, lowered her head and stared blankly at the glass in her hand. Seeing this, Su Yun frowned. Something's off with her today? Ruhua, is something troubling you? Qin Ruhua looked up at him, bit her lip, and nodded. If you need my help, just say so. No, it's not that. Qin Ruhua quickly waved her hands. I didn't come to you for that. Then what is it? Su Yun asked, puzzled. Lately, Qin Ruhua sighed, her fingers slowly tracing the rim of the glass. Actually, I'm really grateful that you came into my life, President Su. You've changed my life. Su Yun smiled. It's nothing. No need to thank me. Besides, you're capable, and you deserve this salary. Qin Ruhua forced a smile. Actually, my mother hasn't been in good health lately. She's been in the hospital, but her condition hasn't improved much. And yesterday, seeing her hesitate, Su Yun already understood. Sometimes when a woman comes to talk to you, it's because she wants you to comfort and guide her. At times like this, a man should be thoughtful and considerate of her feelings, not act like a clueless macho guy who just talks on and on. He should play the role of a good listener. Sure enough, seeing that Su Yun remained silent and merely looked at her tenderly, Qin Ruhua took a deep breath. Yesterday, my ex-boyfriend came looking for me again. He found out that I work for you and earn a high salary every month, so he wants to get back together. Leaning back on the sofa, Su Yun took a sip of his wine and asked gently, what did you say? That's absolutely out of the question. He's the kind of person who values wealth over love. Before, because my family was struggling, my mother was sick and I couldn't find a job. He picked a random excuse to pick a fight with me, and then we broke up. But now, alas. She sighed again. President Su, I'm so sorry. I know I shouldn't be bothering you with this. But I don't have any friends here to confide in. Lately, I've been under so much pressure and my heart is so tired. Su Yun patted her shoulder. Sometimes these things just happen. But you should look on the bright side. At least you've seen that man for what he truly is. Think about it, you're now a high-ranking white-collar professional earning 2,000 yuan a month. How many people would kill for this job but can't get it? You're exceptional, and you've proven yourself with your abilities. Your future is bright. As for your mother, I do have a suggestion. Qin Ruhua was taken aback. Wah. What suggestion? Transfer her to another hospital. Transfer her. Su Yun nodded. The medical conditions in Zhangsheng aren't really that great. Why not transfer your mother to Daijing? Qin Ruhua was stunned. But President Su Yun cut her off. I'll cover the expenses. Off. This. Qin Ruhua hurriedly shook her head like a rattle drum. No, this would drag you into trouble, President Su. My mother has liver cancer. No matter what treatment she gets, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. President Su, please don't do this. I would feel terribly indebted. Su Yun was taken aback. Leaning back on the sofa, he murmured, liver cancer. Is it already at the terminal stage? Qin Ruhua's eyes welled up with tears, and she gritted her teeth and nodded. Only then did Su Yun realize the enormous pressure Qin Ruhua had been bearing behind the scenes. Yet she still worked diligently every day and never once let things slip. My mother raised me on her own since I was little. Now she's fallen ill with this disease. Even though she doesn't want me to pay for treatment, I can't just stand by and watch her. That's why I've been working hard to earn money. Even if she eventually passes away, at least I fulfilled my filial duty. As she spoke, her voice trailed off. Qin Ruhua covered her face and sobbed quietly. Su Yun was not the kind of man to take advantage of someone in distress. But at times like this, a woman needed someone to lean on. Su Yun reached out proactively and pulled Qin Ruhua into his embrace. She cried even harder. Ruhua will handle the hospital transfer and cover the costs. Let's send your mother to Daijing for treatment. The medical facilities there are far better, and your mother won't have to suffer as much. Moreover, even stage 3 liver cancer isn't necessarily hopeless. There have been successful cases of treatment. You must never give up hope. I'm willing to be your strong support. Of course, I know what kind of person you are. I won't just give you the money for nothing. From now on, work hard for me. How about it? Qin Ruhua looked up. What she saw was Su Yun's resolute smile. A sense of security suddenly surged through her. President Su. Su Yun was also a bit surprised. President Su, I. Qin Ruhua's face flushed crimson red all the way to her earlobes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. She knew Su Yun had a girlfriend. This was absolutely not her intention. Su Yun smiled, but instead of addressing that issue he asked, what do you think of my suggestion just now? I don't know. Qin Ruhua's mind was in a whirl. Then think it over when you get back. I'll deduct the cost of treating your mother from your monthly salary, but I won't deduct it all. As for the transfer procedures for your mother, come with me to handle them when we get back. If you need any money, just ask me directly. Qin Ruhua was deeply moved. This man before her, no matter what, had already found his way into her heart. Unstoppably. If before Qin Ruhua had only regarded Su Yun as her immediate superior. Now things were different. She now saw Su Yun as her own pillar of support. The next morning Qin Ruhua woke up in Su Yun's embrace. Both of them had fallen asleep on the sofa without realizing it. Last night she had drunk too much. She had fallen asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Su Yun had kept her company with a few drinks, but he was far from drunk. Yet with a fragrant beauty nestled in his arms, how could he possibly refuse? He couldn't. So he decided to make the most of it, and held Qin Ruhua as he drifted off to sleep. Of course nothing happened between them. Seeing Su Yun embracing her, Qin Ruhua's cheeks flushed crimson. She didn't dare wake him. Gently she slipped out of his arms, her heart pounding wildly. Glancing around, she noticed a few empty wine bottles still sitting in front of them. Qin Ruhua's head still felt a bit dizzy. Clearly she had drunk far too much last night. Afraid of waking Su Yun, she tiptoed out of the room and fled as quickly as she could. Shortly after, Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. In truth, he had woken up long ago, even before Qin Ruhua. That little girl still so shy. Su Yun smiled faintly, stretched, and rose from the sofa. Today marked the 14th day since he had awakened the system. Unable to resist, Su Yun opened the system interface and checked in. Check-in successful. Money 1000000. You have checked in for 14 consecutive days. Detected that the host has checked in for 14 consecutive days. Triggering critical hit reward. 14-day consecutive gift pack 1. Lucky draw chances 2. Money 50000. Su Yun's eyes widened. Just as he had expected, the rewards for 14 consecutive days of check-ins were far greater. Your savings account ending in 8888 CCB has received a transfer of 600 yuan. Balance 1881000 yuan. Su Yun swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement. Open the gift pack. Gift pack opened successfully. Obtained 100 equity in Starlight Entertainment. Starlight Entertainment. Su Yun didn't know much about this company, but judging by the name, it probably dealt with the entertainment industry. Immediately after, he used his 2 lucky draw chances to start the draw. The wheel spun rapidly. Finally, the pointer gradually came to a stop. Draw successful. Obtained 51 equity in yuan platform. Draw successful. Obtained 3 billion yuan investment card. 3 billion investment card grants 1 investment opportunity with a quota of 3 billion yuan. Using it will not generate all points. This card must be used for investment and cannot be used for consumption. Investment. Su Yun's brows relaxed slightly. He had been pondering the question of investment for a while. 10 million a day was more than enough for spending and showing off in daily life. But when it came to investing, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Now with this 3 billion, Su Yun could finally step through the threshold of high-level investment. He took out the equity confirmation agreements for Starlight Entertainment and yuan platform from the system storage and carefully read through them. Wasn't Su Yuan's live streaming room previously ordered to rectify and have its popularity reduced? Isn't this yuan equity coming at just the right time? The system truly knows me. As for Starlight Entertainment, Su Yun decided he would have to go and see it in person. Following the information on the agreement, he dialed the phone number of Yan Liang, the chairman of yuan platform. After 3 rings, the call connected. Hello, who is this? The person who answered was not a man but a woman. Su Yun said, I'm looking for President Yan. It's about your company's financing and equity transfer. Put him on the line. On the other side, Yan Liang was sitting in his office, troubled. The competition among live streaming platforms was fierce. Yuan also needed to increase revenue and reduce expenditure while attracting traffic. In search of financing channels, Yan Liang had run himself ragged these past few days. But the results were less than satisfactory. If he failed to find financing, soon the company would be in danger. They would have to cut spending and expenses on the live streaming sector. If that happened, Yuan would be even less able to compete with major platforms like Douyu, Tiger Shark, and Tencent. These platforms had risen rapidly thanks to short videos. Live streaming commerce should have been their strong suit. If they lost at this critical juncture, Yan Liang would have no face left to meet the shareholders on the board. Moreover, if the parent group discovered that the live streaming division was losing money, they would surely send people to hold him accountable. In that case, his position as acting CEO would no longer be secure. After all, Yuan was just a platform, a subsidiary. The parent company behind it was a massive global conglomerate rooted in ByteDance. In other words, although Yan Liang held some equity in the parent group, at the end of the day, he was just an employee. If he lost his position as chairman of the subsidiary, his mere one stake in the parent group would be useless. He wouldn't be able to accomplish anything with it. There was even a chance the parent company would forcibly oust him and leave him bankrupt. However, there was finally a turning point. That morning, someone had spent a fortune to acquire 51 of yuan platform's shares. Unlike the parent group, the subsidiary did not adopt a dual-class share structure. For the subsidiary, shares meant power. Yan Liang was deeply moved. He had come to the office early in the morning waiting for the other party to call. Yet it was now almost 10 a.m. The call still hadn't come. Yan Liang grew so anxious he couldn't even sit still. Just then a female secretary put a call through to his main line. President Yan, Mr. Su called and wants to meet you to discuss the financing issue. Yan Liang was overjoyed. Put him through right away. Soon the phone rang twice and a man's voice came through. President Yan. Hello, I am indeed Yan Liang. Hello, I'm the one who bought your company's shares this morning. How about we talk in person? Great. Where are you now, Mr. Su? I'm in Yanqing at the moment. I'll book a flight right away. I'll come over this afternoon to meet you in person, Mr. Su. All right. Contact me when you arrive. After hanging up, Yan Liang quickly rose and straightened his attire. Xiaozheng booked 2 tickets to Yanqing. You're coming with me. Bring all the financing documents. Yes, President Yan. On the other side. After hanging up, Su Yun figured that Yan Liang wouldn't arrive in Yanqing until the afternoon. He could head to Starlight Entertainment first. So he found the phone number of Zhang Min, the general manager of Starlight Entertainment, on the equity confirmation agreement. Hello. The person who answered was also a woman. However, judging by her voice, she seemed to be older. Hello, is this President Zhang? Yes, it is. I'm Su Yun. On the other end of the line, Zhang Min was a little surprised. Su Yun. Mr. Su, did you purchase our company's shares this morning? That's right. That's wonderful. I've been eager to meet you in person, Mr. Su, but I've been busy all morning. I never expected you to call me yourself. Su Yun chuckled. Do you have time in a bit? I'll come over to the company for a look. Welcome. I'll be at the company waiting for your arrival. All right, that's settled then. Su Yun then got up, washed up, changed his clothes, and went next door to knock on Qin Ruhua's door. At that moment, Qin Ruhua had just finished taking a shower. When she opened the door, she was wearing a bathrobe, steam still rising from her body, her pretty face flushed. Su General. Qin Ruhua's heart raced. She didn't know why, but now she couldn't bear to look Su Yun in the eye. Because she hadn't forgotten what happened last night, kissing Su Yun. And it was she who had taken the initiative to kiss him. Ruhua, do you have time? Come with me later to handle some business. Qin Ruhua was stunned. General Su, is there anything else that needs to be done? After signing the documents yesterday, shouldn't the work be finished? She had already prepared to return to Zhangqing. Su Yun shrugged. Nothing major. I just bought 2 more corporations. Come meet their president with me later. Hearing this, Qin Ruhua was completely dumbfounded. Again, bought 2 corporations. This. How could this not be a big deal? General Su, you bought another company. Which companies? Su Yun, Stardust Entertainment, and Kneeling Music Platform shares. Qin Ruhua swallowed hard. Just how rich was General Su? Buying people's shares so casually, and speaking of it so nonchalantly. She pouted and said, General Su, why didn't you tell me in advance again? I'm your secretary after all. Su Yun grinned. Well, I'm telling you now, aren't I? Qin Ruhua sighed. All right, then General Su, please wait inside for a moment. I'll change clothes. Sure. Without standing on ceremony, Su Yun walked right in. He discovered that Qin Ruhua had already packed her luggage. Now that the itinerary had changed, she had to dig out a business suit from her suitcase to change into in the bathroom. The bathroom inside the room was separated by a layer of frosted glass. Yet through the silhouette, one could see Qin Ruhua's graceful figure as she changed clothes. He swallowed hard, trying not to look, but stared for quite a while. Nonsense. Su Yun wasn't exactly a man of high principles either. When there's something to see, one should see it. The figure was truly exceptional. Soon, Qin Ruhua came out after changing and prepared some documents along with the official seal, placing them in a briefcase. Su Yun smiled. Everything's already signed, no need to prepare these. Huh, this. Qin Ruhua was utterly confused. It had only been one night. Where did he find the time to get everything signed? Of course, Qin Ruhua couldn't understand the miraculous workings of the system, which had long prepared everything for Su Yun. She could only nod and leave the room together with Su Yun. The two took a taxi together to Stardust Entertainment's headquarters. This company hadn't gone public yet, and was still in the stage of cultivating stars and accumulating initial capital. Purchasing such a company, even in the entertainment industry, was quite easy to accomplish. The original chairman took the money and retired, so only a general manager remained in the company. Zhang Min had been the founder of Stardust Entertainment. Although she was nearly 40, her entrepreneurial fighting spirit remained. Learning that the chairman had sold the company, Zhang Min had a big argument with him. But since the matter was already settled, she couldn't stop it. After receiving Su Yun's phone call, Zhang Min notified the entire company. For a moment, everyone in the company from top to bottom was extremely worried about their future. wondering whether the new chairman would reform the company's current situation. Did you see the announcement just now, eh? Saw the company was sold. I was thinking maybe it's time to jump ship. Sunwind Film Group is headhunting me. If it weren't for Sister Zheng treating me so well these past years, I would have jumped already. People discussed eagerly. The topics all revolved around the new chairman and upcoming company decisions. Nini, what do you think? On the other side, Song Jiangni looked up from her script and smiled. There's no point in discussing this kind of thing. In the end, it all depends on how Sister Zheng and the new chairman negotiate. Let's just wait and see. Song Jiangni. She was Su Yuan's roommate. She was the newly signed artist under Stardust Entertainment. She had taken 2 or 3 film roles, all supporting parts. This time, although the audition was very successful, it was also a supporting role. However, this time, she was participating in a science fiction film. Quite different from the previous crime detective and suspense genres. Song Jiangni also wanted to try changing genres to break through her acting skills. Our company only makes small films and web dramas. Even if they change their strategy, the capital pool is just that big. I doubt it'll work. Besides Song Jiangni was Zhao Yuan, her closest colleague at the company. Dandan, are you going to jump ship too? Song Jiangni asked. Me? I want to, but who would even want me? Zhao Yuan said with a bitter smile. Song Jiangni patted her shoulder comfortingly. Hearing that Stardust Entertainment was for sale, competitors in the industry had recently been poaching their people. The biggest competitor was Sunwind Film Group, also from Yanqing. They had several $100 million theatrical films under their belt. The box office numbers were all decent. Their credentials spoke for themselves. But even with their efforts, they could only lure away the company's top-tier stars. Song Jiangni and Zhao Yuan were both second- and third-tier supporting actors with little prestige, so naturally no one came looking for them. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Zheng Min, with her neat short hair, walked out with steady strides, her face grave as she said, "Everyone, the new chairman wants to see a stage play we're currently rehearsing. Follow me to the theater to welcome the new boss." Yes. Zhao Yuan grabbed Song Jiangni and followed the group to the theater. In Yanqing, due to the flourishing tourism industry, many film studios had been built. Because Stardust Entertainment had a small capital pool, they couldn't get those major film studios, so they could only borrow or rent. Producing small films and web dramas didn't really require grand sets anyway. But the company did indeed purchase a theater. When nothing was happening, they would rehearse stage plays, which was also a source of income. When they arrived at the theater, Zheng Min immediately had the actors rehearsing the stage play prepare. Song Jiangni and Zhao Yuan were among them. These actors worked quite hard in their daily lives, acting while also rehearsing stage plays. Though this could all sharpen their skills, they rarely had time to come here normally. And stage plays were merely a sideline for the company. Nobody took them very seriously. But since the new boss wanted to watch, these actors had to get into shape. While everyone was putting on makeup, Su Yun had arrived with Qin Ruhua. The two got out of the taxi, and Qin Ruhua obediently followed behind Su Yun. Walking into the theater, they saw a group of people below the stage with someone practicing above. Zheng Min was directing below. Somewhat curious, Su Yun and Qin Ruhua found 2 seats and sat down to watch. Just then, Zheng Min turned her head and noticed there were actually spectators in the theater. Could it be that General Su had arrived? Her heart was anxious, but instead of going up to greet him, she earnestly guided the actors in their rehearsal. She wasn't the type to do superficial work, letting General Su see the caliber of Stardust Entertainment's actors. That was far better than going up to flatter and make small talk. And so, a stage play began and the rehearsal commenced. An hour later, the play concluded. The performers dispersed to rest. Throughout the entire venue, Su Yun alone remained in his seat. Seeing this, Zheng Min concluded he must be the new boss, so she walked over and sat down beside Su Yun and the others. "Mr. Su." Su Yun smiled and nodded. The two shook hands. Zheng Min asked, "What do you think of the performance?" Su Yun replied, "I don't know much about theater, so I can't comment in detail, but I found it quite entertaining." He added, "Did you write this play, miss?" "So." Zheng Min answered, "Indeed." Su Yun's eyes lit up. "I never imagined you had such talent, miss." "Zheng." "Admirable." Zheng Min chuckled. "You flatter me, Mr. Su." "And who is this?" "Oh, she is my secretary, Miss Qin Ruhua." "Hello." "Hello, Miss Zheng," Qin Ruhua said with a smile. The scene of Zheng Min conversing with Su Yun in the auditorium immediately drew the attention of the performers on stage. One by one, they nervously glanced over. "Hey, could that be the new boss?" "What the hell? When did he get in?" "Don't you see, Miss Zheng has already gone up to greet him." "The new boss? He looks so young." Zheng Min took a pack of cigarettes out of her pocket and offered one to Su Yun. "No thanks, I don't smoke." Zheng Min smiled and nodded. Upon learning he didn't smoke, she refrained from smoking as well. Su Yun asked, "How many artists does our company currently have?" Zheng Min replied, "Around 20 or so, including 2 A-list actors who have both appeared in theatrical films and whose acting skills are quite solid. There are also more than 10 B-list and C-list actors. The company often takes on low-budget films and web series to hone their acting skills." As for the remaining D-list artists, we have agreements with several live streaming platforms for them to sell products via live streams, generating revenue. Soo-yoon showed no expression, but he had a clear picture in mind. This Starry Sky Entertainment was indeed a small company. Surprisingly, only 2 actors had ever made it to theatrical releases. But even that was already commendable. The entertainment industry is fiercely competitive now. It's entirely a game of capital. Small-scale companies are either weeded out or acquired. To make a name for oneself, you have to spend money. This aligned perfectly with Soo-yoon's thinking. He asked, does the company have any film projects currently in production? Jung-min answered readily. There's a sci-fi film in the planning stages that has potential for a theatrical release. We've also started shooting several web series. Though Soo-yoon was quite young, Jung-min did not underestimate him. Even though Starry Sky Entertainment was only a small company, its value was not insignificant. Since this Mr. Soo had been able to buy the entire company outright, he was certainly a man with deep pockets. However, the recent sale of the company had left everyone from top to bottom anxious and unsettled. Competitors were scrambling to poach talent. Jung-min found this extremely vexing. Then she heard Soo-yoon laugh and say, the company may experience some turbulence lately, but now that I've taken over, everything will remain unchanged. The company will still be managed by you on my behalf. I heard you mention earlier that you're planning a sci-fi film. Jung-min nodded, though she found his words a little odd. What did Mr. Soo mean by saying that? Sci-fi is a high-cost genre. I suppose the company has been trying to raise funds. Do you have a script yet? Jung-min replied with a smile. We do have a script, but rest assured, Mr. Soo, it's only a low-budget sci-fi film. It won't exceed the company's capabilities. We've also done market research and planning. It will generate stable profits and absolutely won't lose money. I can guarantee that to you, Mr. Soo. She was a bit worried. Domestic sci-fi was a weak link in the current industry. The script wasn't the problem. The main issues were visual effects, grand scenes, and of course acting. All of that required hiring professional teams. And hiring a top-tier team would undoubtedly require far more money. Look at the domestic sci-fi films today, except for a few hugely successful blockbusters. The rest are all trash, drowned, and ignored. Starry Sky Entertainment wanting to tackle sci-fi is undoubtedly challenging the weakest point of the domestic sci-fi film industry. Jung-min was afraid Soo-yoon would pull the plug on this project, for then all their efforts would have been in vain. Instead, she heard Soo-yoon wave his hand and laugh. I don't care about profit or loss. I bought our company simply because I want to make a few good films for fun. Since you want to make a sci-fi film, Ms. Jung, our company's funds are certainly insufficient to cover the cost. How about this? I'll personally invest 3 billion yuan. What do you think? At that moment, Jung-min froze in place, staring at him in utter disbelief. 3 billion yuan. This. She wondered if she had misheard. That was 3 billion yuan. How could he say it so casually? Soo-yoon didn't elaborate further, but turned to Qin Ruhua and said, Ruhua, transfer my money into the company account shortly for Ms. Jung to make the film. Even Qin Ruhua was dumbfounded. It took her a long moment to react. Oh, understood, Mr. Soo. 3 billion yuan. Soo-yoon's wealth had once again shattered Qin Ruhua's perception. This was no longer money an ordinary tycoon could produce. Many films are financed by multiple parties. Scraping together 3 billion yuan would be extremely difficult. Hardly any domestic film could enjoy such treatment, let alone a sci-fi film. Qin Ruhua felt like she was dreaming. So did Jung-min. She scratched her head. Mr. Soo, did you just say 3 billion yuan? I think this money should be enough for a sci-fi film. Our company will use this film to make a name in the market. I'll continue injecting capital into the company account to form a virtuous cycle. We also need to sign more artists and refine the company's entertainment ecosystem. Jung-min swallowed hard. She thought Soo-yoon was joking. But then Soo-yoon directly pulled out a bank card and handed it to Qin Ruhua. There's no time to waste. Transfer the money now. Yes. Qin Ruhua nodded and turned to Jung-min. Ms. Jung, what do you think? All right, follow me. How could Jung-min still play dumb at this point? She immediately took Qin Ruhua to handle the matter. Soo-yoon sat alone in the theater waiting. At that moment, Song Jiangni and the other performers, having removed their makeup and changed clothes, came out. They noticed Ms. Jung was absent and began looking around. Where's Ms. Jung? She went to handle something with the new boss's secretary. Song Jiangni was taken aback and looked around. Has the new boss already arrived? Where is he? He's sitting right up there. Song Jiangni paused and looked up, and sure enough, she saw a dark figure sitting in the dim auditorium, head bowed, playing with his phone. That's the new boss. Song Jiangni was dumbfounded. Yeah, the boss arrived while you all were still rehearsing. Suddenly, another artist came running over, face brimming with excitement. Hey, guess what? I just saw Ms. Jung tell the new boss's secretary that the boss invested 3 billion yuan in our company to make a sci-fi film. The instant these words fell, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. What? 3 billion? Are you kidding? How could anyone possibly have that much money? Damn, just who is this new boss? 3 billion. Even in the hands of the country's top-tier team, that's an astronomical sum. Song Jiangni swallowed hard, also finding it quite novel. Beside her, Zhao Yuan was stunned as well. It seems this new boss is quite generous after all. Song Jiangni nodded in profound agreement. Yet she felt that although she couldn't see the new boss's face, clearly it gave her a familiar feeling. Meanwhile, Qin Ruhua had smoothly transferred the 3 billion into Star Entertainment's account. She herself was also quite shaken. She had never handled such a huge sum of money for President Su. Who exactly was President Su? What sort of colossal consortium stood behind him? President Zeng, has the money arrived? Zeng Min had just finished confirming over the phone as she nodded. Miss Qin, there's no need to stand on ceremony. From now on, just call me Sister Zeng. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Sister Zeng. Let's go and report back to President Su. Sure. The two walked back together intimately. How's it going? Done. Su Yun asked. Qin Ruhua nodded. President Su, the money has already been transferred to the company's account. Su Yun smiled and patted her shoulder, then said to Zeng Min, President Zeng, the subsequent filming will be up to you. Finding the team, casting actors, revising the script. I hope our company can produce a great movie with this money. Zeng Min swallowed hard, her face resolute. Don't worry, President Su. The company will never disappoint you. With a 3 billion budget, we could even hire a foreign team to do the special effects. But Su Yun shook his head. President Zeng, you've got this wrong. Since we're making a domestic sci-fi film, both the shell and the core must come from local teams. I won't rush you. Take your time and make it with care. Every frame of special effects must be done to perfection. If the money runs short, come to me for more. 3 billion is just a token gesture. Zeng Min was dumbfounded. 3 billion. A token gesture. Is your family in the banking business or the arms trade? Seeing that she was silent, Su Yun raised his hand to check the time. I think that's about it. If any situation arises, call Secretary Qin directly. We still have to return to Zhangqing tomorrow. Zeng Min gave a start, then nodded. Rest assured, President Su. I will report the film's planning progress to Secretary Qin at any time. Qin Ruhua quickly waved her hands, laughing. No need for that, Sister Zeng. It's not about reporting. I'm just doing my job for President Su. Zeng Min smiled and nodded. Thereupon they parted ways. Su Yun turned his head to glance back and spotted a graceful figure on the stage looking toward them. His vision was sharp, and he instantly found her familiar. On the second look, he recognized her. Isn't that Yuan's roommate? Su Yun stopped in his tracks and looked toward the stage. Qin Ruhua and Zeng Min were both puzzled. Since Su Yun wasn't leaving, they didn't dare move either. Oh, President Zeng, does our company happen to have an artist named Nini? Su Yun didn't know Song Jiangni's full name, so he could only refer to her by her nickname. Zeng Min was taken aback and mulled it over. Nini, are you talking about Song Jiangni, President Su? Su Yun nodded. Yes, we have her. She's acted in a few crime and police web dramas for us. How's her acting? Su Yun asked. Zeng Min, she's decent. The company is just about to groom her. During the sci-fi audition earlier, she was cast as a supporting character. Su Yun smiled. She's a friend of mine. President Zeng, take care of her for me, but don't tell her it was me. Zeng Min was stunned. Then, fine. I will. Don't worry, President Su. Su Yun chuckled. Let's go. Thus the three left the theater together. After sending Su Yun and Qin Ruhua off, Zeng Min breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the theater, and went straight to Song Jiangni. Nini, come over here. Song Jiangni paused in surprise, then hurried up. Sister Zeng, anything wrong? Zeng Min looked her up and down. The new boss was very impressed with your performance, so the company has decided to let you play the main supporting role. Song Jiangni was utterly bewildered. What? You don't want it? No. That's not it. I'm willing. Song Jiangni said loudly. Good. You can let go of your previous role. The script will need to be revised too. From now on, you'll work with me. Thank you, Sister Zeng. Thank you, Sister Zeng. Song Jiangni's heart raced. She'd really hit a stroke of luck today. She'd suddenly earned the new boss's appreciation. But that shouldn't be. She wasn't the lead in this stage play rehearsal. After Song Jiangni came back, Zhao Yuan asked, Nini, what's up? Song Jiangni hadn't even snapped out of her excitement. Sister Zeng made me the main supporting actress in the next sci-fi film. Huh. No way. Nini, you're about to make it big. Zhao Yuan jumped up in joy. The two of them hugged like sisters. The surrounding artists looked on with envy. Go, Nini. The main supporting role in that sci-fi film. That's a role that can always appear alongside the lead. Nini, you've taken off. Wow. Nini, you've got to treat us all. No escaping it today. Song Jiangni was extremely happy. She really wanted to tell her good friend Yuan the news. In the car, Qin Ruhua seemed hesitant. Su Yun smiled. If there's something you want to ask, ask. Qin Ruhua, President Su, for just one movie is 3 billion a bit too. Su Yun, you think it's too much? Qin Ruhua swallowed and nodded. Su Yun, right now our country's entertainment industry is full of pan-entertainment and soft entertainment. Not only does it lack substance, it can easily harm the growth of young people. I bought this company. I said it was for fun, but in truth, I'm thinking of changing the domestic entertainment ecosystem. If we're going to play, we play big. 3 billion isn't a lot. If anything, it's too little. Qin Ruhua was speechless. She had initially felt that spending 3 billion on a film was too extravagant. But now hearing President Su's grand plan, she instantly felt that 3 billion was just a drop in the bucket. So, President Su's ambitions were indeed that vast. He even wanted to transform the domestic entertainment ecosystem. That's vision. Su Yin smiled. I'll continue to inject capital into Star Entertainment in the future. You should also stay in close contact with President Sun. Rest assured, President Su. Qin Ruhua sighed in her heart, thinking she would be coming to Yanqing on business often from now on. Su Yun. By the way, after we return to Yanqing, find me a personal lawyer and an investment consultant. I have use for them. Yes, President Su. This 3 billion investment card was nothing more than an opportunity for Su Yun. It was destined to become the stepping stone that led him into the investment world. Of course, having spent 3 billion without gaining a single point of heroic aura made Su Yun feel somewhat regretful. But then again, the start was promising. In the afternoon, Yin Liang arrived in Yanqing. Coming out of the airport, he went straight to the appointed meeting place with Su Yun. Su Yun had not waited long. Along with Qin Ruhua, he had secured a table at a restaurant waiting for the acting chairman of Guiyang. Qin Ruhua, when we get back, remember to take me to see your mother. Get the hospital transfer arranged for her. Qin Ruhua lowered her head and said, thank you. President Su. Su Yin smiled. Didn't you thank me enough last night? Qin Ruhua blushed. I know. No matter how many times I thank you, it will never be enough. Su Yin said, don't be so polite. Just then a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant and looked around. A waiter approached him. Are you looking for someone, sir? Yes, I'm looking for a Mr. Su. The waiter nodded. Please follow me. Su Yun had already instructed that anyone looking for him should be brought directly to him. And so Yin Liang soon met Su Yun. President Yin. President Su. The two shook hands. Su Yun introduced, this is Miss Qin, my secretary. She's also someone President Yin will be dealing with often. Yin Liang paused, then nodded. Hello, Miss Qin. Hello. The two sat down. Su Yun summoned the waiter and ordered several dishes. Not many, but all the most expensive ones. Yin Liang said, President Su need not be so polite. Once we're done here, I'll have to go back. There's a lot waiting at the company. Su Yun glanced at him. President Yin, no need to rush. Well, it's like this. I have a friend who is a streamer on Guiyang. It seems she offended someone. She was actually suspended for rectification, and her live stream room's popularity has dropped a lot. I heard the other party is Han Sheng, the young chairman of Yinling Entertainment. I wonder if President Yin knows him. Yin Liang frowned. What the hell? Did I come all this way just for this? He thought for a moment. I know Han Sheng. Their company is about to enter into some cooperation with us. Su Yun waved his hand directly. Cancel it. Huh? Yin Liang blinked, utterly stunned. President Su WH, what did you say? Cancel it. This Han Sheng used his power to bully my friend. I really don't like that kind of behavior, so I bought some shares in your company just to get even for her. Yin Liang. He was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a willful young rich man. To get even for someone, he bought 51 of the company's shares to cancel the cooperation with Han Sheng. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? That's 51 of the shares. How much is that worth? Yin Liang pondered for a long time before asking cautiously, may I ask President Su, what is that streamer's name? Su Yuan. Qin Ruhua, who was standing nearby, glanced at Su Yun. The name was clearly a girl's name. Had he bought shares of this company for a girl? Then what was President Su's relationship with her? No. Impossible. A man as devoted as President Su, how could he be keeping a mistress behind his girlfriend's back? She must definitely be overthinking. This Su Yuan also has the surname Su. She's probably President Su's relative. That must be it. Then Qin Ruhua remembered that last night after drinking she had taken the initiative to assault President Su and kissed him. Although President Su himself hadn't pursued it or gotten angry. But if Chi-Chi found out, wouldn't she lose her job? Instantly Qin Ruhua broke out in a cold sweat and resolved to build a good relationship with Chi-Chi after going back. Yin Liang immediately made a phone call. Hello. Check on a streamer named Su Yuan on our platform. Yes. Notify me the moment you have results. At that moment the dishes were served. Su Yin picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, President Yin, don't stand on ceremony. You must not have eaten yet. Come eat. Yin Liang smiled awkwardly. The two had a few dishes. Yin Liang looked ill at ease. This visit definitely could not be for just a streamer. This young new boss must certainly have decisions that would significantly impact the company's future. He probed cautiously, President Su, now that you've acquired our Guiyang platform, you're the head of the company. I merely want to ask whether President Su has any suggestions for the company's operations. Su Yin was taken aback. Huh? No, not at all. Yin Liang, no. Su Yin, didn't I already say it? I did it to vent my friend's pent-up anger. President Yin, next time don't go searching for business with people like Han Sheng. This man has poor character. Understand? Yin Liang was sweating profusely. He nodded incessantly. Yes. I'll have someone cancel the cooperation with Yinling Entertainment right away. He was shocked. In decades of business, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. He didn't believe it. He simply couldn't believe it. Do rich people really act this recklessly nowadays? Soon the call came back. President Yin, we found out. It was the general manager who ordered the rectification of that live stream room. Reason unknown. Yin Liang frowned. Manager Lin. Have him call me. Yes. Lin Quan was the general manager of the branch company. He remembered that Lin Quan seemed very close to Han Sheng. He was also the one who had promoted this cooperation. Sure enough, Lin Quan immediately called Yin Liang. President Yin, do you have any instructions? Yin Liang, Lin Quan, this matter of yours was handled dishonorably. Oh, what did I do wrong? Please be clear, President Yin. Yin Liang, hasn't our company recently been cooperating with the Yinlang Entertainment Company? Lin Quan Air. Yes. They agreed to bring us several top streamers at the tens of millions level as resident streamers for our platform. Yin Liang, what was the condition? Lin Quan, the condition was to use our platform's high-quality channels to sell the products they bring. Yin Liang, mimicking Su Yun's tone from earlier, said bluntly, cancel it. See, cancel it. Just cancel it. Lin Quan, I'm warning you. Han Sheng is never allowed to cooperate with our platform from now on. Understand? Lin Quan was dumbfounded. Huh? Why, President Yin? Yinlang's resources are very high quality. It would also be of enormous benefit to our platform. Yin Liang, I said no, and that's final. Right now I'm eating with our new boss. This is also the intention of the new boss, President Su. Do you understand? Lin Quan was an old hand in such matters. As soon as he heard this, he understood the general idea. President Yin, do you mean? Our new boss doesn't like that Yinlang. Yin Liang snorted coldly. It's not that he doesn't like Yinlang, it's Han Sheng he doesn't like. On the other end, Lin Quan wiped his sweat. Why is this again? Yin Liang relayed Su Yun's explanation. Lin Quan was silent on the phone for a very, very long time, unable to say a single word. Buying half the company's equity just to get back at Han Sheng for someone. What the hell? How domineering can one person be? Han Sheng had just walked out of a high-end club. He had spent the entire night there with a woman toiling away through the late hours. His company was on the verge of securing a partnership with the Neilsound platform. As the young chairman today, Han Sheng was scheduled to sign a contract with Neilsound Company. For this occasion, he had specially booked a flight from Yang City all the way to Daijing. This was the headquarters of Neilsound Company. Young Master Han, do come visit more often. A glamorous woman swayed out, murmuring seductively to Han Sheng with a knowing glance. Han Sheng grinned and pinched the woman's cheek. Count on it next time. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Lin Quan, the general manager of Neilsound Company. Han Sheng swallowed hard, feeling somewhat nervous. This was his first time successfully negotiating a deal for the company. Once he returned, it would be a significant achievement. Surely his father would praise him handsomely. Perhaps he would even buy him a nice car. Manager Lin, I've already arrived in Daijing. Please hold on for a moment, I'll be right over to sign. However, Lin Quan's tone on the phone was utterly cold. Young Master Han, our company has just decided not to proceed with the cooperation. Ha, Manager Lin, you're quite the jester. Don't joke around like that. Han Sheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter, assuming Lin Quan was just playing with him. But Lin Quan remained frostily dismissive. This is the order from our company's new chairman. Even I cannot change it. Young Master Han, you should return to Yang City. Upon hearing these words, Han Sheng was completely stunned. He could tell from Lin Quan's tone that there was not a hint of jesting. In other words, this was real. No, this couldn't be. Manager Lin, what do you mean by this? I traveled all the way from Yang City to get here, and now you're saying the deal is off. Lin Quan replied, alas, Young Master Han, this truly wasn't my decision. It was the chairman's decision. Your chairman? At this moment, Han Sheng's mind was in complete chaos. But I've never even met your chairman. Why would he issue such an order? Lin Quan sneered. Young Master Han, how would I know? Perhaps you somehow offended our chairman in the past, incurring his displeasure. Han Sheng stood there utterly bewildered. He carefully recalled his past actions. Not only had he never offended the chairman, he didn't even know who the chairman was. Manager Lin, please be direct. What exactly is going on? If you don't explain clearly, I won't be able to give my father an explanation when I get back. Lin Quan asked, what did young Master Han do previously in Yang City? Please think carefully. What he did in Yang City. Han Sheng furrowed his brow deep in contemplation. I didn't do anything at all. Lin Quan scoffed. You asked me, how would I know? Young Master Han returned to Yang City quickly. Goodbye. Click. The other end hung up. Han Sheng stood frozen in place, unable to come to his senses for a long while. What the hell? Who the hell did I provoke? These past few days he had been careful to conduct himself properly in order to close this deal. Except for that time, he went to the dance studio in Yang City to deliver a gift to Su Yuan. Wait. Could it be Su Yuan's boyfriend? Han Sheng scratched his head, looking utterly incredulous. Could that guy really be the chairman of Neilsound? How could that be possible? How old was he? Could there really be such a young chairman? At this moment, Han Sheng stood on the streets of downtown Daijing. For a time, he didn't know which way to go. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was chatting with Su Yun at home. Brother Su, is what you said really true? Su Yun replied. Yes, it's already been taken care of for you. Su Yuan was filled with astonishment and quickly checked her live stream room. Indeed, the rectification had been lifted and the popularity metrics shown in the back end had returned. Moreover, they had even surpassed the original levels. This, Brother Su, how did you manage that? Su Yun replied with a grin, can't tell you. Well, I don't have anything else to do here. I'm heading back to Zhang City. Su Yuan exclaimed. Then I'll rush to the train station to see you off right away. Su Yun replied. No need, I've already booked my ticket. I'm boarding now. Su Yuan said resentfully, you didn't even give me a heads up. Su Yun replied. I'll come see you again next time. Su Yuan said. Alright, but you have to think of me. I will. After hanging up, Su Yuan browsed the back end with eager anticipation. Just then her phone rang again. Hello? Is this Miss Su Yuan? Yes, who is this? Hello, I am Lin Quan, the manager of Neil Sound Company. There was a slight error in the work of our administrator previously. We mistakenly banned the wrong person. Now we've restored your account, and as compensation, we'll provide you with additional traffic promotion and daily activity boost. When would be a convenient time for you to come sign a new contract with us? Su Yuan was bewildered. Sign? Sign what contract? Lin Quan replied. You are now one of our company's top streamers. Moreover, you've generated substantial profits for our platform. Therefore, the contract we sign with you will also be updated. Su Yuan swallowed hard. Suddenly, she sensed that this matter definitely had something to do with Su Yun. Otherwise, why would the company suddenly call so politely to ask her to modify the contract? This. Should she agree? Su Yuan steeled herself, so. What kind of contract would this be? Lin Quan replied, effective immediately. Miss Su's live stream room will maintain the daily activity and exposure levels of a first-tier streamer. Additionally, the company will not take a single cent from your fans' tips. They will be entirely yours. The base salary for live streaming will still be split 50-50. In exchange, you will need to promote and sell the company's products through your live streams. You yourself will enjoy a 30% commission on all sales. What do you think, Miss Su? Su Yuan was stunned. This is far too generous. For a moment, Su Yuan couldn't decide whether to sign or not. Should she ask Brother Su? However, seeing her silence, Lin Quan grew anxious. Miss Su, if you're not satisfied, we can still negotiate. How about a 40% commission? No 50. Su Yuan. On the train back to Zhang City, Qin Ruhua glanced at the documents in her hands, frowning slightly. Mr. Su, I've done my research. Although Neil Sound has risen as a new player in the live streaming sector, it still can't compare to those major platforms. Platforms like Douyu, Tiger Shark, Tencent. These established companies all started in the live streaming industry. Whether in user loyalty or content quality, their live streaming services are superior to Neil Sound's. Before you acquired Neil Sound, they were actually struggling greatly. Yan Liang was even desperately searching for financing channels. Su Yun smiled. What are you worried about? Qin Ruhua. I'm worried that the Guan platform won't be profitable for you, President Su. It might even become a liability. Su Yun, but they do make some pretty good short videos. Qin Ruhua. Of course, that is Guan's strength and the reason for its rise. But when it comes to competing head-on with rivals in the live streaming sector, merely using quality short videos to attract traffic won't do much. I think Guan needs to recruit some top-tier streamers who already have a fan base. Of course, that would also be a considerable expense. Su Yun nodded. What you said makes a lot of sense. But doesn't poaching talent cost money? Qin Ruhua smiled. Naturally, it costs quite a bit, but that depends on how you, President Su, see it. If the Guan platform also has powerful streamers on board, especially the hottest esports streamers right now, or outdoor streamers with tens of millions of followers, convoys, and powerful guilds, then of course it would attract a huge number of users to register on Guan. Rather, the Guan app itself already has a very high installation base. People all over the country, men and women, young and old, are scrolling through Guan. Su Yun nodded. I'll consider your suggestion. If it's feasible, it's not out of the question to invest some money into Guan's company. Qin Ruhua nodded, saying nothing more. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, President Su, do you have any arrangements after we return to Zhangqing? Su Yun, of course I do, and you must come with me. Qin Ruhua was taken aback. What is it? Su Yun, to visit your mother and complete the paperwork for her transfer. Qin Ruhua was stunned. No matter how she thought about it, she never expected this matter to be so important to Su Yun. Feeling a little moved, she smiled and said, President Su, by the time we get back to Zhangqing, it will already be evening. This is a trivial matter for you, let's deal with it tomorrow. You've been working hard these past 2 days, President Su, you should get some rest. She didn't want to trouble Su Yun. Of course, after returning to Zhangqing, Qin Ruhua would definitely go to the hospital to see her mother first. However, Su Yun shook his head. There's no time to waste. I won't be able to put my mind at ease until this is done. Qin Ruhua pursed her lips, a blush rising on her pretty face. President Su, aren't you going back to accompany your girlfriend? Su Yun was taken aback. He glanced at her. I can accompany my girlfriend anytime. But arranging your family matters is arranging my business. Qin Ruhua lowered her head and softly hummed in acknowledgement. Just then his WeChat buzzed. Su-Yun took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a message from Du Shui. Honey, my mother has arrived in Zhongqing. Can I bring her home? Su-Yun, of course. I'm already on my way home. Oh, I'll be back in the evening. What is your mother usually like? I'll bring her some gifts. Du Shui, no. No need, honey. Thank you for your concern. Su-Yun, then let's talk about it when I get home. Du Shui, moi. Okay. At Jinglong Bei Zhongqing. Du Shui took a taxi bringing her mother and younger sister back together. Xiaoxue, you live here. Du Yuan stared in astonishment at the luxurious residential complex, momentarily dazed. Du Shui, yeah, it's pretty nice here, huh? Seeing you live and eat well puts my mind at ease. Du Yuan was nearly 50, a very plain and simple person. Frugal and thrifty by habit, she never forgot Du Shui whenever she had anything nice to eat or drink. She would even mail things from home for Du Shui to enjoy. Du Shui's younger sister Du Miao was still a senior in high school. This year was crucial for her, because her first choice was to get into Zhongqing University, so she had come along to take a look. Sis, this apartment must be really expensive. After getting out of the car, Du Shui helped her mother with the luggage and nodded at the question. The average housing price here is 10 to 20,000 yuan per square meter. Du Miao, wow. That expensive. How can you afford it? Du Shui smiled. I didn't buy it. My boyfriend did. Du Miao walked up with a sly grin. Sis, what kind of person is my brother-in-law? Du Shui smiled. You'll see him when he comes back tonight. Du Yuan hesitated. Xiaoxue, why don't I just stay at a hotel? Du Shui, mom. Didn't we already agree? Why would you go to a hotel? It's so expensive there. Don't waste the money. Du Yuan, but I'm not ready to meet my son-in-law yet. Du Shui had long told her mother about Su-Yun. However, she never revealed that she was his kept mistress because she was afraid her mother would oppose it. But in truth, the family had used plenty of the money Su-Yun sent over. Without Su-Yun, how could her mother alone ever afford to put her sister through college? Xiaoxue, where exactly does your son-in-law work? You never tell me these things. Du Yuan gave her daughter a reproachful look. Du Shui gave an awkward smile. He holds a nominal position at the company and lives off his shares. Du Yuan, so he must be in management or something, right? I guess so. Du Shui smiled. But mom, I'm a deputy manager now, and I earn 8 or 9,000 yuan a month. A 4S store manager's salary was over 10,000 yuan, while a deputy manager earned 8 to 9,000 or so. Moreover, the company would pay for the 3 insurances for you, providing some security. Du Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. When your son-in-law gets back, let me have a good look at him. Du Shui, of course. He's still busy with work, but he'll be back tonight. Apart from Du Shui, the whole family was looking forward to meeting Su-Yun, their son-in-law. But Du Shui was very worried. She was afraid her mother would discover that she was actually Su-Yun's mistress. She was also afraid Su-Yun would look down on her mother and sister. Thus Du Shui absent-mindedly brought her mother and sister back home. It was just past 7 p.m. The train pulled into the station. Zhu Shizhong greeted Su-Yun and Qin Ruhua at the entrance of the railway station. After getting into the car, Su-Yun smiled at Zhu Shizhong and said, Shizhong, nothing much has happened these past few days, right? Thank you for your concern, President Su. Nothing major. Zhu Shizhong also had a younger sister in high school. She was also a senior in high school, studying desperately lately, hoping to get into Zhongqing University so she could live together with her brother. So he had sent some money home these past few days to encourage his sister to study hard. Take me to the city hospital. Yes. The Phantom slowly drove out of the railway station along the neon-lit streets of Zhongqing in the night and arrived at the city hospital. In a luxurious private ward, a nurse was changing Qin Meichen's dressing. With rough movements, she pulled Qin Meichen's thin, bony arm and said impatiently, Old thing, I told you not to move. You made me miss the vein. Qin Meichen mumbled incoherently, still wearing a respirator, her mind already extremely weak. Although it was a top-tier ward costing 500 yuan a day, Qin Meichen's family rarely attended to the elderly woman due to work commitments. As a result, the nurses didn't show much attention to Qin Meichen. And why would they? Terminal liver cancer, a dying woman. Why bother with meticulous care? A caregiver had been hired too. Yet whenever it was time for dressing changes, Qin Meichen was always the last. When changing the sheets, the caregiver would bring yellowed, unwashed linen, still damp with moisture. The meals brought to her were mostly leftovers, reheated and sent over. No one cared about Qin Meichen. Her life had already reached its end. Apart from her daughter, who returned to the hospital every few days to see her, Qin Meichen had nothing left to hold on to in her heart. A woman in her 50s in the late stages of liver cancer. Yet she could still afford the most luxurious private ward and a caregiver. The hospital deliberately turned a blind eye, treating Qin Meichen and her daughter as prime targets to fleece. They would squeeze out however much they could. But even a clay bodhisattva has a temper. Facing such treatment, Qin Meichen felt indignant and resented the hospital. Her daughter had given her nothing but the best. Yet this hospital was hardly conscientious, simply because she had incurable terminal liver cancer, simply because she was an old woman destined to die. And so when the dressing change came tonight, The nurse barged into the ward, cursing under her breath, roughly grabbing her hand, while calling her old hag over and over. Qin Meichen didn't want her to change the dressing, so she kept resisting, futile though it was. Qin Meichen's hair had been shaved off and her body was gaunt. Lying in the hospital bed, she was nothing more than a dying patient barely clinging to life. The nurse grew angry. Keep squirming and nobody will change your dressing. Stay still. Qin Meichen stammered and thrashed her arms, but the nurse held her down firmly. Terminal liver cancer, about to die any day now, and you still can't stop making trouble for people. After all, Qin Meichen couldn't speak. She had lost her sense of taste anyway. And she was paralyzed after all. So no matter how the nurse complained, cursed, or handled her roughly, not a word of it could ever reach her daughter. She was already too weak. The hospital had inserted an assisted breathing tube, rendering her completely unable to speak. She could only communicate with her daughter through her eyes. Every time she saw her daughter visit, Qin Meichen would weep. Yet Qin Ruhua, weighed down by her busy work schedule, had never noticed how the hospital was treating her mother. The nurse missed several times with the needle. Furious, she kept cursing while pressing down harshly on Qin Meichen's arm to keep her still. After finally finishing the dressing, the nurse spat, "You old hag, half dead, yet still taking up a bed in our hospital. If it weren't for your daughter's money, I'd have thrown you out long ago. Just hurry up and die." Meanwhile, Qin Ruhua was already handling the transfer procedures. Su Yun, accompanied by Zhu Shizhong, arrived at the ward following the number she had given. Standing at the doorway, Su Yun knitted his brows. He had already witnessed what just happened. Zhu Shizhong took a step forward, but Su Yun stopped him. Just then the nurse walked out, still muttering curses. Seeing two tall men standing outside, she froze for a moment. Su Yun gave her a cold look. "Are you the nurse?" The nurse swallowed hard. "Why, yes. How is the elderly lady doing?" She's fine. I just changed her dressing." The nurse lowered her head, all her earlier arrogance vanishing in an instant. Su Yun narrowed his eyes and was about to push the door open. The nurse exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. "May I ask who you are?" Su Yun replied, "I'm her family." With that, he walked inside. Zhu Shizhong stood blocking the door, staring at the nurse with an icy expression. The nurse dared not say another word and turned to leave. Qin Meichen raised her head, her weak gaze settling on Su Yun as he entered the ward. Su Yun pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed, smiling. "Andy, hello. I'm Qin Ruhua's friend Su Yun. I heard you were staying here, so I came specially to see you." Qin Meichen made no response, only watching Su Yun with a faint glimmer in her eyes. She truly was a frail old woman by now. Su Yun held her hand. It was ice cold. "Andy Ruhua is handling your transfer right now. We're not staying here. We're going to Daijing, where we'll find the best doctors to treat you." At this, Qin Meichen nodded and gave Su Yun's hand a slight squeeze. "Don't worry. Cancer may be grave, but there are cases of recovery. Andy, please don't give up hope." Soon after, Qin Ruhua stepped into the ward, set down her bag, and walked over. "Mom, how are you feeling?" Tears were streaming from Qin Meichen's eyes. Staring at Qin Ruhua, she tremblingly reached out to hold her. Qin Ruhua extended her hand and clasped her mother's. Su Yun smiled slightly. "All the paperwork done. Will transfer to Daijing in a few days. It's just that the journey is bumpy, and I'm afraid Mom won't be able to endure it." Su Yun said nothing, rose and walked to the doorway, his eyes growing cold once more. "Shizhong, I need you to take care of something." He whispered a few words into Zhu Shizhong's ear. Zhu Shizhong hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily and turned away. Su Yun went to pour 2 cups of warm water and returned to the ward. As for what he had witnessed earlier, he had no intention of telling Qin Ruhua. After a while, a hospital director arrived. Chu Tsuenrui, a cancer specialist. He stepped into the ward to examine Qin Meichen's condition, then shook hands with Qin Ruhua and Su Yun. "I'm aware of the transfer situation," he said. "I'll personally get in touch with Daijing. However, regarding the expenses..." The specialist smiled, his meaning perfectly clear. Su Yun said, "This isn't the place for such talk. Let's discuss it outside." "Very well." The two stepped out of the ward. "I am Chu Tsuenrui. Might I ask your name?" Chu Tsuenrui took a glance at Su Yun and noticed how young he was. Probably the husband of that Miss Qin or something. Su Yun. "Hello, Mr. Su." Chu Tsuenrui smiled. "The medical authorities in Daijing have already been informed of the elderly lady's condition. Did Miss Qin just mention bringing in the finest doctors to treat her? I imagine such expenses would be." Su Yun waved a hand. "Professor Chu, money is not an issue. Once we're in Daijing, I want Annie to receive the best possible treatment." Chu Tsuenrui beamed at the title professor. He chuckled, "Rest assured, Mr. Su. Daijing's research on liver cancer has always been at the forefront of the world. Even though the elderly lady is already at stage 3 liver cancer, the chances of a successful cure are indeed far higher than here at Jiangxing Hospital. Moreover, in Daijing, she'll enjoy the best medical care conditions." Su Yun nodded. "That's good to hear. Professor Chu, as for the treatment costs, there's no need to approach Ruhua. From now on, contact me directly. Here's my number. Mr. So you should head back first. I'll stay here tonight to take care of Mom," Qin Ruhua said in the hospital room, a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Su Yun didn't object. "All right, I'll come again tomorrow." Qin Ruhua was taken aback. "Tomorrow? There's still something I need to take care of. Su Yun smiled, faintly stepped forward, and took Qin Meichen's hand. Auntie, I'm off now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Qin Ruhua's pretty face flushed. Then, take care, Mr. Su. You should rest too. Don't stay up too late. Got it. Qin Ruhua lowered her head, looking perfectly obedient. Su Yun said goodbye to Qin Meichen once more, then walked out of the hospital room. A quick glance at the time showed it was already past 9. Shizhong, how's it going? Zhu Shizhong, who had been waiting for Su Yun in the driver's seat, nodded. Mr. Su, the man has been found. He'll come by tonight, and I'll keep an eye on things here. Get it done, and I'll give you a bonus. Thank you, Mr. Su. Head back to Jinglong Bay. Yes, sir. 20 minutes later. The Phantom glided into Jinglong Bay. As he got out of the car, Su Yun instructed no need to come tomorrow. Just make sure everything gets done properly. Zhu Shizhong laughed honestly. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I served in the army for so many years, I still have a few old comrades. Su Yun nodded, said no more, and turned to go back. Mr. So you forgot your things. Zhu Shizhong called out. Oh, I almost forgot. Su Yun turned around and fetched a few gift bags. These were the gifts he had asked Zhu Shizhong to buy for Du Shui's mother. After leaving, he called his parents first to let them know he was safe. He said he'd arrived back in Zhangsheng without a hitch and would go see them tomorrow. His parents didn't say much, only reminding Su Yun not to overwork himself and to get more rest. Then Su Yun made his way up to the 19th floor. With too many gifts in his hands to take out the keys, Su Yun kicked the door with his foot. Shortly after, he heard a patter of slippers running from inside. The door opened. Du Shui stood there in cute pajamas, face full of pleasant surprise. You're back. Is Auntie home? She is. It was only just past 9, not nearly late enough to sleep yet. Besides, since Su Yun hadn't come back, Du Yuan and Du Miao Miao refused to go to bed. He changed into slippers and entered, then placed the gifts on the table. Du Yuan had already stood up and come over. Auntie, these are some gifts I bought for you. Just a small token, so please don't decline. Du Yuan nodded. So you're Xiao Su? Yes. Su Yun sat down on the sofa with Du Shui. Auntie, have you eaten? Yes, I have. Thanks for asking. Du Yuan smiled, gently sizing Su Yun up from head to toe, more pleased the longer she looked. Du Miao Miao was curious too. This brother-in-law is so handsome. And he had such a great aura. No wonder he'd managed to win over her sister. Du Shui's face turned red. Have you eaten? Su Yun rubbed his belly. Not yet. Du Yuan was startled, then quickly got to her feet. Xiao Xue, heat up some food for Xiao Su. Mom will help you. Oh, okay. Mother and daughter bustled into the kitchen. Su Yun felt a little warmth in his heart. This feeling of having someone heat up food and soup the moment you come home. It was pretty nice. And so only Du Miao Miao and Su Yun were left in the living room. Su Yun glanced at her. Du Miao Miao stared at Su Yun too. Then Su Yun glanced at her again, and Du Miao Miao's gaze had never left him. She was like a curious little hamster, her look extremely cute. You're Xiao Xue's sister, right? Have you heard of me, brother-in-law? Xiao Xue mentioned you're still in senior year. Brother-in-law, how tall are you? Su Yun was caught off guard. About 1.8 meters, never measured exactly. Du Miao Miao glanced at him, then drew a tape measure from behind her back. I'll measure you. Su Yun. What the hell? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He nodded. Fine. I'd like to know my exact height too. Du Miao Miao stood on tiptoe, tape in hand, and measured Su Yun at 1.81 meters. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Good. At least he was over 1.8 meters, that wasn't embarrassing. He hadn't known his height that well. He'd measured it once a few years ago, so he only had a rough idea. Wow. Brother-in-law, you're so tall. I can't even reach you. Du Miao Miao jumped a few times, but still couldn't touch Su Yun's head. It's because you're too short. Du Miao Miao pursed her lips. I'm still developing. Su Yun's face reddened. Well, girls develop early. You're already a senior. I guess there's probably no chance left. Who says? There's definitely still a chance. I want to grow as tall as my brother-in-law. Su Yun patted her head. Why do you want to be so tall? You want to be a model? Du Miao Miao nodded excitedly. But to be a model, it's not enough to be tall. Having a good figure is the most important thing. Have you learned anything about it? Du Miao Miao shook her head. No, not yet. Is it offered in college? Su Yun nodded. There is a specific modeling major, but it doesn't seem to exist in Zhangsheng. You'd have to go to a bigger city. Du Miao Miao said, but I want to take the exam for Zhangsheng University. Su Yun smiled. Then study it on your own. Du Miao Miao giggled. Brother-in-law, how old are you this year? Su Yun was speechless. Was this girl a walking Y encyclopedia? I'm 25, and you? I'm 17. Su Yun smiled, and putting on an adult air, asked, got a boyfriend? Du Miao Miao sniffed. Nope. Su Yun. No is no. Why so proud? What is being single something to brag about? No one at school pursues you. There are. But I don't like any of them. They're all a bunch of brats still wet behind the ears. Su Yun. Aren't you a brat yourself? And she had the nerve to say that about others. Still, Du Miao Miao was 17, and her thinking was actually quite mature already. In this day and age, young people are so precocious. Not like when Su Yun was little. He thought of Wang Jieyue again. That girl was only 18 too, wasn't she? Wang Dongwo was already urging her to get married. Brother-in-law, take me for a spin later. I want to try out the Lamborghini. She knew Su Yun had bought a car for her sister. Her sister had secretly told her. Du Miao Miao was very envious. Sure, but it's late today. I'll take you out tomorrow, Su Yun said generously. Yay. Soon hot dishes and soup arrived, and Su Yun ate with great relish. Du Yuelon smiled. Xiao Su, your work must keep you pretty busy. Su Yun was startled. Busy he was, but none of it had to do with work. Still he nodded. I just came back from a business trip to Yangqing today. Du Shui said with concern, then you must be really tired. Go to bed early tonight. Du Yuelon smiled. Xiao Su, from now on I'll have to entrust our Xiao Shui to your care. As her mother, I don't have much to give the two of you. But as long as Xiao Shui is happy with you, I'll support her with all my might. That's good. That's good. Du Yuelon laughed with relief. Du Shui's cheeks flushed pink, and she shot Su Yun a glare. Lying right in front of Mom, without even blushing. Humph, what a scoundrel. Yet she knew in her own heart that being with Su Yun had been her own choice. No matter whether Su Yun could ever give her a proper place in his life, Du Shui would not regret it. She had to admit that she was already in far too deep. She could not bear to leave him. Yet Du Shui herself had not realized this. After dinner, Su Yun and Du Shui washed the dishes together. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. Du Shui was taken aback. How can that do? It's not like there aren't enough rooms at home. Mom and my sister will share a bed and you'll sleep with me. Su Yun scratched his head. Auntie is here too. That doesn't seem right. What doesn't seem right? My mom. She already knows everything. Su Yun blinked. You told her. Du Shui shyly swatted him. My mom's sharp. Su Yun gave an awkward chuckle. It just feels so awkward. Soon after, Su Yun came out yawning. Du Shui said, Mom, it's late. You traveled such a long way today. You must be tired. Du Yuelon nodded and went along with her daughter's arrangements. Du Shui laid out the bedding for her mother and younger sister. In the room, Du Yuelon took Du Shui's hand and said, Daughter, remember to take precautions. Du Shui lowered her head shyly. Miao Miao is right here, and you're saying such things. Du Miao Miao said, Sis, don't hide it from me. I know everything. Du Shui shot her a glare. Du Yuelon smiled. You're a grown woman now. Mom treats you like an adult, so you have to take good care of yourself. And you too, Miao Miao. Got it, Mom. The two sisters both nodded. Du Yuelon's parenting had always been quite open-minded. It was just that the family had been poor when she was little, leaving Du Shui with a faint sense of inferiority in her heart. She knew this inferiority would make her daughter please others for no reason when she was out in the world, causing her to suffer. When they returned to the bedroom, Du Shui had grown much quieter. Su Yun had just washed up and was lying in bed staring at his phone. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Du Shui shook her head. No, it's nothing. She climbed onto the bed and nestled into Su Yun's arms. The next morning she woke up. Du Shui was still in Su Yun's arms, hugging his waist tightly and refusing to let him get up. Su Yun was speechless. They left Jinglong Bay. He took a taxi straight to the municipal hospital. He hadn't asked Zhu Shizhong to pick him up today. Only after arriving at the hospital did he dial Zhu Shizhong's number. President Su. Did it go through? It's done. Good. Stay at the hospital for the next few days and don't go anywhere. Tell me once you've gotten the item. Yes, President Su. Su Yun went to see Qin Meichen and spoke a few words with her before leaving. Soon it was time for her floor to be changed again. The nurse saw that no one was in the room, so she finally walked in. Frowning, she grabbed Qin Meichen's arm and inserted the needle. Qin Meichen disliked this nurse, so every time she came to change her floor she would struggle endlessly. Stop moving, or I'll pull out your breathing tube. You old hag. The nurse viciously slapped Qin Meichen's thin arm until it was red, swollen, and purple. Anyway, the floor drip would still leave her arm bruised and swollen. Even if someone saw it, it didn't matter. Don't move, or I'll pull out your oxygen tube, you old hag. You good-for-nothing wretch. The nurse beat Qin Meichen's emaciated arms mercilessly, leaving them red, swollen, and bruised. After all, the floor drip would inevitably cause her arm to bruise and swell anyway. It didn't matter if anyone saw. After inserting the needle, the nurse stood up again, completely disregarding that Qin Meichen was still lying in bed. She roughly grabbed the bedsheet beneath her and yanked it out violently. The nurse couldn't be bothered to speak or tend to the elderly woman. After pulling out the sheet, she even flicked it across Qin Meichen's face. Qin Meichen was extremely weak, her eyes tightly shut, constantly shaking her head. The nurse sneered coldly, Smell how foul you are. Just die already, you worthless creature. Changing your sheets every single day, and now I reek of it too. My husband won't even touch me when I get home. Her face was filled with viciousness as she cursed continuously. Qin Meichen couldn't speak. Though her heart was filled with bitterness, she couldn't resist. She could only endure being bullied by this nurse. As if exhausted, the nurse picked up the bedpan from under the bed and with obvious disgust splashed its contents onto the bed. Satisfied, she patted her hands together and left the ward without a care. On the other side, inside a van, Zhu Shizhong sat before the monitor watching all of this unfold. Beside him was another man. Wow, Lao Zhu, this woman is a complete psychopath, isn't she? Zhu Shizhong nodded. The surveillance device installed in the hospital room last night was the latest equipment. It could not only record video, but also capture audio. The man beside him was Wang Shan, an old comrade from his military days. He now specialized in selling these kinds of surveillance devices. With just one phone call from Zhu Shizhong, Wang Shan readily agreed and arrived last night. While Qin Meichen slept, he secretly installed the device in her room. But Lao Zhu, are you planning to use this to blackmail her? Why bother? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to drag her out and give her a good beating? Zhu Shizhong shook his head. If it were up to me, I'd do exactly that. But this time it's Boss Su's orders. It would be easy to drag her out and beat her up, but that would tarnish our Boss Su's reputation. Wang Shan was startled. Boss Su. Lao Zhu, who exactly are you working for these days? Zhu Shizhong, that's not your concern. Once this is done, I'll treat you to a proper dinner. Wang Shan, come on with our relationship. Stop with the pleasantries. But Lao Zhu's secretly recorded video can't be used as legal evidence. Zhu Shizhong, Boss Su has his own methods. Besides, who told you Boss Su's target is only that woman? He intends to bring down the entire hospital. Wang Shan was stunned, then raised his thumb in admiration. So that's it, impressive. For wealthy people, recordings that can't serve as evidence can still function as evidence. With a highly skilled lawyer hired, they can still destroy the other party completely. Boss Su, have you received the recording? Soon after, Su Yun had returned to the CEO's office at Zhongjin Group. Sitting before him was a woman wearing a pair of glasses and a Vacheron Constantin ladies' luxury watch. Her well-proportioned figure, elegant nose, and fair complexion radiated an air of cool sophistication. This was Chun Yunshang, the lawyer Su Yun had hired. Su Yun was on the phone with Zhu Shizhong. Yes, received. Good work. No need for thanks, Boss Su. After hanging up, Su Yun transferred the recording to a USB drive and handed it to Chun Yunshang. Lawyer Chun, this is the evidence. Please keep it. Chun Yunshang nodded. Boss Su, I've already made the situation quite clear. Achieving your goals may require a significant amount of money, because a recording like this cannot be used as evidence in court. Su Yun smiled. I understand. Go ahead, let me know if you need anything. Chun Yunshang sighed and nodded. Boss Su, if there's nothing else, I'd like to discuss the matter of compensation. Su Yun interlaced his fingers on the desk and smiled. So, how much compensation does Lawyer Chen require? Chun Yunshang smiled. Since Boss Su wishes to hire me as your personal counsel, I'd like to bill by the hour. Because if I work exclusively for you, I'll need to turn down many other clients' cases. 1,000 per hour, how does that sound? Su Yun was startled. 1,000 per hour. That would be 7,200 per month. Wow. Lawyer Chen certainly doesn't hold back, asking for quite a fortune. Chun Yunshang smiled. Boss Su, you have to spend money to make money. Having me as your personal lawyer is worth every penny. Regarding Chun Yunshang's background, Su Yun had done his research beforehand. She was the kind of lawyer who specialized in representing wealthy clients in lawsuits. Among the public, she was called a heartless lawyer. Such people would stop at nothing for money. Even if her client was genuinely guilty of wrongdoing, she would argue vigorously to help them escape conviction. With every case she won, Chun Yunshang received a substantial payout. This propelled her career in the Zhongqing legal circle to rise rapidly and her influence to grow. Though she had no reputation for integrity and was widely disliked even among her legal peers, Chun Yunshang never concerned herself with such matters. She had ability, and she only wanted money. Su Yun smiled. Very well, as long as Lawyer Chen helps me win every future case and handles every public relations matter, well, I certainly won't treat you unfairly. Chun Yunshang nodded and stood up. Then Boss Su, I hope we have a pleasant and fruitful cooperation ahead. Pleasant cooperation. The two shook hands. Chun Yunshang turned and left the office. Su Yun settled back into his chair and let out a breath. This lawyer was indeed expensive, 7,200 per month. However, Su Yun needed exactly this kind of lawyer to serve as his public relations representative and legal intermediary. From now on, any matters that arose could be handed over to Chun Yunshang. Expensive as she was, it was worth it. After all, Su Yun had a steady income of 10 million every single day. This was merely pocket change. And soon, a trending hashtag appeared online. Zhongqing Hospital nurse abuses terminal cancer patient. It attracted enormous attention. Attached below the article was also a video recording. The audio was crystal clear. The footage of the nurse abusing Qin Meichen in the hospital room had been made public. It caused an uproar throughout Zhongqing City Hospital. Chu Tsunrue's face contorted with fury as he slammed his desk. Explain this. What is going on? Standing before him was none other than that nurse. At this very moment, her face was deathly pale. She opened her mouth, but no words could come out. Professor. I. Chu Tsunrue narrowed his eyes. Do you have any idea that the authorities have already called to inquire about our hospital? That person in the recording, it's you, isn't it? The nurse nodded. Why would you abuse a terminal cancer patient? Are you mentally deranged? The nurse's legs gave way and she collapsed to her knees on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Professor. I didn't mean it. At home. The pressure at home has been too much. Chu Tsunrui, oh so you vented your pressure on your patient. The Zhongqing Public Security Bureau has already released a notice. Don't come to work tomorrow. Go with the bureau officers shortly to cooperate with the investigation. The nurse broke into a cold sweat. She rushed up like a madwoman and clung to Chu Tsunrui's legs. Professor, you have to help me. I'm a nurse at the hospital. I can't go to the Public Security Bureau. The hospital's reputation. Chu Tsunrui was livid and kicked her away. What? You still want to drag our hospital down? Let me tell you. If you cooperate with the investigation, the hospital will still give you some compensation. But if you dare to bite back, you can forget about your pension. At that moment, the voices in the office were very loud. It attracted the attention of many doctors and nurses in the corridor. Hey, have you seen the trending topic? Yes, it's truly shocking. I never thought something like this would happen in our hospital. Will the hospital be implicated? It depends on how the hospital handles it. Either they push her out to take the blame and fire her, or they pay to have the trending topic removed and settle it privately. In this age, the power of public opinion was immense. So immense that even the Public Security Bureau could not ignore it. After this news climbed onto the trending list, the Zhongqing Public Security Bureau immediately made its move. But the municipal hospital was after all a government institution, and it had to protect its reputation from being implicated. Thus the handling of this matter had to be carried out with extreme caution. Best to bring that nurse back in. This matter has nothing to do with the hospital. I've already asked. There was no surveillance camera installed in that ward. Either the patient's family installed it, or it was placed there secretly. This situation must be investigated clearly. If it's the latter, the video cannot be used as evidence. The director of the municipal hospital called Chu Tsunrui in. The two murmured together in the office, expressions tense and grave. I understand, director. Let the nurse go cooperate with the investigation first, and I'll look into the video matter. The director nodded and patted Chu Tsunrui on the shoulder. Handle this carefully, and don't let it implicate our hospital's reputation. Yes. The matter continued to ferment. From the very start, this trending topic had been riddled with suspicious signs. It seemed as though someone had deliberately orchestrated and paid for it. Nowadays, paying to get onto the trending list is no rarity. But the most important thing was for the hospital to find out who was targeting them. Because the news not only included the video but also revealed the hospital's name and address. This was undoubtedly an attempt to pick a quarrel with their hospital. Suyin had not gone anywhere. He was working out in the gym. The effect of the 100-fold fitness card had not yet faded, so he would not miss out on these final 3 days. Just then the phone at his side suddenly rang. The caller was Zhu Shizhong. President Su, I've already asked the hospital's other patients and obtained some testimonies and recordings. Good, send them directly to Lawyer Chun. Suyin took a towel from a beautiful female trainer beside him and wiped off his sweat. Also make sure Lawyer Chun gets the full story and gets Aunt Qin to speak. Her testimony is crucial. The video is only a pebble that stirs up ripples. Zhu Shizhong understood. Also, has Ruhua been informed? She. Not yet. Suyin nodded. Don't tell her about it on your own. Yes. After hanging up, Suyin dialed Yin Liang's mobile number. President Yin, it's me. President Su, what instructions do you have? Have you seen the recent trending topics? Yin Liang was taken aback. Yes, I have. Suyin smiled. Give prominent exposure on our platform to that news about the Zhongqing hospital nurse abusing a patient. Okay. Yin Liang was somewhat astonished. Guayin's trending list generally selected highly explosive hot topics, while some were hot topics that had risen organically from Guayin's own ecosystem. It was very rare for the chairman himself to take an interest in such a matter. But Yin Liang did not dare say anything more. After hanging up, he immediately had the operations department break this trending topic into pieces and blast it across Guayin. Suyin smiled. Free influence delivered right to his door. Why not use it? Very soon the nurse was taken away by the Public Security Bureau. The hospital issued a statement completely washing its hands of the matter. The director also personally announced that this incident had nothing to do with the hospital. It was entirely a crime committed on the nurse's own initiative. Because of family pressure, she had vented it on the patient. Soon the matter became the target of fierce online condemnation. Public opinion also swung toward condemning the nurse herself, not the hospital. Everyone thought it would end there. The hospital breathed a long sigh of relief. However, the matter soon took a dramatic turn. A netizen named Tianxia Zongengjia published an article. The nurse is guilty, isn't the hospital also guilty? The entire article was over 10,000 characters long. It presented several photographs concisely and accurately as corroborating evidence. During this time, the abuse of patients has been the talk of the town. The Public Security Bureau has also taken the nurse away. But, is it really that simple? Please look at the photos below. In the photos, the shots were extremely clear. First photo, in the hospital's laundry room, piles upon piles of freshly washed sheets and quilt covers, yellowed and filthy, were stacked directly on the concrete floor. Second photo, in the back kitchen, a cook was scooping food out of a filthy leftover trash bin and putting it back into the pan to serve to patients. Third photo, the patient in question, Qin Meichen, had requested a transfer to another hospital, yet the transfer fee shown on the documents was as high as over 1 million yuan. Immediately after, the article also attached the testimonies of patients from nearby wards, including recordings. This hospital is not hygienic at all, and the food is awful. It smells sour and stale. The toilets are shut at night, and the odor is horrible. They've been fixing the drain for over half a year, and it's still like this. The nurses and doctors all frown and glare like King Yama. Really terrifying. I heard 2 doctors say with my own ears, if we don't make patients use expensive equipment for checkups, how can the hospital make money? Is that something a human should say? One piece of evidence and testimony after another was laid out in full in the article. It had sound reasoning and solid evidence. And as if by coincidence, within a few hours of the article's appearance, it climbed onto the trending list again without any warning. Someone accuses Zhangxing Hospital of an extremely poor medical environment. In an instant, countless netizens were sent into an uproar. This time, not only did the internet explode, the municipal hospital and the Public Security Bureau were both thrown into an uproar. Who exactly had written this article? Director Jiao Weihai was so angry that he directly called Chu Tsunrui over and showed him the news on his phone. Look at this. Who exactly is this person? How dare he slander our hospital? Track him down for me. Chu Tsunrui was utterly dumbfounded. Who could be so audacious as to openly set the municipal hospital in his crosshairs? Was that not courting death? Chu Tsunrui knitted his brows. Then suddenly he thought of someone. Director, I do have a lead, he said hurriedly. Jiao Weihai who? Out with it. Chu Tsunrui told him about Su Yun and Qin Ruhua's earlier visit to see Qin Meichen. Jiao Weihai knitted his brows. Are you suggesting that this person might have written the article? Chu Tsunrui, it must be him. The most crucial issue now was to find a target. Groping blindly like headless flies would lead nowhere. And undoubtedly Su Yun was the prime suspect. Earlier when he came to handle Qin Meichen's transfer, I suspect he is Qin Ruhua's husband. Jiao Weihai, bring him here. I want to speak with him alone. Chu Tsunrui said cautiously. Director, this man's status is not low at all. He paid for all the transfer procedures and fees without even thinking twice. And besides, he has bodyguards around him. Jiao Weihai waved his hand impatiently. I know. Bring him here first, we'll talk after that. Yes. In no time the municipal hospital found Su Yun's phone number in its records. Hello, Mr. Su. May I ask who this is? This is Chu Tsunrui from the municipal hospital, Mr. Su. We have met once before. Su Yun laughed. Oh, so it's you. Professor Chu, is something the matter? Has the transfer been completed? Chu Tsunrui chuckled. It's done. But the director asked me to invite you to the hospital for a talk. Su Yun was taken aback. If it's done, what else is there to talk about? Not enough money. Chu Tsunrui swallowed hard. No. It's not about money. Then what is it? You'll know once you come to the hospital, Mr. Su. After hanging up, Su Yun fell into deep thought. So they were already suspicious of me. However, the hospital had no evidence, and Zhu Shizhong should have erased every trace by now. Su Yun then called Chen Yunshang. Miss Chen, has the matter been handled? Rest assured, President Su. The people over in Daijing have been contacted. They will send someone over to receive the patient in a few days. Su Yun, good, I understand. He put away his phone and stood up to leave the office. He had Zhu Shizhong drive him to the municipal hospital. Half an hour later, Su Yun met Chu Tsunrui and Jiao Weihai. You must be Mr. Su. Truly young and promising. A pleasure to meet you. Su Yun shook Jiao Weihai's hand. Director Jiao, may I ask what it is that you wanted to see me about? If it's about the transfer fees being insufficient, I can provide more money. Jiao Weihai smiled. No, the transfer formalities have all been completed, so there's no need for you to pay any more, Mr. Su. Then what is this about? Su Yun knitted his brows. Chu Tsunrui poured him a cup of tea. Please have a seat, Mr. Su. The reason we asked you here is mainly to ask you a question. Su, you know? What question? I have no interest in the medical industry. If you're looking for investment, count me out. He smiled faintly and took a slow sip of tea. Chu Tsunrui and Jiao Weihai exchanged a glance. The director smiled. I wonder if you've seen the recent news, Mr. Su. Su Yun smiled. I've been too busy lately, I haven't. Jiao Weihai knitted his brows. It was hard to press a man who was playing dumb, even though Su Yun was highly suspect. But Chu Tsunrui said directly, recently someone has been making baseless accusations against our hospital online. And Qin Meichen is one of the parties involved. This. Su Yun was startled and looked at Chu Tsunrui in feigned bewilderment. Has something happened? Chu Tsunrui then told Su Yun, smiling broadly, about the 2 trending news stories. Su Yun flew into a rage and slammed the table, rising to his feet. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. How dare that nurse abuse my aunt? Has she been arrested yet? This time it was Chu Tsunrui and Jiao Weihai who were stunned. They had not expected Su Yun to be even angrier than they were. There's no need to get angry, Mr. Su. The person has already been taken away. Su Yun paused, raised an eyebrow at him, then sat down again, breathing heavily. Chu Tsunrui smiled. However, some people want not only the nurse held accountable, but our hospital as well. Su-Yun snorted coldly. Don't worry, Professor Chu. I'll assist you in investigating this. As for that nurse, I'm going to make sure she goes to prison. I'm sorry, I only found out about this now and Miss Qin is unaware of it as well. I have to get her over here to see Aunt. With that he turned to leave. Chu Tsunrui shouted anxiously, Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Bang, the door closed. Chu Tsunrui turned to look at Jiao Weihai. Director this. Jiao Weihai placed both hands on the desk and sank into thought. He shouldn't be aware, should he? Chu Tsunrui, but other than him, who has the wherewithal to write such an article? Jiao Weihai heaved a sigh. Think carefully. Does our hospital have any other enemies? If someone else deliberately did this, we must drag the principal culprit out. In Jiao Weihai's view, the principal culprit should not be Su-Yun. He could tell just from Su-Yun's behavior earlier. Meanwhile, Su-Yun also took the opportunity to call Qin Ruhua and asked her to come to the hospital. Shortly afterward, Qin Ruhua rushed over. President Su, what happened to my mother? Su-Yun patted her shoulder. It's not serious, but... Then he told Qin Ruhua what had happened. Qin Ruhua turned pale with fright. The two immediately hurried to the ward. Qin Meichen was still lying in bed. After the nurse incident, the hospital had become very attentive toward Qin Meichen. They assigned 2 caregivers to look after Aunt Qin and no longer dared to be negligent. Qin Meichen was still awake. Seeing Qin Ruhua and Su-Yun enter the ward, she became deeply emotional. She felt as if she were in a prison cell while lying in that ward knowing nothing about the nurse incident. Qin Ruhua said a few words to her mother, then walked out of the ward. President Su, that nurse. Su-Yun snorted coldly. She has already been taken away by the Public Security Bureau. Don't worry, Ruhua. I'll use some means to make sure she receives the punishment she deserves. Qin Ruhua burst into tears, her shoulders heaving uncontrollably. She covered her face, buried it in Su-Yun's chest, and sobbed. It's all my fault. I usually took too little care of Mom. I knew nothing at all about this. Su-Yun sighed. This is not your fault. On the contrary, we should thank that video and the person who investigated this hospital. If not for him, I wouldn't have known this had happened either. Qin Ruhua nodded. Naturally, she had no idea that every last bit of this had been deliberately orchestrated by Su-Yun. In fact, he had also considered grabbing the nurse and giving her a severe beating. But that was no punishment. It would only let the nurse and the hospital off easy. Now, by resorting to this method, he could not only strike without a trace, but also make both the hospital and the nurse suffer the punishment they deserved. The hospital failed to extract anything valuable from Su-Yun. Instead, the hot search on Weibo shot to the top spot within a short time. The hospital's PR team also resorted to various measures, but none could suppress it. Clearly, both sides were spending money. It was just that the hospital had spent too little. Suppressing the buzz was simply impossible. Qin Ruhua didn't want her mother to stay in that hospital any longer, so she asked Su-Yun for leave and kept watch here day and night. Su-Yun did not object. In the evening, several experts rushed over from Daijing. They were all professors with notable achievements in cancer research. After examining Qin Meichen's condition, they nodded at Su-Yun. Mr. Su, the patient's condition allows for a transfer. Su-Yun nodded. There's no time to lose. I think we can take the patient away tonight. Qin Ruhua stepped forward and bowed to the professors. Thank you, professors. I entrust my mother to you. Qin Meichen was taken away that very night. With Daijing Hospital dispatching staff to receive her, it was an incredibly high honor. Su-Yun avoided Qin Ruhua and called Chun Yunshang. Miss Chen, the patient has been taken away. Now it's up to you. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'll get Aunt Qin to speak up and testify. In this incident, Su-Yun spent over 4 million yuan in total on public opinion manipulation and legal consultation fees. The stirred-up news alarmed the authorities. The higher-ups had decided to send people down to investigate Zhongqing Hospital. When Jiao Weihai received the call, his face was ashen. Chu Tsunrui also stood beside him, hands hanging down, not daring to say a word. The municipal hospital had taken a fall. It was being investigated from above. No one could escape this. They only needed to ask the patients in the hospital and look into the hospital's facilities, surroundings, and past records. That would be enough to force them to make corrections. As for Qin Meichen's exorbitant transfer fee, Su-Yun could get it back, but there was no need. After all, making a hospital that had already swallowed the money spit it out would be far too troublesome. Even with higher-ups sending investigators, it wasn't such a simple matter. Better to just treat it as money thrown to a beggar. And during the transfer process, Chun Yunshang, as the mastermind behind the scenes, removed Qin Meichen's respirator, and while the equipment was being switched during the transfer, recorded Qin Meichen's voice with a voice recorder. The patient herself couldn't appear in court because of cancer. But Qin Ruhua, as her direct relative, could indeed take her mother's recording to court and testify. Everything was settled behind the scenes by Chun Yunshang. The nurse was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and the hospital was fined 10 million yuan by the higher-ups. Jiao Weihai resigned as hospital director. Chu Tsunrui was also fired. During this incident, the hospital's nursing staff and doctors were dismissed, and the expensive equipment was removed. The new director would take over and rectify the hospital's medical equipment and surrounding environment, giving patients justice. The voices about this matter online gradually faded. From start to finish, Jiao Weihai and Chu Tsunrui found no evidence of the person behind the scenes. But they knew very well that this matter surely had an inescapable connection to Su Yun and Qin Ruhua. The next day in the gym, Su Yun transferred money to Zhu Shizhong. Standing beside him was also Wang Shan. Thank you both for this. Well done, no traces left. This is your bonus. Su Yun handed the money wrapped in envelope paper to Zhu Shizhong and Wang Shan. It was a thick stack. Wang Shan weighed it in his hand, his face filled with excitement. Sure enough, old Zhu was right. This job was a huge win. Mr. Su, if you need anything next time, just have old Zhu call me. If there's anything I can help with, I won't refuse. Su Yun smiled and nodded. Inside the envelope, the bonus for Zhu Shizhong was 5000, while Wang Shan's was 10000. He knew the difference between close and distant. After Wang Shan left, Zhu Shizhong stammered, Mr. Su, is this too much for me? Su Yun smiled. Not too much. Just take it. Zhu Shizhong nodded honestly, although he didn't know how much Mr. Su had spent in this incident. But judging from that precise control of public opinion and skilled legal coordination, he knew Mr. Su was not short of capable people behind him. He could easily bring down an entire hospital. Following Mr. Su from now on, eating well and drinking well was a certainty. After this incident, Zhu Shizhong became even more loyal to Su Yun. For the next 2 days, Su Yun kept exercising, only stopping after he had used up the full value of the gym card. Check-in successful. Money 10 million. You have checked in for 17 consecutive days. Your savings account ending in 8888 China Construction Bank has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. Balance 135.81 million yuan. Su Yun looked at the system panel with satisfaction. After the gym card expired, he had actually only exercised for 4 days in real terms. But compared to that, he had gained the effect of 400 days worth of training. Now standing in front of the full-length mirror, his body was full of lean muscle and firm. Even Zhu Shizhong was filled with shock at the sight. Of course, he didn't find it strange. Back when he was in the army, he had seen similar constitutions. With just simple training, one's physical fitness could be greatly enhanced. And Mr. Su was clearly even more formidable. Besides, Zhu Shizhong had only accompanied his training for a few days. He had no idea how Mr. Su trained in private. Mr. Su is truly amazing. It's only been such a short time, and he's already built a body of muscle. Su Yun touched his biceps and smiled. It's still early. Now that the gym card had expired, he would still insist on exercising in the future, not to become stronger, but to maintain his current figure. Nonsense. He wasn't going to be a bodybuilder. Why would he need to build a body full of muscle? Health came first. Su Yun felt this physique was already quite good. If fate allowed, and he drew another gym card, that would be another matter. At that moment outside the gym, Qin Ruhua walked in holding a briefcase and a stack of documents. After Qin Meichen left for Daijing, Qin Ruhua worked even harder than before so as not to disappoint Su Yun. Mr. Su, the lawyer and investment advisor you asked me to find are ready. Would you like to meet them? Su Yun glanced at her. No need to look for a lawyer. I've already found one. Just have that investment advisor come see me. Yes. Soon Su Yun met the investment advisor Qin Ruhua had found for him in the gym. Sure enough, it was another woman. Qin Ruhua smiled. Mr. Su, let me introduce her. This is my university classmate Zhu Bingbing. She was the one who volunteered herself. Before his eyes stood a young woman. She was slightly shorter than Qin Ruhua, but with a voluptuous figure, long legs, and a high waistline. A pair of beautiful willow leaf eyes gave her an air of heroic elegance, yet not lacking charm, stunningly captivating. Another great beauty, about 95 points on the scale. Su Yun smiled, walked aside, and took a towel from Zhu Shizhong to wipe off his sweat. Watching this young Mr. Su, so fit and handsome, Zhu Bingbing found herself savoring the sight of his chest and abdominal muscles. Her heart tightened with nervousness. Standing behind Qin Ruhua, she lowered her head, a shy blush spreading over her pretty face. Earlier they had all been a circle of old classmates and close girlfriends. All of them had heard that Qin Ruhua found an excellent employer. Life had become more comfortable and her purse had grown fatter. They were all envious. So when Qin Ruhua was hiring an investment advisor, Zhu Bingbing, who had studied business and researched stocks and futures, had set her sights on the position. After much wheedling and pressing, she finally persuaded Qin Ruhua to bring her to meet Su Yun. To get to Zhangqing, Zhu Bingbing had left Huqing the day before yesterday and stayed in a hotel for 2 nights. Qin Ruhua also felt that working in Zhangqing was too lonely. If Zhu Bingbing could come and stay with her, she would have someone to keep her company in the days ahead. Su Yun gave Zhu Bingbing several appraising looks and felt quite satisfied. Zhu Bingbing felt deeply shy, but she summoned her courage, stood there, and finally managed to say, Mr. Su, I heard you are looking for an investment advisor. I have done some research on stocks and futures, and I believe if you place your money with me, you will not lose a penny. Su Yun smiled. Since you are Ruhua's old classmate, I trust you. Now, let's mainly talk about your compensation. What do you think? Zhu Bingbing smiled. Mister, so you flatter me. But before I have shown what I can do, I will not ask you for a single cent of pay. Oh, so confident. Zhu Bingbing nodded. Why don't you agree to this, Mr. Su? If I can bring your rate of return up to 16, it won't be too late to discuss compensation then. Su Yun glanced at Qin Ruhua and received her nod of approval. Qin Ruhua had complete confidence in Zhu Bingbing. When it came to investment experience, few could match her. However, her previous employers had dismissed her as too young and had never thought highly of her. Some oily executives had even tried to make improper advances toward Zhu Bingbing. She really had it hard. But this time was different. With Qin Ruhua making the introduction, Zhu Bingbing felt completely at ease with Su Yun as her boss. Besides, even if he did have other thoughts, he was such a handsome man. She would be too embarrassed to refuse. All right, then I'll wait and see what you can do. If you really make it happen, I'm willing to hire you as my personal investment advisor at a monthly salary of 2,000. Zhu Bingbing was overjoyed. Mr. Su, don't worry. Bingbing will never let you down. May I ask what ideas you have in mind for the investment? I have already prepared several plans and portfolio combinations. Just name your requirements, Mr. Su. She took out a large stack of documents and handed them to Su Yun. Among them were over 100 options, including stocks and futures. Spreading the money across different investments was the safest and best approach. But investing was a field of study. With so many sectors and so many industries, how could they be combined to maximize returns? That was where Zhu Bingbing proved her value. Su Yun flipped through the plans. At the very least, these investment strategies could bring his rate of return to over 14, and the best ones could reach as high as 25. But investing was also a long-term war. Short-term trading was not investing, it was speculation, no different from gambling. With so much money, why would Su Yun play short-term games? How about this? Pick whichever plan you like. I have only one requirement, an annual rate of return of 8 to 12. If you can manage that, I'll first put up 100 million for you to try. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhu Bingbing was dumbfounded. 100 million. Did he just throw around that much money? This. She glanced at Qin Ruhua, who nodded at her. Clearly Qin Ruhua had already told her about all this. Zhu Bingbing took a deep breath, knowing that this Mr. Su was a true heavyweight. Mr. Su, honestly, this is my first time handling such a large fund. I can't guarantee that I'll meet your requirements, but I can guarantee that I'll make money for you. I will never lose it. Su Yun smiled. Those words are enough. Ruhua transferred the money to her. He took out his bank card and made the transfer on the spot. As for procedures such as opening accounts, everything was left to Zhu Bingbing to handle. After all, Su Yun even kept his ID card and important company documents in Qin Ruhua's care. Walking out of the gym, Zhu Bingbing was trembling with excitement. Ruhua, you're so mean. Qin Ruhua was startled. What did I do? Zhu Bingbing said, now that you have such a great boss, why didn't you introduce me to him sooner? Qin Ruhua was exasperated. So now it's my fault. Zhu Bingbing burst out laughing. 100 million. I've really never gotten to play with such a huge amount before. I only met Mr. Su for the first time today. How could he trust me this much? Qin Ruhua smiled. You're overthinking it. 100 million is like pocket money to Mr. Su. Pocket. Hearing that, Zhu Bingbing stood frozen, unable to say another word. She linked her arm through Qin Ruhua's. Ruhua, tell me honestly, since you're Mr. Su's personal secretary, are you too? Qin Ruhua's pretty face flushed. What are you talking about? Mr. Su already has a girlfriend. In her mind, she couldn't help recalling the scene in the Yangqing Hotel when she had taken the initiative to kiss Su Yun. Over the past few days, she had been unable to forget it, even in her dreams. That image kept drifting through her mind. Zhu Bingbing smirked. Really nothing. Nothing. Qin Ruhua said firmly. Zhu Bingbing chuckled. Don't be so nervous. Who's nervous? Zhu Bingbing said, do you think I don't know you? You get nervous whenever you lie. You can't fool me. Qin Ruhua sighed. Just do your work well for Mr. Su. I've found you an apartment to rent, and I'll front the money. If you perform well, Mr. Su will give you your salary early. Zhu Bingbing sighed. It's all over, it's all over. Our fairy Qin has actually fallen for her own boss. You're talking nonsense. You're asking for a beating. Qin Ruhua was so embarrassed that she chased after Zhu Bingbing, swatting at her. Later that afternoon, Su Yun returned home. Du Yuan had not left yet. These past 2 days she had stayed home with Du Shui. Du Miao Miao was terribly bored and kept pestering Su Yun to take her out for a drive. Miao Miao? He just got back and hasn't even rested. Why are you so thoughtless? Du Shui scolded. Du Miao Miao looked wronged. Sis, I'm really too bored. I have no friends in Zhangqing and I've been stuck at home all day. I'm about to go crazy. Su Yun smiled. After dinner, I'll take you out for a drive. Yage. Du Miao Miao rushed over and wrapped her arm around Su Yun's. Brother-in-law, I knew you were the best. Du Yuan laughed. Miao Miao, when you go out, listen to your brother-in-law and don't cause trouble. Got it, Mom.